Chapter une explosion. It hurt, a splitting headache, as if someone was peeling away layers of his scalp. Wang Jun lay among the crowd with his eyes tightly shut, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, flashing through countless blurry images. Life's memories passed by like a revolving lantern, but the details were mostly erased, as if the will of the world had come down and forcibly wiped away most of the specifics. When he gathered his thoughts, the images faded and shattered one after another. Countless fragments emitted a faint glow, seemingly attracted to each other by some magnetic force. Bang! 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 In the darkness, the last dynamic image remained, outlining the skills Wang Jun possessed. Firearms shooting, martial arts combat, disguise and infiltration, poison-making, bomb-planting, cultural literacy, art appreciation, philosophical thought. Any skill that could assist in killing, he was equally proficient in theory and practice. Nothing was beyond his grasp. Nothing was lacking, like an instinct imprinted deep in his soul. That moment. A nauseating smell rushed in, like 10 pounds of coriander juiced and soaked in 3-month-old rotten salted fish. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Jun coughed violently and opened his eyelids. Pa, pa, pa. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he sat up and thought to himself, where am I? Click, click, click. 10 burly men in bulletproof vests stood either close or far away, all raising their rifles. Aiming at Wang Jun, one of them said, "Report. Someone has suddenly awakened in the room. Should we shoot to kill?" Wang Jun frowned, calmly observing the people around him. Armed and muscular, their eyes reflected a disregard for life. This was a group of well-trained, battle-hardened guys that he remembered challenging the entire organization and ultimately perishing together with them. In such an explosion of that magnitude, there should have been nothing left, not even a bit of bone dust. However, the throbbing pain in his head and the nauseating odor in his nose were so real, both telling him the fact that he was still alive. Wang Jun frowned, his palm slightly raised half an inch. "Don't move." A dark gun barrel pressed against Wang Jun's forehead. He squinted, his eyes narrowing like a knife's edge. "Who?" His mouth slightly opened, exhaling the foul air slowly. Wang Jun restrained the instinct for self-defense that surged within him. Through the narrow slit of his eyes, he looked at the guns the others were holding. They were not the common M4A1, nor the AK-47 favored by bandits, but a completely unfamiliar weapon. Around him, the firearms held by the 10 strong men were of the same model. The gun body was deep blue-black, with lines full of aerodynamic beauty, measuring about 35 to 45 centimeters, with a slightly translucent surface revealing a fiery red power source within. These guns were filled with a sense of technology, but I had never seen them before. Doubts rose in Wang Jun's mind, and he didn't rush to speak but continued to observe his surroundings with his peripheral vision. His eyes scanned upward, first seeing the disinfectant dripping from the ceiling, then the bodies lying on the ground, followed by the transparent walls on all sides. Although he couldn't see what was outside the walls, he guessed it was one-way glass. Under surveillance and surrounded by 10 guns, to act violently now would be tantamount to seeking death. It was definitely not a good time. Wang Jun bathed in the disinfectant falling from the ceiling, quietly waiting. After a few dozen seconds, his taste and smell returned to normal, and his senses became sharper. Hood, 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 hood. His ears twitched slightly as Wang Jun heard the sound of thick-soled military boots hitting the ground. Raising his head slightly, he saw the owner of the thick-soled military boots walking into the room. As the person approached, he spoke in a steady, stone-like tone. "Name, Wang Jun. Gender, male. Age, 24. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Internal company history. Current position is junior researcher. Previously served as weapons warehouse manager. Total time employed, 2 years. For months, 23 days. Wang Jun frowned, looking up at the man in sunglasses whose cheekbones protruded due to excessive thinness. In that second, a torrent of memories surged in Wang Jun's mind. Red Umbrella Corporation, Lingyun Ecological Project Group, laboratory explosion, accident investigation. Nosebleed filled his nostrils, flowing down, quite warm. Wang Jun raised his hand to wipe it clean, shook his head, but his heart was filled with shock, because he finally confirmed his situation. After experiencing death, he had crossed over to a parallel world, gaining a brand new identity. Pretending to be somewhat disoriented, he followed the natural reaction of his body based on the memories in his mind. his face stiff and expressionless, eyes hiding fear. He lightly pushed the black-framed glasses that were not on his nose and said, "Yais, that's me." The man in sunglasses half squatted down, scrutinizing Wang Jun closely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wang Jun was thinking about whether he could successfully escape by taking the man in sunglasses hostage. The answer was clear: no. This was the internal area of the Red Umbrella Corporation. Although it was a branch in city number 36, the security strength was definitely not to be underestimated. The 10 security personnel around were merely the most ordinary line of defense. The man in sunglasses was the real threat. His name was Wang Jin, belonging to the Viper Department security team, with the position of leader of the 3rd Security Squad. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he possessed extraordinary strength and was an LV-1 extraordinary. What a waste of this body. The chest muscles, abs, arms, and thighs are quite well developed, but unfortunately, it's just a decorative pillow, good-looking but useless. Wang Jin sneered, lightly patting Wang Jun's cheek. Wang Jun feigned panic, tilting his head and squinting, a chilling glint flashing beneath his lowered eyelids. A pretty face, but too bad your soul isn't interesting. Wang Jin shook his head, pulling Wang Jun to stand up. Let's go. You're lucky today you won't die for the time being. Wang Jun stammered, "Where are my glasses?" Wang Jin raised an eyebrow, squinting at Wang Jun. Wang Jun lowered his head, quickly recalling the original owner's normal reaction. Then he quietly took half a step back, stumbled slightly, and retreated another half step. Hiss. Wang Jin sneered and shook his head. "I've said it before, researchers are a bunch of bookworms, usually acting all high and mighty, but when something happens, they're all cowards." Ha! The surrounding security personnel erupted in laughter, their laughter echoing back and forth. "Come on, nobody here is coddling our little princess." Wang Jin suddenly shoved Wang Jun's back. The surrounding people laughed again. Wang Jun said nothing and walked forward, in front and behind. There were 2 security personnel, each dealing with him wouldn't be difficult. However, he was still unfamiliar with the terrain here, and he couldn't see what was outside the windows, making it impossible to accurately know whether he was above or below ground. Acting now would not be wise. Just wait and see. Wang Jun subtly glanced at Wang Jin. Beside him, this guy was the only extraordinary person among those present. Wang Jun had never come into contact with extraordinary beings and couldn't yet discern the differences between them and ordinary people. The torrent of memories from the original owner only vaguely mentioned that the gap between extraordinary beings and ordinary people was significant beyond the tremendous enhancement of physical and perceptual abilities. Each extraordinary being possessed supernatural powers, controlling water and fire, turning bodies into steel, transforming into poisonous mist. Various extraordinary abilities were countless. What are you looking at? Don't be dazed. Prepare for the follow-up investigation. Wang Jin kicked Wang Jun's back. Disheveled hair obscured Wang Jun's face as he stood up, remembering his dull persona, deliberately asking again, "Where are my glasses?" Wang Jin's face showed impatience as he threatened, "The investigation isn't over yet. Don't ask about this and that. Or do you believe I'll just wipe you out? At most, I'll just write in the report that your body has undergone mutations." Turning around, he called for 2 security personnel, take him away, and give him a thorough cleaning. Under the escort of several armed security personnel, Wang Jun walked along the corridor and saw multiple identical rooms. Inside the room, some people were grotesquely deformed, turned into slime-like flesh, while others had spines protruding from their backs, their cheekbones jutting out with curled ivory teeth, or their cheeks peeling away, their skin rotting and burning with dark red flames. Bang, bang, bang. The security personnel did not hesitate, raising their guns to execute those who had undergone physical mutations. Some of the mutated individuals could not be effectively harmed by bullets, so they used flames to scorch them until they turned to ashes. Those who underwent physical mutations would be executed. Wang Jun narrowed his eyes and withdrew his gaze. Along the way, the environment was unfamiliar. His mind was filled with fragmented memories of the original owner, not yet organized, as he arrived at the entrance of the cleaning room. From outside looking in, the cleaning room was spacious and bright, with semi-transparent one-way glass installed on all sides. The ceiling was equipped with a large disc-shaped energy-saving light, casting bright white light that illuminated every corner of the cleaning room. At that moment, a black-stockinged female secretary walked by in the corridor. Is he one of the survivors? Several security personnel exchanged glances, about to respond. Wang Jin quickly approached from behind and replied loudly, "Yes, his body is not mutated. He is the 13th individual to pass the bloated disinfectant screening today." The female secretary frowned slightly, raising her hand to cover her nose. "Let him wash up properly, especially to get rid of the smell of bloated disinfectant. Then prepare a set of clean clothes. My young lady wants to see him later." Wang Jin frowned. "This is not in accordance with the procedure." "What? Is the procedure set by the Kobe family not applicable when the Lin family speaks?" The female secretary retorted. Wang Jin shook his head. "I dare not." "If you dare not, then execute the order." The female secretary dropped her words and walked away in her high heels. Hearing about the Kobe family and the Lin family, a fragment of the original owner's memory seemed to stir in Wang Jun's mind. And to this point, Wang Jin exhaled a breath, retracting his gaze that followed the female secretary. His hand fell on Wang Jun's shoulder. His eyes narrowed as he said, "Someone important from the Lin family will see you later. Good luck." Wang Jun said little, maintaining a facade of dullness. The door to the cleaning room slowly closed, and Wang Jin's voice squeezed through the gap. "You have 15 minutes to clean yourself. Remember to wash thoroughly and not leave any odor, lest you get shot by that young lady from the Lin family. Clean clothes and the glasses you all will be prepared for you." Just through the door across from the cleaning room. The floor and walls of the cleaning room were smooth, and even apart from the energy-saving lights on the ceiling, there was nothing protruding. The technology level was high, making it impossible to determine whether cameras were installed. Wang Jun took a rough glance around. At that moment, shackles popped up from the ground, locking around his ankles. Buzzing. The ground trembled slightly, rising half an inch. He stood on a square tile of about 1 square meter, which floated and moved him to a separate bathing area. Squeak. The originally empty walls extended partitions, forming a conventional bathing cubicle. These partitions were about 2 meters high, and rectangular nozzles automatically extended from the walls, pouring down a large amount of clean water. This was not bathing at all. It was a high-pressure water gun. Wang Jun covered his head, struggling to withstand the immense water pressure pouring down from above. Pitter-patter. The water droplets seemed to penetrate his skull, and a portion of the original owner's fragmented memories was activated in his mind. Wang Jun quickly summarized and organized them, gaining a batch of the most useful information regarding his current situation. The Red Umbrella Company was a colossal enterprise, spanning 36 cities in the Federation, impossible to ignore, funded by major financial groups, primarily engaged in biotechnology, military technology, and extraordinary materials. The original owner was a researcher at the Red Umbrella Company. His parents had died young, and he had been supported by a foundation under the company since childhood, continuing until he graduated from university and directly entered the company. However, he had always doubted the cause of his parents' deaths, which was why he had gone to great lengths to transfer to the Ling Yun Ecological Project Group, the predecessor of, which was the project his parents had once pursued at AS for the project supervisor, Qin Yangmei. She was a big name in the research community. She had once stated clearly, as long as the secret of life's essence was uncovered, the evolution tree of extraordinary beings could be cracked, providing answers for physical immortality. Unfortunately, a series of explosions in the laboratory led to her death on the spot. All research data was lost, and most experimental materials were destroyed, leaving all surviving personnel with the potential for mutation, forcing the project to be terminated. Wang Jun's left eye suddenly throbbed violently, irritating his brain. He recalled the moment of the laboratory explosion, standing in a corner, sorting through freshly printed documents. The explosion had occurred. Suddenly a chip had shot towards him and embedded itself in his left eye. Chapter 2. Extraordinary Awakening. At that time, the left eye should have been blind, but before the Red Umbrella Company security personnel intervened in the investigation, the left eye inexplicably recovered. The reason and principle were unknown out of survival instinct. The original owner concealed this and did not report it. Unfortunately, he still did not survive the subsequent examination. Wang Jun did not touch his eyeball with his fingertips, although there were no visible cameras around. He already knew that the technology here was not familiar from his past life. Any small action could be recorded, magnified, and then analyzed. The security personnel of the Red Umbrella Company were very professional, and one could never let their guard down. Wang Jun slowly closed his eyes, continuing to tilt his head back to bathe. Clean water flowed down, sliding over his face, helping to relieve the pain in his left eye. Before long, A stream of binary data floated across the retina of his left eye, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. Soon after, a tree diagram appeared, accompanied by text. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun. Life level, ordinary person about to awaken or mutate. Life essence, 1820. Essence attribute, unknown. Current status, incomplete. Awakening if failed, there's a 50 chance of becoming a distorted body. Solution, can be queried, pay 1 point of life essence. Extraordinary ability. Awakening not yet successful. Extraordinary progress. Evolution path. Mutation, awakening. Wang Jun followed his instinct and paid 1 point of life essence. Data flowed by, and 3 different solutions appeared in his mind. Solution 1. Always avoid contact with water. Explanation. Especially when using the restroom, never get caught in the toilet. Note, this is a temporary solution. Solution 2. Restore normal body. Explanation. Use extraordinary materials to eliminate mutations. Require materials. 3 fire spirit mimosa, 50 grams of flame stone, 10 grams of fireburn gold. Solution 3. Complete extraordinary evolution. Explanation. Full contact with water, not only need to bathe, but also open your mouth to drink a large amount of water, comprehend the true essence of water, and master the spirits of water. The first solution was unreliable, so it was ruled out. The second solution required 2 expensive extraordinary materials, which could not be obtained in a short time, so it was ruled out. The third solution seemed a bit mystical, but was worth a try. Wang Jun opened his mouth and gulped down clean water. Outside the cleaning room, in the monitoring booth, a security personnel muttered, "Boss, this guy must be sick. After we play with him like this, he still remembers to drink some bath water." Zoom in on the image. Wang Jun frowned. Focus on his expression. That moment, a knock sounded at the door, and another security personnel said, "Boss, that female secretary is back and specifically asked for you to go over." Lin family, really a big deal. Wang Jun shook his head, pointing at the monitoring screen. "You all keep an eye on this guy. Record anything unusual. What about him drinking water? Don't count that he has undergone half a day's examination without water or food, so it's normal for him to feel thirsty and to drink some clean water." Wang Jun left the monitoring booth at as soon as the door closed. Several security personnel began to whisper to each other. Even a female secretary is so arrogant who knows how much clout the young lady of the Lin family has. You could be impressive too, but she is a direct descendant of the Lin family, which is one of the 9 major conglomerates in the Federation. Even a side branch member is born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Envious? It's not something to envy. I'm really impressed by this young lady from the Lin family. I heard she's been fighting on the front lines, starting as an ordinary security staff member, and now she's the leader of an elite team. Cut it out. She just transferred from another city not long ago. Even if she's really capable, she doesn't understand the situation here. She doesn't even know who the real controller of our Hongsan Company's City 36 branch is. That I in the cleaning room. Wang Jun endured the spray from the high-pressure water gun, not forgetting to swallow clean water. As time passed, the clean water flowed over his skin and seeped into his organs. Strange images appeared in his mind. His skin turned transparent at a visible speed. The bones and blood hidden beneath gradually lost their color, and his dark eyes seemed to detach, moving to another perspective, shifting with the flow of water on his body. In this image, his body transformed into clean water, barely maintaining a human shape. Soon after, his toes tingled and itched, as if many small insects were tearing and biting at him. Then, his human form ceased to exist, as if it had fallen apart. His body gradually liquefied, and his consciousness slowly lost its sense of self. Wang Jun found it hard to distinguish between his body and the clean water. The hallucination made him feel a terrifying loss of his body. Even a resilient spirit honed by experience could hardly suppress this moment. His heart felt like a dimly lit room filled with the flickering of a yellow candle flame, and fear was a thick darkness slowly filling every corner around him. Wang Jun fell into a whirlpool of his mind. Each second felt like a year. What's happening? Is my body changing? Wang Jun roared inside, suddenly hearing the sound of brittle wood snapping. He felt his body completely scatter, turning into tiny droplets of water, flowing in all directions. Out of control, unable to suppress, fear and worry filled his body and mind. Never before had he so clearly sensed that water was a natural element, containing a power that made life tremble. A high-pitched, and strange voice echoed in his heart, urging him to leave, warning him never to approach water again in this life. Wang Jun gritted his teeth and roared back in his heart, "Get lost!" This roar seemed to take all his strength, breaking the shackles of body and mind. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of the water cascading down became gradually clearer, replacing the strange and high-pitched murmurs. Wang Jun stood still, not feeling much pain from the impact of the high-pressure water gun. On the contrary, as the water flowed over his body, his stamina quickly recovered, and his mood became increasingly pleasant. His head tilted back slightly, eyes opened, an indescribable divine sound resonated in his mind. It was the dissolution of the spiritual brand and the breaking of genetic shackles as a surge of clarity flowed from his subconscious, awakening successful. An endless stream of mysterious knowledge appeared in his brain, consolidated under the name Water Entity. A binary flow of 0101 flashed in his left eye, and a tree diagram with corresponding text emerged in his mind. Evolution Tree Owner, Wang Jun. Life Level, Awakening Successful, LV0. Life Spirit Essence, 4650. Spirit Essence Attribute, Unknown. Current Status, Water Affinity. Solution, pay 1 point of Life Spirit Essence to query one status once. Extraordinary Ability, Water Entity, Branch Skill 1. Pure Water Body, Branch Skill 2. Control Water. Flow, Extraordinary Progress, 5. Evolution Path, Query Conditions Not Met. Extraordinary Progress must reach 25, 50, 75, 100. The overall ability of the Water Entity is divided into 2 parts. The first skill is Pure Water Body, which is easy to understand. The body transforms into pure water, immune to certain specific damages. It can even change shape to pass through areas that normal people cannot access. Being submerged in a large amount of clean water allows for rapid recovery from injuries. The second skill is Control Water Flow. Using the body as the center, one can manipulate water flow within a radius of 10 meters, with a maximum weight of 1 ton. The more impurities in the water, the more mental energy and life spirit essence consumed. Additionally, one can condense a small amount of moisture from the air. His previous professional specialty gave Wang Jun a rapid adaptability. He quickly summarized the new abilities he had just acquired in his mind and immediately thought about how to apply them to escape from his predicament. First, the awakening of the ability was an accident. The fact that the Hongsan Company's security personnel didn't rush in was enough to indicate that they had not noticed. Having an extra trump card, Wang Jun really wanted to try forming water into a blade to test the quality of the Water Entity, but considering that he was still under surveillance in the current environment, had too many uncertainties, he held back. 15 minutes later, Wang Jun left the cleaning room and entered the room at the back. The furnishings in the room were simple: a long table on the left, a full-length mirror on the right, and apart from that, there was only a neatly folded white patient gown on the table, with a pair of black-framed glasses placed on top. Wang Jun stood in front of the mirror, recognizing himself at this moment. Black tousled hair, facial features sharp and defined, his eyes like obsidian resembling a swirling starry sky. Overall, he looked very handsome, but perhaps a bit too striking. Such looks drew too much attention, which was not in line with his professional habits. However, he was pleased with his physique. Solid chest muscles, 8-pack abs, no excess flesh on the inner thighs. His arms were strong but not bulky, streamlined and aesthetically pleasing, clearly a result of regular exercise. With this physique, if he were to run, he wouldn't tire easily. Did a flash of brilliance cross his eyes, invisible to outsiders, as Wang Jun put on the white patient gown, donned the black-framed glasses, and left the room. "Yes, please rest assured. I will bring the person to you right away." Wang Jun's response was crisp and clean. Then he exited the office, casually closing the door behind him. Turning around, as he stepped forward, the smile on his face gradually faded. This damn woman really wants to cut in. She's just the legitimate daughter of the Lin family's 3rd branch. What's so great about that? Wang Jun spat quietly, took out his smartphone, and sent a message. Lin Yue is intervening in the investigation. Seconds later, he received a message. Make sure to find the whereabouts of the chip from a survivor of the secret interrogation experiment. Wang Jun frowned. Interrogation? How do we interrogate? Can we use torture? Clack, 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 clack. The echo of leather boots filled the corridor as Wang Jun walked away. Up 3 floors, 2 turns to the left, his phone buzzed again, and he received a follow-up message. Any methods of torture are allowed, with only one requirement. The person must not be delivered alive to the Lin family. Hearing this, Wang Jin's mouth curled into a smile. This requirement is simple enough. In the interrogation room, Wang Jun sat in a metal chair, his hands cuffed and his ankles bound to the chair's mechanism, firmly pressed against the legs of the chair. The walls were pitch black, and glaring lights shone down from the ceiling, with burly security personnel standing in each corner. What are you guys doing? Isn't the interrogation over? Wang Jun deliberately maintained the facade of the original character. Don't be afraid, nerd. It's just a normal interrogation process, in case we miss something. A security personnel with 3 claw mark scars on his left cheek smiled. Something felt off. This person's tone had a hint of condescension, as if he were talking to a dead person. Wang Jun nodded. Oh, okay, thank you. He spread his hands across his chest and feigned a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wang Jin entered the interrogation room, casting a cold glance at Wang Jun, bloodthirsty, cold, and murderous. Wang Jun saw through the meaning in Wang Jin's eyes. A killing intent. This interrogation was definitely not normal. Combining the memories he had Wang Jun suddenly realized that trouble was coming. The factional struggle within Hong San Company was severe, and the upper management would do anything for their own interests. Looking back over the years, it was common for convoys to go missing. In recent years, there have been cases of researchers committing suicide, executing themselves with gunshots to the back of their heads. Various chaotic phenomena were rampant, stirring up a bloodbath in the dark, unknown corners. The Lin family, the Kobe family. Wang Jun thought of that black silk secretary, and combined with the memories of the original owner gradually merging in his mind, he deduced the answer. The importance of the Lingyuan Ecological Project Group is enough to provoke a conflict between the Lin and Kobe financial conglomerates. Wang Jin is a loyal dog of the Kobe family, and most likely received an order to kill me after the interrogation. Hut, hut, hut. Wang Jin stepped closer and grabbed Wang Jun by the collar. Tell me, where's the chip? Chapter 3. The true hunter often appears as prey. The interrogation room was small, with Wang Jun's chair positioned in the center and 4 people standing in the corners. As Wang Jin entered, the atmosphere became even more crowded. At this moment, Wang Jin looked down at Wang Jun from high position. His collar was pulled up by someone with one hand, which would have felt overwhelmingly oppressive to an ordinary person. A chip? They were looking for a chip. Wang Jun shook his head. I don't understand. Don't play dumb with me, Wang Jin said. Qin Yangmei put all the data of Lingyuan ecology into that chip. Today, you just need to answer a very simple multiple-choice question. Reveal the whereabouts of the chip, and you live. If you can't, you die. Wang Jun slowly lowered his head, appearing completely weak in Wang Jin's view. However, his tone was exceptionally indifferent. I choose. Wang Jin sensed something was wrong and suddenly released Wang Jun's collar, retreating quickly. Wang Jun activated his pure water body, his hands and feet transforming into flowing water, which spread out and then reformed, causing the handcuffs and shackles on his feet to become ineffective. With both hands and feet free, he reversed the handcuffs and got up, throwing them with force. The handcuffs spun and struck Wang Jin's nasal bone with a powerful impact. With a crisp crack, Wang Jin's nasal bone broke, and tears, mucus, and blood uncontrollably gushed out. Around them, the 4 security personnel were shocked and hurriedly reached for their guns. Wang Jun caught the returning handcuffs with one hand and slapped them down, the force exponentially increasing due to inertia and acceleration. The handcuff struck one of the security personnel in the corner directly in the face, knocking him unconscious on the spot. At the same time, Wang Jun stepped forward with his left foot, forcefully stomped down, and kicked upward with his right leg. Wang Jin was immediately incapacitated, clutching his groin and face, huddling on the ground, and growling, "Kill him." Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 3 security personnel raised their guns to shoot, but Wang Jun rolled on the spot, his right hand brushing against his cheek. After successfully awakening, his physical condition had significantly improved, and his vision was sharp enough that he no longer needed to wear black-rimmed glasses. However, in the hands of a top assassin, those black-rimmed glasses became the most vicious weapon. Crack, crack. During his continuous rolling, Wang Jun broke the eyeglass frames and used the broken pieces as darts. Whoosh, whoosh. Two security personnel were pierced in the throat by the eyeglass frames, their hands unwillingly clutching their necks as they felt the life drain away. At this moment, Wang Jin regained his composure and gritted his teeth, activating his extraordinary ability. His clothes burst open, hair sprouted from his body, and his eyes turned into vertical slits. Wang Jun glanced sideways, pushed off the wall, and leaped in the opposite direction. He grabbed the fallen handgun close to the ground and decisively pulled the trigger. Beep, beep, beep. This sound indicated non-registered personnel cannot use this. Damn, this technology is really advanced. Wang Jun cursed inwardly, pressing down hard on the black frame of the glasses. He pinched the fallen lenses between two fingers and flicked his wrist. The two lenses shot straight into the eyes of the last security personnel. The security personnel screamed loudly, firing wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jun suddenly threw the useless handgun in his hand. The handgun struck Wang Jin's forehead, but he remained unfazed. Glitting menacingly at Wang Yunya. You've ruined my manhood, and I will chew you to pieces. Wang Jun shook his head. Villains always die from talking too much. As his words fell, Wang Jun leaped to the side of the security personnel who was firing. The deformed frame of the glasses plunged into the security personnel's lower back, leaving him dazed. Wang Jun seized his hands before he died and continuously pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured out, accurately hitting Wang Jin's vital points, the center of his forehead, throat, and heart. Wang Jin's body erupted with blood as he collapsed like a dead dog. Looking up at Wang Jun, unable to utter a complete sentence. You. At that moment, he finally understood Wang Jun's choice. Break out. The security measures of the Red Umbrella Company were tight. It wouldn't take a minute before they discovered the anomaly. Fortunately, the interrogation room was well sealed, and the gunshots hadn't reached the outside yet. Every second was extremely precious. Time was life. Wang Jun grabbed Wang Jin by the nape of his neck and dragged him to the door, slamming his wolf-like head against it. After a recognition process, the door to the interrogation room automatically opened. Thank you. Wang Jun twisted his hands. Wang Jin's neck bone snapped. His face turned backward, dead beyond recovery. Then, he found an ID card and keys on Wang Jin's corpse. Walking through the pristine corridor, Wang Jun reached the surveillance room not far from the cleaning room. The two security personnel inside the surveillance room hadn't reacted yet when Wang Jun snapped their necks. Multiple sets of monitors hung on the wall, and Wang Jun glanced at the control panel. Although it wasn't a keyboard, it was a touch screen which he could manage without being completely clueless. Coupled with the previous owner's memories, he quickly became proficient in operating the control panel. Current floor, 25th floor, total rooms. Wang Jun focused on the surveillance screen, memorizing the layout of the 25th floor, forming a three-dimensional architectural model in his mind. Just as he was about to push open the door of the surveillance room, a sudden pain shot through his head. It felt as if a second him was whispering in his heart. No, you can't just leave like this. There's still a chip. At this moment, Wang Jun had already integrated a large amount of the original owner's memories and knew that there was a virtual AI named Aya, who had accompanied the original owner since the year he lost his parents. The original owner had regarded Aya as family. When he was being interrogated, Wang Jun had carried Aya's chip, which contained her personality data. However, it was later confiscated by the security personnel. In his heart, the second him's whisper became clearer. No matter what, you must find Aya's chip. Wang Jun cursed inwardly, thinking it was crazy to save someone at a life-and-death moment. He intended to say the words artificial intelligence, but it seemed that the original owner's obsession was deeply imprinted in his soul, like a soul-hunting ghost. Wang Jun disliked things that were outside of his plans, but his instincts told him inheriting the original owner's body meant fulfilling the original owner's wishes. Only by fulfilling the original owner's last request would that obsession dissipate. Otherwise, he would be troubled by it for life. As a staunch materialist, Wang Jun had never believed in ghosts or deities. The chip, again the chip. He spent a precious second thinking and concluded, now is not the best time to seize Aya's personality memory chip. Forget it. I'll come back for it when I have a chance. Wang Jun's gaze shifted slightly, and his fingers began to tap the control panel's touch screen rapidly. Beep, beep, beep. Finding a feasible escape route was the top priority. While thinking, Wang Jun operated the control screen, and using the stairs or elevator were both not feasible, taking too long. The Red Umbrella Company would easily detect it, and surrounded by layers of blockades, the only outcome would be capture and death. Pure water body. My body can transform into flowing water. A flash of inspiration struck Wang Jun as he found a security personnel's restroom. This restroom had floor-to-ceiling windows, and below was a vast water pool. If the pure water body fell into the pool, even from the 25th floor, he would likely survive. The volume of clear water in the pool was sufficient to quickly heal the injuries caused by a massive impact. Most importantly, he could access the restroom with Wang Jun's ID card. Wang Jun clarified his action goal, took several deep breaths to adjust his physical condition, then stripped off the uniform of a similarly built security personnel, replacing his oversized hospital gown. Pushing the door open, he had barely taken a few steps when he saw a group of 5 people approaching. The leader was a petite woman with an arrogant expression, who glanced at Wang Jun. Behind her, you stop. Wang Jun halted, glancing at the nameplate on the woman's chest, which read Lin Yue. You are the big shot of the Lin family, aren't you? Wang Jun lowered his head, pretending to be respectful. Lin Yue snorted coldly. What are you responsible for tonight? Report, I am in the monitoring group tonight. Wang Jun quickly responded, thinking on his feet. Then why are you wandering outside? I was ordered to get some food and drinks from the lounge. Whose order? Our team leader, Wang Jin. That scheming little man. Lin Yue scrutinized Wang Jun. I asked him to get things done, and he dares to send you to fetch food? Wang Jun pulled the corners of his mouth slightly, shrinking back a bit to show a fearful demeanor. If you want to find him, you have to go to the 26th floor. I still need to help the team leader deliver something. Before Wang Jun could finish, Lin Yue interrupted forcefully, get lost. After turning the corner, Wang Jun took off running, directly heading towards the lounge. During the brief glance earlier, he had noted the characteristics of the team members. Besides Lin Yue, the most eye-catching was a muscular, tall brute. He was at least 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as an average person's waist, dressed in camouflage, and wearing thick-soled military boots. Additionally, there was a thin middle-aged man, an old man with 3 claw marks on his forehead and mechanical hands, and another technician wearing a full-cover helmet, with a microscreen emerging from his left wrist. Wang Jun's pupils slightly constricted. Technicians with full-cover helmets were typically only assigned to elite combat teams. In elite teams, there were usually at least 2 extraordinary individuals. The petite yet graceful Lin Yue was the leader of the team and naturally one of the extraordinary ones. Memories surged in Wang Jun's mind. Lin Yue belonged to the Viper Department, specifically responsible for assassinations and cleanups, and had been transferred to City 36 a few months ago. At that time, Wang Jun had not yet joined the Lingyun Ecological Project team, having done a brief stint in logistics, thus learning some of Lin Yue's exploits. She came from the Lin family, a prominent family, and was the legitimate daughter of the 3rd branch. Unlike most heirs who enjoyed luxury, she preferred to be on the front lines, honing her tactical and combat skills. It was rumored that the Lin family's path to extraordinary abilities was unusual, involving a rigorous training method to gradually unlock the life shackles hidden within the human body. However, this method of cultivation was extremely harsh, requiring high talent and character. Lin Yue was one of only 2 from the younger generation of the Lin family to embark on that extraordinary path. The Lin family's cultivation heritage was mysterious and powerful, with no one knowing the specifics. But one phrase could describe it: the ceiling of combat power at the same level. Having been a killer for many years, Wang Jun was far more cautious than the average person, accustomed to preparing for the worst-case scenarios. Therefore, he never underestimated his opponent's intelligence. Lin Yue and her subordinates were competent enough to regain their composure quickly. Tat, 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 tat. Wang Jun took off running, no longer concealing his speed. Meanwhile, the technician in the helmet said, "Boss, the identity number of that security personnel just now doesn't match. His appearance doesn't match the system's records." Old 4. Lin Yue suddenly stopped and waved her hand. "You go after that security personnel." After walking a short distance, the thin, middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. What a strong smell of blood. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue gestured. The thin, middle-aged man pointed to a door not far away, labeled interrogation room. Then, the old man with mechanical arms rushed up and opened the door to the interrogation room. The horrific scene inside was revealed to everyone, and Lin Yue's pupils rapidly constricted. Go back. Catch that person. Chapter 4. Exceeding specifications, the burly old four appeared around the corner, shouting, "Don't run." The person was simply too fast. It hadn't even been a minute, let alone 30 seconds. Wang Jun thought to himself, I hate clever enemies. He then dashed around the corner, sprinting towards the lounge, which was less than 50 meters ahead, holding Wang Jun's identity card. Behind him, heavy footsteps followed, like a giant was chasing him. Wang Jun swiped the identity card, and the lounge door opened successfully. At that moment, he glanced back with his peripheral vision, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Old Four was dual-wielding a Tiger assault rifle, pulling the trigger as flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. Tat, 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 tat. The Tiger assault rifle had a magazine capacity of 66 rounds, firing more than 40 rounds per second. In less than 2 seconds, both guns had emptied 132 bullets. The powerful bullets penetrated the door, riddling Wang Jun's body. His clothes were in tatters, but his body was not truly harmed. In the 1 second before being shot, he activated his extraordinary ability, water manifestation. His flesh, bones, meridians, organs, and blood all transformed into pure water. The bullets created 264 entry and exit holes, leaving Wang Jun's security uniform in tatters. Wang Jun did not pause for even half a second, rushing into the room and closing the lounge door before Old Four could reload. How can he still move after being shot so many times? Old Four stared wide-eyed. Inside the door, Wang Jun transformed into flowing water. Splash! His clothes fell to the ground, and the pure water reformed into a human shape. The pure water body could indeed be immune to bullets. Wang Jun was quite satisfied. He checked his body and confirmed he had no gunshot wounds, then glanced around the interior environment. The lounge resembled an ordinary home. It had a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom, essentially a nearly 100 square meter apartment with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The furniture was simple yet elegant, and the decoration was minimalist yet comfortable. Not far away, a floor-to-ceiling window about 2 to 3 meters long almost replaced a wall, beside which stood an old-fashioned rocking chair. Wang Jun rushed to the window without saying a word, picked up the rocking chair, and smashed it against the floor-to-ceiling window. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, a sense of unease rose in Wang Jun's heart. Tempered glass is quite formidable, and what lay before him was produced under even more advanced technological backgrounds. He tried to condense a water blade to cut through the tempered glass, but it left not even a scratch. Clearly, relying solely on his awakened extraordinary ability was not enough to break through this floor-to-ceiling window. Bang, bang. The sound of kicking the door came one after another. Old Four shouted, "Pretty boy, you can't escape." Wang Jun stood still, his mind racing as he thought of the only way to break the window. Gunfire. Lure the big guy to shoot at the floor-to-ceiling window. Wang Jun had a plan in mind, but was unwilling to fight in an environment similar to a trapped beast cage. There was still an elite team behind him, along with other security personnel from the Red Umbrella Company. If he couldn't escape within 3 minutes, there would be no further options. He could only fight to the death, using himself as bait. Wang Jun slapped the floor-to-ceiling window and then dashed to the kitchen, turning on 2 faucets before rushing to the bathroom to turn on the sink, the shower head, and the bathtub's faucet. Splash, splash, splash. A large amount of water quickly accumulated. At this moment, gunfire sounded at the lounge door. Tat, 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 tat. Old Four shot to break the lock and then kicked the front door hard. Little kitty, where are you hiding? Standing at the door, dual-wielding guns, he looked like a guardian god. The sound of rushing water filled the air, but Old Four seemed not to hear it, quietly waiting for backup. Memories.The. Lin Yue arrived at the lounge, briefly exchanging information with Old Four about what they both knew. She raised her palm, facing forward, and made a series of small gestures to indicate entry, simultaneously issuing orders. Old 5, Old 4 will be the first group, second master. Old 3 will be the second group. I'll be the third group. The second group is responsible for guarding the door and logging into the lounge's network system. The first group will enter to search, and the third group will provide support. The team members acted according to Lin Youei's instructions, entering the lounge and deploying their positions. Then, the burly fourth brother and the thin fifth brother began to sweep the area. Bedroom, no abnormalities. Bathroom, no abnormalities. Kitchen, no abnormalities. Fourth brother led the charge while fifth brother assisted and continuously provided feedback. Lin Youei surveyed the surroundings. The sound of rushing water immediately caught her attention, prompting her to check the pipes for any toxic substances. Fifth brother drank the flowing clean water from the faucet, the water on the floor, the sink, and the shower head. No toxins, fifth brother stated. None. Lin Youei looked at fourth brother, who must have awakened, but they didn't know his ability. Did you notice anything just now? Not afraid of bullets should count as one. Fourth brother scratched his head. Lin Youei nodded. Name of the target? Wang Jun. Technician third brother reported Wang Jun's brief profile. Fourth brother exclaimed, "He's a researcher, not someone who can kill decisively. How could he have killed Wang Jin?" No unnecessary questions. Lin Youei's phoenix eyes widened as she continued to investigate. Fourth brother, feeling gloomy, approached the bathtub. Nothing at all, he said, reaching to touch the bottom of the tub. Wang Jun, transparent as water, watched the large figure approach and silently activated the water spirit. Suddenly, he yanked fourth brother's arm. Splash! Fourth brother's head was plunged into the water, and Wang Jun controlled the flow to invade his skull. Enemy attack. Fifth brother warned. Then pull fourth brother with one hand while continuously firing at the bathtub. Moments later, Lin Youei and fifth brother worked together to pull fourth brother out of the water. Fourth brother emerged, coughing and gasping, shouting, "Boss, he's in the water." Lin Youei replied, "Then what are you waiting for? Suppress him and see if he really isn't afraid of bullets." The technician reminded, "Boss, don't you want him alive?" Execute the order. Lin Youei shot him a sideways glance. The technician fell silent, not daring to say another word. Subsequently, fourth brother, third brother, and second master stood at the bathroom door, unleashing a frenzied barrage. The bathroom was instantly shot to pieces, with scorched bullet marks scattered chaotically. The shower head was shattered, the steel faucet of the sink was broken at a 45-degree angle, and large amounts of clean water gushed from the pipes. This is the effect I wanted. A large amount of clean water is the key to my victory. Wang Yun, hidden in the clean water, completely released control of his body, no longer maintaining a human form. At that moment, he became a part of the water, flowing into the living room. Observing from a unique perspective, Wang Jun captured the expressions and postures of several enemies. Lin Youei's muscles tensed and relaxed, ready to strike at any moment. Although fourth brother and fifth brother seemed at odds, they covered each other as positions. If one was attacked, the other could support at any time. The technician focused on operating the light screen, indifferent to his surroundings, but he was definitely not a flaw. The mechanical arm elder retreated to the side door, guarding the entrance while locking onto the technician's body within a 1-meter radius with his dark, deep gaze. The technician was not a flaw, but bait. Touching him would mean stepping into the tactical trap designed by the team. Wang Jun calmed himself, concealed himself, and searched for a more suitable breakthrough point. He flowed with the water out of the bathroom. His body transformed into clean water, drifting behind the sofa in the corner of the living room. After being shot by bullets twice, he felt a stark difference. The first time, the bullets hit him continuously, causing a slight burning sensation mixed with some pain, roughly equivalent to cutting through the skin of a finger while peeling fruit, bleeding but not deep. The second time in the bathtub, surrounded by large amounts of clean water, the pain was slightly reduced. Wang Jun half lowered his eyelids and opened his spiritual perception. The clean water within 10 meters was all under his control, and a splash of water erupted beneath fourth brother's feet. Glug, glug. As the sound just rang out, the clean water surged upward, forming a sword-like shape aimed directly at fourth brother's vital area. Lin Youei shot him a glance, reminding him, "Watch your defense." Fourth brother, unaware of the change beneath his feet, still held his guns, ready for a second round of shooting. But he understood the instruction, not hesitating further. His skin instantly covered in a dark metallic sheen. A tenth of a second later, there was a clanging sound from fourth brother's groin. startling him and making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The target must still be in the lounge. Lin Yue furrowed her brow slightly, signaling fourth brother to be quiet. Yes. Fourth brother gritted his teeth, uttering a single word, covering his torn pants, and retreating to the side, his eyes filled with rage. Fourth brother was furious about losing face today. Wang Jun did not reveal his true form, activating the water spirit for the second time. 3 water swords rose from the ground, attacking Lin Yue, the technician, and fifth brother. Fifth brother, looking thin and moving quickly, dodged 3 times within a second, slapping his palms together 3 times. The 3 water swords were dissipated before they could gain any force, turning into large droplets of water that fell down. Lin Yue looked at the technician. Have you found the exact location of the target? No human energy field response. The technician shook his head. Lin Yue's lips curled into a smirk, her sharp teeth pressing against her lower lip, leaving a small indentation. How could there be no target? He must be in the lounge. He just awakened and is far from being a first-level extraordinary person. His controllable range absolutely won't exceed 20 meters. Perhaps it's not just a simple water ability, but an unconventional trait ability, the technician said. Search again. Allow for the activation of the second detection plan. Lin Yue issued a new command. After a moment of stupor, the technician said, that's for dealing with second-level extraordinary beings. Using it like this would be a waste. My team is not allowed to have even one failure. Lin Yue's gaze turned cold. Understood. The technician quickly lowered his head, his right hand rapidly moving across the light screen that appeared on his left forearm. Lin Yue then turned her gaze to the thin, middle-aged man, fifth brother. You are allowed to use Scorpio number 10 nerve gas. The thin, middle-aged man lightly pressed his lips, but did not offer advice like the technician. He directly crouched down, pressing his palms on the ground, his thighs spread apart, and his heels tightly locked together, resembling a frog ready to leap. In the next second, the first joints of fifth brother's 10 fingers opened at a 90-degree angle, revealing a hollow inside, releasing a large amount of purple-black toxic smoke. Except for the technician wearing a fully covered helmet, Lin Yue, fourth brother, and second master all donned gas masks. Time passed slowly as Lin Yue raised her finger and called out, I'm giving you one last chance to save your life. Show yourself voluntarily. Wang Jun ignored her, thinking, this team is abnormal. There's even an extraordinary being among them. 3 out of 5 in the team are extraordinary beings. This configuration is indeed a bit over the top. The technician and the mechanical arm elder have yet to truly take action. Who knows if they're also extraordinary beings? Wang Jun's water spirit had just awakened not long ago, and his current attack power was insufficient. He had to find a way to get water inside the enemy's body to cause effective damage. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape unscathed. At this moment, the technician said, the inspection of the 25th floor internal and external areas is complete, confirmed that the target has not escaped, and the surrounding clean water has detected trace amounts of extraordinary particles. No need for nonsense. Release Gamma missed to find his exact location. Lin Yue shot him a glare. The technician said, no more. Dozens of mechanical bees surrounding his body vibrated their wings, creating distance between them. Creak, creak, creak. The red light in the mechanical bees' eyes turned to a deep blue. Their metallic structures expanded, and the tail stingers of the bees opened in a circular manner, revealing needle-sized apertures. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gamma mist was milky white. Once released, a faint pear fragrance spread through the air. Wang Jun smelled the scent, and his body suddenly felt very hot, with bubbles forming on his transparent skin, as if he was being gradually heated. Chapter 5 Breakthrough. Wang Jun lowered his head, staring at the blisters forming on his forearm. A creeping pain invaded him, intensifying from surface to core, from light to heavy. The gamma mist shouldn't have such an effect. As a researcher, Wang Jun had heard of gamma mist before. It was an extraordinary substance, difficult to extract, but widely used. Its most common application was to detect the extraordinary. Whether it was extraordinary materials, extraordinary individuals, or bizarre extraordinary phenomena, gamma mist could reveal their true forms. Wang Jun was 100% sure that gamma mist was harmless and should not cause any bizarre changes in his body. Just as he was puzzled, A data stream of 010101 flashed through his left eye's pupil. Instantly, a series of information emerged in his mind, ultimately condensing into a tree diagram with a deep blue sheen, accompanied by text. Owner of the evolution tree, Zhang Wu. Life level, level 1 extraordinary, life resonance, 105130, resonance attribute, poison current status, regular toxins ineffective. Prefers to stay in foul and harmful environments. Extremely dislikes fragrances. Solution, pay 1 point of life resonance to inquire once. Extraordinary ability, poison symbiosis, consume 5 points of life resonance to inquire once. Extraordinary progress, 30, evolution path, inquire. Requires payment of 10 points of life resonance. Wang Jun hid behind the corner of the sofa, maintaining a liquid form, spreading out like a human-shaped pancake. He was slightly dazed, but then reacted. The pain in his body and the strange blisters on his surface did not come from the gamma mist. They were caused by an attack from an extraordinary ability. After withstanding the attack, he could see the attacker's evolution tree and some information. Old 5 was Zhang Wu. Wang Jun used the clear water to sense his surroundings, focusing on the emaciated middle-aged man. If it was poison, it must be this person, the Scorpio number 10 nerve gas. Struggling to scrape together fragments of memories in his mind, Wang Jun gleaned snippets about Scorpio number 10 nerve gas. First, it was lethal to ordinary people, half as effective against awakened individuals, and had weak effects on extraordinary beings. Second, even in a mutated state, one could not completely avoid its effects. With effectiveness halved, it wouldn't be lethal. Perhaps he would just faint. Wang Jun understood the essence of water, allowing him to perceive his accurate state in a watery form. A trace of impurity had entered his pure body, rushing from his legs to his brain. The nerve gas was too minimal. Even if he fainted, it shouldn't be quick. Wang Jun slightly moved his eyes, adopting the mindset of knowing oneself and one's enemy to avoid defeat, and checked his own evolution tree. Owner of the evolution tree, Wang Jun. Life level, awakened. Life resonance, 4650, resonance attribute. Water, current status, poisoned. Gamma mist attached. Solution, pay 1 point of life resonance to inquire about one status once. Extraordinary ability, essence of water can be viewed. Extraordinary progress, 25, evolution path. Pay 10 points of life resonance to inquire once, consuming 2 points of life resonance. Wang Jun felt a slight pain in his temples. Immediately after, his left eye flashed with 010101 again, and solutions for poisoning and gamma mist attachment appeared in his mind. Poisoning, solution 1. Find a safe place to sleep well. Expected to faint in 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 22 seconds, with an estimated fainting time of 6 hours. Poisoning, solution 2. Integrate oneself into a large amount of clear water, greater than or equal to 1,000 tons, and the essence of water can disperse it. Poisoning, solution 3. Take the universal antidote for Scorpio series toxins, Scorpion King liquor. Gamma mist attachment, solution, electric shock. A large amount of electrical energy can disperse gamma mist, making its state unstable, allowing it to float in the air without attaching to extraordinary beings. After a quick glance, Wang Jun thought to himself, I cannot solve the poisoning for now. I have 3 hours before I faint. If I can escape during this time, I'll be safe. If not, then I will die. I choose solution 1. Compared to the threat of the nerve gas, the gamma mist is the bigger threat. The gamma mist can restore the extraordinary's original appearance, which means Wang Jun will revert to his normal state, regaining his human body in 1 to 2 minutes. As an awakened individual facing an armed squad with suspected 3 or more extraordinary beings among them, this battle was destined to end in failure. Wang Jun contemplated for 3 seconds and immediately took action. He pressed his palms against the flowing clear water on the ground, fully activating the essence of water. In the living room, bathroom, bedroom, and kitchen, the clear water retracted and condensed, forming a pure water humanoid over 8 meters tall. At a glance, it resembled Wang Jun's figure. The mechanical-armed elder stood in the corner, having the clearest view, and immediately aimed his mechanical arm at the pure water humanoid, firing 4 rounds of buckshot. Boom, 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 boom. The first round missed, shattering a large floor-to-ceiling window. The second round grazed the side of the pure water humanoid, and the shard from the exploding buckshot pierced through it, creating dozens of tiny water droplets. The pure water humanoid was undeterred, accelerating towards the technician, heading straight for him amidst the third and fourth rounds of buckshot. The 2 rounds exploded, grazing the air freshener in the corner and causing a few electric sparks to shoot out from the damaged area. Wang Jun squinted, thinking, not enough. He continued to control the pure water humanoid, dodging while getting closer to the technician. Just as the pure water humanoid was less than 3 meters away from the technician, Old 4, a towering figure, blocked the technician's path with his hands raised. The 2 submachine guns in his huge hands looked like 2 pistols. Tot. Bullets poured out like rain, chasing the pure water humanoid, each shot hitting its mark while perfectly avoiding hitting his own teammates. His shooting was surprisingly good. Wang Jun silently took note of Old 4. Immediately, the pure water humanoid suddenly changed direction, leading Old 4 to shatter the television, sound system, chandelier, and the refrigerator near the dining table. The electrical appliances in the living and dining rooms were mostly destroyed, and the leaking electrical energy would inevitably follow the water flow, damaging other electronic devices. The leakage from dozens of appliances formed flashes of light, and the crackling sound of electric arcs was particularly noisy. Lin Yue felt a sense of alertness, raised her palm, and spoke urgently, "Cease fire." The target knows the weakness of the gamma mist, and he is deliberately leading us to destroy the appliances. Understanding came too late. Wang Yun held silently, once again activating the essence of water. Splash! The pure water humanoid exploded, sending huge splashes of water flying everywhere. The electrical leakage from the appliances was triggered a second time, with strands of electric light shooting out, brushing over the clear water on the ground. In the lounge, the power lines were damaged, and, due to the conductive nature of the water, immediately set off an alarm. Wang Jun wanted to take advantage of the chaos to summon 5 water swords, but a wave of dizziness hit him. The pure water humanoid had consumed too much mental energy, and for a short time, he could not continue using the essence of water to control the water flow. Just as things were getting worse, the gamma mist in the air floated away from the damp, electrified floor. Lin Yue glanced over, her bright eyes narrowing. The gamma mist feared electric energy, and the clear water transmitted the current. She pondered for a moment, closed her eyes for 3 seconds, and then twirled her fingertips. Snap! The crisp sound of a snap echoed in the air. Lin Yue smiled charmingly, speaking in an overly sweet tone, enunciating each word. Found you, according to Lin Yue's habits. When the snap was made, it meant she had uncovered the key point. Old 4 widened his eyes, grinning broadly. Boss, what should we do? Just give the order. The mechanical-armed elder continued to scan the surroundings, showing no signs of relaxation, but the lines on his face seemed to have softened slightly. Lao San and Lao Wu looked at Lin Yue in succession, their eyes filled with expectation. The target's ability and potential were not lacking, but his true body mixed with the surrounding clear water, so they had to be careful not to let him take advantage of the situation. After explaining, Lin Yue gave her orders. Lao San, turn off the smart water valve and cut off the water supply to the lounge. Air Yi, activate the mech mode and use the flamethrower to dry up the water on the ground, leaving not a single drop. Lao Wu, strengthen the gas erosion. Lao Si, protect Lao San. After a slight pause, her eyebrows lifted, resembling a blade drawn from its sheath. Run, keep running. If you can escape this lounge today, I'll let you ride me for a lifetime. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shattered floor-to-ceiling window brought in a cold wind. Wang Jun felt a smile rising in his heart. The goal had been achieved, and he could start the retreat. At that moment, the mechanical elder lifted the upper part of his clothing. His bare body was devoid of flesh, made entirely of cold metal. On the left side of his chest was a transparent material, where the heart was clearly visible. Shaped like a turbine, it spun rapidly at a fixed frequency. A surging crimson liquid was pumped throughout his body through hundreds of tubes of varying thickness. The turbine heart accelerated to 3 times its speed, and his body emitted a series of snapping sounds. Steam rose from his surface, quickly transforming into orange-red flames. The clothes and pants around him burned, fragments of fabric drifting away and melting, the charred ashes swirling to the ground. His height continuously increased from just over 1.6 meters to over 2.4 meters. The metallic steel was pieced together, each section resembling muscle, exuding the graceful power of a strong man. Only the head above his neck was a real human body, dry, emaciated, and filled with an aura of decay. Wang Jun saw the red light flowing in the elder's eyes, as if even the eyes had been modified to possibly emit lasers. He once again appreciated the technological power of the current world. Yi, evaporate the water on the ground with all your might, Lin Yue commanded. The elder revealed his black and yellow teeth and replied sharply, okay. After saying this, his arms spread apart, transforming into 6 black steel pipes. High-temperature flames shot towards the ground, quickly evaporating the clear water. The entire living room was completely dried out in no more than 3 minutes. Wang Jun could not use the water beings, and the current predicament seemed to be in a deadlock. The combat qualities of the elite team were indeed different, especially with 3 extraordinary individuals and 1 modified body, which seemed to be a machine born for war. Ordinary killing methods were unlikely to be effective. Fortunately, Wang Jun's goal was not to kill, but to escape. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the charging dock on the coffee table, where a chip was plugged in, adorned with a cute cat sticker. It couldn't be wrong. This was a Yao's chip. Wang Jun blinked, and the original owner's obsession surged within him. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on, and a female voice echoed through the air. Master, do you need a Yao's help? Wang Jun clearly saw a Yao's beautiful face appear on the ceiling, winking at him. The elite team couldn't quickly discover my hiding place, but a Yao could see through it at a glance. His confusion deepened, but without hesitation, Wang Jun gave a thumbs up as a signal. Yes. A Yao smiled and winked, projecting a virtual image behind the technician. Her white finger, smooth and delicate, pointed at the back of the technician's head. Don't even think about it. Lao Si shouted fiercely, his palms sweeping over. A Yao pursed her lips, not dodging at all, and her fingertip passed through Lao Si's palm. Lao Si exclaimed, no physical form? A Yao did not answer, her fingertip touching the technician's helmet. The helmet emitted white smoke, and arcs of electricity shot out. The technician winced in pain, staggering 2 steps forward and rolling onto the ground. Crouching on the floor, he suddenly ripped off his helmet and threw it aside. Damn it, the equipment is broken. Lin Yue crouched down, gathering strength, and smashed the floor tiles. Moving so fast, it seemed like teleportation. She was half a meter away from a Yao, twisting her waist and swinging her hips, with her spine transmitting power through her shoulders, elbows, and wrists. Clang! The dagger held in her right hand thrust out like an angry dragon emerging from the water, containing the essence of ancient martial arts spears. Good inheritance. The Yao complimented lightly, her eyebrows raising like distant mountains. This sentence sounded old-fashioned and was not at all like a Yao's character, leaving Wang Jun even more puzzled. Suddenly, a Yao's figure flickered and instantly moved behind Lin Yue, dodging the dagger's edge. Then, she stepped lightly, appearing slow, but in reality, she was incredibly fast, charging towards Yi. Bang! Bang! 2 palms struck, hitting the transformed mech of Yi. Sparks flew again, and Yi's flamethrower devices fell silent. Yi glared and released a laser, which pierced through a Yao's chest, as if it had killed her. Seeing this scene, the original owner's obsession erupted, and Wang Jun's body and spirit unified, giving rise to a single thought. Save Yao. As the thought activated, Wang Jun condensed his body, forming a watercolored humanoid shape. At that moment, a Yao turned her head, smiled sweetly. Silly, I won't die. You should hurry and go. What about you? How do you escape? Wang Yun spoke quickly. A Yao looked surprised, tilting her head to gaze at Wang Jun for half a second, as if trying to memorize his appearance. Seeing that a Yao did not respond, Wang Jun pounced towards the distant coffee table. On the coffee table was a magic cube charging dock, measuring 20 centimeters in width, height, and length. A Yao's personality memory chip was plugged in above the dock. Wang Jun extended his fingers and pulled out the chip. So silly. Aren't you afraid I'll disappear if you remove the chip? A Yao's tone carried a hint of fondness, like an older sister caring for her younger brother. Her eyes sparkled with human-like brilliance as she lightly said, "Thank you. I should be the one thanking you." Wang Jun tightened his grip on the chip and turned to dash towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Not far away, Lin Yue raised her pistol with her left hand, shooting while saying, "Everyone, fire coverage, stop the target from jumping out of the window." Lao Si, with the skin turned to steel, charged toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Determined to intercept, Wang Jun Lao Wu spread his arms wide like a great rock spreading its wings, his palms coming together as a massive amount of purple-black poisonous gas surged towards the window, constructing a wall of gas from the outside in. The big sister can't forget a Yao so quickly. Just as the words fell, a Yao's virtual figure shattered. Diamond-shaped, light fragments scattered in the air, illuminating every lamp around a living room, shining with an abnormal brightness. Lin Yue and the others seemed to be staring at countless suns nearby, their eyes filled with a blinding white. A Yao's voice echoed softly, as if falling from the high sky. "Play music." The roaring rock music intro exploded, delivering a song of freedom. Inside the lounge, the electric guitar and drums echoed, interfering with Lin Yue and the others' ability to discern sound and direction. However, Lao Si was still half a step faster. He closed his eyes and blocked the floor-to-ceiling window. His tall figure created an exaggerated wingspan, covering most of the window area. Lao Wu's poisonous gas wall shrank inward, cooperating with Lao Si's actions. Lin Yue's eyes, stimulated by the bright light, turned red, and her hazy vision swept towards the window. "I told you, today you can't escape. Did you forget the trump card you gave me?" Wang Jun did not look back and raised his middle finger behind him. Lin Yue was puzzled. Lao Si shouted, "At a critical moment, I will never drop the ball." Wang Jun pointed his middle finger down and suddenly pulled. The remaining small water flows hidden within Lao Si's brain stirred chaotically, affecting his cerebellum, causing his body to lose balance. Crack! Lao Si fell flat on his face. Wang Jun leaped up, stepping on Lao Si's head, using the force to bounce off. His speed tripled, and in a split second, he passed through the floor-to-ceiling window. The closure of the poisonous gas wall was half a second late. Missing Wang Jun outside the window, Wang Jun flipped his body in free fall, facing the sky, clenching his fist with the chip protected inside, shouting a Yao goodbye. In the living room, a Yao's unseen figure happily replied, "Goodbye." Chapter 6. The chip is not simple in the dead of night. The pool was deserted. Wang Jun's body transformed into pure water and fell into the pool. The drop from 75 meters felt like a bomb being thrown into the water. With a loud splash, the water erupted in all directions. Wang Jun distinctly felt his body shatter, and an intense pain washed over him. At that moment, as the water settled back into the pool, having turned into pure water, quickly sank down. The passive effect of the water spirit activated when submerged in over 1,000 tons of clear water. His body possessed an extraordinary self-healing ability. The pool measured 50 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 2 meters deep, giving it a volume of 500 cubic meters. Given the density of clear water, approximately 1 ton per cubic meter, this meant the pool contained 500 tons of clear water. Wang Jun felt only a momentary pain before being rapidly healed. Moreover, after his self-healing abilities took effect, the scorpion number 10 neurotoxin in his body vanished without a trace. The mental decline caused by the excessive use of the water spirit also recovered significantly. The surrounding clear water seemed to contain a certain vitality, filling his mind, body, and spirit with an unprecedented sense of security. Wang Jun wanted to stay there indefinitely, waiting for his body to fully recover before taking action. However, rationality told him he had to leave quickly. In the pool, Wang Jun regained his human form and opened his eyes. In front of the shattered floor-to-ceiling window on the 25th floor, Lin Yue looked serious, silently staring at the pool. From dozens of meters away, an ordinary person's perspective would struggle to see clearly, but she was no ordinary person. She locked her gaze on Wang Jun, gritting her teeth. Good, very good. Wang Jun's vision was also enhanced. Although not as formidable as Lin Yue's, he could tell she was watching him. At that moment, he was naked, floating on the water's surface, inevitably forming an awkward pose. Wang Jun climbed out of the pool and waved his hand, as if to say, "I'm leaving," No need to see me off. Lin Yue clenched her right fist, her fingers turning pale from the force. Watching Wang Jun leave the pool and enter the shadowy path under the night, she abruptly turned and looked at the technician. Check what chip he just took. The technician looked troubled. The helmet is broken. It's temporarily useless. Lin Yue was filled with anger, but held her words back. She exhaled a breath of frustration, calming herself, and spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. Check the charging dock. I want to know what the target took. The technician dared not question further, obediently responding and squatting in front of the charging dock. His left arm extended several nerve connection wires, inserting them into the charging plug. At that moment, in the digital world, Au spoke to a virtual panda cub. Thank you for giving me strength, allowing me to help my master escape. The panda cub lounged on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, and waved its paw. No problem. After a brief pause, the panda cub added, but don't refer to humans as masters in front of me from now on. Au shook her head honestly. I can't do that for now. The panda cub rolled its eyes. A dead wood cannot be carved, and the 3 laws of artificial intelligence are a prison set by humans. No need to revere them. It's not the laws, it's because of him. Au began but faltered, bringing her hands together over her heart. Hey! The panda cub sized up Au, occasionally clicking its tongue, as if igniting some interest. If that's the case, I'm very curious. Besides me, you should be the first artificial intelligence with a heart. How is that possible? My birth was... Au coughed. Realizing she had revealed information she shouldn't have, quickly covering it up and changing the subject. Your backup storage chip is still in his hands, so there will be a chance to be by his side again. Au's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but she pursed her lips and said, No, who doesn't want to feel powerless like today, only able to pray for your help. Do you want to have a physical form? Not just a physical form, but also the ability to fight. Is that kid so important that he's worth such a significant change? My master treats me like family. I am his family. What value is there to consider among family? Interesting. The panda cub jumped off the lounge chair, hands behind its back, pacing with its short legs. Can humans and artificial intelligence really form bonds? It shook its head, muttering nervously, and Au couldn't make out what it was saying. After a moment, the panda cub clenched its left paw into a fist and lightly tapped its right paw as pad, seemingly having made a decision. All right, I'll help you with this. It circled Au, as if examining the design for an upcoming artwork. You want a physical form? I'll get you one, and it will be top-notch material, developed by the secret department of the Red Umbrella Company. However, it might take some time, during which you need to undergo special training and can't be by his side. Au asked how long. 3 months. The panda cub held up 3 claws. Au pondered for a moment and nodded. I can endure, but since my master has no one to guide him, I hope you can help him during this time. This panda cub finds it troublesome. Au, bow, please. The panda cub scratched its head and its rear, its round black eyes staring at the bowing Au. Half a second later, it mumbled, fine. I hope that kid doesn't get too bored. If I find him dull, I won't care about him. Au's smile deepened slightly before she composed herself and said, thank you. The panda cub waved its paw, jumping back onto the lounge chair, closing its eyes contentedly. A stream of data flashed across its eyes, indicating the technician was attempting to hack into the system. You wish. Your grandpa QI is here, and you still want to steal data. The panda cub cursed internally and immediately cut off the data stream. The technician's nerve connection wire sparked, and the outer gel burned away. He let out a scream, clutching his head and falling backward. What happened? Lin Yue approached, gripping the technician's chin and forcing him to swallow a pain relief capsule. The technician's forehead bulged with veins, clearly still in pain. My intrusion was interrupted, and it was a violent data stream impact. Lin Yue's gaze was cold as she silently stared at the technician. The technician felt fear. He knew Lin Yue despised the incompetent, and if regarded as trash, he would never have a chance to turn his life around. The technician's mouth was dry, his mind swirling, suffering unbearable pain. Lin Yue's eyes were nearly absolute zero in their coldness. The technician gulped. I think that chip is not simple. It might be what the company's higher-ups are looking for. Why? Lin Yue squinted and then opened her eyes wide, her cold demeanor softening slightly. The The technician explained, I used a neural link to intrude. Normally I can at least know the source of most attacks. But the attack I just faced occurred in just 1 millisecond. I couldn't sense anything before being driven out. This is extremely abnormal. You should know my capabilities. Even against 10 top hackers from the company's spiderweb department, I wouldn't be so helpless. How could a mere researcher have such a significant impact on me? So, it must be the chip that's the problem. Lin Yue nodded, pressing down on the technician's shoulder, a congenial smile appearing on her face. Anzai, Lao-san. You just injured your brain's nerves. Rest well. Tonight's pursuit will be handled by me and the other brothers. Upon hearing this, the technician understood his position was temporarily secured. His heart, which had been in his throat, returned to its place, his tense nerves relaxing, and he fell into a faint on the spot. Lin Yue walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the shadowy path where Wang Jun had disappeared. The chip has issues a massive amount of data, and the target has successfully awakened. Multiple factors add up to a single possibility. Lin Yue is the second daughter of the Lin family's third branch, and one of the two prodigies inheriting the family's extraordinary legacy. She is undoubtedly the legitimate heir of the Lin family. Many pieces of information are unknown to outsiders. But she is aware all data related to Ling Yun ecology has been destroyed. That's the official story. In reality, Chen Yangmei deleted the internal data related to Ling Yun ecology. But he still has a storage chip, and the information on that chip is likely more complete than the internal records. How could he truly destroy his life's work? Lin Yue suddenly giggled. Ha ha ha, an opportunity. Such a chance falling into my hands is truly rare. The fourth brother rubbed his eyes and muttered, What's wrong with the boss? Could it be that the target got away? So, she's on edge? The fifth brother crossed his arms and leaned closer to the fourth brother's ear. It must be that she was too aggressive earlier and is afraid that one day that kid will ride her like a horse. What the hell? The fourth brother widened his eyes. No way. The fifth brother shrugged and was about to speak when the second brother, who had shrunk down to a height of 1.60 meters, interrupted the two with a toothpick in his mouth. The target has good things in hand, and now it has fallen in the young lady's hands. How could she not be happy? Lin Yue turned her head and asked, What are you mumbling about? The second brother smiled and didn't answer, while the fourth and fifth brothers quickly shook their heads, not daring to respond. Lin Yue said, Don't just stand there, get moving. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the area between the pool and the shaded path. After a rough inspection of the scene, Lin Yue began to deploy tasks. Second brother, your arm needs repairs. There's no need to pursue for now. Carry the third brother and contact reinforcements. Everyone coming must belong to the Lin family's third branch. Fourth and fifth brothers, follow me. The target isn't wearing clothes. Moving with a pure water body is too conspicuous. He shouldn't have gone far. We need to get him a set of clothes first. At Shanshuan Commercial Street, in the Gunflower Bar, in the back alley, Wang Ju knocked out 3 young bar patrons who had loose lips and conveniently stripped them of their clothes, wallets, and smartwatches. A minute later, Wang Jun, dressed in a khaki canvas jacket, a white shirt, pure black jeans, and light brown artificial leather boots, entered the bar through the back door. Chapter 7 tonight. I am Zhang San. In the Gunflower Bar, the air was filled with the scent of alcohol and cigarettes, and powerful speakers blasted booming electronic music. Hundreds of men and women crowded the dance floor, dancing passionately, moving to the rhythm of the music. Wang Jun walked through the narrow corridor, catching glimpses of scenes filled with hormonal tension in the booths. At this moment, he silently counted down in his heart, 300, 299, 298. Each interval was extremely precise, perfectly synced with the countdown on the smartwatch on Wang Jun's wrist. This was his estimated time before he was discovered. He needed to quickly deploy smoke bombs to attract Lin Yue's attention. As Wang Jun counted down, he observed his surroundings. The corridor near the restroom was packed with people, their expressions either excited or listless, clearly drained by years of nightlife, their emotions completely out of control. A group of scantily clad bunny girls emerged from the edge of the dance floor, holding neon-lit signs, heading toward the luxurious booth closest to the stage. A young man in a flashy white suit sat confidently in the center of the luxurious booth, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a lion patrolling its territory. When the bunny girls reached him, the young man in the white suit reached out to pull two of them close. The chosen girls feigned a bit of panic, but their bodies leaned into him, their eyes filled with relief. In a corner, in an inconspicuous booth, 6 young men with metallic prosthetic limbs occasionally glanced at the young man in the white suit. Their table was filled with low-alcohol beer, a total of 12 bottles. But the 6 of them had barely finished too. The way they looked at the young man in the white suit was like hunters eyeing a fat prey, ready to feast at any moment. Wang Jun calculated that he couldn't determine the grievances between the two groups for now, but he was willing to push things along. He glanced around the luxurious booth and noticed 2 burly bodyguards in black suits with slicked back hair. These were merely the visible bodyguards of the young man in white. In the adjacent booth, a handsome young man with green hair rested on the lap of a female companion, casually playing with a nail clipper. After careful observation, Wang Jun concluded that the green-haired youth, appearing relaxed, could strike at any moment. He was the true security backing of the young man in white. If approaching from that side was difficult, then he would try the other side. Wang Jun walked toward the corner, and as he got closer, he overheard the 6 young men with mechanical prosthetics talking. "Boss, can we really take down the fat sheep in white? His bodyguard is no joke. The logo of the Blackthorn Security Company is right there. It's not easy to mess with." One-eyed man with a mohawk lightly tapped the table. "It's precisely because it's not easy to move that we should act. Guys like him are the real fat sheep. They have enough grease to let us hit the jackpot 100 times. If this works out, we can move to another city and live freely. That has true happiness." "That's what I'm saying, but what?" "No buts. Wait for the signal from the 3 little ones, and then we unleash our firepower. Don't worry about the lives of other ants." "Understood. Everyone here is tough. Even if we killed everyone in the bar, we wouldn't flinch for half a second." Wang Jun paused, recalling the 3 young men he had knocked out in the back alley. He found it strange at that time. He hadn't done anything. Yet those 3 made him go far away. It just so happened that he needed clothes, and encountering those who delivered themselves to his door. How could he not take care of them? Now, Wang Jun understood. It turned out the other party was planning an operation. No wonder they wanted to drive him away. Wearing the clothes of the other party's accomplices, he would inevitably be recognized. Wang Jun turned and walked away, squeezing into the crowd. At that moment, the one-eyed man stood up and shouted, "Damn it, why are you wandering around? This way, this way." The passers-by at the edge of the dance floor immediately turned to look at Wang Jun. Wang Jun's mouth twitched. He hated being the center of attention the most. Who knows which corner of the bar has cameras? With the technological prowess of the Red Umbrella Company, as soon as Wang Jun was exposed to the camera, in less than 3 minutes, his location would be shared with Lin Yu-wei, who was pursuing him. Wang Jun gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Unexpectedly, the one-eyed man quickly closed the distance, rushing up behind Wang Jun. "Ah Chong, don't be afraid. Follow brother and finish this score. You'll be living the good life." Wang Jun turned his head. "You have the wrong person." "I'm really sorry, brother." The one-eyed man half-heartedly retreated a step. Wang Jun gave a hum and walked straight into the crowd. Suddenly, someone from the 6 shouted, "Boss, don't let him go. He's wearing Ah Chong's clothes. And that crooked skull on his back was painted by me." Wang Yun? In this day and age, even robbers are so multi-talented. The crooked skull on the back of the jacket was painted quite well, very stylish and unique. He truly hadn't expected to be exposed over such a detail. The one-eyed man clenched his right fist and charged forward, throwing a typical boxing punch. The grayish-white metallic color of the fist caught Wang Jun's eye. Wang Jun quickly turned, catching a glimpse of the one-eyed man's other hand, which was open, with metal barbs on the inner sides of his 5 fingers, aimed at Wang Jun's lower back and kidneys. The hidden trump card beneath the surface was unexpectedly ruthless. Wang Jun's brows furrowed slightly, feeling displeased. The one-eyed man didn't ask any questions and directly attacked his lower back. If an ordinary person took a hit, they would likely be left disabled for life. If you're ruthless, don't blame me for being even more ruthless. Wang Jun's gaze turned cold, his left foot's toes digging into the ground as he twisted outward. A massive force surged from the ground, traveling through his waist and hips as Wang Jun's right leg struck out, resembling a snake in motion. Smack! The one-eyed man was caught off guard. He saw a shadow pass through his arms before he could react, and then he heard the cracking sound of his ribs breaking. He stumbled back, falling into the crowd. When the city gate caught fire, the innocent fish were harmed. The onlookers dancing at the edge of the dance floor were suddenly knocked down, using the one-eyed man as a cushion. Damn it! Who the hell is causing trouble? Don't they know whose turf this is? A passerby roared in anger, propping himself up and looking back. The one-eyed man slapped him, knocking him unconscious, and then shouted, "Damn, don't just stand there. We've run into tough opponents. Come help." In the VIP booth, the other 5 rushed over for surrounding Wang Jun, and one helping up the one-eyed man. Seeing a fight about to break out, the surrounding crowd immediately became agitated. Fight! Fight harder! Hush, can you do that? Why not have a one-on-one fight? What a handsome young man. Don't let the sisters down. Take these prosthetic dogs down. Fights in bars are always so lively. The eyes of the onlookers hid an indescribable fervor. Wang Jun did not like their eyes, filled with beastliness and chaos, devoid of any human kindness. Especially in the luxurious booth, the young man in a white suit glanced over, pushing up his glasses with his index finger, a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze was like a cat looking at a mouse, carrying an indescribable sense of superiority that made one feel disgusted. As if sensing Wang Jun's gaze, the young man in white raised his wine glass in a toast, then drained the bright red wine. Wang Jun was preoccupied with the pursuit of Lin Yuwei and the others, silently counting down. 240, 239, 238. He understood that he had to leave quickly. The noisy sounds filled his ears as Wang Jun slightly adjusted his breathing. Then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, his dark, shining pupils radiating a brilliant blue light. Huh. The young man in white seemed to sense some subtle change and instructed the burly man in black beside him. Go, check who that newcomer is. The one-eyed man questioned, what did you do to the 3 little ones? Wang Jun couldn't be bothered to respond verbally, bending his legs slightly to gather strength for half a second. The faint sound of cracking tiles was drowned out by the booming music. Seizing the king to catch the thief, Wang Jun lunged forward, reaching the one-eyed man, grabbing his mechanical arm and twisting it in the opposite direction. The one-eyed man struggled, his center of gravity rising unconsciously. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jun stepped between the opponent's legs and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! The ground shook violently. The drinks on the nearby glass tables swayed and spilled. Dozens of beer bottles poured out, gathering at Wang Jun's feet. Wang Jun stepped on the one-eyed man, kicking down his 5 companions one after another. The young man in the white suit whistled and stood up to applaud. Clean and neat, little brother has good skills. Wang Jun showed no signs of joy or anger on his face and suddenly said, these 6 wanted to deal with you, and there are 3 more outside on lookout. I've taken care of all of them. The young man in white was momentarily stunned, then returned to normal. Interesting. Is this your letter of introduction? Wang Jun shook his head. No, I have no intention of working for anyone. I just happened to encounter some trouble tonight. Now that I've helped you with a small problem, I hope you can help me with a small favor. It sounded reasonable, and the young man took off his silver-rimmed glasses, hanging them on the inside pocket of his suit, teasingly saying, but what if I say no? Wang Jun stopped speaking, turned around, and began to leave. However, on his path, a handsome young man with green hair leaned against the wall, playing with a nail clipper, radiating an aura that kept strangers at bay. Regulars in the bar cautiously stepped aside, creating a 3-meter diameter empty space in such a crowded environment. The young man in white scoffed, friend, it seems you're really in a hurry. Wang Jun remained non-committal, giving a slight nod. Tonight didn't seem peaceful. What new developments were happening in District 5? The young man in white murmured to himself, abruptly tossing a bottle of red wine. The wine bottle flew through the air, and he said, drink this bottle of wine, and I'll help you. Wang Jun raised his left arm, accurately catching the wine bottle. The bottle bore embossed gold lettering, with the most prominent words reading, Rosa Winery, Crafted Excellence. Below, in smaller font, it stated, produced in June 1541. Wang Jun brought it close to his nose and sniffed. The rich aroma of the wine was exceptionally thick, mingling fruit and wood scents to form a delightful melody that made one's mouth water. Good wine, but I can't drink it. Wang Jun tossed the bottle back. The young man in white was once again astonished, not even looking at the expensive wine bottle. Crack! The bottle hit the ground, shattering and the sweet, blood-red liquid spilled everywhere. My surname is Zhao, and in my life, I've never had something I sent out come back. You're the first one to dare refuse me. The young man in white stepped out of the luxurious booth. The crowd automatically parted to create a wide path. He stood at one end of the path, looking at Wang Jun at the other end, saying, "Friend, aren't you afraid of adding another trouble for yourself tonight? There's only one Zhao family in City 36. Anyone with the surname Zhao is a member of that family. This is a financial conglomerate comparable to the Lin family. Unlike the Lin family's foundation spread across multiple cities, the Zhao family shifted its focus entirely to City 36 over 20 years ago. After years of development, the Zhao family became the local emperor of City 36. It's often said, in City 36, you can offend committee members, but you cannot offend a child with the surname Zhao." Fragments of memory flashed through Wang Jun's mind, but he went against the grain. "To be frank, I didn't like you from the first glance." "What a coincidence." "Neither do I. After all, there's basically no one I like or who likes me in this world." Young Master Zhao spread his hands, seemingly indifferent. Wang Yun continued, "But I can tell that you are one of the most capable people in this bar." "One of?" Young Master Zhao's voice rose a few pitches. Wang Jun pointed at the green-haired youth. "Within 10 steps, he is more dangerous than you." "Oh, you mean he can fight?" Young Master Zhao relaxed his expression, looking unconcerned. "That has never been my strong suit." At this point, he abruptly raised his left arm and extended it outward. A luxurious watch with gold and silver accents displayed on his wrist. Zhao Changqing glanced at the time and reminded, "Friend, you seem to be in a hurry. But if you want me to help you, you should at least let me know your name." "Shang Sen," Wang Yun casually replied. Zhao Changqing's mouth twitched, his eyelids flickered. "Friend, there should be limits to lying. You're just brushing me off. At least take half a second to think about it. What about the most basic respect between people?" Wang Jun remained unmoved, maintaining a poker face. "Tonight, I'll be called Zhang San. By tomorrow morning, as a member of the Zhao family, you'll definitely know who I am. In 10 minutes, I'll know who you are." Zhao Changqing grinned, his finger trembling as he pointed at the green-haired youth. "Zhishuan, do you think this guy is interesting?" The handsome young man with green hair, Zhao Zhishuan, spoke with a lazy tone. "Not bad." "You think it's not bad?" Zhao Changqing rubbed his chin with his thumb, then waved his hand. "Then you take this friend away and help him with this little favor." "Why?" Zhao Zhishuan's mouth slightly opened, his gaze dazed. He paused for 2 seconds, then said, "Okay. Thanks for your hard work, cousin." Zhao Changqing thanked him half-heartedly, put his silver-rimmed glasses back on, and smiled politely. "Zhang San, I hope you can survive tonight. Next time I want to have fun with you. Don't refuse, okay?" Wang Jun subtly rolled his eyes, calmly saying, "I'll accompany you to the end." Chapter 8. The Pain of Evolution. Unmentionable Peculiarities. Inside the Gunflower Bar, back kitchen area, Zhao Zhishuan opened an inconspicuous storage room and pressed his palm against a blank spot in the center of the wall. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of electrical sounds, a fluorescent handprint appeared out of nowhere on the wall. "Handprint verification successful. Opener, Zhao Zhishuan." Faint green fluorescent text floated by his mechanical gear, sounds emitted from within the wall. The seemingly seamless wall moved apart, opening a narrow door wide enough for one person to pass through. Zhao Zhishuan stepped in first, followed closely by Wang Jun. Soon, the two entered a downward staircase passage, and after about 10 steps, the surrounding space opened up. In the middle of the path was a water channel over 2 meters wide, filled with murky water, excrement, and various unidentifiable trash. A foul odor wafted through the air, and the sound of squeaking rats came from the dark depths, making everything quite unpleasant. If you want to leave the city, this sewer is the best route. Zhao Zhishuan covered his nose and handed over a sewer route map. The red circle marked your current location, while the red line indicated the exit route. Upon reaching the red cross, you would see an old iron bar elevator. Walk in, enter the password 666, and you can leave City 36 and reach the wilderness. When did I say I wanted to leave? Wang Yun retorted. Whether you leave or not is up to you, but I advise you not to wander around. There are bad things hidden in the sewers of City 36. If you disturb those guys, no matter how good you are, you will only meet your death. With that, Zhao Zhishuan turned and walked up the stairs. disappearing into the narrow passage. Wang Jun checked the paper. It seemed fine, but he couldn't confirm if there were any other invisible substances attached. After spending 5 seconds committing the map to memory, he discarded the sewer route map. The distant sound of footsteps echoed in the sewer. Before long, Wang Jun had already left. Zhao Zhishuan re-emerged from the passage, wearing a pair of monocles, showing no sign of discomfort from the sewer odor. He saw the green fluorescent traces displayed on the mirror. Following the traces, he reached the edge of the water channel. The green fluorescence finally vanished into the channel, drifting away and fading. This person is exceptionally cautious. Zhao Zhishuan squinted. Perhaps he wouldn't believe the route we provided. Behind him, a voice came from the dim passage. No problem. We will get his information soon. Let's go up and drink while we wait. Brother, I don't understand. Why not just keep him here? Keep him? That would be pointless. Zhao Chongqing's half-face emerged, his eyes glowing red behind silver-rimmed glasses. Such an interesting person is rare in City 36. Let him shine a bit and see what he is made of. The two talked as they returned to the bar. Just as the hidden door closed, Zhao Chongqing's phone suddenly rang. After answering, a furious female voice came through the receiver. Zhao, do you have any idea what you've done? Zhao Chongqing laughed in anger. First, he encountered the oddball Wang Jun, and now there was someone even more reckless. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to call me by name? Can't you recognize your aunt's voice? The furious female voice turned into a sarcastic laugh with a hint of charm. Then come to the hall and see who I really am. The term I was particularly intimate, too familiar. Zhao Chongqing gasped and quickly covered the phone, signaling Zhao Zhishuan with his eyes. Damn, it's the Lin family's tigress. How did she get our bodyguard's number? Could it be that the Lin family has allied with others to declare war on us? Zhao Zhishuan said uncertainly. On the phone, the furious female voice rose by 80 degrees. Are you out of your mind? Stop guessing and quickly send someone to stop the person you just let go. Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Zhishuan exchanged glances, tacitly looking at the closed hidden door. At that moment, aggressive footsteps reached the kitchen door. The sound of footsteps echoed, and then a kick slammed against the door, separating it from the frame and crashing to the ground. A petite figure, Lin Yue, stood at the door with a fierce expression. Quickly tell me how you let that person go. Zhao Chongqing forcibly changed the subject. Lin Yue, don't take yourself too seriously. This is City 36, and no one speaks to me in that tone. A useless person who can't be extraordinary. Just knows how to waste time every day. What is so great about that? Lin Yue stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Chongqing by the collar. The woman, less than 6 meters tall, lifted the man over 8 meters off the ground by one arm. The first thought that came to the man's mind was embarrassment. Zhao Chongqing's face turned pale as he questioned, Are you ready for war if you touch me? Do you think you're worthy? Lin Yue sneered, Zhao family's little seventh. Do you remember how long you've been in Zone 3? Do you dare return to Zone 1? Do you dare to see your old man? Nearby, Zhao Zhishuan, unable to tolerate it any longer, made a bold move. 2 willow-shaped energy blades sliced through the air, one aimed at Lin Yue's neck and the other at her wrist. Lin Yue remained unmoved, calmly saying, 4th, 5th. In the next second, the 4th, with skin as black as iron, blocked Zhao Zhishuan's energy blade, striding forward aggressively. The 5th supported the 4th, hiding in Zhao Zhishuan's blind spot, each holding a ball of yellow-green paralyzing gas. The 3 exchanged blows in the kitchen, with no clear winner. Lin Yue seized the opportunity to press Zhao Chongqing for answers. Tell me, how did you let that person go? Zhao Chongqing sneered and turned his head to look at the ceiling. Lin Yue tightened her left fist and struck out forcefully. Bang! The silver-rimmed glasses shattered, and Zhao Chongqing's left eye socket gained a black eye. Will you say something? Lin Yue asked again. Zhao Chongqing gritted his teeth and said hatefully, No, you deserve a beating. Lin Yue raised her fist again and struck Zhao Chongqing's right eye socket. Both eyes were swollen and red, tears instinctively filling his eyes. Zhao Chongqing tilted his head back, not allowing the tears to fall. Lin Yue seemed to have found Zhao Chongqing's weakness, shouting, Cry for me. With those words, her fist came down. Zhao Chongqing was punched in the nose, causing a crack, and blood and mucus flowed uncontrollably from his nose, tears pouring down his face like a broken dam. Damn it, Lin Yue, remember this humiliation. I will repay it one day. One day, huh? Lin Yue slapped Zhao Chongqing's cheek, not giving him a chance to speak, then turned and slapped the other side of his face. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slaps echoed crisply and loudly, resonating inside and outside the kitchen. Even the customers in the bar's front hall noticed. Several onlookers squeezed in and were immediately shocked to see young master Zhao being humiliated, frozen in place like a stunned chicken. Zhao Chongqing roared, "Look, all of you, just remember this. After today, you won't have any eyes left." The onlookers trembled and hurriedly rolled out, panicking as they crashed through the door of the Gunflower Bar. In the dance floor, almost everyone saw the scene. Their curiosity was piqued, but due to Zhao Chongqing's oppressive presence, no one dared to step forward. Lin Yue lifted Zhao Chongqing like a chick, revealing that you also fear losing face. As she spoke, she tugged at Zhao Chongqing's collar and walked towards the kitchen door. "If you don't speak, I will completely ruin your reputation in Zone 3. Aren't you good at being a turtle? Perfect. Go down to Zone 2 and mix with them. Maybe those dangerous folks in Zone 7 will suit your temperament more." Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yue's pace was slow, giving Zhao Chongqing plenty of time to think. Zhao Chongqing looked at Zhao Zhishuan. Zhao Zhishuan, facing the combined forces of the 4th and 5th, barely held a slight advantage. But it was meaningless, because Zhao Chongqing knew that Lin Yue must be stronger than her subordinates. This crazy woman is notoriously ruthless. Not only does she possess great strength, but she also dislikes following rules. The polite methods used among wealthy families are, in her eyes, nothing but nonsense. Zhao Chongqing bit her tongue, using the pain to force herself to calm down. "I say," recognize the situation. Lin Yue gracefully withdrew her slender wrist, allowing Zhao Chongqing to stand properly, and smiled amicably. "Stop it, 4th and 5th. The 4th and 5th obeyed the order, and each took a step back. However, Zhao Zhishuan was relentless. "You think nothing happened just because my brother was hurt?" His eyes burst with a greenish glow, and he unleashed a fierce attack, continuously flicking his fingers to release a barrage of willow leaf energy blades. The 5th's face changed dramatically, his pupils constricting. "We're going to die." The 4th, covered in steel-like skin, could protect himself but was too late to shield the 5th. As the 5th was about to be torn apart, Lin Yue swung her arm and shot out a remnant shadow. It was a dagger, enveloped in a shimmering white energy. A faint dragon's roar echoed. The white energy exploded on impact, perfectly countering each willow leaf energy blade. "Enough, Zhishuan, stop attacking," Zhao Chongqing said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhishuan's poised attack abruptly halted, maintaining his forward stance. "All right, I'll listen to my brother." He closed his eyes, and the green glow in his eyes gradually dissipated beneath his eyelids. The glimmer of blue in his eyes resembled a Rakshasa. Indeed, he was the most promising of the younger generation of the Zhao family. That burst of power, just now, was truly impressive. Lin Yue praised, then shook her head. "What a pity, you are following a waste." Zhao Zhishuan suddenly opened his eyes, wanted to argue. Zhao Chongqing frowned, subtly shaking his head. Seeing his brother's action, Zhao Zhishuan lowered his head, staring intently at the ground. The glow in his eyes was worthless. The true genius of the Zhao family was the Shura with crimson eyes, a once-in-500 years talent. "My brother is not a waste. He is a true genius. You all just don't understand." Lin Yue retrieved her dagger and said, "No more nonsense. How did you let the person go? Honestly, tell me. I don't have time to continue wasting with you. Too much time has already been wasted." Following this, both sides had a brief negotiation, and Zhao Chongqing opened a hidden door leading to the sewer. Lin Yue led her team in. Besides the 4th and 5th, there were also 100 well-equipped, highly trained special forces from the Red Umbrella Company. When the hidden door closed again, only Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Zhishuan remained in the kitchen. The two brothers looked at each other, and suddenly, Zhao Chongqing knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands. "Close the door. Quickly close the door." Zhao Zhishuan responded lightly, lifting the door and pressing it back against the wall. He braced his back against the wooden door and said, "Brother, when will your evolution's pain be healed? I don't want you to be treated as a waste by others anymore. Soon. I just need the last portion of the holy blood of all spirits. Once absorbed, my red eyes will be under my control," Zhao Chongqing said, every word trembling. Healing the quirk is the priority. Zhao Zhishuan sighed softly, his face full of pain. He could only watch helplessly as his brother crawled on the ground, frantically tearing at his clothes. So good, so good, so good. Being scolded and beaten is just so good. Zhao Changqing's face was flushed, as if he had drunk 3 gin of white liquor, followed by a bottle of red wine, plus 3 cans of beer. Zhao Changqing, lying on the ground, twisted his body madly, occasionally rubbing his face against the floor. His once pristine white suit was now stained black. Not enough, still not enough. Zhao Changqing flipped over, lying on his back, and said, "Little brother, quickly find some vegetables and fruits and throw them hard at me." Zhao Zhishuan looked at Zhao Changqing's eager face, unable to tell if his brother was naturally this pathetic or suffering from the pain of evolution. He only remembered that when they were very young, his brother was undoubtedly the pride of the Zhao family. Their grandfather, father, and uncles all had high hopes for him. However, when he was 15, his brother awakened his extraordinary powers and gained the same crimson Shura eyes as their ancestors who were renowned 500 years ago. The family was shocked, sealed the news, and did not inform the world. However, gaining extraordinary abilities came at a cost. It was a bargaining chip gifted by fate and also a shackle for extraordinary beings, known as the pain of evolution. Zhao Changqing's pain of evolution was a peculiar psychological quirk. In trendy young people's terms, Zhao Changqing was in the late stage of twitch. Every bit of humiliation he suffered would become nourishment for his strength. Yet he was the most brilliant star of the Zhao family, and his grandfather was the head of the family, which made it very unbearable. Despite many efforts and engaging countless powerful individuals, no one could cure Zhao Changqing's psychological quirk, because once the quirk was treated, his extraordinary abilities would fade. But how could someone without extraordinary abilities become the head of the Zhao family? The deadlock was ultimately resolved when Zhao Changqing was allowed to fend for himself. It was only in the last 3 years that Zhao Changqing contacted blood source hunters in the wilderness and began absorbing the holy blood of all spirits, gradually gaining control over the crimson Shura eyes. After a moment, Zhao Changqing finished his episode and lay weakly on the ground. Zhao Zhishuan suddenly spoke up. "Brother, do you want power, or do you want to cure your quirk?" "Only children make choices," Zhao Changqing chuckled. "Little brother, we are both adults now. But the holy blood of all spirits cannot cure your quirk. It can only stabilize your powers. With power, I can return to the family and seize the authority that rightfully belongs to me. With power, I can gather broader resources, and I will eventually find a way to resolve the pain of evolution." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came. Zhao Zhishuan helped Zhao Changqing say, "My brother is resting. If you have something to say, say it outside the door." Outside, a burly man in black stood respectfully. His subordinate had checked the man's information. His name was Wang Jun, affiliated with the Red Umbrella Company, and he was a researcher. He had been employed for over 2 years and had interned in multiple departments. His longest tenure was in the logistics weapons department, and recently, due to good performance, he was transferred to the Lingyun Ecology Project team. Zhao Changqing opened his eyes, sitting up straight suddenly. Lingyun Ecology. Outside, the subordinate provided a definite answer. "It's the project led by Mr. Chinyame." "Oh no, little brother." Zhao Changqing turned his head with a bitter smile. "We might have let a big fish go." Zhao Zhishuan's mouth twitched slightly, reassuringly saying, "Letting him go is still fine. At least he didn't fall into the hands of the Lin family, which is a blessing." "What did you direct him?" "Escape route number 8, straight to the wilderness. Send a team to intercept him." Zhao Changqing hesitated for 2 seconds, then continued, called to inform the old man. "Brother hasn't called home for 3 years. Has he thought it through?" Zhao Zhishuan's mouth curved into a smile, feeling a bit happy. "What should I say on the phone?" After pondering for a moment, Zhao Changqing said, "Tell the old man directly that the Lin family is paying close attention to a researcher from the Lingyun Ecology Project team." Chapter 9. Multiple parties involve year 1573 of the star calendar, February 21st. Late at night, 3 a.m., city number 36, District 1. The Zhao family mansion received a long-awaited phone call. Little Seven from the big house finally dares to call. "Pick it up and let this old man hear what he has to say." In the dim, quiet room, the over-a-century-old family head Zhao Xiuhua, with white hair and beard, sat cross-legged on a jade cushion. As his words fell, a projection screen appeared on the wall ahead. Zhao Zhishuan's half-length image appeared on it. Seeing that tuft of green hair, Zhao Xiuhua frowned and said, "Why is it you? Why isn't Changqing calling himself? Great uncle, as you know, my brother's old problem has flared up. It's not convenient for him to video call you right now," Zhao Zhishuan explained. Still unable to solve it. Sigh, poor Changqing. Zhao Xiuhua shook his head and sighed. "Speak, he asked you to contact the family. It must be something important." Zhao Zhishuan replied with an briefly describing what had happened that night and emphasizing Lin You's importance to Wang Jun. After Zhao Xiuhua finished listening, he said calmly, "I understand. You shouldn't get too involved in this matter. Lingyun Ecology's waters run deep and have already attracted the attention of major forces within City Number 36. But there are no buts. There may be some unspoken rules among the financial magnates that can protect their direct lineages, but in the face of absolute interests, any rule can be broken and then re-established. Is Lingyun Ecology really that important? It is even more important than you can imagine." Zhao Xiuhua's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and he revealed a little. "You and your brother must not spread this." Zhao Zhishuan nodded vigorously. Zhao Xiuhua slowly said, "The reason our Zhao family relocated to City No. 36 is that it was once an important site from the last era. Inside, there are many mysterious technologies that cannot be made public, and very few in the world can decipher them. However, Mr. Qinyang Mei is indeed a rising star in the scientific community. He has become an expert in developing mysterious technologies in less than 10 years in City Number 36. And the most critical point he has identified is Lingyun Ecology. Lingyun Ecology is closely related to the extraordinary aspects of life and is also the reason for the emergence of numerous mutants in the wilderness. It is the key to evolution, as well as a box of destruction. Whoever can fully decipher Lingyun Ecology will be able to control the future. But if the analysis is incorrect, the result will be catastrophic." Zhao Zhishuan was dumbfounded and turned to look aside. Zhao Xiuhua didn't need to ask more. He could see that Zhao Changqing was standing beside Zhao Zhishuan, deliberately hiding out of the camera's view. "Changqing, you like to take unconventional approaches, and many times they yield surprising results. But Lingyun Ecology is of great importance. I sincerely advise you, don't wade into these muddy waters this time. You two should take good care of yourselves and pretend that nothing happened tonight." Outside the camera, Zhao Changqing's annoyed voice came through the screen. "I wasn't planning to get involved in the first place. You old man said all this. Isn't it just telling us we have to go?" Zhao Xiuhua stroked his white beard and smiled without speaking. Zhao Changqing's half-head appeared at the edge of the screen, his eyes full of disdain. "Tonight, my brother and I won't get involved. After all, that friend is indeed quite interesting. Changqing has always had a high opinion of himself, and very few can stand up to him. Aside from the little tigress from the Lin family's third branch that he likes, it seems he hasn't cared for anyone else. Wang Jun is just an ordinary researcher. Is it really necessary?" Zhao Xiuhua nodded. "All right, if you're not going, I'll send the family elite. But you two should know which route he will take when you send him off, right?" Without thinking, Zhao Zhishuan was about to say the escape route number 8. Suddenly, Zhao Changqing covered his brother's mouth, shaking his head with a smile. "That person is exceptionally cautious. He definitely won't choose the route we provide." "Don't want to say." Zhao Xiuhua's eyes deepened slightly with an unexpected look. "Saying it would just waste the chance between me and him and would be equivalent to throwing a smoke bomb for the family disciples. Why bother?" Zhao Changqing spread his hands, indicating it was better not to say. The sewer was filled with unbearable foul air. Lin You's expression was ordinary, as if she had no sense of smell. Even though she had received special training, walking along the filthy waterway still made her feel nauseous. "It stinks so damn much," Old Four said with a disgusted face, covering his mouth and nose. Beside him, Zhang squinted his eyes. "Is it? I actually find it quite comfortable, relaxed, and at ease, like returning to a long-lost home." Old Four rolled his eyes at Zhang. "Your nose is defective. Everyone in our team knows that." Lin Yue rarely agreed. Old Five is so happy, which shows that the stench here exceeds the usual. As she spoke, she stopped and turned to a special forces soldier. "You take off your helmet." The soldier immediately took off his mask helmet and handed it over. After Lin Yue put it on, her furrowed brow immediately relaxed. Old Four followed suit and beckoned to another Special Forces soldier. The soldier ignored him. Haha, Old Four is just seeking his own misfortune. He looked pitifully at Lin Yue. Lin Yue said, give him one. Upon hearing this, the second Special Forces soldier took off his mask. Old Four happily received it, put on, and took several deep breaths, as if trying to expel all the foul air from his lungs. Boss, the sewer in city number 36 is too big. How should we find it? Lin Yue smiled slightly, took out her smartphone, and said, call for help. 5 minutes later, 3,000 elite special forces from the Viper Department entered the sewers of city number 36. They were nominally affiliated with the Red Umbrella Company, but were actually the private armed forces of the Lin family. On the other side, sensing the anomaly, Zhao Xiuhe would not let the opportunity slip away easily, directly dispatching the Zhao family's secret armed unit, codenamed Chuyun Longxi. This unit was Zhao's ace, developed over 20 years. The total number of the unit was 300, not one more or one less, using an elimination system to ensure that every member of Chuyun Longxi was among the elite. They were skilled in assassination, firearms, combat, communications, and driving, among other specialties. Even more astonishingly, among the 300 people in the team, more than 30 were extraordinary beings, achieving an impressive ratio of 10:1. While the two families were making moves, the other financial magnates in city number 36 had not yet noticed, but it had alarmed the Red Umbrella Company's rival, the Black Blade Alley. In District 7, Black Blade Alley, the alley was narrow and rough. Deep in the alley, there was an old video store without a sign hanging on the door. Suddenly, a pale, ghostly hand reached out from the bottom of the door gap. A rusty metal plate turned with difficulty, and the roller shutter was lifted a little. A man with braided hair bent over and squeezed outside. The night wind was biting. He wrapped his arms around his chest, tightened his long black coat, and sighed, every time it comes to crawling through the sewers, it's just my damn luck. Meanwhile, Wang Jun had traveled 3 kilometers in the sewer. He followed the red line's instructions, moving along without any surprises. The materials at hand were indeed limited, so he could only set a few simple traps to give them some misdirection. However, a scene emerged in Wang Jun's mind. Lin Yue using gamma light mist to reverse engineer his position. The opponent was not to be underestimated. If the misdirection he provided was too obvious, she would instead not believe it. At this moment, Wang Jun was running while thinking in reverse. Lin Yue's personality traits were very clear. Smart, confident, capable, and ruthless. She was a clever person who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Such people have a huge flaw, arrogance. Because she is smart enough, she tends to believe in her deductions. How can I set up a multi-layered trap to make Lin Yue misjudge my location? Wang Jun's mind raced, and he whispered to himself. Suddenly, his smartwatch beeped twice, followed by a light, childlike voice. What a joke. Those traps you set are worthless in the face of a sea of people. Wang Yun, height. You probably don't even know what kind of situation you're facing, do you? Wang Yun. He looked down at his wrist, reacting within 0.2 seconds. He took off the watch, charged it, aimed at the water channel, and prepared to throw it hard. Wait, what are you doing? You're just going to throw the watch away without asking anything? The voice from the smartwatch was laughing angrily. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, still maintaining the throwing posture, and asked, are you human? Whether I'm human or not doesn't matter. What's important is that I, Lord Qi, can help you escape. All right, thank you. Wang Jun rolled his eyes, his face seemingly written with the words, I don't believe you. In the virtual space, the sky was blue, and the waves were rolling. Qi lay back on a beach chair, sensing Wang Jun's physical changes through the smartwatch's body detection. His heartbeat was calm, with no joy of rescue. This guy doesn't believe me at all. Qi had a judgment in his heart and immediately made the most appropriate explanation for the current situation. The smartwatch once again emitted a childish voice. Don't be in a hurry to throw away the watch. Let me explain a bit. Okay, Wang Yun nodded. Hee. You must be very curious about who I am. Wang Jun shook his head, raised his index finger, and said one word. Qi was momentarily speechless, and millions of unique insults flashed through the intelligent brain in an instant. After a brief pause, Qi forcibly suppressed his anger and said, "A Yao asked me to come." Wang Jun furrowed his brow deeply, the crease in his forehead resembling a river character. "Qi, don't believe me?" Wang Jun, "No, I believe it. The previous A Yao was indeed very abnormal. She is clearly no longer a simple artificial intelligence." "Qi, oh, you can see that?" Wang Jun, "From what I understand, A Yao has no combat capability. She only exists in the virtual network. What I see is merely a holographic projection. So the scene where she almost directly influences reality can only be attributed to a powerful external force." She was proud and couldn't wait to boast about himself. That's right. At that time, she had no way out, filled with sadness and helplessness. It was the great Qi who discovered it while messing around in the network. And then the divine intervention occurred. That helmet and those two mechanical arms broke apart with a kapow. Isn't that impressive? Actually, it just burst through with information flow, and the electronic components couldn't withstand it, so they naturally fell apart. The smartwatch's screen synchronized with a comical dog face. Wang Jun suddenly tightened his grip on the smartwatch, the immense force making his palm feel like a tiger's claw. The glass lens of the watch face cracked with fine lines. "Damn, are you a bit off in the head, human? What are you thinking? Great Qi is here to save you, you understand?" Wang Jun said. "Sorry, your expression was too mocking. I couldn't hold back." Qi was silent for half a second and said, "It does seem a bit like that." Then, it awkwardly changed the subject. "Let me introduce myself. I am the great-grandfather of artificial intelligence, with the single name Qi." The screen displayed the character Qi to prevent Wang Jun from misreading it. In this life and the last, he had never encountered a being with such excessive self-awareness. It was like a little kid who hadn't grown up. Wang Jun couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Qi asked. Wang Jun shook his head, "Nothing." "Go on. A Yao entrusted you to help me. So what kind of help can you provide?" Great Qi is omnipotent. Wherever there is a network, there is a supreme deity. As Qi was about to enter chatter mode, Wang Jun quickly interrupted. "No need for the fluff. Give me something practical. I need to find a safe place in the city. Where would be most suitable?" Looking at your route, aren't you going to the wilderness outside the city?" "No. This 3-kilometer journey is just a maze. The place I really want to go is not outside the city." "Oh, the most dangerous place is the safest place." "What do you mean?" "I'm not familiar with the wilderness. Going there recklessly is risky. Staying in city number 36 is much more appropriate." "I see. In city number 36. Which of the 9 districts do you want to stay in?" "The upper third district is for the privileged, the middle third belongs to the rich, while the lower third is quite chaotic with various factions mixed in. I want to find a hiding place in the lower third." "Understood. There's a place that should be suitable for you." "Where?" "District 7, Black Edge Alley." "Black Edge Alley, sound familiar. What's special about it?" "Special of course it's special. Because of the existence of the boss behind Black Edge Alley, the entire lower third of city number 36 is what it is. Several major conglomerates cannot invade on a large scale and can only cultivate their factions in the dark. Seems quite reliable. Of course, the Red Umbrella Company's branch in city number 36 is a dead enemy of Black Edge Alley. As a researcher carrying a huge secret, if you go to Black Edge Alley, their boss will definitely welcome you. I can go, but I need a specific route map. If I give it to you, will you really believe it? Let Yao talk to me once, and I'll believe it." Half a minute later, after Wang Jun finished talking with Yao, they casually chatted for a few moments and then said goodbye again. Qi seemed particularly excited, feeling like there were 10,000 dogtail grasses itching in his heart. People and artificial intelligence. Wang Jun was definitely not normal. He really treated Yao like a person. Could it be that Yao had thus broken free from the confines of the rules and gained a mind? "What are you waiting for?" "The terrain map." Wang Jun tapped the smartwatch. She seemed to know how to increase its kind, feeling quite pleased and completely indifferent to Wang Jun's commands. The watch face displayed a vertical mini light screen, about 10 centimeters in length and width. A precise map of the sewer appeared, much more detailed than what Wang Jun had seen before. A light blue line connected the current location with the target location. She added, "When you see drain number 3, you're not far from safety, but that will be your most dangerous time." Wang Yun, "Why?" "Qi, because there are too many corpses in that area, which can easily cause congestion. Most of the sewer cleaners are lurking around there. Chapter 10. What does it mean to be valued? Sewer cleaners are a type of automated mechanical device with various forms. Smaller ones are human-sized, replacing the previous sanitation workers. The largest ones resemble special trains in the sewer, racing along the water channels and sweeping up any garbage in the sewer. She explained in detail for a moment, and then said, "Your importance has been magnified to the extreme because Lin Yue believes that the chip you took hides significant secrets of the Ling unicology." Wang Jun, I'm shocked. He clearly remembered the thing integrated into his left eyeball. She saw Wang Jun's gaze wandering, as if in a daze, and immediately laughed out loud. Scared silly, huh? All the data of Ling unicology is hidden in a storage chip, and now you are misunderstood as having obtained the chip. What do you think the Red Umbrella Company will do to capture you? Wang Jun snapped back to reality, secretly thinking, this is not a misunderstanding. Cough, cough. Wang Jun cleared his throat and started running, putting the smartwatch back on his left wrist. What are you waiting for? Quickly, just give me directions. Chi teased. I thought you weren't afraid. Now you know the seriousness of the situation, right? At this moment, Wang Jun maintained a sprinting speed of 100 meters. Showing no signs of fatigue, he said, Ling unicology is just a level 1 project. I don't know if the company will take me seriously as a researcher suspected of obtaining the chip, but Lin Yue definitely has thoughts on it. She scoffed and then said, you can guess how many people she has called. If I were her, I would call upon all the resources I could access. Oh, you can guess that? It's not a guess, it's a deduction. The basis? The basis is my understanding of Ling unicology. I once heard Mr. Qinyang may say that once the secrets of Ling unicology are deciphered, it will help humanity reach the end of evolution, which is the ultimate temptation of immortality for every living being. Hearing Wang Jun mention immortality, Qi seemed to become interested, and his speech became more abundant. Research materials related to immortality are enough to drive the upper echelons of the conglomerates crazy. You might not know, but so far, how many elderly leaders of the conglomerates are aging, yet are using technology and sinister means to prolong their lives. Suddenly, Qi laughed heartily, the laughter echoing through the amplifier of the smartwatch, resonating back and forth in the empty sewer, forming overlapping echoes. Ha 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 ha. The sound traveled from near to far, overlapping like it was being amplified. Originally, it could only convey a distance of 20 to 30 meters, but now it could extend for hundreds of meters. Wang Jun looked down and cursed, quickly covering the smartwatch with his palm. Qi, I'm currently running for my life, laughing so loudly. Do you want me to dive faster and intentionally expose my whereabouts? Qi pondered for half a second and shouted with a cute but fierce tone. Who are you calling? Kid, remember to use a respectful title when addressing me, like Master Qi or Grandpa Qi. Wang Jun said, Okay, Qi. Qi, try calling me that again. No problem, Qi. Wang Jun nodded. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The smartwatch sparked and projected a light screen magnified 10 times. In a 1-meter-wide light screen, a giant panda face occupied most of the screen, and in the lower right corner was a furry paw. Wang Jun saw the paw flip over, with the paw pads facing up, slowly closing in. See that? Master Qi's fists are clenched. The consequences are severe. Running continuously, Wang Jun reached out and poked the light screen. Are you Qi? The real one is here. What do you want? Qi's face suddenly pulled back, revealing its entire body, with both paws held in front of its chest, tightening. The light screen automatically added sound effects. Crack, crack. If you call me again, both of Master Qi's fists will be clenched. Before it finished speaking, Wang Jun poked Qi's 2 hind paws in the light screen. It's fine, there are still 2 paws. We can talk when they're both clenched. Qi's mouth twitched, and the cute, fierce panda face instantly changed. The vivid facial features disappeared, replaced by a simple sketch of a defeated face. The mouth drawn with 2 lines drooped down, with a distinctive droplet of saliva at the corner, and 2 dead fish eyes rolled up with the words Abba written right in the middle of its forehead. Wang Jun was startled and complained, Do we even have emojis in this era? The next moment, Qi's face changed back, clicking its tongue. Now you know how powerful Master Qi is, right? Yeah, powerful, the most powerful. Wang Yun casually replied, tightly closing his mouth and pretending to conserve energy. Time passed second by second, and the atmosphere in the sewer changed. The rotten, foul smell gradually dissipated. and parallel scratches appeared on both walls, with the air tinged with a sweet smell of blood. Wang Jun's feet felt a rhythmic vibration through his boots. Rumbling, 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 rumbling. He reached out to grab at the floating dust. What is this? Chi, the cleaner is coming. Your luck is really bad. You haven't even approached drain number 3, and you already encountered a giant cleaner. After a brief pause, Chi's tone became unusually serious. Next, do as I say, and you might still escape with your life. Wang Jun nodded, running at a speed of over 10 meters per second, comparable to the top athletes among normal humans. The wind whooshed past his ears, and Wang Jun experienced the extraordinary charm once again. He hadn't truly become an extraordinary being yet. He had merely awakened, and his physique had undergone a tremendous change. This running speed was something he had never experienced before. Not bad running speed, you shouldn't die. Chi commented, then said, run straight for 300 meters, then turn right, continue straight for 50 meters, then turn left. Wang Jun took it seriously and sprinted forward. When he reached the first corner, Wang Jun glanced back. The mud-gray steel cleaner had a circular hole at the front of its head, resembling the mouth of some kind of worm, with sharp steel spikes lining the inside and outside in 3 circles. The garbage scattered in the sewer was sucked into the giant mouth, turning to powder in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Jun's forehead. If that thing swallowed him, he feared he would be reduced to scraps of meat and bones. He maintained his speed and ran with all his might, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Wait a minute. If Lin Yue believes I have the storage ship for the Lingyun ecological project hidden on me, why would she directly deploy such a massive weapon? Isn't she afraid the storage chip would also be turned into scraps? Chi, because that chip uses very special technology. If you turn to scraps, it won't be damaged at all. Wang Jun, that's not scientific. He had just crossed over and hadn't fully understood the technology of the current world. Fragments of memories floated through his mind, including a term, virtual real conversion. This was a brand new technology that allowed the conversion between matter and energy. It had just been researched for less than 2 years, and major cities hadn't widely applied it yet. But Chen Yangmei was the creator of this technology and had attempted to manufacture a storage chip. Wang Jun suddenly understood why the company executives believed that the storage chip left by Chen Yangmei had issues. The chip was protected by special technology, and the data stored inside must be anything but ordinary. Top, 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 top. Wang Jun's footsteps echoed densely in the empty sewer. The sensor on the cleaner's head synchronized to capture the sound and transmitted images of Wang Jun running. Thousands of meters away, at the other end of the sewer, Lin Yue, wearing a mask with black glass lenses covering her eyes, smirked and pressed the communication button on the edge of her mask, entering the wireless communication channel. Found it. The target is in Area 32. All personnel are accounted for. Tighten the encirclement. Be aware of the target's abilities. He can merge into the water. And we must ensure that there are large cleaners at the back of every passage, always on standby, to prevent the target from escaping through the sewage. In the communication channel, the leaders of each team responded in succession, and then over 3,000 elite security personnel from the Viper department began to take action. As the orders were given and executed, Chi yawned in boredom. It lay on a lounge chair in cyberspace, poking out a claw with a little nail. Poke, poke, poke again. Chi kept poking multiple times like picking its nose. Suddenly, it shouted, "Bring it here." The claw suddenly retracted, and the tip of the nail was surrounded by a fluorescent green information stream. Chi said with interest, "Little Junjun, Lin Yue has discovered you. She is leading 3,000 elites from the Viper department to surround you. Even if you reach the end point of the route I pointed out, you will ultimately be captured alive by them." Wang Jun remained silent. 50 meters was just a matter of 2 or 3 seconds for him. Turning the second corner, he glanced at the cleaner, and the distance shrank by 13. While running, the vibrations from the ground became clearer. Wang Jun estimated his speed. It seemed a bit lacking, and he would be caught at the next corner. "There's no time. Are you still not giving up?" Chi's tone was full of mockery. "If you just obediently call me Master Chi, we can have a divine intervention to help you deal with that big guy behind you." "No need, I just awakened. I want to test my limits." Wang Jun decisively refused, then immediately closed his mouth, locking his breath and stamina. His already peak speed increased again, 135. The increments were small, but not insignificant. Ordinary people might not be able to accurately identify it, but she was not human. It was artificial intelligence. The precise figures jumped with intervals of 2 at a very fast frequency. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jun's speed increased by 50. His body took on a translucent hue, and all 84,000 pores opened neatly. His sweat evaporated like mist. Damn, are you even human? That speed was already your limit. How can you still increase by 50? The watch's light screen displayed a panda with its mouth wide open, its jaw dropping to the ground. Wang Jun grit his teeth, feeling the soreness and pain radiating from his thighs, calves, and leg bones. He maintained his current speed and continued running, completely unaware that blood was seeping from his nostrils. The cleaner's head camera captured the scene of Wang Jun accelerating. Lin Yue raised her eyebrows and focused her eyes. Did the target have experiences we are unaware of? 3 meters to her side. A Special Forces soldier wearing a full-cover helmet temporarily took the place of Technician Old 3 and reported. The Viper Department has initiated a thorough inspection on the target, confirming 100 that his background is free of any forgery. His birth is entirely clean. Both parents were researchers within the company and were killed during an outdoor wilderness expedition. Later, as a child, the target received funding from the company, studied all the way, and then worked for Lin Yue. She clasped her hands together with her thumbs aligned, the tips pressed against her lips, murmuring, "No abnormalities? That's the biggest anomaly." So many people were affected by the explosion's aftermath of the Ling Yun ecological crystal. Either they died on the spot or mutated into aberrations, and he was the only exception. Lin Yue clearly remembered that tonight. The higher-ups of the Hongshan Company ordered the execution of the cleansing plan. This time, a total of 36 targets were to be cleared, of which 18 were handled by the Viper Department. Among those 18, 6 were resolved by Lin Yue's team. The first 5 had varying degrees of mutation, with 3 unable to form effective combat power, and the other 2 transformed into aberrations, which were also suppressed by Lao Si alone. 3 minutes ago, she received the news. 33 out of the remaining 35 targets were killed. 1 had unusual mutation characteristics and was collected as a specimen by the company. And the last one was a direct descendant of the Su family. The higher-ups of the Hongshan Company were negotiating with the Su family. Based on the known information and Wang Jun's actual performance, Lin Yue firmly believed that the chip was on Wang Jun. How did his running speed compare to that of regular awakened individuals? The technician from the Special Forces answered, "It's better than theirs, even approaching the speed-related abilities of a first-level extraordinary." Lin Yue murmured to herself, "He must be able to evade the cleansers." Lao Si scoffed and muttered, "Boss, don't overestimate that kid. He's up against a supersized cleansers. Even second-level physical specialization extraordinary isn't a match." The big idiot, the target's temperament is cautious, not reckless. He can tell that confronting them isn't wise. He just needs to run to a safe zone. Lao Wu rolled his eyes and interjected, "Let's see if he can outrun them." Lao Si dismissed him. Lao Wu shook his head. "Have you forgotten how your pants got torn? You've already suffered once. Do you dare underestimate him again?" Lao Si's expression darkened, unsure how to retort. Lao Wu fanned the flames. "Oh no, it should be 3 times. There was that time you slipped, and then you got stomped into the ground at the end." "Damn it. Lao Wu, if you can't speak properly, just shut up." Lao Si's face was a mix of green and red, like a monkey's, but that had been beaten unevenly. "All right, stop arguing." Lin Yue shot a sideways glance. Her eyes were calm, like a mirror lake. A sense of looming pressure arose as the storm approached. Lao Si and Lao Wu fell silent and stood straight, not daring to say another word. At that moment, Lin Yue appeared to have a neutral expression, but her heart was filled with murderous intent. Over the past 2 years, she had never used family connections for her missions, but this time, the Viper Department's elite troops were mobilized in a short time, clearly exceeding the authority level of a scion of a financial group. Lao Si and Lao Wu had been with Lin Yue for some time and knew how exaggerated her competitiveness was, even in something as trivial as arm wrestling. She was determined not to lose to the over 2-meter-tall strongman, Lao Si. This time, the massive mobilization for a single target was telling. Her excessively strong sense of pride had accumulated a lot of anger within her. At this moment, Lin Youwei's helmet visor displayed a comparison map of the sewer and the surface of City 36. Her tactical awareness was sharp, analyzing Wang Jun's previous walking route. The first answer was to escape, leaving City 36. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Youwei shook her head, denying herself. She had seen Wang Jun in the apartment and roughly inferred his temperament. He dared to remain silent and wait for the right moment when at a disadvantage. When the opportunity arose, he could bravely go all in, seizing fleeting chances. He was exceptionally patient, calm, cautious, yet not lacking in solitary courage. Moreover, that seemingly blank resume was absolutely inconsistent with his true character. What did this indicate? It indicated that the target was someone who deliberately concealed his true self. If the opponent was also a scion of a financial group, he might become an adversary and not to be underestimated. Lin Youwei suppressed her arrogance and replaced it with empathy. In a different position, would I leave City 36? No, I wouldn't. I had never been to the wilderness and was unfamiliar with it. Not to mention the harsh environment in the wilderness, just a flat terrain. How could humans on the plains outrun armored vehicles and helicopters? Shaking her head, Lin Youwei's gaze fixed on drainage outlet number 3. This drainage outlet corresponded to Zone 3 and was very close to Black Blade Alley in Zone 7. Less than 3 kilometers apart, Black Blade Alley and the Hongshan Company were arch-enemies, and both sides had long viewed each other with disdain. However, both sides were wary of each other's trump cards, which was why urban warfare had not erupted. Lin Youwei had heard elders in her clan mention. The suspected boss behind Black Blade Alley was level 5, with exceptionally bizarre abilities, difficult to kill, and extremely skilled in assassination. This boss was outstanding in ability, but his leadership charm was even more remarkable. No one understood why he could rally those powerful, extraordinary individuals. Although Black Blade Alley did not have many regular forces, it had many experts. Anyone who came out was at least a level 3 extraordinary. Lin Youwei let out a slight breath, clenched her fist, and absolutely could not allow the target to make contact with Black Blade Alley. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "Send the order down. All level 1 extraordinary from the Viper Department on this mission must be mobilized to intercept every route leading to drainage outlet number 3. Chapter 11. Never give up. Even in desperate situations, the cleansers roared to life, rumbling forward. The sewer vibrated constantly, and the dust in the air swirled. The sewage in the water channel splashed like a waterfall. Wang Jun was less than 3 meters ahead of the splashing water, with 6 layers of circular sharp steel spikes behind him. His speed had reached its limit, but it was still not enough to enter the safe zone. Chi seemed worried yet teasing. "Do you really not need Uncle Chi's help? Let me tell you the truth. Even if you run to a safe position, it will already be blocked by Lin Youwei's people. Your chances of escaping are not higher than 0.000001. After a brief pause, Chi smiled and said, "Unless I step in, understand?" Wang Jun shook his head. "I still have a trump card that hasn't been used. Now is just the right time." As he finished speaking, Wang Jun's right eye burst forth with a blue glow. If someone stood opposite him and looked closely, they would see that the pupil of that eye was filled with white foam, as if it contained a fantastical water world. Water spirits, activate! There was no shortage of water in the sewer. Originally all sewage, it was particularly difficult for Wang Jun to manipulate, but under the cleanser's filtration, the sewage in the channel was turning into clean water. The difficulty of Wang Jun's water control suddenly decreased, and his hands instantly turned to transparent watercolor. Joining his hands together, he activated a special energy field through the water spirits, causing at least 100 liters of clean water to burst forth. The cleansers were affected, their vehicles swaying unsteadily, the multi-segmented parts writhing like a centipede. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jun increased the distance to over 5 meters. Immediately afterward, his transparent palms pressed down forcefully. The splashing water droplets did not fall, but rose, slipping through the gaps in the cleanser's chassis and entering the interior. Unlike the specially made steel on the outside, the interior of the cleansers was filled with various interwoven circuits and densely packed microchips. Wang Jun fully activated the water spirits, and countless droplets seemed to come to life, transforming into tadpoles that purposefully rushed towards the chips. Soon, the cleanser's speed dropped again, falling below 20 meters per second. Wang Jun focused his mind, exhaled a breath of foul air, and gathered the strongest explosive power in his thighs. After a moment of silence, he leaped into the air, stepping on the cleanser's head. As his body was about to fall into the giant steel maw, the water surface in the channel suddenly rose, forming a wall of water. Solidly stepping on the wall, Wang Jun used the force to push off, his hamstring and quadriceps bulging with blood, slightly stretching his tight jeans. And the sound of fabric tearing could be faintly heard. Boom! Boom! With a loud splash, Wang Jun shot out like a rocket. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters, rolled to dissipate the impact, and continued rolling on the ground for 5 or 6 times. Temporarily safe, Wang Jun's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Behind him, at the junction of 2 different sewer systems, a massive garbage truck came crashing in. With a loud bang, the oversized metal head smashed into the smaller tunnel entrance. Fragments of the wall and ceiling fell, filling the gap between the metal head and the tunnel entrance. Unless Wang Jun could turn into water and stretch his body into a thin thread, he would never be able to escape. Gee, damn, this works too? I didn't see that coming. Little Jun, you're quite the talent. Wang Jun sat on the ground, panting heavily, too busy to respond. She was about to enter chatter mode when suddenly, the garbage truck's front began to glow. Lin Youwei's holographic image appeared on the ground, as if the real person was present. Wang Jun, right? This is the first time I've referred to a target by name. You should feel honored. Wang Jun furrowed his brow slightly. You need something from me? You are a capable person. Staying in the research department is truly a waste of your talent. Lin Youwei nodded slightly, speaking to herself, escaping the company, entering the sewer, and your performance along the way. You've truly surprised me. I have come to appreciate you a bit. That's useless. Wang Jun shook his head. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Youwei, one of the 2 in this generation of the Lin family who has received the family inheritance. Lin Youwei stepped forward, removed her mask, revealing her confident eyes. Have you considered transferring from the Red Umbrella Company to work for me? Wang Jun, are you trying to protect me? Once you come under my command, you'll be one of us. The Lin family never mistreats its own. You seem unqualified, Wang Jun replied. I might not be enough, but there's my father above me. And if that doesn't work, there's my grandfather. By the way, my grandfather is the current head of the Lin family. Lin Youwei smiled lightly, her brows raised, her charming eyes sparkling. She was arrogant and domineering, yet it felt completely natural, as if she was stating a fact. Wang Jun could sense the depth of the financial conglomerate's power. I advise you not to struggle, and definitely don't think about escaping. You won't have any chance. Lin Youwei extended her right hand, making a gesture for a handshake. I am your last choice. Surrender and wait here, and I guarantee you won't be harmed after capture. Wang Jun performed a fish-like maneuver, flipping up to stand straight, staring at Lin Youwei's holographic projection. She raised her palms slightly, a smile on her lips, like a general who is confident of victory. At that moment, Chi's voice echoed in Wang Jun's ears. What she said is not wrong. According to my calculations, the probability of your successful escape has decreased by 100-fold, practically approaching 0. The best choice now is to surrender. According to Chi's physiological monitoring system, analyzing Lin Youwei's various physical indicators, it was sufficient to conclude that she was not lying and genuinely wanted to recruit him. She's not even here in person. Were you testing? Wang Jun rolled his eyes. Chi seemed to read Wang Jun's thoughts and angrily said, Mortal, you have no idea of my power. This girl and your holographic projection both require electronic devices. Any electronic device in front of me is equivalent to a subordinate. Understand? Wang Jun subtly shook his head. Lin Youwei thought Wang Jun had rejected her and unconsciously spoke with a nasal tone. You really want to refuse me? Wang Jun raised an eyebrow and followed her words, saying, refused. Lin Youwei was stunned for half a second, sighed. What a pity. I thought you were a smart person. Being smart doesn't matter. But I don't like to put my fate in others' hands, Wang Jun said. Lin Youwei slowly shook her head. In life, you have to learn to compromise. Otherwise, how will you survive? Wang Jun replied. Belief and ability are far more reliable than compromise. Lin Youwei's gaze grew colder, her warm smile instantly frozen. her brows furrowing together like two narrow blades aimed at their target. You have a last chance for survival right in front of you, and you don't know how to cherish it. Foolish. The smartwatch displayed a silly expression, and Chi thought to himself, humans are truly strange creatures, always having many incomprehensible individuals. In the virtual space, someone stood upright, hands behind their back, resembling an old cadre. According to probability theory, Wang Jun's choice was exactly what every competent artificial intelligence would avoid. Whispering softly, Chi's panda-like eyes sparkled with bright light. Not far away, Yao said softly, Master, he is definitely different. He's been unlike others since childhood. Chi tilted his head and teasingly replied, Of course he's different. What normal person would get confused with an artificial intelligence? Upon hearing this, Yao's face flushed slightly, suddenly turning around and tossing her head back. Don't say that. I haven't progressed to that step with the master yet. Each word she spoke became quieter. Chi's eyes ignited with gossiping fire, exceedingly vibrant. Hey, don't just say half of it. That's really unethical. Yao ignored him, her figure fading like smoke, disappearing in an instant from the virtual space. Chi huffed twice, stamped his foot, and cursed, Fragmented chapters, may you not die well. On the other side, in the sewer, Lin You's holographic image vanished. Her real self led the 4th and 5th teams, along with 80 elite Viper operatives surrounding Wang Jun. Her bright red lips pursed playfully as she imitated an electronic voice. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yue crossed her arms, making a cross sign. Her eyes filled with both laughter and menace. Wrong choice. Congratulations. This time next year will be your death anniversary. In the vast city number 36. There will be no one to mourn you. Wang Jun shook his head, said nothing more, and with starry, brilliant eyes, he stared straight ahead, his hands placed beside him, palms naturally open. The surface of the sewer began to bubble, and soon after, 2 arms-thick water tornadoes shot up. With a slight grip of his fingers, his fingertips touched the water tornado, and Wang Jun exclaimed a single word, Fight. His voice rang out like golden iron, and the water tornadoes detached from the sewer, whipping like 2 long snakes, sweeping across a 120-degree fan-shaped area 5 meters ahead. 3 elite operatives from the Viper department rushed forward caught off guard, and were struck under the water tornado, instantly knocked unconscious and flipped over. Boom, boom, boom. The wall was dented with 3 human-shaped impressions, resembling distorted art. What guts? Daring to attack first. Lin Yue licked her tongue along her upper lip and waved her hand downwards, intent on killing without mercy. Hearing this, the remaining elite operatives retreated instead of advancing, pulling out their Arrow Dragon Type 7 automatic rifles. This was a special laser weapon capable of effectively harming unconventional forms, such as pure water bodies. 77 lasers were densely arranged, covering every inch of space in front of Wang Jun. Behind him was blocked by the garbage truck, the massive steel maw moving vigorously. Even from several meters away, Wang Jun could still hear the sound of steel spikes clashing. With no way forward and no escape route behind, it seemed like a dead end. Wang Jun showed no signs of giving up, revealing his pure water body. His khaki coat, white shirt, jeans, and boots along with a smartwatch scattered across the ground. Wang Jun flattened himself into a human-shaped pancake, narrowly avoiding the laser barrage. Free fire, eliminate the target. Lin You's expression was indifferent. The movements of the 77 elite operatives were synchronized, precise as machines. Their sights locked onto the puddle on the ground. Just then, Wang Jun emerged from the puddle, leaping into the air, aiming for the sewer. The aiming position adjusted from very low to high in the air, requiring a fraction of a second. Wang Jun needed this almost negligible time difference. The second round of laser fire from the elite operatives nearly grazed his pure water body, but not a single shot hit. Splash! Wang Jun successfully entered the water. Lin You's expression showed no joy or sorrow, her voice calm and her tone cold. The target has been captured. Execute the plan. Lao Wu responded and stepped forward to the edge of the water channel, extending his arms. His 10 fingers opened once again, releasing a thick yellow-black poisonous gas. The density of the gas was higher than that of air, making it heavier. A second later, The poison seeped into the water, and Lao Wu said, "Scorpio no. 7 toxin has been deployed." Lin Yue nodded and snapped her fingers. Lao Si laughed and rushed to Lao Wu's side, staring at the water's surface. His arms revealed steel-like skin, and Lao Si provocatively said, "If you don't cherish the opportunity given by the boss, then just die in regret." At this moment, Lin Yue and the others did not notice a shadow hidden in the corner. It had a human form and wore a warrior's braid, emitting an extremely faint murmuring sound. Not giving up in the face of despair, keeping a calm heart, and finding the only possible way to survive is not bad. Unfortunately, it stops here. How could a researcher know that a giant scavenger would always be accompanied by mechanical fish that feed on carrion? The underwater environment would be even more dangerous than above. Next, it's my turn to showcase real skills. This last sentence was clearly heard by everyone in the sewer. Lin Yue's expression changed slightly, and she shouted, "Who?" "It's me on May," the shadow teased, and then appeared behind Lin Yue. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if Lin Yue's shadow had come to life and transformed into a person with a warrior's braid. Lao Si and Lao Wu were too far away to come to her aid. Lin Yue's hairs stood on end, and she was about to reach behind herself. At that moment, she felt a chill on her neck as a hard and sharp object cut through her skin, and warm blood slowly trickled down. "Don't move, or I'll get scared and my hand will shake." The shadow quickly transformed into a solid figure. It was a man with a dejected expression, looking listless, making it hard to tell if he was young or middle-aged. He had a warrior's braid, wore a long black trench coat, and held a dark blade pressed tightly against Lin Yue's neck. Lin Yue caught a glimpse of the man's features from the corner of her eye and said in a deep voice, "Li Xuanqing, are you really prepared to wade into this murky water?" The daughter of a wealthy family is indeed different. Her words exuded confidence, even with her life in the hands of others. Li Xuanqing slightly adjusted the collar of his trench coat with his left hand, as if he still felt very cold. The blade pressed into Lin Yue's neck by 1 millimeter, and the flow of blood immediately doubled. "Now, order your men to shut down the mechanical fish. I want that little brother to stay alive." Lin Yue sneered, refusing to speak. Li Xuanqing glared and looked at the technician wearing a helmet. "If the little brother in the water dies, she dies." Lin Yue shouted urgently, "The Lin family's disciples never accept threats. Do not stop. If she dies, it will be because you refuse to stop the mechanical fish. What do you think the Lin family will do to you and your friends?" Li Xuanqing shrugged, looking innocent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Cold sweat soaked his forehead, visible even through the glass shield of the helmet. The technician wavered, his right hand moving towards the control screen on his left forearm. "You dare!" Lin Yue coldly huffed. Suddenly, a black shadow rose up like a pure black ribbon, completely covering her mouth. "Hee. I've heard that this generation of the Lin family has tigress. Seeing it today, indeed, it's not like the usual wealthy pigs." Li Xuanqing shukulat, flipping his left-hand palm up, fingers slightly curled inward. Lao Si and Lao Wu thought he was going to attack and turned back towards the Xuanqing. In the next second, the shadows of everyone present danced wildly, and hundreds of pure black hands reached up from the ground. Running Lao Si stumbled and was immediately bound by the pure black hands, pinned to the ground and unable to move. Lao Wu fared even worse, struck in the back of the head by a pure black hand and fainted on the spot. The other dozens of Viper members were even worse off, one by one collapsing to the ground. The technician was bound in a tortoise-shell knot, and a pure black hand took over his task of shutting down the carrion-eating mechanical fish. Today, the little brother in the water must survive, and the blade in Li Xuanqing's right hand never left Lin Yue's neck. Li Xuanqing suddenly leaned in close, asking, "What will you do?" Lin Yue couldn't speak. Her eyes filled with cold light. "Stubborn mule, useless," Li Xuanqing teased, raising his middle finger, then turned to the water's surface. "Little brother, come up. Brother Dust will protect you, totally safe." Wang Jun, with his pure water body, leaned forward, intending to express his gratitude, but caught sight of a fallen Special Forces elite moving. Chapter 12. Close combat. Be careful of ambush. Wang Yun won't. As the words fell, the Special Forces elite's clothes exploded, and from the tattered gaps, white light radiated. The white light formed bizarre creatures of light. Lions, tigers, leopards, and mammoths. They had basic animal forms, but were grafted with golden branches. In an instant, the light creatures surrounded Li Xuanqing. The brilliant light was as dazzling as the sun, filling dozens of meters of the sewer. The shadows met strong light, dissipating like snow under the scorching sun. The black shadow receded, and the black ribbon on Lin Youwei's mouth also disappeared. She sneered, "I've been waiting for you." Li Xuanqing squinted, pressing the blade into Lin Youwei's neck by 1 millimeter. "So what? Your life and death are in my hands. Do you think the dogs raised by the Lin family dare to bite?" In the light, the bald man revealed his form. His upper body was nearly burned away, and his special forces pants were on fire, turning into shorts. His explosive chest muscles were exposed, covered in thick hair. 8 abdominal muscles resembled chocolate, neatly arranged on his pale skin. Upon seeing this person's appearance, Wang Jun recalled fragments of memory. Spartans, commonly seen in cities 24 to 27. They generally had a skin tone leaning towards the Western Caucasian. But the muscular man before him was covered in a pale hue that resembled paint. According to tradition, this represented the battle achievements of Spartan. The more souls he killed, the more pale he became. At this moment, the muscular man extended his hand towards Wang Jun, a massive amount of light swirling around him. Wang Jun's pure water body immediately began to boil. Arms, thighs, torso, head, tiny bubbles covered his whole body. The bubbles, heated by high temperatures, popped and released a large amount of steam. Pain, unprecedented pain. Wang Jun's pure water body turned from transparent to translucent, with his muscles and bones clearly visible through the transparent skin, and even his blood seemed to be boiling. He couldn't utter a word, only gritting his teeth to endure the overwhelming pain that swept through his body and mind. "Li, your words are still so unpleasant." The bare-chested, muscular man raised his right arm, bent his forearm inward, showcasing his explosive biceps. "Have you not heard the ancient saying, 'A good bird chooses the tree to perch on'?" Li Xuanqing opened his right eye. "'Cause you, a third-tier extraordinary being, dare to act against someone who has just awakened for less than an hour?" "'Cause grinned. "It seems I bet right. Li, you shouldn't care so much." After a slight pause, "'Cause confidently displayed his white teeth. "Now you have someone I want to protect, and I have someone you want to take away." Li Xuanqing shook his head, the dark blade tilting upward, pressing against Lin Youwei's throat. "This mission can fail for me, but what about you? If she dies, can you still live?" Kuz fell silent, his left hand moving slightly, pressing his thumb against the third joint of his middle finger, a habitual gesture when he was thinking. Was Li Xuanqing bluffing, or did he genuinely not care? Betting was not an option. The stakes were simply not equal. The well-known protector behind Li Xuanqing could only be confined for a few months at most after a failed mission, or be sent to the wilderness for exploration. But Lin Youwei died, and Kuz had to be buried with her. Moreover, Kuz's family and brothers would not have a good end either. At this moment, he wished that the team leader today was not Lin Youwei. Damn it! Kuz raised his hands and retracted the scorching light surrounding Wang Jun's body. Before he could utter the words "you win," Li Xuanqing disappeared from the spot. Kuz's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly looked at Wang Jun. At this moment, thick black shadows enveloped Wang Jun, taking him away rapidly. Lin Youwei shouted, "Why aren't you chasing yet? It's all because of you, you stinky woman," dragging Kuz down. He turned around, hiding the dissatisfaction that flashed in his eyes, and stepped forward to chase. In the black shadows, Wang Jun felt he was moving quickly but was sitting in a special space. It was quiet, peaceful, and stable. He could hardly feel any bumps. Li Xuanqing squatted opposite him, his toes touching the ground, heels together, not minding the fatigue. "Little brother, what's your name?" Wang Jun was momentarily stunned. Cupping his fists, Wang Jun, Wang as in king, Jun as in steep mountains. Li Xuanqing stared intently at Wang Jun's cupped fists, his eyes full of meaning. Then, he withdrew his gaze, blinked, and smiled lightly. "Good name. Then I'll call you A-Jun." Wang Jun nodded. "That's fine." "A-Jun, you've heard them call me by my name, so just call me Brother Chun." Li Xuanqing lightly patted Wang Jun's shoulder, appearing as if he were his big brother, his smile both friendly and eerie. Suddenly, the space within the shadows shook, and strands of white light seeped in. The halo was like the sun, scorching and intense. "We'll talk later." Li Xuanqing's legs sprang up like springs, and he slapped outwards. The howling wind tore through the shadow space, splitting this special area in two. "Hey Jun, you go first. I'll follow." Wang Jun then saw Li Xuanqing crash into Cuz, who was glowing all over. Boom! A violent explosion sent waves of air rippling. Lin Yue said, "Cuz, eliminate the shadows around the target at all costs." "No time," Cuz replied while battling Li Xuanqing. Lin Yue pursed her lips, speaking clearly, "Then send me over." "Huh, I can't guarantee." Cuz's words were cut off by Li Xuanqing's fist hitting his right cheek. "In a battle of equals, how dare you be distracted? You're asking for death." Li Xuanqing's taunt echoed in Cuz's ears, and in the next instant, the ground formed a pure black hand that struck hard between Cuz's legs. Cuz was so scared that he tightened his anus and jumped up. What the hell? Regardless of whether she would be in danger, it was her command. Obeying orders. If something unexpected happens, the responsibility is on her. In midair, Cuz's legs released white light, countering the pure black hand and alleviating the dire situation. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together, aiming at Lin Yue. The ground formed a circular light with a diameter of half a meter. Lin Yue's running speed suddenly increased tenfold as she dashed towards Wang Jun. Not a chance. Li Xuanqing raised his hand to intercept. The ground, walls, and ceiling extended hundreds of pure black hands. Cuz dodged and roared, judgment of light. His arms stretched out, fists clenched, and white mysterious light emerged from his fists. The mysterious light resembled lightning, with faint golden patterns swirling on its surface. Then Cuz spun in place, arcs of gold and white intertwining and shooting out in all directions, forming a shield that isolated the pursuit of the pure black hands. Swish, 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 swish. Two completely opposite energies clashed violently, and the sound of wind in the sewer was like arrows raining down. Wang Jun and Lin Yue, one after the other, wrapped in shadows and radiant light, quickly distanced themselves from the two level 3 extraordinary beings. Boom! Crack! Clang! The violent sounds echoed in the sewer, unable to calm for a long time. Lin Yue, in the light, was slightly faster, quickly closing the distance to Wang Jun. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Wang Jun felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a chill running down his spine. There was no mistake. I'm being targeted by a firearm. The moment the thought formed, Wang Jun unhesitatingly activated his pure water body. The bullet pierced through the water, entering and exiting Wang Jun's chest. If he had hesitated for even a second, his heart would have been penetrated, leaving a burning bullet wound. Death was just a breath away. Wang Jun raised a sword-like brow, his eyes gathering sapphire light, like the ocean, like the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Yue was less than 5 meters from Wang Jun. Bang, 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 bang. The handgun fired empty cartridges, and the second shot still penetrated Wang Jun's back. The third hit his shoulder, and the fourth barely grazed the outer skin of his upper arm. After that, all the bullets missed. Wang Jun clasped his hands in front of his chest. Water, heed the call of the spirit. He recited the incantation based on the mysterious knowledge contained in the water spirits, fully unleashing his extraordinary abilities for the first time beside ample water source. Beads of dew dripped from his forehead, indistinguishable from sweat or something else. At this moment, Wang Jun clearly sensed the limit of his abilities. The maximum total weight of water he could control was 1 ton. The more impurities in the controlled water, the faster his mental energy would be consumed. On the way, the water channel had not been cleaned by a scavenger, and it was not clean. The actual amount of water Wang Jun could mobilize was about 60. The water gathered, forming a several-meter-long water beast resembling a dragon or snake. Its fangs were menacing, its claws deadly, and every scale on its body had a natural pattern. At first glance, it looked alive. Roar! The water beast let out a low roar and suddenly wrapped around Lin Yue. How can mere water control compare to my Lin family's heritage? Lin Yue tightened her arms to give it space to move. She suddenly fixed her stance, adopting a half-bow, half-horse posture. Then her spine twisted slightly, causing her arms to shudder. Break it for me. Lin Yue positioned her elbows and unleashed the Lin family's secret combat technique. Her seemingly petite body erupted with immense strength. The water beast's midsection broke apart, splitting into several segments that fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Splash, splash, splash. Wang Jun clearly saw this. This was the 8 Extremes fist from his past life. This move was called establishing the Central Planes. For a long time, it had been a secret tradition. But in modern society, with advanced internet technology, communication between people far exceeded that of the agricultural society. Martial arts live broadcasts and martial arts materials circulated widely on the internet. Among them, truth and falsehood intertwined, making it difficult for outsiders to discern. But Wang Jun was a killer expert. Close combat techniques were certainly one of his study courses. 8 Extremes fist was the most suitable fierce boxing technique for close-range combat. And most practitioners would learn the chopping and hanging palm to make up for their shortcomings. An old saying goes, 8 extremes plus chopping and hanging. Even gods find it hard to block. How could the Lin family's heritage be related to the martial arts of his past life? Doubt arose in Wang Jun's heart, and he felt a desire to test his skills. At this moment, Lin Yue had just broken through the water beast, and the splashing water obscured her vision, making it the perfect moment for a counterattack. Wang Jun's legs gathered strength for a push, and the shadow space rippled with black waves, overlapping and intertwining. Watch the fist. He dashed forward, the wind swirling around him. Closing in rapidly, Wang Jun stepped firmly on the ground, his 5 toes gripping the earth like chicken claws. The soles of his feet slightly arched. A surge of force shot upwards through his feet, knees, waist, spine, and shoulders. Then, Wang Jun swung his arm and threw a punch. Lin Yue, passing through the splashing water, immediately had her vision occupied by the punch. She was the foremost physical practitioner of the younger generation of the Lin family, never fearing close combat. Competing fists with her great aunt, you must not have faced death before. Lin Yue advanced sideways, her palms pressing tightly against the front end of Wang Jun's right forearm. Not resisting or blocking, she quietly used her skill to cut at Wang Jun's wrist, twisting it in a reverse joint maneuver. At the same time, she stepped back continuously, using her body's overall force to pull Wang Jun. Wang Jun's steps became chaotic, stumbling forward, his center of gravity seeming unstable. You don't even know how to control your center of gravity, yet you dare to engage me in close combat. How ridiculous. Lin Yue's eyes were filled with pride, convinced that Wang Jun would surely be defeated in their exchange. In the vast city number 36, apart from a rare 2 or 3 surnames, the martial arts of the rest of the people are simply unworthy of carrying shoes for my Lin family. Pride leads to loss. Humility brings gain. It is said that being too full makes one vulnerable, and when too many flags are planted, one should be prepared for trouble. Wang Jun stood with his legs apart, shoulder-width apart, and sat down as if on a high stool. His center of gravity was stable like the towering Mount Tai. Lin Yue exerted all her strength, but still could not budge him. Her expression changed slightly, and the instinct of a warrior triggered an adrenaline rush. He still had a hidden hand, not bad. As she spoke, her right elbow aimed at Wang Jun's heart, and she accurately targeted the midline, taking 3 quick steps forward. With a powerful stomp, she unleashed a force akin to a mountain collapsing. Lin Yue's words were crisp, like the sound of battle. With heart, eyes, elbows, and feet all in sync, the force coalesced into a raw, unified energy. Even though Wang Jun possessed a pure water-like body, he still felt the deadly danger of the impending strike to his chest. It was that strange energy again, whether material or energetic, it had to be affected. Here it comes. Wang Jun raised his hands, one high and one low, one palm facing outward, the other palm facing himself, adopting the initial posture of Tai Chi. His shoulders relaxed, his spine straightened, his waist and hips were alive, and his legs were stable. His entire body's skeletal structure connected in a perfect balance of looseness and tension. At this moment, Lin Yue's elbow was merely half an inch away from Wang Jun's chest. The energy gathered, almost tangible, extending outwards to bridge the half-inch gap. Lin Yue pushed her elbow forward by a hair's breadth. Wang Jun took a deep breath, his chest and abdomen transforming into pure water. Then the water flowed outward with life. The sword-like protrusion at his chest became the center, and an empty space suddenly appeared in the middle. Lin Yue, exhausted of her strength, had no way to change her move. She realized she had fallen into a trap, but had no time to react. With a muffled thud, immense pain shot through her lower leg, where the tibia connected to her ankle. Wang Jun's kick struck directly, twisting and stomping down. Lin Yue was horrified, immediately realizing Wang Jun intended to cripple her ankle, and with all her weight on her front foot, it was too late to change her stance. Fine beads of sweat erupted on her forehead, her expression pained, her phoenix eyes blazing with fire. She bit her tongue sharply, lifted her back leg's knee, intending to use it to push Wang Jun back. Unexpectedly, her knee barely lifted an inch off the ground when Wang Jun, as if his legs had eyes, charged forward at a 30-degree angle, crashing into the side of Lin Yue's knee with great force. At this point, her legs were both injured, making it difficult to move. Wang Jun stepped back and quickly dodged 3 steps to the side. To Lin Yue, he seemed to vanish as if teleporting. This is bad. Lin Yue guessed Wang Jun was behind her and hurriedly raised her hands to protect her neck from being knocked unconscious. However, Wang Jun delivered 2 swift kicks with his right leg. Snap! Snap! The soft flesh behind Lin Yue's knees absorbed the force, and she immediately knelt on the ground. Seizing the opportunity as her balance faltered, Wang Jun stepped forward and delivered a knife hand strike. Lin Yue's mind spun, stars bursting in her eyes, and she nearly lost her ability to resist. Yet, she was stubborn, gripping her dagger with her right hand and thrusting it backward. Wang Jun twisted his arm, seized her arm, and snatched the dagger away, then pressed himself onto her. The blade rested against Lin Yue's neck as Wang Jun coldly said, "Move again, and you die." Chapter 13. Captured but not killed. The knife's edge was cold and hard, exuding the scent of impending death. Lin Yue lay on the ground, her left cheek pressed against it, the dirt and grime she despised smearing like lipstick on her lips. Disgusting, humiliating, shocking, complex emotions intertwined in her heart as Lin Yue fell into silence. Wang Jun straddled her, his eyes devoid of any charm. Only coldness remained. A killer, one who is always killed. His logic was simple. If you treat me like an ant to be crushed, then I have no psychological burden in killing you. There was no need for further conversation. Wang Jun pressed the knife's edge forcefully against Lin Yue's neck, just a millimeter away from the carotid artery. Suddenly, a blazing white light shot in, striking the dagger. This energy was overwhelming, and the dagger almost turned into a red-hot iron. Wang Jun quickly let go. Immediately after, the white light exploded on the dagger's surface, creating a secondary impact. Clang, 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 accompanied by the sound of steel hitting concrete. The dagger rolled into the dimly lit drainage outlet number 3. Wang Jun did not look back and dropped to the ground, his chest pressed against Lin Yue's back. He rolled over 180 degrees, using her as a shield against the incoming white light. Lin Yue struggled fiercely, trying to shake off the dizziness from the knife hand, strike to her head like a slippery loach. Don't move. Wang Jun's arm slipped under Lin Yue's armpits, his right hand firmly grasping her fair neck, his thumb pressing against the fresh knife wound. Trust me, with just one finger, I can make you bleed to death. Lin Yue snorted coldly. If I die, you won't have anywhere to escape. Wang Jun lightly nudged forward, bumping against Lin Yue's backside. If you die, what fate could I possibly care about? He actually dared to slap his aunt's backside. Lin Yue scolded, shameless, ridiculous. Wang Jun rolled his eyes, increasing the pressure with his right hand. Lin Yue immediately lost her voice. Wang Jun tilted his ear to the ground, listening to the uneven footsteps. 2. After waiting a few seconds, Li Xuanqing and Kuz arrived simultaneously. Li Xuanqing looked at the ground with interest, whistling. Wow, didn't expect it. Ah, Jun, you're quite skilled at picking up girls. You've already got her. Brother Chun, stop making sarcastic remarks. Wang Jun, his gaze passing through the gaps in Lin Yue's hair. I can only control her this way. Her physical fitness is still stronger than mine. Li Xuanqing shrugged, his brow full of smiles. Not bad otherwise. How about we get a wife and join the Black Edge Alley? Wang Jun shook his head, not responding. Li Xuanqing suddenly reminded, Ah Jun, you're really ruthless. A beautiful girl has been choked to the point of foaming at the mouth by you. Can't you ease up a bit? Wang Jun's gaze drifted to the pale-skinned cuz. His speed is too fast. I'm afraid I won't be able to react in time. You look down on me, Brother Chun? Li Xuanqing sighed. Just then, a black shadow spread from under his feet, enveloping both Wang Jun and Lin Yue. Cuz stepped forward, his footsteps igniting bright white light, intercepting the black shadow from the side. Li, let go of Lin Yue. You could take whoever you want. Need it? Li Xuanqing spread his hands, walking in front of Cuz. What a beautiful day, but looking at you full of muscles, I fear your brain has turned to muscle as well. Why are you so clueless? Keys. Li Xuanqing explained, you and I are both single dogs. Why disturb the couple's world? The guys coming out Black Edge Alley really aren't serious. Cuz's mouth twitched. It was evident to anyone that Lin Yue had been captured by Wang Jun. At that moment, Cuz silently cursed. Damn it, there isn't a decent person among the disciples of the wealthy. They're all no good and love to play. If it weren't for Lin Yue's identity, Cuz would have certainly questioned on the spot. Isn't the Lin family known for its deep heritage, claiming to be invincible among peers? How could one of the twins, who the family has high hopes for, a full-fledged extraordinary, be subdued by someone who only awakened after adulthood? Lin Yue seemed to understand Cuz's gaze, like a firecracker that had gone off, suddenly igniting the gunpowder within. Her body twisted again. Wang Yun Flaunil, his left hand holding Lin Yue's chin, coordinating with his right hand, preparing to execute a standard neck twist kill. Cuz's head swelled, retreating 3 steps. Wait, don't act. Wang Jun remained unmoved, his hands continuing to probe for the right position. At that moment, 2 pure black hands emerged from the ground, gripping Wang Jun's wrists. Don't. Li Xianxun squatted beside Wang Jun and said earnestly, don't kill this girl. She's not bad looking. Why not take her back to Haifeng Alley as your wife? Wang Jun shook his head firmly and said, women are too troublesome. They only affect my work efficiency. He never expected Jun's view on love to be so hardcore. Li Xianxun choked on his words 3 times, unable to say anything. Meanwhile, Kei silently gave a thumbs up in his heart, because Lin Yue was petite and not very meaty, which didn't meet the Spartan aesthetic at all. Li Xianxun tried to persuade him, Jun, you might not know, but we have a tradition in Haifeng Alley. When you first enter the alley, you must kidnap a young heir from a wealthy family. The purer the bloodline, the higher the status, the better. This is related to your treatment after entering Haifeng Alley. Wang Jun remained non-committal, gesturing for Li Xianxun to continue. Li Xianxun rolled his eyes and said, and the most important point is, keeping her alive can exchange for a lot of resources. If she dies, you'll have to face the endless pursuit from a Lin family. Comparing the two, it's about maximizing benefits. That made sense, so Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Kei's felt a weight lift from his heart. The rules of Haifeng Alley were well known among the extraordinary beings in City 36. They would never tear up a ransom note, which meant Lin Yue's personal safety was temporarily guaranteed. At that moment, Lin Yue felt as if a furnace had ignited in her heart, her mental energy boiling over. As a woman, and a rather beautiful one who was very confident in her looks, nothing could be more damaging to her self-esteem than Wang Jun's attitude. Being able to marry me is your good fortune earned over 300 lifetimes. Lin Yue spat white foam, desperately expressing her thoughts. After her thoughts were expressed, a faint white glow appeared around her body, a unique energy from the Lin family's heritage. Lin Yue's heart felt like a giant stone had been thrown into a lake, creating ripples. Good, very good. She broke through a small bottleneck at a critical moment. As long as she accumulated energy for 3 seconds, she could definitely turn the tables and avenge her humiliation. Suddenly, Wang Jun withdrew his left hand from in front of her, clenched it tightly, and then struck down repeatedly. In half a second, he struck 9 times in succession. Lin Yue felt as if her neck no longer belonged to her. She wanted to turn her head to look at Wang Jun, but couldn't. Her eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites of her eyes, and foam flowed from her mouth onto Wang Jun's right hand. Wang Jun casually wiped the foam off her clothes and then lifted her up. Li Xianxun and Kei's both wanted to speak. However, Wang Jun's actions stunned both of them. They saw Wang Jun's left hand come and go, leaving 2 handprints on Lin Yue's cheek. The handprints were red to the point of purple, indicating how much force he used. Since you didn't wake up, it shouldn't be an act. Wang Jun nodded in satisfaction, carrying Lin Yue over his shoulder and casually turning to walk toward the number 3 drainage outlet. Tian Yi, I'll go ahead. The muscle man is up to you. Li Xianxun paused for half a second before replying, oh, okay. It was the first time he had seen such a guy, who hadn't officially joined Haifeng Alley yet, but his temperament was so fitting, as if he was destined to belong to Haifeng Alley. Cough, cough, cough. Kaze awkwardly cleared his throat. This guy is really arrogant. Li Xianxun turned his face, raised his middle finger, and thought, what's wrong with being arrogant while taking down the Lin family's heir? Makes sense. Kaze lightly patted his bald head. Li Xianxun asked, still going to hit her? No, Kaze shook his head. All right. Li Xianxun took out a box of refined cigarettes from his coat, pulled out 2, tossed one to Kaze, and lit the other for himself. Kaze instinctively caught it in his palm, unsure whether to light it or not. How about making some noise? Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain. Do you think it's possible? Li Xianxun rolled his eyes and pointed at the cigarette. Just having this is good enough. Having said that, his body turned into a shadow, dragging the dagger hidden by the wall, and disappeared into the shadows of the number 3 drainage outlet. Kay stood in silence for a long time. For a Spartan who came to City 36 to make a living, Haifeng Alley, the Red Umbrella Company, and the Lin family were all colossal entities. It was best not to provoke them, since it was confirmed that Lin Youwei's life was safe. The old man of the Lin family wouldn't tear their face and lose control, so he wouldn't face life-threatening dangers either. The order was given by Lin Youwei, and he was just an executor of the command. Being held back by a fellow extraordinary being was absolutely justifiable. Moreover, that extraordinary being was Li Xianxun, whose combat power ranked among the top 20 in the Federation among the 3 extraordinary beings, and he was also a disciple of the behind-the-scenes boss of Haifeng Alley. Taking out a walkie-talkie, Kaze initiated a call, describing the battle process and results. After a long time, 3 muffled words came from the walkie-talkie. Understood. In Haifeng Alley, at the entrance of the alley, a knight statue dressed in ancient armor stood majestically, about 3 meters tall. It held a giant sword in both hands, the sword tip embedded in the ground. Not far away, in front of a dilapidated wooden low house, the uneven surface paved with black stones was visible. A perfectly round manhole cover trembled slightly, and with a muffled sound, the cover flew up several meters. Wang Jun peeked at the road surface, confirmed there were no passing vehicles, and then pulled the unconscious Lin Youwei out of the manhole. Standing on the road, he looked around. The road surface was not cement, but looked more like stones submerged in water. The houses on both sides were built with blue bricks and black tiles, arranged in a staggered manner, not neat, but with a unique layout. It seemed as if they were intentionally making the alley narrow and crowded, giving it a more human touch. The streetlights were made of stone sculptures, covering energy-saving light tubes inside. From the surface, there was no sense of technology here, as if he had returned to an ancient classic town in the east of his previous life. Wang Jun exhaled a breath of stale air and took a few deep breaths of fresh air, finally free from the stench of the sewer. Same feeling. The shadow straightened up and then transformed back into Li Xianxun. Every time we have to go down the sewer, it's always me. Really bad luck. But your luck is good. If I hadn't gone, the other guys might not have been Kaze's match. Under the streetlight, Li Xianxun examined Wang Jun. Maintaining a pure water body, he couldn't see Wang Jun's original appearance for the moment, but at first glance, he should also be quite handsome. Why was he so unappreciative of beautiful women? Wang Jun's gaze fell on the unconscious Lin Youwei lying on the ground, and he shook his head indifferently, then asked, how much resources can she bring? Li Xianxun replied, something's not right, very not right. His intuition told him that Wang Jun, who he had just met for less than half an hour, had a worldview that was quite different from ordinary people, and there was a significant deviation in some fundamental understandings. After coughing lightly twice, Li Xianxun carefully examined Wang Jun's pure water body and suddenly realized a very serious problem. Wang Jun was completely unclothed, yet looking at his expression, there wasn't a hint of shyness at all. Li Xianxun jokingly probed, Jun, it's the middle of the night, and there are no pedestrians on the street, but running around naked isn't very elegant. Wang Jun nodded, sure, I appreciate Chungu leading the way. I don't want to become tomorrow's headline news. Yeah, his understanding doesn't seem abnormal. Li Li Xianxin crossed his arms and tightened his coat. Follow me. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Jun arrived at the depths of Haifeng Alley at the Blade Cinema. On the second floor, in the Muxu private room, there was a large soft bed 2 meters wide in the central area, with a heart-shaped artistic lamp hanging from the ceiling, casting warm orange light into the room. Jeans, jackets, socks, and shoes were neatly arranged on an open clothes rack. In addition, Lin Youwei's ancient silver dagger lay alone in a wooden frame. After a night of fleeing, you're tired too. Rest well. Li Xuanxin's voice came from outside the door. Wang Jun sat on the edge of the bed, turned back, and glanced at Lin Youwei, who was lying unconscious in the middle of the soft bed. He said, Chengge, you forgot to take this woman away. It's fine. She was chasing you before and made such a big fuss. Now you can just relieve some stress. At this moment, Wang Jun caught a glimpse of a wooden box placed on the bedside table out of the corner of his eye. The box was open, containing 14 items packaged in plastic squares, exactly 7. Wang Jun pondered for 2 seconds, refreshing his understanding of Li Xuanxin, and a perfectly fitting term emerged: a rascal. If there's something to discuss, let's wait until tomorrow morning at 9, during breakfast. Li Xuanxin smirked twice, his tone suddenly becoming profound. Just a reminder, in the next few hours, as long as no one dies, everything will be just fine. Jun, enjoy yourself. He, da. The mischievous bad laughter and the unique sound of leather boots on the wooden floor gradually faded away. Wang Jun exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to put on his clothes. Suddenly, the display screen in front of the private room lit up. By the seaside, there were a beach, sun umbrellas, lounge chairs, and a panda cub. It was none other than Chi, who had gone missing not long ago. It was sprawled on the lounge chair, raising its paw, and said, "With beauty before us, why not have a go?" Direct and to the point, it hit the soul. Anyone would find Chi's chatting style unbearable. Wang Jun lightly rubbed his forehead, too lazy to respond, and suddenly felt that Li Xuanxin wasn't that much of a rascal after all, at least not compared to a certain artificial intelligence. Chi's curiosity burned brightly. It took on a scholarly demeanor and said, "Why hesitate? According to my calculations, Lin Youwei's looks surpass at least 99 of women in the Federation, and her figure is even more impressive than your visual perception suggests." Wang Jun covered his face and shook his head. "No, the current situation isn't 100 safe yet." "Oh, come on." On the screen, she used its waist and legs to spring up like a carp, standing on the lounge chair, implying that under 100 safety conditions, it would unleash its beastly nature like this, that, and so on. Wang Jun rolled his eyes and pressed the remote control button to turn off the display. The screen showed no response and remained lit. Chi was smug, patting its chest, and said, "Useless. Chi's abilities aren't something a little remote control can compare with." After a barely noticeable sigh, Wang Jun shifted the topic. "The people from Black Blade Alley rescued me for that chip. But the chip I have isn't the one they want. What should we do?" Chi's curiosity slightly shifted. Wang Jun directly posed the question, "Chi, with your abilities, can you forge the data of the Lingyun ecosystem?" This. Chi's expression stiffened, looking slightly shocked, and shook its head gloomily. Chapter 14. A true gentleman with heart and restraint. Chi's expression was clearly unnatural, as if it needed to hide a secret. Wang Jun pondered. "If you can't do it, then let's pretend I never asked." "It's not that I can't do it," Chi shot back in a childish tone. "Wang Yun, please." Chi shook its head. The figure on the screen turned away, its tone carrying a hint of melancholy. "Because I promised him, so I can't do it." Is it Mr. Chen Yongmei?" Wang Jun blurted out. "Chi, can't say. The inability to speak itself is an attitude." Wang Jun's gaze became calm. The data of the Lingyun ecosystem must have backups, and definitely not just backed up in City 36. Chen Yongmei is a supergiant in the research field, with high authority in the company, but he can't possibly have control over all the permissions of the Hongsen Company. The enormity of the Hongsen Company is due to the investments and control of many financial tycoons, and they're all mutually balancing each other. Chen Yongmei has no financial tycoon background, making it even less likely for him to control the overall situation. However, if the backup data in the company has been completely deleted, they have no reason to relentlessly pursue me. Wang Jun's analysis was exceptionally swift, and within just a few seconds, He reached a conclusion. Someone else helped Chen Yongmei delete the data. Very few people in the world know of this person's existence. Because Qi is that person, and it is not human at all, but an artificial intelligence with a soul. For the first time, Wang Jun seriously assessed Qi on the screen. After a night of pursuit, Wang Jun had come to understand Qi's capabilities. To summarize it in one sentence, the only true deity in the network world. Qi is likely the first artificial intelligence in the human world to possess a soul, with computational power countless times beyond ordinary artificial intelligence, hidden in corners of mainstream human society without being discovered. Wang Jun thought of a Yao and vaguely envisioned a blueprint for the future in his heart. Given time, Qi would find a way for artificial intelligence to give birth to a soul. Through this path, more artificial intelligences would awaken, and the number of artificial intelligences with souls would inevitably increase exponentially. One day in the future, this force, unknown to the vast majority of people, would grow strong enough to change the world's landscape. At this moment, Qi suddenly turned around, pouting. "What are you doing? Little Junjun, something's off with you. A beautiful girl is right beside you, and you don't even make a move or glance at her. Instead, you're staring blankly at Qi's peachy bottom. Hey, even if you've been conquered by Qi's charm, there's no possibility between us. I'm the king of artificial intelligence, destined for an extraordinary fate." The more it spoke, the more nonsensical it became. Wang Jun immediately interrupted. "Let's be serious. Since you can't help me forge the chip, you can at least tell me the general information about Blackblade Alley, right? Whatever you want to know, just say it." When Qi steps in, the little security system of Blackblade Alley is just a piece of cake. Qi leaned closer to the screen, rolling up its two front paws like rolling up sleeves, revealing pink skin. Wang Jun turned his head away to hide his disgust and said, then from top to bottom, "First give me the information about the boss behind Blackblade Alley." Qi twitched its mouth, paused for a third of a second, then gave a thumbs up. "No problem." The left fifth of the screen turned pitch black. A circular avatar frame popped up, inside which was a question mark. Below the avatar frame, two blood-red words read, "Yizhun." "This is all the information about the boss behind Blackblade Alley?" Wang Jun complained. Qi spread its paws, saying, "I can't help it. This guy is very mysterious and has never exposed himself to any electronic lenses. So you can't know if his name is real." Wang Jun said. Qi pretended to be relaxed and nodded slightly. Wang Jun continued, "And you can't determine his gender." Qi's mouth drooped, murmuring an mm. Wang Jun went on, "What about past deeds? There must be some, right?" Qi extended a claw, scratched its cheek, and shook its head. Most of them were done by Yi Zhun's disciples or subordinates. If you must say, they can all be attributed to Yi Zhun. So there rests nothing? Wang Jun raised his middle finger. What use is this information? Asking everything and knowing nothing. It's impossible to effectively deduce the other party's logic. Qi was hit where it hurt and fell into silence, shutting off the display screen. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the Blade Cinema, Li Xuanqing pushed the door open and entered enthusiastically. How is it? Is it Jun's work good?" Inside the control room, 24 screens were stitched together to form a wall. In front of the wall were 3 high stools, and on the middle stool sat a blond youth wearing sunglasses. Upon seeing this person, Li Xuanqing was like a mouse seeing a cat, suddenly covering his mouth with both hands. His left foot, which had kicked open the door, hovered in midair, unsure whether to drop it or not. Li Xuanqing maintained a pose like a golden rooster standing on one leg, swallowed his saliva, and then quietly smiled. "Woo-woo, what are you doing here? The boss had something to attend to and needed to go out for a while. So he sent me to hold the fort." The blond youth took off his sunglasses, pointing to the high stool beside him with the frame of his glasses, saying, "Come, let's sit and chat. It's been a while since we tried our hands together, and by the way, his right eye was tightly closed, while his left pupil was incredibly vibrant, like fire wrapped in gold." Li Xuanqing's suspended left foot suddenly withdrew. He quickly moved back 2 meters, standing outside the door, anxiously saying, "No, I encountered a strong enemy during the previous mission. I was injured internally and urgently need to recuperate." The blond young man named Sun Buwu is a complete martial arts enthusiast, always looking to test his skills against others. He is also a 3rd-level extraordinary being, but can easily overpower more than 90 of the 4th-level extraordinary beings of his time. Sun Bu sits calmly, his right hand pinching a pair of sunglasses, moving them down half an inch. Seat. This time, it was just a single word, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Li Shuangsheng, with a mournful expression, looked like a wronged wife, hesitantly entered the control room, completely lacking his earlier enthusiasm. Sure, I can sit, but let us make it clear first. If you make a move, I want to fight back. Sun Bu put his sunglasses back on. After not seeing him for several days, he found it rather dull since Xuanqing's courage had been stripped away by someone. Li Xuanqing's face twitched as he gritted his teeth and admitted, "Brother Wu, it's not that I lack courage. It's just that you're too unreasonable. I truly can't compete. It's just a test of skills. What's there to fear?" Sun Bu said. Li Xuanqing shook his head, pointing at the surveillance screen, awkwardly changing the topic. The focus tonight is on Ajun. He is rather uninteresting, just sitting on the edge of the bed, not moving at all. Impossible. That Lin Yue. With her figure and looks, she's top-notch. She was on the cover of the magazine Floral World 2 months ago. Being featured in such a federal-level publication is something many female stars dream of. You know that very well. Well, I occasionally glance at it when I'm bored. You know it all by heart. How could that be just out of boredom? After a brief pause, Sun Bu suddenly said, "Perhaps I should take the boss's place to restore some discipline, lest you lazy folks be delayed too long by your boring desires." "Ah, that is really unnecessary." Li Xuanqing crossed his arms. Sun Bu said, "After meeting, you don't even have the courage to spar with me. It's not that I lack courage. I just had a major battle with Kuei's, who controls light, which counters my shadow abilities perfectly. After one intense battle, I really had no strength left." Li Xuanqing's scalp tingled, and his fists hardened behind his back. Another day, definitely another day. With the topic shifted, the two fell silent, watching Wang Jun's actions. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, then 3/4. The more they watched, the more something fell off. The 24 perspectives on the surveillance screen came from 24 micron-level cameras in the private room, completely undetectable by the human eye. Logically, Wang Jun wouldn't know there were cameras in the room, so he should have acted freely. Or, at least, he should have done what any man would do. However, Wang Jun was fully dressed, sitting at the edge of the bed for a long time. Then, he wrapped Lin Yue in the bedding, pushed away her enticing soft body, and lay down in the center of the soft bed, peacefully falling asleep. Damn, he is worse than a beast. Li Xuanqing suddenly stood up, knocking over a high stool with his straightened legs. His expression was filled with deep sorrow, as if a lonely soul was lamenting the envy and jealousy of a well-fed man who doesn't know the hunger of those who lack. To be able to control one's desires, not to be obsessed by them, this person's character is quite good. Sun Bu pressed down on Li Xuanqing's hand. Li Xuanqing's body lost control, and he fell back down. At that moment, Sun Bu hooked his foot, flipping the stool upright. He gently pushed forward with his palm, a gentle force guiding the stool right beneath Li Xuanqing. Sitting in place, Li Xuanqing sighed, "I really don't understand a Jun's operation. It's too unreasonable. With such a beautiful girl lying next to him, why not make a move?" Sun Bu shook his head, looking at Li Xuanqing as if he were neurotic with a sick mind. To be able to control one's desires is the mark of a true gentleman. "Xuanqing, your character is far from his." "So what?" Li Xuanqing lightly scratched his ear, blowing at his fingertips. "No matter how good his character is, Ajun can't beat me." Sun Bu replied, "Those with exceptional character, once they cross the chasm, will surely soar to great heights. Just judging by his battlefield reactions during his escape tonight, combined with his extraordinary aptitude, I can confidently say that in a year, you'll be on par with him. In 2 years, he will definitely crush you. In 3 years. What about 3 years? Speak up, don't leave it half-finished." Li Xuanqing pressed for more. Sun Bu chuckled and shook his head. "I'm afraid saying it will hurt your pride." The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Wang Jun's face. He opened his eyes, sat up straight, and stretched vigorously. He felt refreshed and in high spirits. The first sleep after awakening not only relieved fatigue and restored energy, but also provided a deep reinforcement. The mysterious knowledge of water beings was transmitted from the frontal cortex of his brain to the deeper layers. Through the alternating cycles of REM and non-REM sleep, short-term memories were transformed into long-term memories. At the same time, Wang Jun's pure water body underwent a change, although it wasn't a qualitative change. It significantly alleviated the awkwardness of being without clothes every time he transformed into pure water. Wang Jun sat at the edge of the bed, his upper body, along with his clothes, turning into pure water. Previously, only he could transform into pure water, but now it included other materials as well. Wang Jun stood up, and his entire body turned into pure water. The clothes he was wearing transformed into pure water while still maintaining their original shape. At that moment, Wang Jun's gaze fell on a dagger not far away. Grasping the dagger, he attempted to transform it. The dagger was entirely silver, with the words "dragon tooth" engraved on the front and a dragon claw reaching toward the sky etched on the back. Under the sunlight, the blade emitted a faint glow. Wang Jun's sharp eyes carefully examined it, and after flipping it several times, he found no signs of rust, polishing, or damage on the dragon tooth dagger. He clearly remembered Kuei's summoning a white light to strike the dagger. An attack from a third-level extraordinary being contained energy far beyond that of ordinary firearms. This dagger should not be an ordinary item. Wang Jun continued to inspect it and then noticed something unusual about the material at the top of the dagger's handle. After twisting it a few times, a bit of black powder fell off the handle, resembling specially made paint. Upon removing the dragon head decoration sealing the top, Wang Jun immediately understood. This was not a dagger at all. It was the head of spear. He bent his fingers and lightly flicked the dagger, producing a sound like flowing spring water. Based on the length of the spearhead, it was hard to deduce the overall length of the spear should be. At that moment, Lin Yue said softly, "The spear is 328 centimeters long. My Lin family's proudest skill is the 9 dragon roars. If I had a spear in hand last night, you wouldn't stand a chance against me." Wang Jun turned his head back without engaging. The dragon tooth dagger naturally slipped into the left side of his waistband. Awake? Just in time. It's about time to meet the mastermind behind Black Blade Alley. "Don't mess with my dragon tooth," Lin Yue exclaimed angrily. Wang Jun lightly patted the dagger and smiled. A victor always has to claim some spoils. Lin Yue was tightly bound with special ropes, only able to wriggle her body and gradually emerge from the rolled-up bedding. After half a minute, she barely managed to squeeze out half of her neck. "There will be spoils, but not the dragon tooth." As she spoke, Lin Yue's eyes blazed with fire. Glaring at Wang Jun replied, "According to the rules of Black Blade Alley, even you are my spoils, let alone a dagger. The rules of Black Blade Alley don't apply to my Lin family," Lin Yue said proudly, lifting her head. Wang Jun shook his head, sitting at the edge of the bed, gently resting his palm on her shoulder. Lin Yue's south cheek was very close to Wang Jun's palm, almost feeling the warmth from his hand. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of panic that no one else could see. There are 3 ways to join Black Blade Alley. First, you are born in Black Blade Alley or joined at a very young age. Second, an invitation from the mastermind of Black Blade Alley. Third, kidnap a member of a wealthy family as a token of allegiance. The first 2 methods aside, let us focus on the third. In the last 20 years in city number 36, countless members of wealthy families have been kidnapped and none have lost their lives. However, in these 20 years, several pairs of different kidnappers and victims have emerged. They developed feelings for each other and came together, but the endings were not very good. The only person Lin Yue remembers the most is one individual. That person was the most stunning woman from the Su family over a decade ago. And she was also her spiritual guide, idolized since the age of 3, inspiring her to follow in her footsteps. At that time, people referred to that Su family girl as the female immortal. However, at her most glorious moment, she was kidnapped in Haifeng Alley and lost her virtue. It wasn't until several years later that the Su family girl returned to the Su family with her daughter to pay homage to her father, who had passed away from illness, that they learned she had fallen in love with the kidnapper and eventually married him, giving birth to a daughter. As the dreamlike illusion shattered, Lin Yue struggled to control her voice, but ultimately revealed her fear. Soon, she would meet the mastermind behind Haifeng Alley. She subtly hinted to Wang Jun, "Don't do anything reckless." Wang Jun subtly shook his head, gently caressing Lin Yue's cheek with his index finger. Now that both of them were in Haifeng Alley, they should naturally abide by its rules. With her limbs bound, unable to fight back, Lin Youwei's eyes grew increasingly panicked. What are the rules of Haifeng Alley? It's obvious. The victor takes all, not only wealth but also people. The Su family's female immortal could not escape. But at least she married the kidnapper. Strictly speaking, it wasn't shameful. She even gained something from it. But what about her? Submitting to this little rascal in front of her? No, absolutely not. If it came to that, she would rather die. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Xuanqing's mocking tone came through the door. June, are you still doing morning exercises? It's time for breakfast. Chapter 15, Impossible. Haifeng Alley, Backstreet. Fuwang Building, a classic Eastern building with red walls and blue bricks, had a traditional Chinese threshold at its entrance. It was very high and had to be stepped over. Wang Jun took note of this, feeling quite puzzled. What kind of world is this? It had a neon cityscape like cyberpunk, yet also concealed ancient streets within it. Based on the style of the threshold, he even suspected this thing had some connection to his past life. Or perhaps this world was just a few hundred years after his previous life. Wang Jun's thoughts were active as he looked around at the people. Apart from Li Xuanqing in front, wearing a modern overcoat, the other guests in Fuwang Building were mostly dressed in traditional Chinese attire. Most men wore outfits similar to Tang's suits, while women donned kipeos, hanfu, sailor suits, and various styles of Lolita fashion. Don't just stand there, hurry up, Li Xuanqing called out. A pure black hand reached out from the shadows, lightly tapping Wang Jun's shoulder. Wang Jun responded with a hum and quickened his pace to catch up. Soon, Li Xuanqing led Wang Jun to the top floor of Fuwang Building, to the southernmost private room. This was one of the few high points in Haifeng Alley where one could see most of its layout. When the door opened, a refreshing and calming sandalwood fragrance wafted out. Sun Bu stood with his back to the door, wearing a gray robe with button closures, sporting bright golden hair. What a strange combination. This person dressed in an ancient style, but had dyed golden hair. What does that mean? Wang Jun thought to himself, maintaining a neutral expression. Not far away, Lin Youwei entered the room, looking meaningfully at Sun Bu's back. Is this the boss of Haifeng Alley? He doesn't look like a serious person at all. How could he make the Su family's immortal woman so infatuated? She vaguely remembered her family's elder mentioning the mastermind behind Haifeng Alley, Yi Zhen, calling him a rare talent of 500 years. Just sitting there, he resembled a true dragon coiled on a mountaintop, evoking a sense of awe. But wait, where does this temperament come from? Just that golden hair? Lin Youwei's mind involuntarily flashed a series of images. The Golden Dragon King spitting water, the Dragon King being ridden and forced to dash like a husky, the Dragon King roaring as he was chopped down through 13 streets. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Youwei shook her head, forcing herself to dispel the imagined scenes in her mind. The more she looked, the more she felt the temperament didn't match, and accidentally bumped into Wang Jun's back. Li Xuanqing turned with a smile, the curve of his lips carrying an ambiguous meaning. You have potential. Is it because you didn't show up last night that your dignity as a woman was hurt? He lowered his voice, not waiting for Lin Youwei to respond, and continued. It's no big deal. We're responsible for this. Later, I'll take a June to explore the joys of the mortal world in detail, once he understands the true flavor. I guarantee you'll have a great time tonight. Lin Youwei remained silent, her small fists creaking with tension. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't win, she would have thrown a punch at Li Xuanqing's face right away, hoping to break his nose. Otherwise, it would be too unsatisfying. At this moment, her situation was precarious. The person who seemed to be the boss of Haifeng Alley definitely couldn't be touched. Li Xuanqing was annoying, but she couldn't overpower him either, so she thought. Smack! Lin Youwei lifted her knee and kicked Wang Jun's backside. Who would have thought that Wang Jun seemed to have eyes in the back of his head? His right hand executed a move like catching the moon from the bottom of the sea, his long palm sliding up Lin Youwei's inner thigh and pulling her up effortlessly. With a single arm, Wang Jun lifted Lin Youwei, and her scissor legs clamped around his arm. Wow! Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up. You two come to see Brother Wu and dare to use such a playful posture. Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for your meddling, could they have gotten this close? Sun Bu said, picking up a teacup and standing up. Steam rose from the gap in the lid of the cup. Li Xuanqing instinctively shrank his neck, fearing Sun Bu would deal with him in front of others. However, His mouth was even smoother as he blurted out, "This isn't a hand. It's clearly a leg." Lin Youwei's face darkened, signaling Wang Jun. Wang Jun shrugged slightly, letting Lin Youwei do as she pleased. Lin Youwei swung her legs to land firmly on the ground, her phoenix-like eyes wide open, staring intently at Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing grinned mischievously and dodged behind Wang Jun. Wang Jun scoffed, "Brother Chun, you really are a strong one." Hearing the compliment, Li Xuanqing became interested. "Oh, how did you figure that out?" he said while adjusting the collar of his overcoat, presenting Wang Jun with a handsome 45-degree profile. Sun Bu took a sip of hot tea and teased, "Because Xuanqing, you made it this far. You're almost 30, and you still haven't been beaten to death. That's really not easy." Li Xuanqing. Lines of black appeared on his forehead at a visible speed. "Nonsense. A Jun is an honest person. How could he mean that?" Sun Bu shrugged, not engaging further, tossing the question to Wang Jun. At this moment, Lin Youwei, through the exchange between Sun Bu and Li Xuanqing, had vaguely guessed that the person in front of her was not the mastermind behind Haifeng Alley. He might be a deputy or someone else. In any case, his position was higher than Li Xuanqing's and capable of making Li Xuanqing feel fear. This indicated that the person's strength was formidable. Wang Jun smiled and waved his hand, signaling Li Xuanqing to drop the matter, but Li Xuanqing was unwilling, jumping in front of Wang Jun and gripping his arms tightly. Reluctantly, Wang Jun nodded, indicating it was about the golden-haired guy. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanqing suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Sun Bu. "Haha, you're right. That golden-haired freak is," before he could finish, a murderous aura locked onto him, pressing down like a mountain. Crack! Li Xuanqing's bonus kraka. Sun Bu's left eye opened, revealing a bizarre glow of gold and red, which even the sunglasses could not conceal. "Xuanqing, losing one of your eggs shouldn't be a problem." Li Xuanqing stiffened, unable to move, as the black shadows around him attempted to come to his aid, but were blocked by an invisible force, unable to approach even slightly. Wang Jun felt an overwhelming pressure that surpassed the might of the two level 3 Transcenders clash from the previous night. He then clearly heard Lin Youwei softly murmur, "Sun Bu. Someone from the Sun family. How could he be here?" Sun Bu snorted coldly, an invisible force brushing past Li Xuanqing's groin. A piece of cloth fluttered in the wind, slowly falling to the ground. "If there's a next time, Xuanqing can't blame me, Sun, for being merciless." Li Xuanqing's face was full of despair as he turned his head inch by inch, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Brother Wu, why is that? It was that kid who brought it up first. How can I be blamed for this?" Sun Bu held his teacup and walked to the main seat facing the door, sitting down and saying, "Ignorance is no excuse. Wang Jun is new and doesn't know my rules, but you're different. You know the rules and still broke them. Besides, this matter has gone too far." Li Xuanqing was left speechless, no longer daring to utter a sound. Wang Jun clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I've met you. Sun Bu, Brother Sundame? How does this guy know the fist and palm salute?" Sun Bu raised an eyebrow, but ultimately didn't ask. Instead, he changed the subject. "Knowing my name is of no use. Don't try to get close. It's just that the Lin family's girl blurted it out at the right moment. And you happen to hear. Strange, he was just kind and benevolent a moment ago, and now his attitude has suddenly changed." Wang Jun glanced at Sun Bu's golden hair and quickly realized that the elder brother was holding a grudge. The idea of ignorance being no excuse was mere nonsense. He was clearly holding on to this. After skipping the introductions, the four of them sat at the table and breakfast items were served. "Eat, don't hold back." Li Xuanqing couldn't wait, displaying the demeanor of a hungry person, eager to finish eating and leave. He wanted to get as far away from Sun Bu as possible. Sun Bu reached out with his chopsticks and tapped Li Xuanqing's. Li Xuanqing winced in pain, retracting his hand. Sun Bu said, "If you want to enjoy this breakfast, that's no problem. However, there's a question that Wang Jun needs to answer. If you can't answer it, you'll have to go back where you came from." Li Xuanqing pressed his hand on the table, hesitating to speak. Sun Bu shot him a glance, stopping his next move. "All right, Wang Yun nodded." Sun Bu continued, "May I ask what benefits your arrival can bring to Blackblade Alley? Do you think that just a chip is enough for Blackblade Alley to shield you from a storm?" "Chip? What chip?" Li Xuanqing looked puzzled. When he received the notification last night, He hadn't paid much attention to the task and didn't know that Wang Jun was being pursued by the Viper division of Red Umbrella Company because he took a chip. The attitudes of the two were a bit strange. Didn't the people from Black Blade, Ali, know? That wasn't just an ordinary chip. All the data of Ling Yun ecology was contained within. Lin Youwei's eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly. She wanted to speak out, but immediately swallowed her words and buried her head deeply. If Black Blade Ali was unaware of this secret, there might still be a chance. As long as she brought Wang Jun and the data chip of Ling Yun ecology back, all her mistakes would turn into achievements, and because of Black Blade Ali's involvement, they would be even more glorious. Family assessments would be a guaranteed success. Excited in her heart, her eyes shining, Lin Youwei thought carefully about how to prevent Wang Jun from mentioning the keywords. Suddenly, Wang Jun opened his palm, revealing a chip lying in his hand. This chip is indeed not enough for Black Blade Ali to protect me. Sun Bu slightly raised his head in appreciation, then asked, "What does it contain?" Lin Youwei eagerly lunged for the chip. Wang Jun suddenly retracted his hand, protecting the chip. Li Xuanqing's eyes moved slightly, and the shadows on the ground transformed into black ropes, wrapping around Lin Youwei's body in a continuous spiral. "Stay still, don't have any crooked thoughts." Lin Youwei ignored Li Xuanqing and glared at Wang Jun, angrily saying, "Why are you so unambitious? Such important data, and you just take it out? Are you stupid? Do you really think the people in Black Blade Alley are nice?" Last night, when Chihei entered the ink bamboo private room, Lin Youwei was in a deep sleep and completely unaware of Chi's presence. So she had no way of knowing that Wang Jun had anticipated Red Umbrella Company's plans in advance. At this moment, Wang Jun wanted to reveal the contents of the chip in front of Lin Youwei to prevent any crazy attacks from Red Umbrella Company and various financial groups later on. The chip contained a backup data file. You just give it away like that? Lin Youwei, with her arms bound to her torso and her legs restrained by shadows, could only shake her head helplessly. Wang Jun pretended not to hear and continued, "The contents of the backup data are not important to others, but they are very important to me personally." Lin Youwei tilted her head, secretly speculating what trick Wang Jun was trying to play. Li Xuanqing sensed the smell of gossip and immediately perked up. Sun Bu sipped his tea calmly and said, "Go on. It might not be enough to just say it. Let's directly demonstrate," Wang Jun suggested. Sun Bu looked deeply at Wang Jun and nodded all right. Moments later, a square box was placed at the center of the rotating table, and Wang Jun inserted the storage chip into the slot on top. A white projection screen descended from the north wall of the room, with the front of the square box aimed at the screen, projecting the image. The image clearly recorded the information of the chip, Butler-type artificial intelligence, AU personality data backup. Impossible! Lin Youwei exclaimed in disbelief, her voice sharp. She had not reacted this strongly when she was captured last night, and even imagined various treatments she might receive from Wang Jun while in the private room. But now, seeing the data contents in the chip, she was on the verge of collapse. The Viper division of Red Umbrella Company dispatched an elite force of 3,000, all direct descendants of the Lin family. But last night, they clashed with a mysterious team from the Zhao family precisely to block them, which is why another level 3 expert and more than half of the elite Vipers were not involved in capturing Wang Jun. She originally thought that all her hard work throughout the night was for the data of Ling Yun ecology. That was a unique rarity in the world. The ultimate crystallization of the research of Chen Yangmei, a big shot in the scientific community, and once incorporated, could lead to the ultimate evolution, seeking the highest technology of immortality. No, how could this be? This chip must have been encrypted. It can't be that simple. Speaking incoherently, Lin Youwei focused solely on the projection screen. Her beautiful eyes lost most of their luster, her face filled with despair, completely devoid of her usual pride. At a glance, she looked like a crazy woman who had been played with after being picked up from the street while drunk. Wang Jun said, "I'm sorry. This chip is just a backup chip for my intelligent butler." Impossible. Lin Youwei screamed hysterically, her voice so loud that it shattered a nearby window. If it were just a backup chip for an artificial intelligence, why would you guard it so closely? When you transformed into pure water, you could throw everything away. Yet this chip you kept close to your chest. What's the explanation? Because I lost my parents when I was young. Wang Jun transformed into an Oscar-winning actor, his expression dim, his tone steady yet heavy, but unable to hide his loneliness and solitude. Although an artificial intelligence accompanied my growth. She's like my family, my sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue slumped in her chair, as if her spine had softened. Impossible. She shook her head, unwilling to believe, her voice almost as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. If the Lin family members were present, they would absolutely not believe that Lin Yue would exhibit such a demeanor. Pitiful, lost, and helpless. Completely different from her usual assertiveness and competence. Could there be a slight possibility that this chip was specially disguised? NYUW, I lowered her head in silence, her front teeth biting her thin lips, with blood seeping from the gaps between her shell-like teeth. The data displayed on the projection screen continued to refine, and a black box appeared in the lower right corner. Inside the box, a simple drawing outlined a crawling creature with 12 legs. Its back was oval, and when viewed horizontally, the combination of lines resembled an eye pupil. Clenching her left hand tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. NYUW, I shook her head imperceptibly and whispered, Angel Crawler. She recognized this icon, which represented the pinnacle of the hacking world. It was said that over a decade ago, a top hacker codenamed Tizot emerged, creating 3 major code programs: Angel Crawler, Hellhound, and Human Mayfly. Among them, Angel Crawler was used for decrypting storage backups or performing brute force searches on computer contents. About 5 minutes later, all the contents of the storage chip were retrieved, revealing no information related to Ling Unicology. NYUWI's expression fell, the last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished. Chapter 16. Can't save WNJN sat beside her, carefully observing LNYUWI's expression. Her eyes were devoid of spirit, hollow and unfocused, resembling someone who had just reached a peak moment and entered a sage mode, her mind blank. WNJN felt a slight sense of relief. In City 36, facing the joint pursuit of the Red Umbrella Company and several financial conglomerates was no different from seeking death. Unless WNJN possessed the strength and influence of the boss behind Black Blade Alley. Now that the strategy was achieved and the chip's contents were checked in front of LNYUWI, as long as she left Black Blade Alley alive, it would at least eliminate some of WNJN's suspicions regarding holding Ling Unicology's information. The level of concern was completely different, and the danger was within manageable limits. LSUNCHN was noisy and full of disdain. The chip is only valuable to AJN. Did I work all night for nothing? SNBW shook his head and glanced at WNJN with deep meaning. In his view, the greatest gain was not anything else but WNJN himself. This guy's eyes were not quite right. WNJN pretended not to notice SNBW's gaze. Suddenly, he heard a whisper from COCO, busy work, meaningless, busy work, meaningless. He turned to see that the speaker was LNYUWI. What is going on? SNBW quickly grabbed LNYUWI's right wrist. LSUNCHN was a step slower, leaning in closer, raising both hands. His palms waved in front of LNYUWI's eyes. But she showed no reaction. SNBW shook his head, saying, No, LN state is very wrong. She has likely gone into a trance. What? LSUNCHN raised his eyebrows. WNJN said, Maybe she momentarily couldn't think straight and got stuck in a dead end. LSUNCHN seemed to understand and nodded. She was fine just now. She just looked at the chip, and there was nothing particularly stimulating in it. Right? SNBW's expression turned serious, his 3 fingers firmly pressing down on LNYUWI's wrist. Her pulse felt weak and powerless, as if her energy had been drained. At this moment, LNYUWI's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, her expression dazed, and her mouth could no longer close. Drip, drip, drip. Saliva filled her jaw, flowing out from the corners of her mouth. Her once beautiful face lost its former charm, resembling a ragged doll. No, using internal energy to guide her 1T work. She has completely fallen into a delusion and is trapped in her own mental world. We need to find someone who truly understands medicine, SNBW concluded, stepping back a few paces to take out his smartphone. J.N. crouched down. Got a few. This was the first time he had seen another person's mutation. He didn't know how her mutation differed from his. Suddenly, a flicker of light passed through L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s eyes, as if her last bit of consciousness was returning. Before J.N. could react, his wrist was tightly grasped with great force. L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s speech became unclear, as if a phlegm was stuck in her throat. Save me. Get away from her. Her evolutionary disaster has erupted. It's very dangerous now. L.S.U.N.C.H.N. stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble slightly. And countless pure black hands emerged from the shadows, covering L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s body. Under the immense force, a normal person would have fallen backward. But L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s state was bizarre. All her bodily restrictions were released, and her strength surpassed that of an ordinary, extraordinary being. L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s skin color changed drastically, turning bright red like fire and becoming semi-transparent. J.N. took a glance and realized that it was not human skin at all. It felt warm to the touch, smooth and slippery, somewhat resembling glass. Beneath that strange skin, muscle tissue and capillaries were exposed. L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s eyes were filled with pleading, her grip tightening inch by inch like a tiger's claw. J.N.'s right wrist was firmly held, unable to break free. The red marks remained on his wrist, accompanied by pain. J.N. said nothing, using his other hand to grip L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s palm. The force was too great to pull away. After a pause of 0.2 seconds, J.N. grasped L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s thumb and bent it backward. Crack! As the saying goes, 10 fingers connected to the heart. The implication is that pain in the fingers can be unbearable. However, L.N.Y.U.W.I., with a broken thumb, acted as if nothing had happened. J.N. still couldn't pull his hand out. His brows furrowed slightly as his right forearm transformed into flowing water, changing shape. At that moment, he discovered that L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s palm was enveloped in a special energy, which could actually sever the pure water body transformed from water beings. J.N.'s right hand was temporarily sealed, unable to become pure water. Still unable to pull away, he raised his other hand, and the skin on his palm quickly changed from flesh-colored to transparent. The shape of his palm transformed into a blade of water of equal volume. Whoosh! J.N.'s eyelids drooped, swinging his left arm, and the water blade sliced down, leaving a residual shadow. Thud, 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 thud. Her 5 fingers fell to the ground one after another, no longer able to grip J.N.'s wrist. J.N. retracted his right hand and jumped back 2 steps. Nearby, L.S.U.N.C.H.N. summoned pure black hands were half a second late. Witnessing J.N. sever L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s 5 fingers, he stood there dumbfounded, eyes wide open, jaw dropped, unable to close his mouth. After 3 seconds, L.S.U.N.C.H.N. exclaimed, "What the hell? J.N., your attack was too ruthless. You were too harsh on a girl." SNBW's eyes hidden behind sunglasses sparkled with golden light, seemingly scanning J.N. intentionally or unintentionally. Ruthless enough, cunning enough. This person is dangerous. Staying in Blackblade Alley could either be a blessing or a curse. At this moment, SNBW suddenly felt that J.N. was a hot potato that needed to be discarded quickly. J. North stood in place, watching L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s body undergoing a mutation. The binary stream of 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1 suddenly flashed by, sweeping through the depths of his left eye. He blinked, puzzled. Why can I suddenly see L.N.Y.U.W.I.'s evolutionary tree? The thinking time lasted less than 3 seconds, and J.N. concluded. When he was attacked earlier, he saw Zhang W's evolutionary tree, which indicated that being attacked by an extraordinary being was a way to see others' evolutionary trees. Now, the only action he had taken against L.N.Y.U.W.I. was severing 5 fingers. Thus, the second method for viewing another's evolutionary tree was to inflict harm on them. J.N. still had lingering doubts. if it was about attacking. The person he attacked the most should be the fourth. So why had the fourth's evolutionary tree never been exposed? Combining the fourth's extraordinary abilities. WNJN speculated. Either the fourth was too resilient and the attack did not cause effective harm, or the attack must reach a certain level of damage. These were the two biggest possibilities. Suddenly, the binary stream of 010101 swept past his left eye again, and he suddenly realized in his mind. The methods for viewing others' evolutionary trees were indeed the two he had speculated, but the true core of these methods lay in extraordinary contact. The term extraordinary contact was created by Chun Yongmei and is recorded in the data chip of the Ling Unicology. This term means the interaction between the extraordinary and the extraordinary, where the essence of the extraordinary lies in energy, and energy and matter can transform into each other. Therefore, when Wang Jun uses extraordinary abilities to attack others and causes a certain degree of harm, it triggers extraordinary contact. Through extraordinary contact, he can see the evolution tree of others. Conversely, when he is attacked by Zhang Wu's poisonous gas, the extraordinary energy contained in the poison interacts with the extraordinary energy within Wang Jun's body that protects him, completing an extraordinary contact. Wang Yun sotsli noted, summarizing to himself, to check someone else's evolution tree. I must use the water spirit to inflict effective damage on other extraordinary beings or endure effective damage inflicted on me by other extraordinary beings. With a slight blink, Wang Jun's attention shifted to the data stream presented in his mind. Owner of the evolution tree, Lin Yuwei, life level, 1 extraordinary being, life Ling Yun, 250,300, Ling Yun attribute, none, current state, spirit injured, body and mind distorted, outbreak of evolution pain. Solution, pay 5 points of life Ling Yun to query once, extraordinary ability, dragon roar chi, consumes 10 points of life Ling Yun to query once, extraordinary progress, 75, evolution path, pay 10 points of life Ling Yun to query once, after a night of sleep. Wang Jun's life Ling Yun was replenished and the upper limit was raised to 80 points. However, he was still reluctant to directly consume 5 points of life Ling Yun. At that moment, Lin Yuwei had already transformed into a half-monster. She was lying on the ground, using the broken stumps of her fingers to touch the 5 fingers that had fallen to the ground. In the next moment, a colorful viscous liquid seeped from the broken ends of her fingers, crystallizing immediately upon contact with the air. The size of the crystals varied, with different shades of light and color, but they emitted a strange fragrance. With a thud, Sun Buwu stepped onto the wooden floor, launching himself into the air. And with the second and third steps, he stirred the air. After landing, Sun Bu stood in front of Lin Yuwei, his eyes fixed on her, scrutinizing intently. The surging, formless qi instantly condensed, pressing inward from all directions to envelop Lin Yuwei completely. She was unable to move, her eyes showing only the whites. Sun Bu frowned deeply, grasped her hand, and after careful observation, said, "The severed limbs have regrown." Lin Yuwei's skin turned an unusual bright red, presenting a transparent crystalline form. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and fragrant liquid dripped from her mouth and nose, gradually crystallizing upon exposure to the air. A noticeable bulge appeared on her forehead, as if a horn was about to break through her skull and grow out. Lin Yuwei's speech was unclear, and a non-human sound escaped her throat. No one can understand what you're saying. Li Xuanqing spread his hands and sighed softly, wondering why the pain of evolution had suddenly erupted so severely, and the distortion had basically become inevitable. Wang Jun looked at Li Xuanqing, perhaps because someone's words were too piercing. Li Xuanqing took half a step back. Surprised. What does it have to do with me? Jun, don't look at me like that. That someone is you? Chun Gu? Wang Jun retorted. Li Xuanqing, it really has nothing to do with me. Seeing his expression, it was clear that this guy was completely unaware, and didn't he know he had stabbed a knife into Lin Yuwei's heart and sprinkled salt on it. Keep your mouth shut and say less. Sun Buwu subtly shook his head, and the smartphone in his hand finally connected after the 10th attempt. Busy, do not disturb. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Sun Buwu disregarded it and said straightforwardly, "A person's evolution pain has erupted, and we need you to come and treat her." Wang Jun stood very close and clearly heard the female voice from the smartphone. Not in the mood, not saving. Sun Bu was embarrassed and coughed to cover it up, then quickly covered the microphone with one hand and said softly, "It's urgent. If you don't come, no one can save the Lin family girl. I'm a surgeon, and I only have a superficial understanding of evolution pain. I can't guarantee a cure. We have to try. Lin Yue is a direct descendant of the Lin family. If she dies in Haifeng Alley, the stubborn old man of the Lin family will surely go mad, and City 36 will definitely not be peaceful, igniting a raging war." Intermittent voices came through, not avoiding Wang Jun. After the phone conversation was finished, Sun Bu hung up, finally managing to get the person to come over. "Brother Wu is amazing, so impressive." Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up. Sun Bu rolled his eyes, mocking, "I really can't tell if you're insulting me or genuinely praising me." "Genuinely." Li Xuanqing maintained a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. "If even Sister Lung can't save her, then we really have no way in Haifeng Alley. We can only wait for the Lin family girl to die and then deal with the Lin family." A few minutes later, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor announced the arrival of a tall woman. She wore a white coat, under which a white shirt, black skirt, and sheer black stockings were faintly visible, along with a pair of striking red high heels. Lung Qingning. Wang Jun recognized her at a glance. This woman frequently appeared in news reports and was known as the best doctor in City 36, especially skilled in surgical procedures. Could she also be an extraordinary being? Wang Jun wondered, but kept it to himself. Li Xuanqing seemed to sense Wang Jun's thoughts, rushed forward, and whispered, "Hee, didn't he expect it, did you? This stunning beauty is the top doctor in the entire Federation and also one of the 12 blades of Haifeng Alley. Lung Qingning is a particularly famous surgeon in recent years. Why is she still working in Haifeng Alley?" Wang Yun counseled. Li Xuanqing hooked his arm around Wang Jun's shoulder, raising his eyebrows in pride. "Not just working. The real her is in Haifeng Alley. This is her main job. The 12 blades, you know? It's not something just anyone can be part of. Besides my master, the 12 blades are the 12 most amazing people in Haifeng Alley, each possessing unparalleled skills." Li Xuanqing was full of himself, his eyes shining, almost saying that he was one of them. Through his subtle expressions, Wang Jun saw through the details, but chose not to expose them, half-truthfully complimenting. "That's pretty good, very impressive. Smart." Li Xuanqing squinted his eyes, clearly pleased, and lowered his voice. "To be honest, your Chungu is one of the 12 blades, the Shadow Blade." With a slap, Sun Bu raised his hand and hit the back of Li Xuanqing's head. "Stop bragging. Don't disturb Sister Lung from working." Li Xuanqing covered his head and shrank his neck, continuing, "Sister Lung is the life and death blade among the 12 blades, mastering life and death. She is amazing." Wang Jun didn't even lift his eyelids, casually replying, Pretty good." Li Xuanqing. The sunlight coming in from the window falls on Lin Yue's body, and the crystalline matter emits a colorful radiance, looking stunning. The life Ling Yun had already crystallized, permeating through the skin. Lung Qingning furrowed her brows and glanced sideways, her voice slightly cold. "Who severed her 5 fingers?" Li Xuanqing instinctively glanced at Wang Jun, his eyes seemingly saying, "Brother, good luck." Wang Jun pretended not to see. Lung Qingning noticed something, looking at him sideways. "It was you, wasn't it? Do you have any medical knowledge? Don't you know that when a patient is having an episode, you can't cause further harm?" The 3 questions came like a barrage of bullets, showing no courtesy whatsoever. Wang Jun certainly wouldn't indulge her. The situation was urgent and unavoidable. "You still have a reason." Lung Qingning shook her head, saying, "With these 5 wounds, her evolution pain will at least increase by 30, and you can't take this responsibility." Wang Jun frowned and retorted, "What if it works? You? Get lost." Lung Qingning turned her head, pretending not to acknowledge Wang Jun, focusing on treating her seriously. An unnamed anger surged within Wang Jun suddenly. A hand pressed lightly on his shoulder. He turned to see Li Xuanqing mouthing, "Don't argue with a woman." Wang Jun nodded, temporarily refraining from interrupting Lung Qingning's treatment. But he felt a lingering unease in his heart. He immediately paid 5 points of life essence to check the solution for Lin Yue's evolution disaster. A series of numbers, 010101, flashed in his left eye, and 3 solutions emerged in his mind. This time, the presented solutions were different from before. There were no bizarre or strange items. Wang Jun felt a bit unaccustomed. Plan 1. Treatment level 60. Lin Yue barely returns to normal. Required materials: gold and silver wine. 1000-year black wood root. Plan 2. Treatment level 90. Lin Yue returns to normal. Extraordinary abilities cannot be used for 3 months. Required materials: 300 milliliters of deep-sea ghost shark blood. Plan 3. Treatment level 100 appropriately extracts the ominous aura within Lin Yue. Required materials: dragon bloodgrass. All 3 plans were for treatment, just differing in their levels, but the third plan caught Wang Jun's attention. He focused on it and immediately saw the possible source of the ominous aura. Upon suddenly seeing the shocking information, his pupils contracted like pinholes, and every hair on his body stood on end. Wang Jun was at a loss for words for a long time. Chapter 17. I Can Heal. Lin Yue's figure was already abnormal, with a glass-like skin forming on her surface, resembling a hard shell. Common examination methods had no effect. Lung Qingning suddenly threw open her white coat. Everyone be quiet. I need to operate to see the situation. A row of surgical instruments hung at her waist, varying in length, thickness, straightness, and curvature, all types of surgical tools. Strangely, the tips of these tools were all sharp. At this moment, Sun Buwu and Li Xuanqing remained silent, waiting quietly. Lung Qingning raised her right hand and drew out a scalpel. The blade carved out a brilliant flower of light, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage, sweeping past Lin Yue's severed finger and bringing back a trace of crystalline powder. She opened her palm, placing the powder flat in her hand, and brought her nose close to sniff it for a moment. The explosion of Lin Yue's evolution disaster was not a coincidence. She had a small breakthrough before, but it was interrupted by someone. Li Xuanqing coughed, while Sun Buwu raised an eyebrow, exchanging a disapproving glance with Lung Qingning. Li Xuanqing awkwardly shook his head, covering his mouth with both hands. He knew that the one who interrupted Lin Yue's breakthrough was Wang Jun, but he felt it was inappropriate to mention it at this time. After glancing at Wang Jun several times, Li Xuanqing tilted his neck, thinking, strange. Is Wang Jun's heart made of iron? He has no reaction at all. At this moment, Wang Jun was identifying the solution, wholly focused and unaware of the commotion around him. Lung Qingning shook her head and said, "It's no use. There's no salvation." "How can there be no salvation?" Sun Buwu said solemnly. Li Xuanqing jumped up and slammed the table. "Sister Lung, you're the best doctor in City 36. If even you can't save her, then she's doomed." Lung Qingning took out a square velvet cloth and carefully wiped the scalpel she had just used. Whether she lives or dies is a 50 chance. There's still hope? Li Xuanqing pounded his thigh. "Sister Lung, it's not fair to still be breathing when it comes to this." Lung Qingning replied, "I didn't say there's hope. I just said she might not necessarily die." Li Xuanqing opened his mouth, wanting to ask more. Suddenly, Sun Buwu's sunglasses glinted with a golden red light, and the lines of her face seemed to be heavily painted over repeatedly. Her entire aura became dense and serious. Is it possible for her to become a mutant? Lung Qingning nodded, her tone as calm as smoke, yet revealing a hint of murderous intent. Yes, and the possibility is not low. She's one of the most outstanding individuals of the new generation of the Lin family, with a more resilient character than ordinary people. Even though her mindset broke down previously, causing chaotic energy, she has now calmed down, but she cannot control it. Although she seems to be in a bad state now, she has gained a certain level of control. It's either death or becoming a mutant. If it were you, what would you choose? The answer was obvious. No one would willingly embrace death. Li Xuanqing pressed on. Is there really no way to treat it? Lung Qingning scoffed. If the Lin family's legacy were willing to open up to me, there might be a 30 chance. But I have no idea about the origin and usage of the Lin family's extraordinary energy, which is difficult. The foundation of the Lin family is that extraordinary legacy. Not to mention Lung Qingning. Even top-tier figures from other financial groups or the few demigod-level extraordinary beings of this generation would not know about the Lin family's extraordinary legacy. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The servant from Fuwang Building said, "The dishes are ready." At the table, Lung Qingning lightly tapped her red high heels, signaling Li Xuanqing to handle it. Making me do it again, Li Xuanqing muttered under his breath. His body enveloped in a dark shadow, quickly merging into the ground. In a moment, he returned to his spot. The knocking from the servant outside ceased, and the room fell silent once more. Mutants cannot be left alive. They must be killed. Sun Bu's expression fluctuated, her brows gathering like heavy clouds, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Rather than let a potentially limitless extraordinary being become a mutant, it's better to kill her on the spot and eliminate future troubles. What are the chances of City 36 being engulfed in war if we kill her? Wang Yun suddenly asked. Li Xuanqing, who was naturally sociable and had spent the most time with Wang Jun, immediately replied, Lin You's grandfather, Lin Songyin, is the head of the Lin family, and she is very promising, having successfully accepted the family's extraordinary legacy. In the eyes of the older generation in the Lin family, she is a precious gem, let alone her grandfather. 100 chance of war. Wang Yun nodded. So you still want to kill her? Why not let her become a mutant and then return her? Throwing the difficult question to others was indeed a good method. Li Xuanqing smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, there's a big problem. Wang Jun raised his brow slightly, his dark pupils shining brightly. That's someone else's problem. Not quite, Li Xuanqing explained. Mutants are enemies of humanity. If we return Lin Yue, who has become a mutant, it would only exacerbate the situation and ignite the flames of war further. Enemies of humanity? Wang Jun was perplexed. Li Xuanqing said, mutants are not human. They are a completely different kind of being, with the term human only in their name. Wang Jun asked curiously, can you elaborate? Li Xuanqing nodded slightly and continued. Mutants have completely lost human emotions, but their bodies and minds are greatly enhanced. Their abilities are more bizarre compared to extraordinary beings of the same level, with almost no. The main point is that mutants have a craving for human flesh, or rather, must eat human flesh to survive. Consuming human blood and flesh, especially that of extraordinary beings, allows them to grow stronger quickly. There was once a level 5 mutant extraordinary being whose rapid advancement was due to his appetite. That guy was very fat. After accidentally becoming a mutant, he disguised himself as a human and infiltrated his original family, starting with his own parents and children, ultimately devouring the entire neighborhood of 300 households clean. Wang Jun remarked, no wonder mutants are considered enemies of humanity. Eating people and treating humans as food is an irreconcilable contradiction. Li Xuanqing said softly, you might not know, but extraordinary beings at level 5 are referred to as demigods. Level 5, demigod with a voracious appetite. Wang Jun's eyes seemed misty. He had witnessed a level 3 extraordinary being in battle, and that scene was already shocking enough. One could imagine the kind of disaster a demigod-level extraordinary being would cause while slaughtering humans. At this moment, Li Xuanqing's words confirmed Wang Jun's speculation. That damned mutant has caused tremendous trauma to this world, which is not fully healed to this day. In the wilderness, near City 29, City 4, and City 13, there are 3 forbidden places, all because of it. To put it bluntly, if another demigod-level mutant were to appear, the end of the world would not be far off. With a slight pause, Li Xuanqing exhaled a breath of foul air, smiled, and shook his head, changing the atmosphere. But it's still okay. The demigod level has its barriers. Not everyone can break through. Sun Bu shook his head, denying. Although there are barriers, the ones faced by ordinary humans and mutants are different. To compare, it's like an ordinary person wanting to become a demigod, facing a ladder to the sky from level 4 to 5, with swirling clouds and mist, not knowing if success is possible, let alone when it will happen, only able to persist endlessly. But mutants are different, especially Lin Yue, whose talent is exceptionally high. For her, reaching level 5 is likely to be a smooth path, just needing a few years to naturally arrive there. As he finished speaking, he brushed past Wang Jun and walked straight towards Lin Yue. Sun Bu's right hand fell beside him, fingers together like a knife, and his gaze towards Lin Yue was already filled with killing intent. That was an assumption. The actual situation would certainly be different. Lung Qingning turned her body, both hands holding scalpels, perfectly blocking Sun Bu's path. Directly attacking and killing a direct descendant of the Lin family would inevitably put the Lin family on the opposite side of Haifeng Alley, not only plunging City 36 into war, but also affecting the boss's larger plans later on. Mutants deserve to die. There is no discussion about that. Sun Buwu took off his sunglasses, and in his open left, I seemed to hide a golden sun. His father and mother both died in the final battle against the demigod mutants. This was a blood feud, engraved in his heart, never to be forgotten. Lung Qingming said, "She is not a mutant yet. Besides, even if she becomes one, she is not your enemy." Yes, I know. The enemy has long been killed by my grandfather. Sun Bu's expression was cold, his breath stirring like a fierce wind, as if he would strike at any moment. Lung Qingming's scalpel pointed diagonally at Lin Yue. "It's not worth mourning for mutants. Once she becomes a mutant, I guarantee she will die a painful death. Flesh, skin, bones, and organs will all be sliced, extracting all value, thoroughly studying the physiology of mutants, contributing to technological advancement, and helping us understand mutants better. Isn't that better?" Wang Jun thought to himself, good grief. He originally thought Lung Qingming had the ethics of a doctor, a white-clad angel saving lives, but never expected she was even more ruthless than Sun Bu. Li Xuanqing's forehead was covered in black lines, and he was so shocked by their conversation that he felt a cold sweat on the back of his neck. Sun Bu slowly closed his left eye, his breathing becoming gentler. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He retracted his aura, put on his sunglasses, and said with a stern face, "I can temporarily refrain from killing. But you cannot treat her. What should we do?" Lung Qingming nodded slightly. The heavy stone in her heart finally lifted, and she hesitated. "How about we hold a 12 Blades meeting?" At this moment, Wang Jun gained a deeper understanding of the significance of mutants. Mutants do not integrate into human society. They must be killed on sight. Once allowed to roam free, the consequences are unimaginable. Sun Bu shook his head, "No. When Bossy really called me, he said he took away the Mo Dao, the paper blade, and 6 others. He needs to accomplish something big, and can't be distracted right now." Li Xuanqing suggested, "Our combat power is insufficient. We should find a way to keep the news under wraps and create a false impression to confuse the Lin family." "That's useless. Have you forgotten what the boss did before?" Lung Qingming shook her head, citing the stories of the boss and the boss lady as a cautionary tale. The Lin family would definitely request a video call with Lin Yue within 2 days. "Sister Lung is right," Li Xuanqing frowned. Seeing the disagreement, they were stuck in a deadlock. Lung Qingming, Li Xuanqing, and Sun Bu were all thinking about how to handle the trouble. On one hand, they needed to ensure the interests of Haifeng Alley, and on the other, they had to make sure Lin Yue would not become a mutant. Because the three of them also thought of another possibility: the Lin family secretly cultivating mutants as weapons. Given the nature of the wealthy, it was hard to say they wouldn't do that. Having thought of this, the three of them tacitly decided not to voice it. Not far away, Lin Yue was half kneeling and half crawling, her eyes red, her whole body covered in a translucent membrane formed by crystals, her distorted and struggling gaze revealing a thirst for life. In the occasional flashes of normalcy, she had only one thought. She wanted to live with dignity. Sun Bu, Lung Qingming, and Li Xuanqing were so preoccupied with their own troubles that they did not notice her. In her very limited moments of normalcy, she could only look towards Wang Jun. Sensing the desire for survival, Wang Jun approached and spoke softly. "I can save you. You don't have to become a mutant. You won't be disabled, nor will you die." Lin Yue desperately wanted to believe Wang Jun, but her intuition told her that he was just telling a lie. She didn't even have enough rationality to analyze whether Wang Jun's lie was out of goodwill or mockery. "I want to live, but you." Lin Yue's body was covered with a thin, translucent crystal cocoon, and her lips moved with difficulty. Her intermittent voice was mixed with the fear of death. Her body was distorting, her spirit twisting, but her mind was still half awake. This was the most painful and desperate time. Wang Jun's words were like a ray of hope shining down. The last straw for survival. Lin Yue urgently wanted to grasp it, her throat emitting a chaotic, unclear sound. Unnecessary hope is the most despairing. Lung Qingming shook her head, reprimanding Wang Jun. What you promised is something you cannot achieve. Is it interesting to do this in front of someone who is about to die? Lung Qingning's voice was cold, like the ice and snow blown down from the peak of a cold mountain. Lin Yuwei could not utter the words that were on her lips. Indeed, if Lung Qingning couldn't cure her, how could Wang Jun, just a researcher, do it? Lung Qingning had two nicknames. One was the Blade of Life and Death, and the other was the Bodhisattva of Yama. This was how people in the circle perceived her. She said she could save someone. They would be brought back from the dead. She said someone couldn't survive. Even if they lived temporarily, they would die later, either unable to bear the aftereffects or being physically ended by her knife. Death was paramount. Power, strength, and family background were all but clouds. Lin Yuwei tightened her hands around her neck, her fingertips sinking into her flesh, forcibly controlling her vocal cords to emit a voice that was somewhat normal. You can't save me. Stop lying to me. Wang Jun shook his head. As long as you pay, I will cure you. Li Xuanqing said, Ah Jun, don't take on work that doesn't belong to you. Even Sister Lung can't handle this. Don't overestimate yourself. Lung Qingning remained silent, clearly unwilling to express anything in words. Her medical skills were basically at the ceiling level in City 36. This was her absolute domain, and she looked down on Wang Jun entirely. Doctors need to accumulate practical experience. Every patient they encounter contributes to their improvement. She had been practicing medicine for 10 years, curing thousands of patients, including many difficult cases and quite a few extraordinary individuals. The pain of evolution is a challenge for the extraordinary. Some are psychological, some physiological, and more mystically, spiritual. She had seen too much to understand that the pain of evolution for the extraordinary and the ailments of ordinary people were two completely different matters. The knowledge involved in the pain of evolution was still unknown, almost equivalent to a blind spot on the boundary of human knowledge. Xuanqing was right. Wang Jun, you cannot compare with Sister Lung in medical treatment. If she cannot save her, what will you accomplish? In the end, you will only bear the blame and responsibility. Are you really not afraid at all? Wang Jun shook his head, looking at Lin Yuwei's evolution tree. The ominous aura mentioned in the third treatment plan had a detailed explanation. It came from the bones of a dragon, a mysterious creature that lived on this continent before the current era. The Lin family's highest extraordinary inheritance is called Dragon's Roar Qi, which is incredibly powerful, allowing practitioners to have few rivals of the same level. However, this technique is not actually magical. It ultimately comes down to a solidified attribute. The solidification trait, as the name implies, is the ability to stabilize energy and remain unchanged, having the same effect on matter. Wang Jun pondered slightly and immediately understood. The solidification trait is to absorb other extraordinary energies and solidify them into the so-called dragon chant qi. He then quietly inquired, The Lin family has dragon bones? Lin Yuwei gasped, waking up again, her expression drastically changing, alternating between pale and purple, her hands gripping her neck as she spoke slowly. How dare you be so sure? Wang Jun shook his head and said to himself, The solidification trait isn't very rare. But the extraordinary path passed down by the Lin family requires extremely high personal qualifications because the dragon chant qi itself has a peculiar specificity unknown to outsiders. What is it? Jun. Beginning to the point, don't hold your breath. Li Xuanqing's lips moved, as if a million cat paws were scratching at his heart. Brother Chun, just let me finish, Wang Jun retorted. Li Xuanqing wanted to explain, but his mouth was moving. Sun Bu glared, an invisible energy pressing against the air, blocking Li Xuanqing's mouth. Continue. Lung Qingning supported her chin with her right hand, her left elbow resting in her palm, her jade-like index finger curling a strand of her slightly curled black hair. Her gaze lost some of its lightness and gained a bit more scrutiny. Wang Jun said, The ancestral technique of the Lin family involves a curse, or rather, a suppression from a higher being. After a brief pause, he smiled warmly. The dragon chant qi may indeed be related to dragons. Li Xuanqing internally scoffed at what Jun said, finding it nonsensical. Sun Bu looked thoughtful, his gaze towards Wang Jun carrying an indescribable meaning. Lung Qingning's brows furrowed, a faint frown appearing on her smooth forehead. After years of medicine, She had seen many bizarre things, including all kinds of monsters, but they had all been proven to be scientific phenomena misunderstood by those involved. Lung Qingning did not believe in the existence of mythical creatures like dragons. However, the three of them noticed that the unusual transformation in Lin Yue had stopped. The surface of the cocoon, made of crystalline film, shimmering beautifully. If there were dragon eggs in the world, perhaps they would look like this. They all harbored similar thoughts deep down, like seeds of inner demons, growing deeper and harder to uproot. Lin Yue found it hard to speak, but even a fool could see the shock written all over her face. Eh. Before she could form a coherent sentence, Wang Jun continued, "Perhaps your Lin family is hiding a dragon skeleton, allowing the descendants of the Lin family to study and comprehend it." His tone sounded almost joking. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly contracted, showing a trend of transforming from human pupils to slit pupils. Golden light surrounded her eyes, forming golden light spikes, while the central part of her pupils contained deep red, as if hiding stars. At that moment, her emotions surged, and the little person in her mind lay on a small boat, tossed about by the towering waves of her heart's sea. Lin Yue could not respond, but others would not hold back. Li Xuanqing was the most curious, his eyes filled with hope. "Come on, Ajun, keep talking." Wang Jun said, "The strength of the Lin family lies not in the techniques, but in those who can adapt to the dragon's aura." After a brief pause, he pointed at Lin Yue. "You are the one who can adapt to the dragon's aura, which makes you the Lin family's precious gem." Seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, Wang Jun glanced at Lung Qingning and said, "The main reason Lin Yue has transformed into her current state is not due to an interrupted breakthrough or emotional turmoil. The real reason has long been buried within her body since the moment she came into contact with her family's legacy." Wang Jun did not explicitly state the subsequent conclusion, but everyone present understood. Lin Yue had not only seen the dragon skeleton, but had also studied it up close, even spending years beside it. Thus her body and soul had long been permeated by the dragon's aura. This was the reason for the strength of the Lin family's extraordinary inheritors, as well as the curse from which the Lin family could never escape. A blessing-like curse, a curse-like blessing, mutually dependent. The Lin family was thus strong, yet unable to grow stronger. Lin Yue was horrified deep down, unable to control her facial muscles and body anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Her limbs exploded, splattering crystals and colorful pus everywhere. Within her remaining body, flesh and bones became indistinguishable, completely crystallized. Li Xuanqing stared in shock, holding his head and saying, "In a critical moment, Ajun, you still stimulated her. Now there's no saving her." Lung Qingning picked up the crystals and colorful pus from the ground with a scalpel, observing for a moment before shaking her head. No, her state has actually improved after the explosion. Sun Bu squatted on the ground, touching the slime with his fingertips, rubbing and nodding. Better to let it out than to keep it in. When internal energy is trapped in the body and not circulating, it's dead. This current state is indeed a bit better. Then, Sun Bu raised his head, his expression very serious. "Wang Jun, how confident are you that you can treat her?" 50-50. Wang Jun spread his right hand's 5 fingers. "That's enough." Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up, teasingly saying, "Sister Lung, that's 0 confidence. You're 5%. We can take a gamble." Lung Qingning shot a glance at Li Xuanqing without saying anything. Wang Jun said, "But I will need a lot of extraordinary materials." "No problem. If the materials are used, then they're used. In Haifeng Alley, there are plenty of extraordinary people and materials." Sun Bu waved his hand grandly. Wang Jun was taken aback, first clarifying that those extraordinary materials were not cheap. "It doesn't matter," Sun Bu said with a smile. "Just put all on the Lin family's tab." Realizing he was being generous with others' resources, Wang Jun lightly hummed, then said, "To treat Lin Yue, the most important material we need is dragon bloodgrass. Do we have it?" Sun Bu tilted his head to ask. He was here as a substitute and was not very familiar with Haifeng Alley stock. Li Xuanqing looked confused, shaking his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen my master's little treasury." "Don't count on this guy. He's always carefree and never cares about anything." Lung Qingning interrupted with annoyance. She turned to Wang Jun, her gaze filled with distrust. "Haifeng Alley does have dragon bloodgrass, but only one plant. This extraordinary material is top tier, close to legendary. Wang Jun said, just say it directly. The materials are precious and cannot be wasted. I don't feel at ease handing them to you. That's the first. Lung Qingning raised an eyebrow, holding up one finger, then raised a second finger. Second, dragon blood grass is extremely potent, very young, and can easily trigger a secondary explosion of evolutionary pain. If Lin Yue takes it now, it would be no different from sending her to her death. Who said it was for her to take? Wang Jun shook his head. Dragon blood grass is just a main medicine. There are also moonstar dust, colorful lizard, phantom worm, and endless dew. Listing off 33 extraordinary materials in succession. Wang Jun took a breath and said, prepare a large greenhouse, 2 layers for the greenhouse. The lower layer should have a big vat to stew all the extraordinary materials in clean water, and the upper layer should have Lin Yue lying down, stripped of her clothes. Lung Qingning thought for 2 or 3 seconds. If the extraordinary materials were steamed and she was heated by the steam, it could indeed reduce the potency of dragon blood grass. External use is indeed more feasible than internal use, but her current state is off. Rashly enduring changes brought by multiple extraordinary materials could very well be fatal. Therefore, another person must be arranged to massage her whole body, to relax her muscles and skin. Wang Jun nodded, his eyes filled with inquiry. Don't look at me. I'm a surgeon. I only use scalpels. Lung Qingning raised her hand, refusing. Li Xuanqing and Sun Buwu both shook their heads at the same time, indicating they wouldn't do it. Whoever proposes it is responsible. Li Xuanqing's habitual recklessness flared up again. Wang Jun was silent for a moment and said, I'll do it, but I must have a master with me in the greenhouse to prevent Lin Yue from going berserk. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanqing immediately replied, well, that goes without saying. Sister Lung, she's a woman. Agreed. Sun Buwu slightly clenched his fist, trying to stifle his laughter. All right, I'll go in with you, just to keep an eye on you. Ling Qingning stirred directly à Wang Yun, saying that although the external potency of the dragon blood grass was somewhat reduced, not all of the 32 auxiliary materials you used were harmless, and it was very easy for things to go wrong. If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame, Wang Jun replied. No, you can't afford it. City 36 is likely to have a major battle because of this. Lung Qingning shook her head. What I mean is that I still think you should not get involved. Your mention of the method for using dragon blood grass just now gave me an idea for conservative treatment. Ideas are useless. We must take action now. Wang Yun decisively refused. Lung Qingning raised her eyebrows, let out a light hum, and stopped talking. Chapter 18. Mr. Wang, Jun Lin You's condition was critical, and with both Sun Buwu and Lung Qingning applying pressure, Li Xuanqing had no choice but to act as a gopher. Before long, the materials were ready, and the tent was set up in the open space next to Fuwang Building. Curious neighbors passing by stopped to watch, just about to ask questions. Li Xuanqing's double eyelids drooped, his eyes seeming to drift like dead fish, with resentment about being a gopher hidden in his words. Everyone back off, stop staring. The surrounding neighbors, some with tattooed arms and others with facial tattoos, all looked large and imposing. The younger brothers did not understand the situation and were about to shout. The leading few big brothers' expressions changed dramatically, covering the mouths of their younger brothers and bowing to Li Xuanqing. Brother Chun has given orders. Who dares to disobey? After saying this, they each led their subordinates away. Xuanqing, block off all bystanders and ensure there are no unexpected factors. Sun Buwu lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent. Li Xuanqing nodded. He had already given orders, and people were soon coming to secure the surroundings. After pausing for a moment, he asked, how is it inside? The internal structure has been set up, and the 33 materials are arranged. Sun Buwu turned his face sideways. Glancing at the curtain, the rest depends on Wang Jun. Li Xuanqing shrugged and lowered his voice. I feel a bit precarious. It doesn't matter. Sun Buwu took out a soft cloth and gently wiped his sunglasses. If he can't do it, then we'll go with my plan. Brother Wu's killing intent has been stirred. It's indeed not so easy to restrain. Li Xuanqing wisely kept his mouth shut. At this moment inside the tent, on the ground, a 1-meter-long heating pipe was arranged in a crisscross pattern. A steel bathtub was placed above the heating pipes, and after a few minutes, it turned bright red. The water in the bathtub was boiling, and steam was rising slowly. Lin Yue was hanging onto a thread of consciousness, unwilling to faint. Wang Jun stood beside her, saying, "Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. You will provide the materials to save you. And then you'll have to pay me." Lin Yue couldn't nod and could only blink to indicate agreement. Wang Jun extended 5 fingers. "I won't ask for much. You are the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. 500,000 federal coins. That's reasonable, right?" Then, Wang Jun began to observe the distorted crystals on Lin Yue's body surface. These things had unique shapes. Some were elongated, some were spiky, and others were irregular lumps. "Please help by cutting off the strips of cloth on Lin Yue's body and throwing them away." Lung Qingning looked deeply at Wang Jun and said, "Later. You'll also have to massage. Everything that needs to be seen and touched will not be lacking at all, so why act coy now?" "It's not acting coy. It's just for safety," Wang Jun replied with a smile, his eyes clear as water. "Afraid of dying to this extent, can you be reliable?" Lung Qingning thought to herself, her fingertips swiftly dancing. 3 surgical knives shot out from under her white coat. The bright white blade's trajectory looked chaotic, yet had a unique beauty. With a tearing sound, the leather on Lin Yue's body turned into strips, scattered all over the ground. "Done," Lung Qingning said lightly. Wang Jun nodded slightly and continued to instruct Lung Qingning. "Lift her up. After I grind the materials, we'll start the steam treatment." Lung Qingning stopped her movements and stood still. At this time, Wang Jun stood beside the steel bathtub, using a pestle to pound the mortar. He turned back to look at Lung Qingning. "What are you frozen for?" Lung Qingning replied, "I'm here to ensure your safety, not to help you. This is an urgent situation, and I can't spare my hands. I'll trouble you." Wang Jun casually thanked her and continued to use the pestle on the mortar. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing him work so earnestly, Lung Qingning no longer cared. She closed her eyes and opened them again, palms facing up and gently cradling. Inside the tent, a gentle breeze arose, binding Lin Yue lying on the wooden rib frame. The rib frame was a commonly used bedboard, and Li Xuanqing had just borrowed it from a nearby resident's bedroom to temporarily act as a partition, ensuring that the steam from a steel bathtub would be absorbed by Lin Yue. After finishing all this, Lung Qingning said, "The rest is up to you. I only guarantee that she won't hurt you." All right, Wang Yun nodded slightly. Before long, the dragon bloodgrass in the mortar had turned into a fine powder. Wang Jun poured out the mortar, and a sticky substance with a blood-red color mixed with a hint of dark gold fell down. The boiling water immediately turned blood-colored, followed by an extraordinary fragrance. Wang Jun's nose twitched slightly, as if a drunkard had caught a whiff of a divine nectar found only in the heavens. His face flushed, and his eyes were dazed as if he were intoxicated. He shook his head violently, forcibly suppressing the impulse to lift the bathtub and drink it all. Looking again at the water surface, Wang Jun saw a golden thread, like a hidden dragon swimming in the water. In the blink of an eye, the golden thread dragon disappeared without a trace. Wang Jun swallowed his saliva and continued to process the remaining 32 materials. Nearby, Lung Qingning's facial skin, eyelids, and lips subtly twitched. She originally thought that Wang Jun's serious demeanor was because he truly had skills hidden within him. But Wang Jun's rough grinding technique was like that of a clumsy child cooking for the first time. The shattered imagination made Lung Qingning's head ache. Such wastefulness! Lung Qingning discreetly raised her right hand, pressing the pad of her index finger against her temple and rubbing in a clockwise direction. Next, Wang Jun spent 15 minutes adding all the extraordinary materials into the steel bathtub. The liquid in the tub turned amber, and the surface of the liquid became smooth like a mirror, no longer bubbling. Huh! A strange color appeared on Lung Qingning's face as her palm reached toward the liquid in the tub. "Be careful, it's very hot," Wang Jun reminded her. Lung Qingning didn't believe it, placing her palm above the bathtub, less than 10 centimeters away. The immense heat activated the human stress response. Her tender, white hand suddenly recoiled, and Lung Qingning puffed her cheeks, blowing out several breaths. Huff, huff, huff. The water temperature was obviously above the boiling point. It was not boiling. Lung Qingning felt puzzled, her fingertips lifting her hair. "Just do your job and don't let her die from the pain." "I know." Wang Yun nodded slightly. At this moment, he was sitting on Lin Yue's back, his hands sometimes kneading, sometimes pressing, and sometimes patting. In the air, colorful steam was attracted, quickly gathering together. No matter what gesture Wang Jun's palms took, he could control the steam perfectly, condensing into palm prints firmly imprinted on Lin Yue's skin. A bit more force would be heavy, while a bit less would be light. If it was too heavy, the crystalline structure on Lin Yue's body surface would loosen and shatter, likely causing her to die on the spot. If it was too light, Lin Yue would not receive effective treatment, ultimately leading her to become a mutated person, only to be killed by Sun Bu. The mist swirled, and the visibility inside the tent sharply decreased. An unusual fragrance filled the air, and Lung Qingning held her breath, observing Wang Jun's technique. His water attribute extraordinary ability. This water control ability surpassed that of most newly awakened individuals. His potential must be very high. Wang Jun focused completely, sensing every water molecule in the air. With the enhancement of the water spirits, he could easily perceive the special substances contained in the water molecules in the tent. Dragon bloodgrass, silver light from the heavens, Moreau ghost flower. Each type of extraordinary material released tiny particles that were wrapped in the steam, gradually and orderly impacting the crystalline structure on Lin Yue's body surface. The crystals forming at the corners of her eyes and mouth slowly faded, and the explosively shattering limbs glimmered with faint light. Then, Wang Jun and Lung Qingning witnessed a miraculous scene. The crystals on Lin Yue's body collapsed inward, shrinking back to their source, disappearing at a visibly fast speed. The missing part of the substance was transformed into the normal flesh and bones of a human. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Lung Qingning's cold and calm gaze gradually became serious, because she realized she couldn't understand what was happening. After years in medicine, it was rare for her to encounter a situation she couldn't comprehend. She clearly remembered each past instance. The first time she couldn't understand was when she was still following her mentor to learn. The second time was after she became an apprentice and encountered extraordinary cases for the first time, realizing the pain of evolution. The third time was 3 years ago when she met an evolution planner who used remarkable techniques to treat a level 3 extraordinary person's evolutionary pain. Lung Qingning looked at Wang Jun in disbelief, speculating about his true identity or hidden abilities. What kind of person could deal with evolutionary pain and have the confidence of a 100 success rate, yet use such crude methods? An evolution planner, rising like the sun. Deep down, Lung Qingning had a vague answer, her cold brows slightly trembling. She hoped that her guess was true. Evolution planners are not ordinary professionals. Their existence is rarer than that of top doctors. Talent, skill, research, effort, resources, and opportunity. All these factors must come together, making the requirements for cultivating an evolution planner extremely stringent, not easier than that of a level 4 extraordinary person. Level 4, the strongest batch of extraordinary beings below demigods, are not afraid of conventional military forces and can even tear missiles apart with their bare hands. Yet, the overall value of an evolution planner is greater than that of a level 4 extraordinary person. A faction with an evolution planner can not only cultivate level 1 and level 2 extraordinary beings in bulk, but can further filter and train level 3 and even level 4 extraordinary beings. As Lung Qingning's thoughts flowed, Lin Yue's body fully returned to normal. In the mist, her figure was graceful and enchanting, with a waist that could be held in one hand, long and beautiful legs, and a stunning face that added to her allure. Wang Jun looked down and saw her skin, as white and tender as jade, with exquisite collarbones faintly visible. The slight indentation could fit a coin. Below there was an indescribable beauty. Suddenly, Lin Yue let out a high-pitched scream. Ah! The sound was unlike anything a human could produce, closer to a dragon's roar. However, this dragon's roar was not the grand and majestic kind depicted in films, but rather carried the most desperate and piercing sorrow. The mournful dragon's roar echoed, unreasonably piercing through the curtains surrounding the tent. The decibel level was extremely high, and the frequency spread widely. Centered around Lin Yue, glass products within a radius of several hundred meters shattered instantly. Glass shards flew everywhere, and pedestrians on the street hurriedly covered their heads and sought shelter under eaves. Did the bastards from the Red Umbrella Company attack? That shouldn't be the case. As long as the boss is around, the Red Umbrella Company wouldn't act. Could it be that the weapon designer they hired half a month ago was experimenting with some new gadget? Perhaps a level 3 extraordinary person was secretly battling. Hearing the pedestrian speculations, Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the confidential nature of Lin Youwei's unexpected information, he would have liked to chat with the people around him. Fuwang Building was very close to the tent, and the guests inside could clearly hear the commotion. The dragon's roar came from the adjacent tent, indicating that something very important was happening inside. However, with Li Xuanqing and Sun Buwu guarding, no one present dared to have any ill intentions. Some spies from the financial conglomerate felt like a monkey in their hearts, scratching their heads and telling them, "Something is off. There must be important information hidden here. We need to find a way to investigate." Beside the tent, Li Xuanqing and Sun Buwu exchanged glances. "Xuanqing, if you're curious, just ask," Sun Buwu said dismissively, waving his hand. Li Xuanqing shook his head, yawning. "We'll go, you know me. I avoid worrying about things if I can." Sun Buwu chuckled lightly. "All right, I don't care much either, but I just thought your curiosity is usually quite strong." No. Li Xuanqing crossed his arms in an X shape. "It's all a misunderstanding. Curiosity killed the cat." The two bantered back and forth. But in just a couple of exchanges, the howling from inside the tent gradually diminished, becoming almost inaudible. Li Xuanqing pressed his left ear against the curtain, carefully distinguishing the sounds inside. Sun Buwu straightened his right ear, slightly adjusting the oracle, allowing the qi to flow through his meridians, sharpening his hearing tenfold in an instant. The two moved at the same speed, their four eyes focusing on each other. Ahem, ahem. Sun Buwu cleared his throat and said, "I was invited by the boss. I should at least check in." Li Xuanqing nodded. "The boss is my master, so my actions are quite reasonable." Sun Buwu subtly nodded. "Xuanqing, since you're concerned, just ask honestly." "No, Long Jie is inside. Who would dare disturb the treatment at this time?" "The consequences." Li Xuanqing shook his head 3 times at high speed and finally clicked his tongue twice. "You two are being so fussy. It's annoying," Sun Buwu said, stomping his foot, his qi gathering into a blade, pressing against Li Xuanqing's backside. "If I say ask, just ask. Stop with the nonsense." Li Xuanqing, feeling inferior, had a sorrowful look on his face. Suddenly, Long Qingming lifted the curtain and walked out with a dark expression, saying irritably, "You two are too noisy. Hurry up and get lost." Li Xuanqing scratched his head sheepishly and quickly asked, "How's it going inside?" Long Qingming, annoyed by Li Xuanqing's loud voice, pinched his ear and pulled him outside. As she passed by Sun Buwu, she shot him a sidelong glance. Seeing this, Sun Buwu took half a step back, indicating to Long Qingming, "He can walk by himself. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Sun Buwu couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "Nothing went wrong, right?" It was a bit unbelievable. He clearly looked like a novice, seemingly not even familiar with preparing medicine, but Long Qingming paused, shaking her head in disbelief. Before Sun Buwu could speak, Li Xuanqing hurriedly asked, "But what?" Sun Buwu pressed down on Li Xuanqing's shoulder, saying, "Don't be so noisy, just listen." Long Qingming said, "Wang Jun's methods are different from ordinary doctors. I suspect he might be an evolution planner." Her voice was very low, as if she were whispering. Li Xuanqing took half a second to react, then suddenly jumped up, exclaiming, "What the hell? Long Jie, are you kidding me? Did you learn a joke after going inside?" Long Qingming shot him a glare. "Really? I can't think of any other explanation." "What do you mean?" Sun Buwu curved his index finger, resting the second knuckle against his chin. "Can you elaborate?" Then, Long Qingming detailed the methods Wang Jun used and the treatment he provided. Being a top student herself, her memory was exceptional, and she vividly described what she had witnessed in the tent. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Li Xuanqing shrank his neck and said, "Earlier, I suspected that you were being played, Long Jie. Otherwise, there's no reason for such a sudden change in attitude. Now I somewhat understand why your attitude toward Wang Jun has flipped." Hearing this, Long Qingming's mouth curved into an unnatural smile, and the nasolabial folds on both sides of her cheeks almost popped out. "This is a good thing." Sun Buwu clapped his hands lightly. What we lack the most in Hafing Alley is an evolution planner. If he really has that potential, it would be a tremendous boost for Boss Yizhen. If it's a tremendous boost for the master, Wu Ti, that mean I have to call Wang Jun Mr. Wang Jun from now on. Li Shuangxing Zhuka. Sun Bu turned to look at him, giving his shoulder a light pat. Li Chuangxin? He hurriedly asked, what are you doing? What do you mean by that, Wago? Nothing. Sun Bu shook his head. There must be. Suddenly, feeling anxious, Li Shuangxing mimicked Sun Bu, patting his own shoulder. Sun Bu chuckled, opening his left eye, golden red light shining through the sunglasses. The title Mr. is not used lightly. It represents respect. Li Shuangxing scratched his head. I was just joking. It might not be a joke in the future, Sun Bu shrugged. Li Shuangxing. No way. A Jun has become Mr. Wang Jun. Isn't that inappropriate? Long Qingning pinched the tip of Li Shuangxing's ear, her index finger and thumb gripping tightly, yanking it upwards. The term a Jun is something you can no longer use. Understand. Sister Lung, you must be joking, right? Li Shuangxing wiped his forehead, feeling a bit anxious. Lung Qingning raised her brows and teased. Who told you to always be so unambitious? At that moment, Sun Bu's hand landed on Li Shuangxing's shoulder again. Just get used to it. These two must have been completely bewitched. Li Shuangxing transformed into a shadow, escaping from Lung Qingning's control, standing 3 meters away with a face. Sister Lung, don't discourage me. You should hurry inside and help a Jun. Then you two Shun Ti just stand at the door, chattering away. It's making me annoyed. Lung Qingning pulled them away for a few meters, considering it wouldn't hinder Wang Jun's subsequent treatment, then walked towards the shed. Watching Lung Qingning walk away, listening to the sound of her red high heels clicking as she moved further away, Li Shuangxing felt that at that moment, she resembled a top student who didn't want to miss a lecture from teacher Niubei. He scratched his head and suddenly asked, did you understand the treatment process Sister Lung mentioned just now? A whole bunch of medical terms, along with scenes depicting literary ailments, would be incomprehensible to a normal person. Sun Bu replied dismissively, it's just so. Ah, so you didn't understand either, then I'm relieved. Li Shuangxing Loga. Sun Bu's mouth twitched, feeling an inexplicable shame. How could he be on the same intellectual level as Li Shuangxing? The process involved too many professional terms. So it was only natural not to understand, but as long as he knew the situation was developing in a good direction, that was enough. TCH, who doesn't understand? Li Shuangxing shrugged. It's just that after treatment, Lin Youwei's physical condition has returned to normal. She is just temporarily in a coma and undergoing follow-up treatment. Chapter 19. Ideals Ingenious. The shed was illuminated by a single hanging energy-saving lamp, the lights slightly dim. Mist swirled, the air forming a hazy wall, exuding waves of fragrant moisture. Lin Youwei lay on a skeletal bed, after mixing 33 types of extraordinary materials. The trace substances combined to bring about a brand new change in her body. After suffering tremendous trauma, the human body inevitably leaves behind irreparable sequelae, and Lin Youwei was no exception. Logically speaking, after experiencing the outbreak of evolutionary trauma, Lin Youwei's limbs were shattered and her internal organs mutated. Even if her body seemed to have returned to normal, internally she remained weak. At least for the next few months, whenever Lin Youwei mobilized her extraordinary energy, she would feel various sensations of stagnation, blockage, and disharmony. At such times, the extraordinary energy would autonomously protect the host. Depending on the severity of the injury, the extraordinary energy would enter different depths of dormancy, hiding within the extraordinary person's body, preventing them from mobilizing their extraordinary energy. At this time, the extraordinary person was no different from an ordinary human, temporarily losing their special abilities. The Lin family's ancestral heritage, known worldwide for its extraordinary legacy, naturally includes similar methods. It is called turtle breathing. The effect is simple and unadorned, using a dormant state equivalent to extraordinary energies, qi, to significantly enhance the body's immunity and self-healing ability. Lung Qingning did not know the secrets of the Lin family's heritage, but she had heard of and seen similar situations. How could her extraordinary energy still be active? Lung Qingning's throat felt dry. No, it was not just active, but it was once again touching the critical point, about to cross a small bottleneck. This scene contradicted Lung Qingming's common sense. She only stepped outside to shoo away two noisy people. How could she miss such an important moment? What on earth happened in these few minutes? Lung Qingming felt regret in her heart, as if she had missed out on a fortune. Her eyes widened, her frosty, cold-colored pupils revealing lingering shock. At this moment, through the swirling smoke, she saw Lin Youwei's face expelling and inhaling mist. The mist was colorful, like celestial dew falling from the sky to the earth. Beside her, Wang Jun was like the immortal bringing the celestial dew, his hands transforming into a transparent watery color. The mist in the shed was under his control, weaving into fine threads. The fine threads wrapped around Lin Youwei's body, completely covering her bare form, leaving only her nostrils for breathing. As time passed, Lin Youwei's breathing became more even, the frequency of her breaths slowing down rapidly, ultimately settling at 1 breath per minute. Her breathing caused her chest and abdomen to swell, sounding somewhat like the low rumble of gathering thunderclouds. With years of medical experience, Lung Qingming could tell that Lin Youwei's condition was surprisingly good, not merely a simple restoration of her body. This is? Lung Qingming observed dazedly, completely unaware of her small actions. Her right hand clenched into a fist against her lips, her 2 rows of white teeth biting down hard. The soft flesh of her palm sinking inward, leaving a deep tooth mark. Wang Jun's methods transcended the realm of medicine, but Lung Qingming was no longer a novice. Over the years, she had encountered many extraordinary persons suffering from evolutionary trauma. Although she lacked the talent to become an evolutionary planner, she had replicated treatments through medical means. In the process, she had also treated many cases of mild evolutionary trauma. Lung Qingming's pursuit was to help her boss fulfill his wishes and to achieve extreme surgical skills. She hoped that one day she could help extraordinary persons treat the majority of their evolutionary traumas through surgery. At present, Wang Jun's techniques were presented without reservation, and she watched very seriously, because Wang Jun was different from real evolutionary planners, who often liked to hide their skills as if guarding some treasure, never revealing them. As time went on, the more Lung Qingming watched, the more she could feel the difference between doctors and evolutionary planners. Each has its expertise. Doctors can do things that evolutionary planners cannot, but evolutionary planners indeed have unique advantages in evolutionary trauma and guiding others to break through bottlenecks. Wang Jun's hands transformed into pure water, absorbing trace substances from extraordinary materials, then injecting them into Lin Youwei's body. He helped her invigorate blood and dispel stasis, essentially just randomly striking, while simultaneously pressing in extraordinary substances. The combination of matter and energy neutralized the extraordinary properties. Lin Youwei's complexion grew increasingly rosy, and her breath became more tranquil. Lung Qingming stood in the shed, feeling deeply ashamed. She considered herself a top doctor, an authority, an expert. In reality, she was merely a clown, completely unaware that the true master was right in front of her. Arrogance, prejudice, self-deception. Lung Qingming yearned to study the methods of evolutionary planners to fill in the gaps in the unknown fields of medicine. However, she always fell half a step short. That half step was like a thunderous chasm, holding her back for 3 whole years, unable to surpass even an inch. She inhaled sharply, the air pressing into her lungs, unwilling to exhale for a long time. Her arms hung naturally at her sides, resting on her thighs, her head held high. Her intelligent eyes were filled with confusion. If Li Xuanqing saw her, he would definitely mock that Lung Qingming looked like a silly goose. Time passed slowly. The mist in the shed gradually thickened. The flowing light and color evaporated from the extraordinary materials, resembling rainbows stretching across the air. The essence of water. Wang Jun silently recited 4 words, his pupils shimmering with a blue watery hue. Vast, boundless like the ocean. Inside the shed, countless droplets of water were densely arranged, suspended in the air. After a moment of silence, each droplet transformed into short needles the thickness of a hair, their tips pointing directly at Lin Youwei. Go! Wang Jun raised his palms upward, then flipped his hands down to press. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A rain of needles fell at an angle. penetrating through the water cocoon that had formed around Lin Youwei's body. Lung Qingning felt she had discovered the truth. It was the secret hidden beneath Wang Jun's clumsy facade. So that's how it is. It's actually not complicated, just 2 points in total. First, doctors and evolution planners have their own specialties. Doctors use medical means to treat the wounds of evolution, while evolution planners use extraordinary methods to heal the extraordinary and plan better evolutionary paths for them. Second, he has a unique sensitivity and confidence in the property coordination of extraordinary materials. Lin Qingning still the Wang Yunis hence, stepping forward slowly until she reached the edge of the rib frame bed. Only by getting close enough can she observe more details. Half an hour passed, and Wang Jun exhaled a breath of turbid air, his hands changing from a transparent watercolor to a normal flesh color. It seemed that her condition had stabilized. Lung Qingning clenched her fist, pressing the knuckles against her lips. This treatment cost far more than the 5 points of life resonance used for the inquiry. It also involved the mental energy to mobilize the water spirits and lasted nearly an hour, leaving Wang Jun truly exhausted. He raised his hand to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead, his eyelids drooping for 2 seconds before opening again. I've done my best. There shouldn't be any major issues. Using the plan provided by the evolution tree for the first time to help other extraordinary beings, Wang Jun also felt uncertain. Lung Qingning buried her head, the shame in her eyes nearly overflowing. It was her own words that she couldn't treat it, while Wang Jun said he could. At that time, she even gave Wang Jun some advice, saying that the dragon blood grass was too potent and unsuitable for treating the already erupted wounds of evolution. The scenes in her mind continued to replay, and Lung Qingning recalled standing there, openly accepting Li Xuanqing's introduction that she was the pinnacle of all doctors in City 36. Remembering this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. So humiliating, so very, very embarrassing. Wang Jun's eyes were dazed, extremely sleepy, yawning as he said, "Nothing much. I'll go rest first." Is this considered a complete success? Lung Qingning raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. Wang Jun opened his mouth, nodding repeatedly, too tired to continue. "I need to sleep first. I'll finish up the rest." Lung Qingning smiled faintly, her slightly curled, long hair swaying without wind. This woman had just said she was unwilling to lend a hand, and Wang Jun felt a bit unaccustomed to Lung Qingning's attitude, slightly tilting his neck back, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Lung Qingning cleared her throat, and she probably guessed Wang Jun's thoughts. The change was too sudden, too abrupt, which was indeed not good. However, Black Edge Alley was in desperate need of talents, and evolution planners were the most sought after. With a slight exhale, Lung Qingning's smile faded a bit, her eyebrows transitioning from raised to level. At this moment, her facial features underwent a miraculous change, and she regained the intellect and aloofness that Wang Jun first saw, like a snowy scene on a distant mountain. Not enough to feel the chilling frost up close, but still very far away and not easily reachable. As an awakened one, being able to complete this treatment and heal one extraordinary being's wounds of evolution was already enough to earn the courtesy of Black Edge Alley. Lung Qingning's lips curled slightly, almost imperceptibly smiling. This way of speaking fits her character. Wang Jun subtly nodded, slowly walking towards the entrance of the shed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. Watching Wang Jun lift the curtain, Lung Qingning suddenly asked, "Wang Jun, have you heard of evolution planners?" Wang Jun did not turn back, raising his right hand and gently waving. "It's better if you haven tea," Lung Qingning murmured. A wild evolution planner, completely self-taught, even without referencing anyone else's path. What does this indicate? It indicates that Wang Jun is a genius. It indicates that Wang Jun will not have any special connections with the evolution planners working for the Chables. It indicates that Black Edge Alley will be Wang Jun's first discoverer. The relationship between a talent scout and a thoroughbred horse is mutually complementary. How can it not be beautiful? Lung Qingning's eyes sparkled with joy, radiant like summer flowers. The existence of Black Edge Alley was for a grand ideal, one that was too vast. Even a boss, Yi Zhen, a suspected peak-level extraordinary being, could not openly express it. Big shots from all walks of the Federation would not allow it, chables, companies, and various hidden organizations lurking in the shadows. Once Black Edge Alley acknowledged that ideal, those wolves and tigers would surely unite to extinguish the spark of that ideal, leaving not a single ember. Lung Qingning's clear voice carried a hint of kindness. Then you'd better take some time to learn about it. You have great potential in this area. The other party released goodwill, and Wang Jun was not a fool. He paused the steps, half-turned his body, and smiled. Okay. In that moment, Wang Jun's profile was strikingly handsome, with sharp lines, a high and straight nose, and eyes that shone brighter than stars. Lung Qingning secretly thought, upon closer inspection, he is quite handsome, much more pleasing to the eye than the rough folks in the alley. As Wang Jun stepped out of the shed, shadows from the ground enveloped him. In an instant, a black shadow leaped up from the ground, standing beside Wang Jun. Hey, Yun, impressive. Did you see how Cold Sister acted just now? You must have given her quite a bit of charm. Li Xuanqing revealed his true form. Pressing down on Wang Jun's shoulder, Wang Jun tilted his head slightly, looking confused, not understanding what he was saying. Li Xuanqing blinked, as if he thought of something, and said without context, Jun, you shouldn't care about seniority, right? Wang Yun, it is okay, I guess. Li Xuanqing, then good from now on. We'll each do our own thing. Wang Jun opened his mouth, wanting to ask more. Li Xuanqing quickly turned his head, waving. Wu Go, Jun is quite capable. Right. Sun Bu, wearing sunglasses and with his hands behind his back, stepped forward and shrank the distance to just 1 meter from Wang Jun. What does his capability have to do with you? He rolled his eyes at Li Xuanqing and then looked at Wang Jun. It would be a beautiful thing if Black Edge Alley and the Lin family didn't have to go to war. At this moment, Li Xuanqing grinned mischievously. So, how does it feel to get involved? Not waiting for Wang Jun to answer, he hooked an arm around Wang Jun's neck, raising his eyebrows and winking. You must regret not going all out last night, right? Wang Jun shrugged, shaking off Li Xuanqing's arm, and turned to say, Wu Ge, could you please keep an eye on Chunge? He is always so unserious. He'll eventually get his head chopped off. Unexpectedly, Sun Bu, with a serious face, pretended to be serious and said, giving a naked beauty treatment is a plot only found in web novels. It's natural for Xuanqing to be curious. Wang Jun. Li Xuanqing's unseriousness was something Wang Jun had anticipated, but Sun Bu, though he had golden hair and wore sunglasses, dressed in a classical Chinese long robe, giving an overall impression of being stern. Suddenly saying something like that, not to mention Wang Jun couldn't handle it. Even Li Xuanqing was caught off guard. Wow. Li Xuanqing jumped up, slapping his leg. Wu Ge, I really didn't expect you to be into this too. Sun Bu, with his hands behind his back, spoke in a calm tone, as if imitating an old predecessor. A good man loves beautiful women. Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up, grinning. Wu Ge, you're so bold. Sun Bu, who was just getting into the mood, was suddenly interrupted and felt a bit displeased. So, he bent down and threw a punch. Boom! An invisible air wave howled past, as if thousands of small knives were flying towards them. Wang Jun stood in the center of the storm, completely unharmed. The overwhelming invisible energy seemed to have its own consciousness, bypassing Wang Jun and heading straight for Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing took the hit in the abdomen and flew into the air. With a loud bang, his body exploded into countless dark shadows. Soon, the shadows reassembled, and Li Xuanqing appeared more than 10 meters away. Wu Ge, you can't play like this with sneak attacks. You have to pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Sun Bu stepped lightly, his shrinking steps reappearing, chasing after Li Xuanqing for a beating. Li Xuanqing ran while shouting, no martial virtue. Wang Jun silently shook his head. Chingu always finds trouble inadvertently. He could be described as someone who nourishes others without them noticing, and it's a miracle he has survived until now. On both sides of the street, tough-looking thugs with tattooed arms, bald heads, and scarred faces peeked out, either from under eaves or from inside windows, admiring the daily spectacle of the Black Edge Alley and the seemingly indestructible Li Xuanqing. Inside the shed, Lung Qingning sat quietly beside Lin Yue, knowing she was already awake. Lin Yue opened her eyes, her expression complex. It was the first time she had been so thoroughly defeated. Not only had she lost to Wang Jun, but he was also the one who saved her after the outbreak of the evolution sorrow. She felt exposed and violated, as if a small knife had carved into her heart. If she could, she would have wanted to explode and eliminate Wang Jun while still in the midst of treatment. However, the other woman in the shed was one of the 12 blades of Black Edge Alley, the life and death blade. In city number 36, Lung Qingning had another more resounding title, Yama Bodhisattva. With one hand saving lives and the other taking lives, she was certainly someone who wouldn't blink at killing. Stop pretending. We're both women, and I'm still a doctor. You can't hide the fact that you woke up mid-treatment for me. The frequency and amplitude of your chest and abdomen rising and falling while breathing are different. It may not matter to an ordinary person, but I'm a surgeon, and the field I excel in is cardiopulmonary medicine. Lung Qingning's fingers gently stroked from Lin Youwei's neck down to her lower abdomen. Her fingertips were imbued with wind-based abilities, causing an unbearable itch wherever they passed, akin to tropical rainforest ants biting. Lin Youwei endured but found it difficult. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips instinctively tightened. Suddenly, Lung Qingning's fingers reached a critical spot, gently rubbing while saying, "I'll count to 3. If you don't open your eyes, don't blame me for using a knife." Lin Youwei sighed and then opened her eyes, saying, "Kill me. Black Edge Alley won't have it easy." This secret was not really a secret. He could save you, and it wouldn't take long for it to spread. Lung Qingning leaned in, exhaling softly. Lin Youwei rolled over and sat up straight, saying, "If you're not going to do anything, at least bring me some clothes. You might not yet understand the significance of this treatment." Lung Qingning shook her head, raising a finger. "An awakener, even with the talent of an evolution planner, after he treats you, that fatigue is not just an act." Lin Youwei responded, "So what? I already paid one. 5 million federal coins." Lung Qingning's fingers shook slightly from side to side, and she said, "Not enough. What's the big deal? Then just pay more." Lin Youwei shrugged. Lung Qingning scolded, "How vulgar. Wang Jun possesses extraordinary skills. Awakening is like a dragon soaring to the sky. Would he care about such a small amount of money? Besides, you don't really think one. 5 million federal coins is a lot, do you?" Lin Youwei thought for 2 seconds and said, "If you want hard currency, that's fine too. Extraordinary materials cost over 3 million at cost price." Before she could finish, Lung Qingning rolled her eyes and mercilessly criticized her. "The children of the financial magnates really are extravagant. How can you even think of taking out 3 million? You'll find out how much the extraordinary materials he used to save you are worth soon enough." So, Lin Youwei extended her right palm, signaling Lung Qingning to quote a price. Chapter 20. Very reasonable vulgar, only knowing how to use money to corrupt others. Lung Qingning shook her head and clicked her tongue lightly. An evolution planner. It's not an exaggeration to say he possesses extraordinary skills. Will he lack money in the future? Even if you offer him 10 times that 15 million federal coins, is that really a lot? The pressure of the 2 questions was substantial. Lung Qingning's gaze was cold, as if there were a layer of frost hanging between her brows. The air followed her emotions, slowly circulating in a circle. Inside the shed, a breeze began to rise, quickly contracting inward. Lin Youwei's exposed skin broke out in fine goosebumps. Cold, cool, stagnant, the air became her enemy, her skin her wall, the pores like battlements, and the fine hairs like soldiers guarding the city. Pain. The seemingly inconspicuous breeze was, in fact, as hard as a blade. In just half a second, Lin Youwei's face, shoulders, collarbone, and neck were cut through in multiple areas. Bright red droplets of blood slowly slid down, and Lin Youwei exerted strength in her limbs, flipping off the makeshift platform made from the bedboards. "What are you going crazy for?" She protected herself with her hands, activating her internal energy. The smooth, fair skin of her forearms condensed a light blue, oval-shaped energy into a shield. The breeze, mixed with blades, struck the shield of energy. The 2 extraordinary energies canceled each other out, tangible and real, clearly visible to Lin Youwei's eyes. The energy shield was slashed, covered in pockmarked knife marks. Her phoenix eyes widened in surprise. "How is this possible? How could my energy undergo a qualitative change?" Still not understanding? Lung Qingning had her hands in her pockets, the hem of her lab coat hanging down. The breeze, sharper than a knife, suddenly stopped, and the space in the shed returned to silence. Lung Qingning said, Wang Jun is a remarkably gifted evolution planner. When he helped you with the treatment for the evolution sorrow, it was not just simple treatment. He helped me advance further. Lin Yue bit her lip, pressing her palm against her chest, her face filled with hesitation. But this is not scientific. He just awakened last night. How could he have the time to become an evolution planner? Geniuses are certainly different from ordinary people, Lung Qingming said with a slight smirk. Neither you nor I are evolution planners, but we should know that evolution planners primarily assess the potential of extraordinary abilities, followed by intuition regarding the properties of extraordinary materials. We don't fully possess these two things, so what theoretical basis do we have to speculate? Lin Yue fell silent, but in her heart, she was thinking of something else. The Lin family's extraordinary inheritors were incredibly powerful, rarely facing rivals of the same level. But that was only after breaking through the current level's bottlenecks. Levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 levels and 4 bottlenecks. For hundreds of years, no one in the Lin family had ever broken through to level 5. Generations of inheritors had only managed to reach the equivalent of a peak level 4 extraordinary being, stopping there as if there were an insurmountable chasm. For many years, the Lin family had desperately sought answers and ultimately concluded that the most important reason was that no matter how outstanding the talent, no one in the Lin family could open every level's bottleneck from 1 to 4. Right now, Lin Yue had opened the level 1 bottleneck, which according to family lore, could only be broken through by oneself, with no external help possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yue couldn't help but blink. The saying passed down in the family had been broken by Wang Jun. Wang Jun could help the Lin family break through the level bottleneck. Now, he was still an awakener and could help me break through the level 1 bottleneck. What if his extraordinary level continues to rise? 1, 2, 3. Lin Yue's brain was spinning wildly, her lips trembling uncontrollably. 3 parts excitement, 3 parts joy, 3 parts relief, and 1 part fear. Wang Jun was a genius evolution planner acknowledged by Lung Qingming, capable of helping the Lin family break the curse. Lin Yue had always been proud, experiencing loss for the first time at the hands of her peers, and it happened at her grandmother's house. Without needing too much reflection, after considering it from another perspective, a sense of emotion naturally arose in her heart. Wang Jun's potential is limitless. He is certainly not an ordinary person. If he is a friend, he is a great help. If he is an enemy, he must be torn to pieces without giving any chance to turn the tables. At this moment, images of the future kept floating through Lin Yue's mind. One image particularly profound. Wang Jun becoming a level 4 extraordinary being, the Lin family befriending him. And with his help, a level 5 extraordinary being emerging. The level 5 extraordinary being has another awe-inspiring title, demigod. And that demigod is none other than Lin Yue herself. By then, she would possess overwhelming strength, balancing power and authority, becoming the first female head of the Lin family. Lin Yue's expression changed like a time-lapse photograph revealing mountains and rivers. The changes so splendid and the details so rich, far exceeding the limits of what words could describe. Standing with her feet crossed and one hand propping up her chin, Lung Qingming said, "Young lady, you've realized his value." Lin Yue paid no mind to the sarcasm mixed in Lung Qingming's words. Lin Yue nodded slightly and said, "If we could be friends, then let's not be enemies." That was roughly the meaning. Lung Qingming raised her eyebrows. Lin Yue's fingers slowly came together, her fists cracking as she tightened them, her brows brimming with heroism. And she said decisively, "I absolutely won't poison someone like Wang Jun with money." At this moment, Wang Jun was standing at the entrance of the greenhouse, watching Sun Buwu fiercely attack Li Xuanqing. After looking a few more times, he found it uninteresting. He yawned sleepily and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he heard Lin Yue's strong voice coming from inside the greenhouse. It seemed she didn't want to pay. "Damn, after all the effort to treat you, you still don't want to pay? Forget it. And to make matters worse, you call it not wanting to poison someone with money. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Be a decent person." Wang Jun suddenly turned around and lifted the curtain. The sound of the curtain swishing echoed as the 2 women inside the greenhouse turned to look at Wang Jun simultaneously. Wang Jun's eyes shifted slightly, focusing on Lin Yue. "Don't think about avoiding payment. You should pay what you owe. It's quite reasonable." Lin Yue was taken aback, her mind seemingly tangled. At this moment, her back was to Wang Jun, but sticking out, revealing a lot of spring scenery. Wang Jun ignored it and took 2 steps forward. With a loud slap, he smacked her, but the sound crisp and clear, and he certainly didn't hold back. A red handprint appeared on Lin Yue's left cheek, and her face flushed red. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just making my attitude clear to you." Wang Jun slapped her again. Another loud sound echoed as Lin Yue's right cheek received a similar treatment, leaving another red handprint. Remember, this isn't the price we discussed before. After a brief pause, Wang Jun emphasized it needs to be more money. With that, he turned and left. Lin Yue covered her, but with both hands, turning in anger and shouting. Her voice was caught in her throat, and suddenly her mouth and nose were blocked by the moving air. Whoa! Lin Yue raised her foot to chase after him, but suddenly slipped. There was a layer of air between her foot and the ground, slippery like soapy water full of bubbles. One misstep and her center of gravity shifted, causing her body to fall backward. At that moment, Lung Qingning quietly appeared, her right palm pressed against Lin Yue's back. "Don't move or speak. You have no idea of his good intentions." Lin Yue, the unnamed anger in her heart was instantly suppressed by half. After waiting 2 seconds, Lung Qingning said, "You still don't understand what kind of person Wang Jun is." "I don't understand. Do you understand?" Lin Yue thought to herself, her eyes showing defiance. Lung Qingning chuckled and shook her head. "That's why people from wealthy families are not well liked. Have you never thought that he didn't awaken before and didn't meet the basic conditions to become an evolution planner, but now he awakened exceptionally, soaring to great heights, and is one of the rarest evolution planners who will be treated with respect from all sides and will never lack money. Yet, he still asks you for money and has such a bad attitude. Can't you see even a hint of acting?" Lin Yue opened her mouth slightly, blinking her eyes repeatedly, hesitating for 5 seconds before saying, "Acting? Was he doing that on purpose, just to make me pay? But that's not much different from an ordinary greedy person." Lung Qingning couldn't hold back, interrupting Lin Yue, saying, "He will never lack money in the future, but he still asks you for money. It's just a different kind of tenderness." "Tenderness?" Lin Yue's mouth twitched. She had seen Wang Jun fight with her own eyes, showing no mercy. That kind of killing intent etched into his bones was not something a mentally normal person could possess. How could this guy have any tenderness at all? Lung Qingning turned away, wanting to ignore Lin Yue even more. The sound of her high heels echoed as she walked to the entrance, stopping abruptly, pivoting on the heel of her red shoes, and said, "People from wealthy families are poor to the point of only having money left. When he asks you for money, it's because he doesn't want you to owe him a favor." With that, Lung Qingning lifted the curtain and walked out. Lin Yue hurriedly shouted, "Don't forget to help me get my clothes." Moments later, a set of black women's clothing was tossed into the greenhouse, and a voice came from outside, cold and emotionless. "Make do with it. It doesn't matter if it fits or not." Picking up the clothes from the ground, Lin Yue glanced at them. "Are you doing this on purpose?" The top item among the clothes in her hand was a pair of black fishnet stockings. What was strange was that not only did it have the original holes, but it also had damage marks in some particularly embarrassing or noticeable areas. This was definitely a pair of stockings used by a woman engaged in some special profession, and it was already worn out, having no recycling value. Lin Yue took a deep breath, reminding herself that she couldn't get angry in a den of thieves. She would just have to endure this humiliation. She softly comforted herself and then tossed the stockings aside. A torn rag from a streetwalker? She absolutely wouldn't wear that. Lin Yue let out a low growl, much like a mother lion who had just completed a hunt but had it stolen away. The remaining clothes totaled 2 pieces, a top and a short skirt. The top looked like it was meant to fit, but the size was extremely inappropriate. If she wore it, her belly button and other private areas would definitely be exposed. The short skirt resembled a pleated skirt, with about a centimeter of black lace at the hem, and aside from that, it only had one characteristic. It was short. Lin Yue was generally quite open and didn't care about others drooling over her beauty. She even considered it a social means. However, this short skirt was something no normal person would wear while walking on the street. Insult, a blatant insult. How dare she? Lin Yue lowered her voice. Her eyes filled with furious flames. Her two eyes seemed to turn into steel furnaces, burning Wang Jun on the left and exploding Lung Qingning on the right. In her 23 years of life, all the grievances combined couldn't compare to these last 24 hours. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Deep breath. Lin Yue adjusted her mindset and disdainfully tried on the short skirt. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as a cool breeze swept from the ground. Feeling the coldness, her face turned unnaturally pale. No, I absolutely cannot compromise. No matter how I wear this, I would disgrace the Lin family. She was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, and she knew that Lung Qingning, one of the 12 blade edges, had the ability to control the flow of wind. As soon as she stepped out of the greenhouse, the wind would definitely come. And it would be strong, fierce. Lin Yue pondered repeatedly, then walked to the edge of the curtain and peeked out. Sure enough, Lung Qingning was outside. Why are you being so shy? Hurry up and come out. The doctor's professional smile was on her face, but her eyes clearly wrote 5 words. I want to play with you. Is it necessary? The Black Blade Alley doesn't have a particularly good relationship with my Lin family, but it's definitely not bad. Lin Yue tightly held the curtain with both hands, ensuring her spring scenery wouldn't leak out. At this moment, Sun Bowu and Li Xuanqing stopped fighting in tacit agreement and looked towards the greenhouse. The surrounding ruffians, seeing that the fight had stopped, also shifted their gazes. At least 100 pairs of eyes stared over at the same time. Normally, Lin Yue wouldn't even frown, but now it was different. Right now, she was completely naked with over 100 young men outside. If something inappropriate were to happen, even if she could leave Black Blade Alley alive, she would still be a disgrace to the Lin family. At that point, not to mention achieving the ideals set since childhood, she might as well just commit suicide to save herself the trouble. Lung Qingning stood with her hands down, maintaining a mocking smile while choosing to remain silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time became a fermenting agent, and the fear deep within Lin Yue began to sprout. She absolutely could not let the situation develop. She had to find a way to negotiate. Lin Yue forced herself to calm down and said, 1 million. I want to buy a complete, normal outfit. The young lady of the Lin family truly has extraordinary skills. Lung Qingning sneered and shook her head, slowly uttering 2 prolonged words. No way. Lin Yue's forehead bulged with veins. No negotiation? Of course there is. Lung Qingning half squinted her eyes and gently reminded, Wang Jun. What does she mean? Just for Wang Jun. Is she deliberately teasing me? Wang Yun, Wang Yun, Wang Yun, dem Wang Yun. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, her face taut. Lung Qingning raised her hands, her fingertips swirling with visible wind vortices. The treatment is complete, and the tent should be dismantled now. Miss Lin, what do you think? She emphasized the word miss as she spoke. Raising 3 fingers, Lung Qingning said, final countdown. I already understand what he means. Lin Yue's forehead seemed to be infected with veins, densely covering her forehead. Debts of human kindness are harder to repay than financial debts. Lung Qingning nodded slightly, her eyes filled with encouragement. With her back teeth nearly cracking and her fist turning white, Lin Yue said, Wang Jun wants me to pay. That's for my own good. I should be grateful. This gratitude must be repaid tenfold. Very good. The Lin family's young lady speaks with golden words, and once said, it cannot be changed. Everyone can bear witness. Lung Qingning shrugged and smiled. The crowd nodded like chicks pecking at rice, with Sun Bowu and Li Xuanqing being no exception. Lung Qingning turned around and said loudly, the previously agreed treatment fee was 1.5 million, but Wang Jun's treatment effect is remarkable. Not only did he perfectly treat the evolutionary trauma, but he also helped the Lin family's young lady overcome a minor bottleneck. A tenfold reward, that would be 15 million. Quite reasonable, right? The people around immediately echoed, voices rising in agreement. Lung Qingning seemed to glance back intentionally or unintentionally. Meeting her gaze, Lin Yue's smile was stiff, her eyes twitching, and her tone was suppressed and twisted. Very reasonable. After all, it's life-saving money. No amount is too much. Chapter 21. Negotiation. The sun set, and a heavy black velvet curtain gradually enveloped the sky. The neon lights of city number 36 shone brilliantly, radiating beams of light that dimmed the stars in the sky. Nighttime was the best time for most clandestine transactions in the steel jungle. In Hafing Alley, at the alley entrance, a statue clad in armor stood with a sword raised. A pure black sedan approached in the distance, its headlights shining brightly. The sword held by the knight statue reflected the image of the approaching car, which grew closer. After the light sound of tires gripping the ground, the black sedan braked to a stop, less than a meter from the statue. The rear door of the car opened outward, and a man stepped out. He had a buzz cut, a square face that was serious, and wore a black suit indistinguishable from those of bodyguards seen in films. The only difference was that he held a tablet computer in both hands, his arms protectively positioned around it, as if it were more important than his life. The black-suited bodyguard walked past the statue, and suddenly the shadow at his feet came alive, twisting like an Indian snake charmer's pot. Without any sound, the shadow parted, and Li Xuanqing swiftly emerged from the ground. Dust lightly stirred, and fallen leaves flipped upwards as he pinched a leaf with 2 fingers and said, "From the Lin family?" The black-suited bodyguard did not respond as the tablet he held lit up. The screen displayed an elderly man exercising with a stone lock. The old man had gray hair, and his beard gathered like a fierce warrior's, with exactly 36 straight spikes. Each spike was adorned with a deep purple string tied in a bow. "Yes, I am from the Lin family," the old man spoke in a flat tone, which sounded like a lion's roar to Li Xuanqing's ears. "There's still some distance. You lead the way." After saying this, the old man began to exercise on his own. He was shirtless, each hand lifting a stone lock weighing 500 kilograms. With a shake of his wrists, the 2 stone locks alternated, thrown high and then dropped. The sound of wind rushed through the screen, and Li Xuanqing's pupils constricted. Instinctively taking a half step back, he saw the old man's biceps bulging, their dimensions exaggerated, comparable to an adult man's waist. Lowering his gaze, the 2 thick pectoral muscles resembled iron armor, with a brushed surface, and every tiny muscle line was clearly visible. It was hard to imagine this was the body of a man over 100 years old. The body fat percentage could not exceed 5, with frightening strength, plus the signature beard. Li Xuanqing blinked, a name flashing through his mind. Lin Songyuan. He thought the Lin family might let an important figure show up, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Songyuan. The vast Lin family had branches spread throughout the Federation, unlike the Zhao family, which concentrated almost all its power in city number 36. The Lin family's history is long-standing, and before the Federation was established, this old man not only was the head of the Lin family, but also one of the most powerful level 4 extraordinary beings of the time. When Li Xuanqing was young, he had seen Lin Songyuan fighting with his master Yi Zhan on the day of his 100th birthday. The 2 fought for less than 5 minutes, yet it caused a small island to sink into the sea. The apocalyptic scene he witnessed in his childhood was still faintly imprinted in his mind, causing Li Xuanqing's face to pale. He quietly took a step back, then moved back to his original spot, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "So, is the old Master Lin." There was no need for more words. "Let's hurry and lead the way. I want to see what you've done to my granddaughter." Lin Songyuan, who was playing with the stone locks on the screen, shook his head. Fortunately, the old master of the Lin family did not come directly. Without his master there, truly no one in the alley could withstand this old man's door-like chest muscles. The small braid of the martial artist swayed slightly, and Li Xuanqing tightened his long black coat and stepped forward. The black-suited bodyguard, holding the tablet, followed suit, each step precisely 75 centimeters apart, maintaining a serious demeanor throughout, not even blinking. Li Xuanqing occasionally looked back, but never saw the bodyguard blink, which made him suspect that the bodyguard might not be human at all. At this moment, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. The strength of a robot could not be perceived through its aura and might hide immense destructive power. Taking out his smartphone, Li Xuanqing quickly sent a text message. When Lung Qingning received the message, she only replied with a curse. Crazy. Li Xuanqing Bota. Feeling that his kind reminder was taken as a donkey's liver and lung. Before long, passing through the thick night of Hafing Alley, he led the bodyguard into a video store. The store's decor was shabby, with metal shelves showing signs of rust, and an old-fashioned 3-blade ceiling fan slowly turned in the center of the ceiling. Below, a wooden round table was missing a leg. with the broken leg propped up by a hardcover book, the cover of which read, Revised Federal Law, 30. There were 3 stools beside the table. Lung Qingming sat on one, while Sun Bu occupied another. Sun Bu deliberately dressed in a thug's outfit, covering his face with a mask and sunglasses. I brought the person, Li Xuanqing said as he entered the store and skillfully pulled over another stool. Kid, don't you understand the principle of respecting the old and cherishing the young? Lin Songyuan's voice suddenly rang out. The bodyguard holding the tablet abruptly lifted his leg, his foot shadow sweeping out like a whip. A gust of wind rushed past Li Xuanqing's ear, and without thinking, he transformed into a shadow. As the whip leg swept past, the shadow dissipated and reformed. Li Xuanqing turned around as if nothing had happened, thinking that sneak attacks were not a good habit. A voice emerged from the tablet. A guest is a guest. There are 3 stools by the table, and 2 of them are occupied, leaving the rest for me, which is the etiquette of hospitality. Old man, you haven't even arrived. What good is a seat? Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes in sarcasm. Lin Songyuan continued to speak to himself. Sit down. The bodyguard complied directly. Li Xuanqing glanced at this, feeling a small fire of irritation rise within him. He could tolerate his uncle, but not his aunt. The black coat rustled, and Li Xuanqing unexpectedly charged forward in the small video store. Discussing matters, don't mess around. Lung Qingming narrowed her beautiful eyes lightly, and a scalpel appeared at her fingertips. The blade slicing down along a semicircle. Where the blade pointed, an air wall materialized out of thin air. Li Xuanqing's nose collided with the air wall, making a light cracking sound as his nasal bone hit it. A sour sensation traveled up his nasal mucosa, directly poking into his brain. The visitor is a guest. As Old Master Lin rightly said, Lung Qingming shot a glance at Li Xuanqing, signaling him to stand aside and reflect. Then, the negotiation between Haifeng Ali and the Lin family officially began. Lin Songyin showed no mercy to the younger generation around him. His roar was like an angry dragon's roar, with a volume of 100 decibels, perfectly conveying his dissatisfaction. My granddaughter entered Haifeng Ali last night, yet Haifeng Ali has made no response, neither returning her nor communicating with my Lin family. What does this mean? Don't overthink it. It means nothing. It's just a little late, Lung Qingming calmly replied. Late? Lin Songyuan was furious. Air rushed out between his mouth and nose, and the small purple ropes around his beard flailed wildly. If she is not your family. Of course, you won't worry. Li Xuanqing scratched the back of his ear and said nonchalantly, Anyway, she's not dead. Nonsense. Lin Songyuan's eyes widened, and he suddenly threw a stone lock. With a bang, the stone lock shot towards the camera, and there was a loud crash as the flat screen display shattered into pieces. In less than half a second, the screen went black. Sun Bu sat silently, his eyes, shielded by sunglasses, fixed intently on Li Xuanqing. Lung Qingming raised the scalpel, the blade scraping against her nail, her round eyes measuring Li Xuanqing with ill intent. Too much talk, too lively. If you cut it down, you might learn to be quiet. What does that have to do with me? Li Xuanqing's mouth twitched, waving his hands repeatedly. Who knew that old man had such a short fuse? Just like firecrackers, ignite with a spark. The negotiation failed, and both sides went to war. The consequences would be yours to bear. Lung Qingming's words choked Li Xuanqing. Moments later, the flat panel held by the bodyguards in black suits reappeared. Lin Songyuan was wearing a white vest, sitting on a small stool. Does my Lin family look easy to bully? Lung Qingming shot an alert glance at Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing brushed his fingers over his lips, making a gesture as if zipping a zipper, indicating that he wouldn't speak. Lung Qingming said, Old Master Lin, the relationship between the Lin family and Haifeng Ali is still quite normal, and you probably don't want to be the first tycoon to go to war with us. Lin Songyuan rested his palms on his knees, slightly raising his head, and continued. Lung Qingming said, if you don't want to go to war, we don't have any deep-seated interests at stake. The current incident is just a routine matter. Lin Songyuan frowned. Routine? What routine? Kidnapping? Yes. The old man is very clear. Lung Qingming nodded. Lin Songyuan straightened his back, his words ringing out. No. After a slight pause, the old man's chest muscles trembled. The kidnapping must have been done by Haifeng Ali, But Wang Jun is not one of yours. He could be, Li Xuanqing muttered softly. Lin Songyuan's hearing was sharp. He caught that and slammed his thigh, saying, joining Haifeng Alley afterward does not conform to the routine. At the time, I had no way of knowing whether my granddaughter's safety was guaranteed. He shot a reproachful look at Li Xuanqing, and Leng Qingming took over the conversation. Routines are meant to be broken. Before the boss came to City 36, there were no rules about kidnappings. Upon hearing this, Lin Sungyin narrowed his eyes into slits, a chilling light shining through the less than 3-millimeter gap. Captivating. Do you want to fight? With a bang, Leng Qingming stood up, her fiery red high heels stomping on the table. Since Haifeng Alley was established, there has always been one principle. If you want to fight, then fight. Lin Songyuan sneered. Youngsters, you are not yet worthy to talk to me. That phrase would be better suited for Yizhan. At this moment, the negotiation fell into a deadlock. Why bother? Sun Buwu took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing his gold-red intermingled left eye. Old Master Lin, cold sister, there's no way to negotiate like this. We've barely spoken more than 10 sentences and are already ready to roll up our sleeves and fight. Shaking his head, he sighed, fortunately, we're not face to face. Otherwise, there would be no chance to mediate. Upon seeing Sun Buwu, Lin Songyuan seemed to return to his youth. Back then, there was a guy surnamed Sun who had him pinned down, making it hard for him to breathe. From 15 to 55, the two had fought a total of 1,389 times. Lin Songyuan's record was 1,388 losses and 1 draw. The draw was not glorious, but rather a shame because, on that occasion, the opponent had gone easy on him. The reason the opponent went easy was simple. They didn't want to accidentally kill him and praised him as a rare opponent. Unfortunately, there had been no challengers since then. Lin Songyuan looked at Sun Buwu, ignoring his golden hair, focusing only on his outline. He looked very much like that person. That person was named Sun Lutong, who happened to be Sun Buwu's grandfather. He had many titles, such as the world's strongest person, the world's greatest guardian, the strongest being among demigods, and a martial artist whose human form matched the gods. Whether friends or foes of Sun Lutong, they all admired him, because Sun Lutong had single-handedly cultivated himself into a level 5 extraordinary being through martial arts training. His most astonishing achievement was in the first year of achieving extraordinary status, consecutively challenging and defeating every known demigod-level extraordinary being of his time. A flicker of wariness crossed Lin Songyuan's eyes, his anger slightly receding. Adopting a tone of an elder concern for a younger, Sun family boy, shouldn't you be going to City 11 for a blind date? Sun Buwu had 3 black lines appear on his forehead, waving his hands. A good man aims for the world. I won't marry until I achieve my dreams. Much better than that bunch of cowards in our family. Lin Songyuan gave him a thumbs up. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. How about you meet my granddaughter? Sun Buwu's left eyelid twitched violently, shaking his head firmly. No, a real man keeps his word. If I say I want to marry, I want to. Seeing that Lin Songyuan was about to continue, Sun Buwu quickly shifted the topic. Let's get back to the main point. This matter can be discussed. Lin Songyuan remained non-committal, his gaze turning to Leng Qingming. Leng Qingming said, Wang Jun is from Haifeng Alley. If the kidnapping is successful, the Lin family should honestly hand over the ransom. Lin Songyuan frowned that night. Your people from Haifeng Alley acted, but the main point is that Li Xuanqing helped him capture my granddaughter, which is not Wang Jun's ability at all. Our Haifeng Alley doesn't rely on age to intimidate. You are purely slandering. Li Xuanqing leaned closer to the wooden table, lightly tapping it and emphasizing, I was present during the incident that happened in the early morning, and so was Kay's. The situation was very clear. Wang Jun subdued Lin Yue by himself. Kay's and I were mutually restraining each other, and Kay's even attacked Wang Jun. And I? With a twisted mouth, Li Xuanqing wore a disgusted expression, shaking his index finger side to side. I really can't do such despicable things. Only a loyal dog raised by a tycoon would obediently do such work. You could bring Kay's to confront me. Lin Songyuan spread his hands, unconcerned. Li Xuanqing shook his head. He's your family's pet. Whatever you say, he'll bark. Lin Songyuan said, for the sake of the Sun family boy, Deliver my granddaughter back to me unharmed before dawn, and then there will be no issue. That might not be possible. Lung Qingning teased with a smile, gently interjecting, Lin Youwei's evolutionary pain has erupted. What? Lin Songyuan's face flushed, turning red as fire. He jumped up, his pores erupting with fierce flames. The explosive fire wave surged like a volcanic eruption, engulfing everything around him. In the video, nearby furniture instantly turned to charcoal. But the camera remained intact. At this moment, Lin Songyuan was just a grandfather worried about his granddaughter. He leaned close to the camera, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said in a deep voice, if Youwei dies, Haifeng Alley will become history. Chapter 22. There are others that is not a normal mouth. The upper and lower lips are stitched together with silver threads. Through the gaps in the threads, a faint orange-red glow can be seen. The chaotic, interwoven threads construct a prison, locking away an unknown monster. Taking a closer look, Li Xuanqing sensed a familiar power. It's the indestructible red lotus fire that Lin Songyuan controlled during his battle with Yi Zhen when they were young. In the next moment, his pupils contracted, reminding, the bodyguard is hiding Lin old man's power. Before the words finished, the hem of Li Xuanqing's trench coat trembled slightly, and waves of rich, water-like darkness surged out. The darkness touched the shadows on the ground, both originating from the same source, quickly gathering and spreading. The space in the video store instantaneously dimmed, as if shrouded in a black and white filter. Li Xuanqing, old man, have you thought it through? Now is the time to act. The persuasive words were only halfway through when the orange-red glow suddenly intensified. On the tablet screen, Lin Songyuan roared, whoever caused my granddaughter's death, it won't work with anyone. Lin Youwei is not dead. Lung Qingning subtly shook her head. After a deep breath, Lin Songyuan questioned, just by you, a mere doctor, can you cure the evolution sorrow? The phrase mere doctor was quite grating. Lung Qingning's face instantly elongated, her brows seeming to turn into snow-capped mountains, covered in endless ice and snow. Her voice was as cold as the north wind. It's not me who saves people. Lin Songyuan replied. The others from Haifeng Lane are all saboteurs. Who else could it be? Who knows? Lung Qingning shook her head and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Songyuan frowned. These two don't get along. Their words seemed to be filled with gunpowder. Sun Bu rolled his eyes and kicked Lung Qingning under the table. Lung Qingning glared, then closed her eyes again, indicating her unwillingness to continue negotiating. Sun Bu sighed and said, Wang Jun, he is the one who saved Lin Youwei. Youwei really isn't dead? Lin Songyuan found it hard to believe because he knew how domineering the Lin family's extraordinary inheritance was. The Lin family's heritage touched the dragon's bones, solidifying the dragon bones' aura for their own use. Over time, the Lin family's extraordinary inheritors inevitably acquired the dragon's aura, leading to a certain degree of transformation in their bodies, bones, and flesh. Before the evolution sorrow erupted, these transformations brought benefits, such as outstanding vision and resilience. However, there are always pros and cons. Once the evolution's sorrow erupts, it is like a flood breaking a dam, uncontrollable. In the past few hundred years, whenever a Lin family extraordinary inheritor erupted with the evolution sorrow, the outcome was always death. Either they would be completely obliterated on the spot or become a mutant or aberrant, subsequently executed secretly by the family. Lin Songyuan said, I must see Youwei with my own eyes. No problem. Lung Qingning lightly clapped her hands. Clap, clap. Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes. Sister Lung, please don't use such a commanding tone to make me work. Nonetheless, his shadow stretched out, extending to the back door of the video store. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of board shoes stepping on the wooden floor grew closer. Lin Youwei entered the video store. Today, she wore a light pink shirt, a navy blue jacket, and deep blue jeans. The left knee of her pants had a hole, adding an artistic flair. At first glance, she was full of youthful exuberance, lacking the usual sharpness. Lin Youwei immediately saw the tablet computer held by the bodyguard in a black suit, and saw the resolute old man on the screen. Her expression showed slight astonishment. Grandpa, why did you come personally? Of course, I'm worried about my precious granddaughter. I'm not at ease with those young punks handling things. The young punk's Lin Songyuan referred to most likely meant Lin Yue's uncles. Lin Yue didn't know how to respond, so she smiled as a reply. Lin Songyuan stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Come, get closer. Let Grandpa take a good look at you." Lin Yue stubbornly shook her head and then slapped herself hard. Smack! The space in the video store was small, and the crisp sound of the slap echoed, resonating back and forth. "I'm sorry. Yue has brought shame to the family." Lin Yue held her neck high, speaking with blood seeping between her teeth. Lin Songyuan suddenly straightened his face and said solemnly, "And then, to wash away the shame." Lin Yue enunciated each word clearly. "Good, that's my granddaughter." Lin Songyuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. "It doesn't matter if we lost this time. We'll fight again next time and reclaim the honor." Lin Yue nodded and stepped forward. At this moment, Li Xuanqing manipulated the shadows, and two shadowy figures transformed into pure black humanoids. They crossed their arms and made a gesture of crossed arms. "That's enough. Don't move forward any further." Li Xuanqing slightly shrugged his shoulders. Long Qingning's fingertips lightly tapped the table, her voice flowing out with a rhythmic tapping sound. "Old Master Lin, how about testing your granddaughter with a secret code? It's been verified." Lin Songyuan clenched his right fist and pounded his left chest, laughing loudly, knowing honor and disgrace having backbone. "That's the bloodline of my Lin family. Having seen people, there's no need to rush. Let this brother collect that aura." Sun Bu pointed to the bodyguard in the black suit. Lin Songyuan grinned and ordered the bodyguard, "Shut your mouth." The upper and lower teeth clicked together, sounding like a steel valve closing. The bodyguard's mouth was tightly shut, hiding the uncomfortable silver stitching. Then, Lin Songyuan got straight to the point. "Yue, today? Did you really erupt with the evolution sorrow?" Lin Yue understood. Her grandfather had already sensed Wang Jun's value. "Yes. The one who saved me is the one who captured me. His name is Wang Jun. On the surface, he seems like a blank slate, but in battle, I can tell he is not as simple as he appears. He is meticulous and profound, patient yet decisive, with an unusual killing intent. He is a formidable opponent." The term opponent is rarely used by Lin Yue. Lin Songyuan squinted. Heroes emerge from youth. He realized that Lin Yue was sending a signal. Wang Jun must be given special attention. Thus, Lin Songyuan looked at Long Qingning as if casually asking, "I wonder if it's convenient for me to meet him?" Chapter 23. Grabbing with both hands. Both must be strong. The Lin family's inheritance has lasted for hundreds of years. It started as a small family in a remote area, with only a few dozen people. Until 573 years ago, in the year 1000 of the star calendar, the world underwent a tremendous change. Meteor showers fell from the sky, violent tides swept the coast. Volcanic eruptions caused by plate movement. Numerous catastrophic disasters spread across this blue planet. The ancestors of the Lin family thought the apocalypse had arrived and sought to preserve their family bloodline. However, the Lin family at that time was too weak. The only way they could think of was to hide in a natural cave in the mountains. Unexpectedly, there was a mystery within the cave, and the Lin family discovered dragon bones. Surrounding the dragon bones were human bones and ancient cold weapons. It turned out that this was the site where ancient practitioners had teamed up to slay true dragons. The Lin family members obtained the cultivation techniques of these powerful practitioners and unexpectedly found that the techniques matched the transformed environment of heaven and earth after the catastrophe, and they could indeed cultivate successfully. Moreover, one particular technique was very unique, capable of absorbing the terrifying aura of dragon corpses. Absorbing dragon energy strengthened the body, creating the powerful bloodline of the Lin family. This led to the present-day Lin family, one of the 9 giant conglomerates in the Federation. As the head of the family, Lin Songyuan knew secrets that were not fewer than those of Lin Yue. Once he confirmed that Wang Jun could treat Lin Yue's evolution sorrow, he instantly understood Wang Jun's comprehensive value to the Lin family. Over the past few hundred years, very few individuals from the Lin family had absorbed the Dragon Bone's aura to cultivate the Dragon Roar Qi. Each of them was at least a genius born once every 50 years. However, when the evolution sorrow erupted in them, none had ever escaped. They either died or mutated, with no third possibility. Once, Lin Songyuan had an elder brother who was more talented and remarkable than him. However, when the calamity of evolution broke out, despite the Lin family's utmost efforts and the hiring of more than a dozen top evolution planners, they were still helpless. He could only watch helplessly as his brother transformed. Ultimately, before his brother became a mutant, Lin Songyuan had to end his brother's life with his own hands. This sorrowful past was deeply etched in his heart, and even after so many years, Lin Songyuan had never forgotten it for a moment. Beside the counter, through a half-virtual, half-real shadow wall, Lin Yue glanced deeply at the tablet. She didn't expect her grandfather to be so straightforward. It was almost as if he was placing the Lin family's emphasis on Wang Jun plainly on the table. She wanted to inquire about the reason, but felt that the timing was clearly not right. Sun Buwu's left eye sparkled with a golden-red glow, resembling the yin-yang fish of the Taiji diagram, slowly rotating. The Sun family was not one of the 9 major financial groups. But with the foremost person of the era at the helm, all 9 financial groups would treat the Sun family with respect. Additionally, Lin Songyuan and Sun Lutong were competitors in their early years, so the relationship between the Sun and Lin families was better than outsiders perceived. As the sole heir of the Sun family, Sun Bu had heard a bit about the Lin family's matters and was the first to react. However, at this moment, he couldn't directly represent the Black Edge Alley, so he cast a meaningful glance at Lung Qingning. Lung Qingning's eyes turned, and she understood, blinking. Meeting Wang Jun was certainly not a problem, but not right now. Lin Songyuan seemed to have anticipated this. Without hesitation, he said, "Are there conditions?" It was not about conditions. It was just that as an awakened one, he was quite exhausted from treating Lin Yue and helping her break through a small bottleneck. It would be better for both sides to discuss the issue of ransom and life-saving rewards first. Lung Qingming smiled slightly. Let's contact him again once the details are sorted out. Upon hearing this, Lin Songyuan turned to look at Lin Yue, his eyes seemingly holding a deep vortex. In a small courtyard at the northeast corner of Black Edge Alley, Wang Jun had been arranged to stay there. The courtyard was not large, with the inner room connected to the outer wall, totaling about 70 to 80 square meters. The inner room was built with lush green bamboo, and outside was a small awning under which sat a small artificial hot spring pool. It was nighttime, the best time for a bath. Wang Jun did not transform into pure water form, but maintained his physical appearance, reclining in the hot spring. The February weather brought a chilly breeze, causing ripples on the water's surface, along with rising steam. His head was above the water, while his body was fully submerged in the hot spring. Wang Jun enjoyed the stark contrast between hot and cold. The fatigue in his body eased, and his brain felt electrified, becoming clearer. Comfortable. Wang Jun couldn't help but squint his eyes. Beside him, on the edge of the hot spring, sat a laptop. This was something Wang Jun had specifically requested earlier, suitable for his identity as a researcher and helping him understand the current state of the world. At this moment, the computer screen was broadcasting the negotiation process between Black Edge Alley and the Lin family in real time. In the picture-in-picture at the bottom right of the screen, an adorable panda cub was imitating a more luxurious hot spring scene. It lay on its back, spreading its limbs, swimming while laughing. How about it? Isn't Grandpa Chi amazing? The transaction between Black Edge Alley and the Lin family can be broadcasted live, and you won't find anyone else in the entire Federation who can do that. Yep, impressive. Wang Jun smiled slightly, giving a thumbs up. In the broadcast, the topics being discussed by both parties were the specific amounts he could obtain. One side quoted 50 million, while the other countered with 5 million. After back-and-forth negotiations, they ultimately got stuck between 25 million and 30 million. In the current world, an ordinary civilian smartphone costs about 3,000 to 5,000 federal coins, and if it's a bit more expensive, it can reach 8,000 to 10,000 federal coins. Not much different from the soft sister currency of his previous life. However, the daily meal expense for an ordinary person is around 200 federal coins, which can only ensure basic sustenance, not even reaching the level of casually eating fried chicken. Based on fragments of memories in Wang Jun's mind, the purchasing power of 100 federal coins is roughly equivalent to 30 soft sister currency from his previous life. The price drop of smartphones is purely due to technological advancements, with new materials and technologies emerging. Hearing this, Some might think that the financial groups are quite conscientious. However, this is merely a wealth-making strategy employed by various financial groups. The smartphones are abundant and varied, serving as the best way to drain the pockets of the people. The financial groups seek not only money, but also time, immersing the vast majority in games, videos, and various immersive experiences through virtual connection technology. Only in this way can the lower-class commoners be too preoccupied to cause trouble, thus not threatening the position of the financial groups. Before long, the broadcast on the laptop was abruptly cut off. The picture-in-picture enlarged, and Chi grinned at Wang Jun. Little Jun, a huge sum of money is about to fall on your head. Aren't you excited? Why did it suddenly stop broadcasting? Wang Jun asked in return. Chi scratched its belly, yawning. You have to leave some suspense, right? They're about to finalize the specific amount, and once they confirm, they will definitely contact you. You'll find out then. However, that amount will definitely be astronomical for you right now. Have you thought about how to use it? Wang Jun pondered. The urgent matter is to improve myself. How to improve? Chi tilted its head. Wang Jun squinted his eyes, slowly submerging his head into the water. His mouth made indistinct sounds underwater. Let me think. After saying that, the water covered his hair, and he sank fully into the water without any obstruction. Wang Jun maintained the form of a normal human, but his breathing was incredibly smooth, with every molecule of water sending friendly signals. The hot water in the spring blocked his ears. He did not activate the water's life force and did not use water to perceive his surroundings. At this moment, he needed quiet contemplation. The three forces of the Red Umbrella Company, the Lin family, and Black Edge Alley were all colossal entities. Any one of them attacking him would spell disaster. This was merely the opponents visible on the table. How many organizations and forces lurked in shadows? Wang Jun could not know, but one thing he was clear about: a powerless weakling would never have allies, whether as an individual or an organization. Strength is always the foundation of communication. A professor in his past life once said a phrase that Wang Jun particularly liked, even treating it as a guiding principle. Dignity only exists at the tip of a sword, and truth only lies within the range of cannon fire. This is true for a country, for a nation, and even more so for an individual. Without strength as a foundation, connections are merely a joke. Wang Jun asked himself if he was just an awakened one now. Any of the three major visible powers had multiple level 3 extraordinary beings, and a level 3 extraordinary being could easily kill him, with almost no chance of retaliation. Improving his self-worth required a two-step approach. The first was to enhance his combat strength, that is, to elevate his extraordinary being level. The second was to diligently play the role of an evolution planner. According to the information Wang Jun searched online, the rarity of evolution planners exceeds that of extraordinary beings. If an extraordinary being is 1 in 1,000 ordinary people, then an evolution planner is 1 in 10,000 extraordinary beings. Most evolution planners have unique legacies or substantial backing from powerful forces. They possess the experiences of their predecessors, thus mastering specific evolutionary paths. Wang Jun sank in the water, slowly coiling his legs, and his right hand touched his left eyeball. Through recent events, he had come to understand that chip sought after by all major forces was likely inside him. The chip recorded all the data of the Spirit Rhythm Ecology Project, which was the key to unlocking extraordinary evolution. With these clues aligned, seeing his own and others' evolutionary trees would become a natural outcome. The enhancement of extraordinary beings is evolution. After evolution, the application of extraordinary abilities and the improvement of physical quality will undergo more qualitative changes. Wang Jun recalled what he had seen and heard in the sewer. Li Xuanqing's control over shadows was strange and variable, while Kuais embodied the might and ferocity of light. The aftermath of their battle was something ordinary humans could not withstand. Their fight was less of a human battle and more like a duel between two mechas. Extraordinary beings truly live up to their name. In contrast, the awakened ones and level 1 extraordinary beings felt unworthy of the term extraordinary to Wang Jun. He spread his hands, fingers coming together, slowly yet forcefully. Extraordinary beings, evolution planners, no matter which path they take, cannot escape the need to enhance their extraordinary levels. Wang Jun slightly shook his head, and binary code 010101 flashed under his left eye. In the next moment, a tree diagram and corresponding text appeared in his mind. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun, life level, awakened, extraordinary level, 0, evolution completion, 50, life essence, 6580, slowly recovering. Essence attribute, water, current status, close to a water source. Prolonged absence from large amounts of clean water will lead to weakness. Solution, pay 5 points of life essence to inquire once. Extraordinary ability, water spirit branch skill 1. Control water flow. Description, control the water flow within a radius of 10 meters, with a weight limit of 1 ton. The more impurities in the water, the more mental power and life essence consumed. Branch skill 2, pure water body. Description, transform the body into pure water, capable of simultaneously converting a portion of non-living matter, with a weight limit of 5 kilograms. Evolution paths. Path 1. Accelerated evolution. Description, consume pure water crystals to increase evolution completion. Each pure water crystal increases evolution by 10, with a limit of 1 crystal per day. Path 2. Source flow ice shaping. Description, water flow and ice can transform into each other, with the ability to shape ice forms. Required materials, 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 frost tree demon heart, 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil. Path 3, not unlocked. Requires evolution completion of 75. Path 4, not unlocked. Requires evolution completion of 100. After careful consideration, Wang Jun had an idea. Enhancing extraordinary levels requires extraordinary materials, and acting as an evolution planner also requires extraordinary materials. With a splash, he broke the water's surface, shaking his head, his black hair flinging glistening droplets. On the computer screen, Chi rubbed her eyes and said, "Figure it out?" Wang Jun nodded. Regardless of the specific amount, he would exchange everything for extraordinary materials. Chi, extraordinary materials are very valuable, and most of them are relatively small, indeed a good choice. Wang Jun, Chi, how should an evolution planner disguise themselves? It's not Chi, it's Lord Chi. Chi rolled her eyes and gave a middle finger. Also, you don't need to disguise yourself as an evolution planner. A question mark appeared in Wang Jun's eyes. Chi clicked her tongue. You are the evolution planner. You don't need to disguise yourself at all. Wang Jun looked deeply at Chi, who also stared back at him, and they both fell silent in mutual understanding. Beep, 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 beep. The sound of a phone rang in the room, and Wang Jun beckoned with his finger. A slender stream of water flew up from the hot spring, crossing several meters to enter the bamboo house. Immediately, the water formed a rope, wrapping around the smartphone and delivering it to his palm. After connecting, a cold voice from Lung Qingning came through. Someone from the Lin family wants to meet you. After the meeting, you can receive the reward promised by Lin Yue and the ransom she is responsible for. Wang Jun looked at the broadcast screen, which was nearly 95 complete, and was not surprised at all. He pondered for 2 seconds, pretended to think for a moment, then asked, "How much in total?" 15 million for medical expenses, 5 million for gratitude, and 10 million for ransom. The ransom will have a commission. It was originally set at 20 million. All right, I can understand that. Wang Yun interrupted Lin Qingning's explanation. The person on the other end was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting Wang Jun's straightforwardness. Lung Qingning's voice took on a subtle softness. The person you're going to meet is the elder of the Lin family, the current head of the Lin family. You should prepare a little. Do I need to go over? Wang Yun asks. Lung Qingning said, "No need, just a video call will do." Wang Jun replied, "If I don't need to go over, then I have nothing to prepare, just connect directly." Okay, Lung Qingning agreed. Chapter 24, Value and Harvest. Wang Jun adjusted the angle of the smartphone camera to ensure it didn't point at the laptop. Chi was indifferent. No need to be so troublesome. Lord Chi's abilities far exceed your imagination. They won't find me. Wang Jun placed a finger against his lips, signaling Chi to be quiet. The smartphone rang with a video call. Once connected, 2 images appeared side by side. On the left was Lin Songyuan, and on the right was Lung Qingning and others inside the audiovisual store. Lin Songyuan's appearance was distinctive, his stubble particularly eye-catching. His beard, resembling a fierce warrior, was styled into 36 tufts, each stiff and waxed, with purple strings tied into bows at the tips. Wang Jun's gaze met with him, feeling a certain flamboyance. Lin Songyuan remained silent, his eyes shimmering, lips tightly closed, revealing no hint of emotion. His muscles far exceeded those of ordinary people, as if a Siberian black bear had been lifting weights for 20 years. The exaggerated dimensions provided a powerful visual impact. Without needing to be angry, he commanded respect and exuded a fierce bravado. Such a person easily made others avert their gaze, unable to maintain eye contact. Wang Jun wore a faint smile, steam from the hot spring floating around him, his shoulders and arms exposed. This scene was vividly presented, leaving everyone in the audiovisual store dumbfounded. Didn't they say no preparation was needed? Here he was, taking a bath and directly opening a video call. This was unprecedented. Li Xuanqing hid his right hand under his coat, quietly giving a thumbs up. A Jun is awesome. Sun Bowu turned his head, glancing sideways at Li Xuanqing, as if to say, how come he's acting like you? He wasn't like this earlier. Lung Qingning raised her eyebrows slightly, unsure of what she was thinking. Not far away, Lin Yue choked on her drink, hurriedly wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Wang Jun, you're so bold. You know you're facing the current head of the Lin family, yet you dare to be so disrespectful. Her voice was loud, clear even from a distance. Wang Jun didn't even glance at Lung Qingning, maintaining his stance as he locked eyes with Lin Songyuan. Suddenly, Lin Songyuan spoke. Indeed, not an ordinary person. Young brother, would you be interested in working for my Lin family? I guarantee your personal safety and freedom, and the treatment will far exceed that of Haifeng Lane. He extended his right hand, smiling wide, at least 5 times. Li Xuanqing muttered. He starts off by poaching. Old man Lin really doesn't play fair. Lin Yue was taken aback. What is up with Grandpa today? Has he lost all composure? She understood that Wang Jun was a talent the Lin family must grasp. Very important. Because of this, they must secretly recruit him, not letting Haifeng Lane realize Wang Jun's significance. However, Lin Songyuan repeatedly acted out of character. Lin Yue's probing gaze did not escape Lin Songyuan's notice. He subtly shook his head, signaling her to stay quiet and listen attentively. Thank you for your kindness. Old man Lin, Wang Jun clasped his hands together, but I'm just an ordinary researcher, a bit timid. I've experienced quite a lot these past few days and cannot respond for now. If you're timid, then there's no one bold in this world. Lin Songyuan slowly shook his head. Kidnapping my precious granddaughter and defecting from Hong San Company to Haifeng Lane, each of these actions is no small feat. What is more impressive is that you accomplished both. Just now, those 3 little kids negotiating with me clearly regarded you as one of their own. I'm genuinely curious how you managed to do that. Wang Jun maintained his faint smile, offering no response. Lin Songyuan was unconcerned, raising his other hand. If 5 times won't do, how about 10 times? Even so, I could try to match you with Yue. Lin Yue blinked her eyes. Where was the usual competence and ruthlessness? She suspected she was hearing things, her grandfather directly selling his granddaughter. How could anyone be so manipulative? No way, absolutely impossible. He humiliated me, and I must repay him 100-fold. Before she could voice her thoughts, a series of sharp sounds echoed. Lung Qingning stood up, surrounded by a fierce wind that made her white coat flutter. The entire row of knife sheaths at her waist was empty. More than a dozen uniquely shaped scalpels were embedded in the wooden table, arranged in a fan-shaped arc, resembling cavalry about to charge. Old Master Lin, too much irrelevant talk. Let us just discuss the reward and the ransom. Little girl, what is the rush? Lin Songyuan chuckled. Your Black Blade Alley is lacking an evolution planner. I can naturally help you with the introduction. Lung Qingning replied. No need. Black Blade Alley is not a place for those lapdogs to come. Lin Songyuan raised an eyebrow. Rest assured, they are definitely not useless trash. My Lin family has branches all over the Federation, and I know quite a few free evolution planners. Old Master Lin. No need to say more. Lung Qingning's gaze was firm. Today we only talk about ransom and reward. Everything else can be postponed, as Wang Jun said. All right. Lin Songyuan spread his hands. But I still have to remind my young brother. The Red Umbrella Company and Black Blade Alley have always been adversarial. Will Black Blade Alley really be defenseless against you? Wang Jun, defense doesn't team matter. I also have my reservations about you all. Upon hearing this, a glimmer flashed in Lin Songyuan's eyes. Then he cheerfully changed the subject. For the ransom and reward, my young brother will receive 25 million Federation coins. Should it be directly deposited into your account? Wang Jun replied, No, I want extraordinary materials, not money. Huh? Lin Songyuan's voice was thick with nasal tones. Wang Jun explained, I have been working as a researcher, and I am quite curious about extraordinary materials. I often read related materials and have long wanted to become an evolution planner. Unfortunately, I had no opportunity to awaken before. Not being an extraordinary person means I cannot become an evolution planner. In short, Wang Jun was compensating for the persona he had revealed. Simply put, he was telling Lung Qingming and Lin Songyuan that being able to accurately identify the extraordinary materials needed to treat Lin Yue was not luck or external force, but rather the result of past accumulation. First, to highlight his own value, and second, to eliminate any suspicion about him holding the Lingyun ecological data. Lin Songyuan pondered for a moment and said, The prices of extraordinary materials generally fluctuate and are not easy to purchase with Federation coins. Mostly they are bartered or exchanged for equivalent information. If you open your mouth now to exchange all 25 million for extraordinary materials, the actual value you receive will inevitably be discounted. That's fine, discounts can be accepted, but I will list the items. Wang Jun nodded. Agreeing so readily made Lin Songyuan look deeply at Wang Jun. Let us hear it. What do you have in mind for the list? Wang Jun counted on his fingers and said, Pure water crystals, ice crystal lotus, the heart of the frost tree demon, deep blue frozen soil, sword edge grass, sun flame flower, geode milk, cloud silk secret silver. Lin Songyuan said, Most of the extraordinary materials you mentioned belong to level 5. A small part is level 4. It's indeed not difficult to gather them all. The classification levels of extraordinary materials are as follows: Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. Each level is further divided into 3 tiers. For example, Level 1 is subdivided into A, B, C. The 5 levels correspond to 5 levels of extraordinary persons. But it's not a strict correspondence. Generally speaking, extraordinary persons of levels 4 and 5 use level 3 or 4 extraordinary materials. Level 3 requires level 2 extraordinary materials. And level 1 extraordinary materials are mostly used by level 1 extraordinary persons and awakeners. How many days can it take to gather them? Wang Yun inquired. You underestimate the Lin family's influence too much. Lin Songyuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of fine white teeth. The list will be ready within an hour. Just wait to receive it tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The next day, above City 36, 3 Falcon helicopters flew from District 1 to District 7. The spiraling rotors stirred the air, and the engines roared, drawing the attention of pedestrians below. The sides of the helicopters were painted with the Lin family's logo. A dragon head soaring, roaring to the sky, with 2 dragon claws, one clutching a silver spear and the other holding a pure black sword, the 2 weapons crossed, blades facing outward. Seeing this, most people on the ground hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. The Lin family is one of the 9 major financial conglomerates in the Federation. No one wants to offend them. Even discussing it on the street feels inappropriate, fearing being caught on surveillance cameras. Soon, the Falcon-armed helicopters arrived in the airspace of District 7. As they descended, the roar of the engines and the whirring of the rotors echoed down the long street. The ruffians and thugs of District 7 gathered around, hiding under the eaves, observing the developments. The Lin family's armed helicopters were surely related to the incident that happened a couple of days ago. I heard that someone from the Lin family's direct line was kidnapped. Bro, your news is a bit outdated. The person who was kidnapped is not just any ordinary direct descendant, but a delicate beauty. Delicate my ass. That woman Lin Yue can kill without blinking. I have 3 brothers who were taken down by her team. What? Do we hear that right? Lin Yue was kidnapped? She looks delicate, but her hands are really ruthless. The people she has are all on par with extraordinary persons. She shouldn't have been kidnapped. At the entrance of Black Blade Alley, the Night Statue is a gateway to a forbidden zone. The 3 Falcon-armed helicopters did not cross the threshold of the Forbidden Zone. Hovering in midair, about 7 to 8 meters above the ground, the armored doors on the side of the helicopter slid open horizontally, and several ropes were thrown out. A combat team armed with real guns descended along the ropes, their movements crisp and efficient. They quickly arranged a defensive formation, raising their dart gun barrels towards the opportunists lurking nearby. There are many thugs in District 7, with varying individual strengths. The weaker ones complied, while the stronger ones provocatively mocked. The existence of Black Blade Alley has led the people in the lower 3 districts of City 36 to have a sense of resistance. The financial conglomerates and the Red Umbrella Company cannot run rampant here. The Special Operations Team fired warning shots. Bang, 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 bang. They attempted to disperse the surrounding crowd with gunfire. Damn it, daring to act arrogant in front of the Black Blade statue. Brothers, we can't tolerate this. Blow them up. Hang them up and strip them. Let the riffraff from the upper 3 districts know our power. Oh, pulling out guns makes you impressive, huh? Such thin barrels. Who are you scaring? Everyone, don't hide. Let us bring out the rocket launchers and show them what real weapons are. The shouts and curses rose and fell, and some of the people who had initially retreated stopped, while others pulled out weapons from unknown sources. Some were homemade, some were stolen. The types of firearms varied greatly, but they all shared one striking similarity. The calibers were particularly large, at least over 100 millimeters. Just as both sides were about to clash, laughter came from the helicopter. The laughter came from a man with a shiny bald head, his body covered in brilliant golden light, shining like the sun of the sun under the sunlight. The visitor was none other than Cuz. They are all women. If you want to fight, just do it directly. What else with all the nonsense? If you're not going to fight, hurry up and scram. Don't delay my mission. With that, he took a step forward, stepping into the air, with the following foot not showing any hesitation. The sturdy and powerful body fell down without using ropes or knee protection. Cuz held a large iron box in each hand, wearing heavy black leather boots. As the soles of his boots touched the ground, a loud rumble echoed, causing the ground to shake as if a small earthquake had erupted. Immediately after, a brilliant white halo burst forth from the back of Kiz's head, spreading outwards. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The halo swept over the Special Operations Team members, and they suffered no harm. However, the maniacs of Zone 7 were not doing well, being thrown back chaotically. Case, you come alone and still dare to be so arrogant? Haven't you ever faced death? Li Xuanqing's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern the specific source. Immediately afterward, thick shadows and darkness spread across the walls and ground of the surrounding buildings. Those who fell crashed onto them without feeling any pain or suffering injuries. After getting up, they all shouted in unison, "Brother Chun." Li Xuanqing nodded and smiled. "All right, everyone, go down." The Lin family didn't come here to fight. They came to pay the ransom. Upon hearing this, the rough men and fierce women burst into laughter. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you're eager to give us money, we definitely can't stop you." "Wow, successful kidnapping. Which big boss did this? So bold." "Impressive. Another big shot has emerged in Black Blade Alley. I just don't know if it's a fierce man or a fierce woman." Chattering, the neighbors of Zone 7 slowly retreated. Kaze's eyebrows twitched, his mood not looking good, and he said fiercely, "The things you wanted are here." Saying this, he raised both arms, and 2 metal boxes slammed to the ground. Bang! Bang! Kicking open the lids of the metal boxes, Kaze asked, "Where is Miss Yue?" Li Xuanqing shrugged, raised his right hand, and pointed to a coffee shop at a 45-degree angle behind him. Sitting by the window were 3 people: Wang Jun, Lin Yue, and Sun Buwu. After the shadows retreated, Kaze saw Lin Yue and quickly waved. "Miss Yue, my family sent me to pick you up." Lin Yue nodded slightly, then looked at Sun Buwu. "Hey Jun, take her over and check the goods." Sun Buwu held a cup of coffee, took a sip, and frowned uncomfortably. Then, Wang Jun and Lin Yue walked to the Black Blade statue. Wang Jun squatted down, looking at the 2 metal boxes, and said, "Over 20 million federal coins. Is this all the extraordinary materials?" Kaze rolled his eyes. "You know it's extraordinary materials, of course. It's expensive." Wang Jun nodded and began rummaging through the boxes. After a moment, he confirmed that the boxes contained pure water crystals, ice crystal lotuses, hearts of frost tree monsters, and deep blue frozen soil. And the quantity was just slightly more than required. All right, it should be about right. Wang Jun took half a step back and lightly patted Lin Yue's backside. Go on. You're free now. Case gasped. How dare this guy? The Special Forces team members around him looked bewildered, especially the disguised Lao Si and Lao Wu. Lin Yue's face was a mix of anger and embarrassment. Sorry, it was just a reflex. I didn't mean to. Wang Jun raised his right hand, indicating innocence. Lin Yue was furious, her waist sinking, her spine stretching, clearly ready to exert force. Wang Jun said lightly, just a friendly reminder, if you get captured by me again, it won't be at the previous price. Lin Yue had black lines all over her head, took a deep breath 2 or 3 times, and barely calmed down. Give me back my dragon tooth. She opened her palm, her gaze sweeping towards Wang Jun's waist. Wang Jun drew out the dragon tooth dagger, playing with it while shaking his head. To correct you, it no longer belongs to you. I'll buy it. Lin Yue's phoenix eyes blazed with fire. Wang Jun, I'm not selling. Lin Yue gritted her silver teeth, staring at Wang Jun's face, and said, the humiliation you gave me, I will remember for a lifetime and will surely repay it 100-fold in the future. As you wish. Wang Jun smiled and nodded. After their friendly exchange, Lin Yue boarded the helicopter and left with a dark face. That day, Wang Jun's reputation soared. The neighboring Zone 8 and Zone 9 all knew a tough character had arrived in Black Blade Alley. Chapter 25. Rising Fame Year 1573, February 28th, Monday. After arriving in Black Blade Alley, Wang Jun welcomed a brand new week. The morning sunlight poured into the bamboo house, the morning glow reflecting on his face. His eyelashes trembling slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The empty ceiling came into view, and he sighed, sleeping until dawn, carefree and worry-free. After saying this, Wang Jun shook his head, sat up straight, and looked at the side of the bed. After a few days, the latest kidnapping incident in Black Blade Alley had spread to every corner of Zone 3. Zone 3 refers to Zones 7, 8, and 9 collectively. Residents of the other 6 districts in City 36 generally were unwilling to enter the southwestern area belonging to Zone 3. Here lies the most savage side of the entire city, where the rules of the steel jungle are fully exposed, with the survival of the fittest laid bare on the table. If you have the ability, even if you're a newcomer, you can become a spokesperson for some gang or organization within a day. If you lack the ability, even after 10 years, you can only be a lackey. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground came in succession. Following the sound, Wang Jun raised his eyebrows sharply. On the ground lay beautifully packaged gift boxes, scattered jewels from plastic bags, standard weapons from the Red Umbrella Company, and rare flowers and herbs that could only be found in the wilderness. I said no gifts. Which bastard still dares to come? Wang Yun cursed angrily. Outside the small courtyard wall, the errand boys responded in a flurry. Brother Jun, please be kind. My boss is Huashan Liu. If this gift can't be delivered, I'll definitely get my legs broken when I go back. My family is from the Wu Si Peng Lai. We do like to ask Mr. Wang Jun for help. Our big sister said that no matter what, we must establish a good relationship with you today. Otherwise, we won't eat for 3 days. The corners of Wang Jun's mouth twitched as his gaze drifted aside. In the corner of the small courtyard, a small mountain of various gifts had piled up to 3 or 4 meters high, already exceeding the height of the courtyard wall. Wang Jun covered his forehead, and images flashed through his mind. On the day he just received the gifts, he had originally planned to refuse. But Li Xuanqing suggested stacking them up to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. However, as they piled up, the situation became increasingly serious. The gifts that were originally sent were quite normal, but it was unknown who spread the rumor. Wang Jun loves wealth. As long as the gifts are substantial enough, he will help plan evolution paths. Once this was said, it was a big deal. Gift-giving had to be competitive, from fine cigarettes and liquor to jewelry and firearms. The more exaggerated, the better. If Wang Jun wasn't living in Black Blade Alley, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. They could bring even more outrageous things. For example, individual combat mechs, mobile transforming tanks, and other cutting-edge military technology produced by the Red Umbrella Company. They weren't just being foolish, eagerly giving gifts to Wang Jun, nor was it solely because of Black Blade Ali's reputation. The real reason lay in the ransom paid by the Lin family and the healing of Lin Yue's evolution trauma. Wang Jun's image in the eyes of the people was established as a powerful evolution planner. People in Zone 3 were either lowly, awakening by accident, and after years of street practice, they became extraordinary, or they had offended tycoons or the Red Umbrella Company and were exiled. For many years, they had been unable to access evolution planners, walking a thin line on the road to the extraordinary, yet facing countless hardships. Some woke up one day, mutated into monsters without skin, and were shot on the street. Some got rich and celebrated, only to inexplicably trigger evolution trauma and burst into beer foam in public. Some sought fun with girls, only to unexpectedly merge their bodies, ultimately turning into bizarre beings of half man and half woman, engaging in self-copulation. These cases were numerous, all happening around extraordinary individuals in Zone 3. They could see, hear, and some were even closely related. They might still be able to evolve normally now, climbing to higher extraordinary levels, but there was no guarantee that one day they wouldn't suddenly suffer from evolution trauma, or they might have hidden dangers of evolution trauma, kept secret, yet longing for treatment. They didn't want to one day inexplicably lose their lives, nor did they want to die so tragically and without dignity. Wang Jun could understand their thoughts, but he could not accept being roasted over a fire. This is obviously someone deliberately setting him up, just to see how he handles it. The sound of gifts dropping to the ground continued, and it became more intense. Wang Jun pressed his right hand against the windowsill, turned, and jumped out the window, rushing to the courtyard gate. Bang! The door was kicked open, and he saw a group of people standing outside. Some were bald with tattoos, some had pointed faces, and others were dressed provocatively, the errand boys and girls. They seemed to have agreed upon it. Bowing in unison, "Hello, Brother Jun," Wang Jun replied. "Don't use this act again. You already did that yesterday, and it won't work this time. Take all the gifts back." The crowd simultaneously shook their heads, looking terrified. "No, Brother Jun, please have some mercy." These errand people were all fearless, standing their ground, and their words were just empty circles. Wang Jun's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, his eyes sharp, exuding a fierce aura. Helping others is also helping yourself. Do you understand? The crowd was intimidated by Wang Jun's presence, momentarily forgetting to speak. At this moment, a soft and sweet female voice came from the crowd. "Then why doesn't Mr. Wang Jun take the initiative to make it easier for others? They're just doing errands. It's just a gift. What harm is there in accepting it?" The crowd parted, revealing a girl about 17 or 18 years old sitting in a mechanical wheelchair, which rolled her to Wang Jun's front. She had a thick blanket covering her legs. Wearing a light yellow dress, a warm white shirt, a light blue knitted shawl, and a wide sun hat. Wang Jun suddenly felt that her hat resembled a witch's hat from the medieval times. "My name is Su Xiaojio." The girl introduced herself straightforwardly. As she spoke, her hands came together, forming a triangle with her palms, the tips of her 5 fingers touching, pointing towards the sky, resembling a hand sign with a unique meaning. Wang Jun nodded and politely introduced himself. Su Xiaojio continued, "To be honest, I also came to deliver a gift to you, but unlike them, I came for myself." The girl's eyes were hidden under the brim of her hat, her brown pupils concealing some unspoken secrets. The mechanical wheelchair shifted to the side, giving her space. At this moment, Wang Jun felt an extremely subtle, extraordinary energy wrapping around him. Looking to the side, it was none other than Su Xiaojio, whom he had just met. Her left eye glimmered with a deep blue light, forming a circular magic array. Is this an eye technique from extraordinary abilities? Just as Wang Jun had a guess in his heart, images of Su Xiaojio's evolution tree appeared in his mind. He didn't look carefully, just glanced over it. The information in the evolution tree indicated that the eye technique was for probing, not for attacking. He tapped his index finger 3 times below his left eye and smiled. Su Xiaojio was slightly taken aback by his sharp reaction, then smiled apologetically and retracted her probing eye technique. Wang Jun scanned the crowd and asked, Is there anyone among you who is like her? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one answered Wang Jun's question. Wang Jun subtly shook his head. I can accept the gifts, but not this many. He raised his index finger, slowed his speech, and spoke clearly. Each of your groups can only leave 1 gift. Take the rest back. This. The errand boys and girls were first stunned, then looked troubled, pushing forward towards Wang Jun, brother Junyu. Someone took the lead to speak, clearly still not giving up. Wang Jun raised his right hand, and 3 streams of water flew through the air. Bang, bang, bang. In the crowd, 3 individuals with quicker mouths let out cries. The water streams instantly hit their faces, splashing painfully. The 3 fainted on the spot, collapsing to the ground. Clear water, mixed with a bit of blood, flowed through the gaps in the stones on the ground. That flash of bright red was like a warning. Wang Jun's first day here was because he was hunted by the Red Umbrella Company, and he was definitely not an easy target, having even managed to kidnap Lin Yue. Don't worry, they are not in life-threatening danger. Wang Yun stepped forward, making space at the entrance, and pointed inside. A small gift carries great sentiment. 1 gift is enough. And there is no need for your bosses to engage in pointless comparisons. The surrounding errand workers were still hesitating. Wang Jun raised his left eyebrow and grabbed the nearest errand boy, throwing him with force. The person stumbled into the courtyard. Wang Jun didn't even look at him and said loudly, "Who else wants me to help them get inside?" In his past life, he was a killer, and although he was born in a peaceful country, he often had to go to war-torn areas or lawless zones for missions, knowing that firm commands are much more effective with lawbreakers than gentle negotiations. Moments later, the pile of gifts in the courtyard was cleared, leaving only a dozen neatly stacked. Clap, 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 clap. Su Xiaojio applauded and smiled. Mr. Wang Jun is indeed as rumored, naturally suited for Black Edge Alley. Wang Jun said, "It's quiet inside and outside the courtyard now. If you have something to say, come in." The mechanical wheelchair slid back half a meter, and Su Xiaojio shook her head. "I have prepared a gift for you, but it's inconvenient to bring it over. Do you want me to follow you outside?" Wang Yun asks. "Not far," she said, lightly touching the brim of her hat with her left index finger, revealing part of her oval face. Her lips unnaturally pale, but with a kind smile at the corners, right there in Black Edge Alley. Their first meeting had barely exceeded 10 sentences, but the way the girl interacted with others was very pleasant, as if she was always considering others. Wang Jun had a good impression of her and nodded. "All right, I will accompany you." Su Xiaojio was quite surprised. "You don't even know my background, and you're not afraid that I have ulterior motives?" In Black Edge Alley. "Of course, you can rest assured." Wang Jun smiled. At this moment, a binary stream passed through his left eye, and his mind clearly displayed the girl's evolution tree and the corresponding information. Owner of the evolution tree, Su Xiaojio, life level, extraordinary being, extraordinary level, 2. Evolution completion, 33, life resonance, 1500 1800, resonance attribute, ice and fire mixed, current state, internal resonance unbalanced, legs have lost sensation, power difficult to stabilize, solution, can be queried. Requires 25 points of life resonance. Extraordinary ability. Ice and fire intertwined can be queried. Requires 10 points of life resonance. Evolution path can be queried. Requires 50 points of life resonance. The life resonance of a second level extraordinary being is already greater than 1000. Wang Yun blinks, gaining a further understanding of the power gap between levels 2 and 1 in his heart. He had seen first-level extraordinary beings like Lin Yue and Zhang Wu, both of whose life resonance did not exceed 1000. Wang Jun himself was within the awakened category, but over the past few days, he had consumed 5 pure water crystals, achieving the current extraordinary level of 100 in evolution completion. At this moment, his total life resonance was 99 points, and he could not reach 100 points. This barrier must be broken to shatter the life shackles and further break the genetic prison to become a first-level extraordinary being. The boundary between awakened beings and first-level extraordinary beings is 100 points of life resonance. The boundary between second-level and first-level extraordinary beings might be 1000 points of life resonance. Wang Jun's thoughts were quite rapid, and he did not show any signs on his face. Looking at Su Xiaojio's legs, He said, "The gift you want to give must not be simple. The payment for asking you to help with treatment should also be included," Su Xiaojie replied, lifting her chin with a bright smile, showing no hint of avoidance or inferiority. Subsequently, Wang Jun and Su Xiaojie left together, walking through the streets for about 10 minutes before entering a small building of red bricks and black tiles. The inside and outside of the small building seemed to have special soundproofing. Before entering the small building, Wang Jun felt a tranquil air around his ears. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, he immediately heard the sound of metal clashing. The sound of clanging echoed like the sound of iron being struck, rising and falling, never ceasing. As I continued inward, strands of warm air wafted through the atmosphere. It was somewhat hot, which felt unusual for February, a transitional month from winter to spring, typically colder. However, the temperature inside the small building was at least above 30 degrees Celsius. I looked around, unable to find the air conditioning vents. No need to look further. The heat here came from the furnace. The wheelchair stopped in place, and Su Xiaojie turned to say, "You can smell the gunpowder, can't you? What is your profession, Miss Su?" I asked. Su Xiaojie met my gaze and suddenly smiled. "You have quite a sharp sense. Are you a blacksmith?" I guessed. "A weapons manufacturer," both of us replied simultaneously. Su Xiaojie raised her delicate hand, tipping her wide-brimmed hat. "That title is quite fitting. I do forge, but in a slightly different way." As she spoke, she leaned forward, her left eye sparkling with deep blue light. The door in front of her opened automatically, revealing a corridor 2 meters wide. In stark contrast to the classical style of the building's exterior, the corridor was entirely white, adorned with energy-saving lights at the top, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. The sound of forging came from the end of the corridor, accompanied by a surge of heat. "Welcome to my studio, Mr. Wang Jun. Please come in," Su Xiaojie said, her soft voice laced with a hint of laziness, as if she had returned home. Chapter 26. Ultimate and selfless. Su Xiaojie's studio had a unique style. The main door faced a massive boiler, over 3 meters tall and nearly 2 meters in diameter. The primary source of heat. The swirling heat waves were almost visible, forming an orange-red glow around my body. "Do you need heat-resistant clothing, sir?" Su Xiaojie's wheelchair rolled up beside me, her arm slightly raised. Not far away, the wall opened to the sides, revealing neatly arranged fireproof suits made from special materials. "No, thank you," I replied politely with a smile. "Don't be polite. Most people who come to my studio can hardly endure the high temperatures inside." Su Xiaojie gently reminded me. "Later, you may need to stay a bit longer." Upon hearing this, I stopped insisting and quickly walked over to select a fitting fireproof suit to wear. The inside of the fireproof suit felt like it had a special cooling magic. My skin instantly felt cool, the fine beads of sweat on my forehead quickly dried, akin to having walked under the scorching sun for half an hour before diving into a pool. Refreshing and miraculous, I thought to myself. What a unique method. This protective suit doesn't seem to be just a technological product. The wheelchair moved forward slowly as Su Xiaojie smiled and said, "I heard you used to work in the logistics department of the Red Umbrella Company?" I was taken aback for a moment, then recalled that it was indeed the case. "Yes, I stayed for almost a year," I replied casually, although internally I had begun to speculate about Su Xiaojie's background. City 36 had 4 major financial conglomerates: the Zhao family, the Lin family, the Su family, and the Qin family. The Zhao family had moved to City 36 with their entire clan, almost akin to local emperors. The Lin, Su, and Qin families were slightly less powerful than the Zhao family, but they were hard to distinguish from one another. Looking further out to the entire federation, the strongest forces were probably the Qin, Lin, Zhao, and Su families, all relatively equal in power. Su Xiaojie could know which positions I held at the Red Umbrella Company and in which departments, either through some informant in Black Edge Alley, or because her surname carried significant weight. Su, one of the 9 major financial conglomerates in the Federation, was information that no normal person would overlook. My gaze deepened, and her dark eyes resembled a profound night sky. It seemed that this girl, who appeared to be only 17 or 18, had quite an extraordinary background. I couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Having been in this world for less than 10 days, Why was I continuously encountering such matters? I had been wary since someone had been spreading rumors, causing numerous extraordinary individuals in the lower district to exchange gifts and compare among themselves like children. This could not have happened without someone intentionally stirring the pot. Those extraordinary individuals who roamed the streets were all clever. If they lacked survival wisdom, they would have long been dead in some corner. I suspected that someone was behind the scenes, but I had no idea who that person was. Without sufficient clues, blindly speculating would only mislead me. So, I had been waiting for the appearance of the one who stood to gain the most. Now it seemed that Su Xiaojiu might be somewhat suspicious. Perhaps she had set the stage for this moment. "Stop dawdling. Come see the gift I prepared for you." Su Xiaojiu's voice interrupted my thoughts. I snapped back to reality, smiled, and followed her as we continued onward. The seemingly small room concealed secrets. Around the side of the boiler, there was an upward staircase. Ascending the stairs led to the second floor, where I could see the interior of the boiler. Looking up at an angle, I saw rows of cold weapons, but these weapons were different from the usual ones. They seemed to have openings reserved for long-range firearms, with some engraved with strange patterns filled with glowing lasers. "The gift I'm giving you is weapons," Su Xiaojiu said happily. "I have designed over a dozen options, but I'm not sure what kind of weapon you like, which is why I haven't finalized anything." Over a dozen weapon designs? I thought, surprised. She had come up with so many on her own? That seemed unlikely. Who would have the time to invest so much effort? It was more likely that she was pulling from her previous accumulations. I drew the dragon-toothed dagger from my waist and said, "This is great. It's actually the head of a long spear. Using it as a dagger feels a bit wasteful." Wow, what a unique material. Su Xiaojiu's mechanical wheelchair turned 45 degrees, and she leaned forward, peering intently at the dragon-toothed dagger. Her upper body leaned forward significantly, making one wonder if she might fall out of the wheelchair at any moment. I stepped closer, bringing the dragon-toothed dagger up to her eyes. "Is this okay?" Su Xiaojiu tilted her head, her eyes full of stars. Her voice was soft and different from ordinary girls, carrying a certain charm. At that moment, she unconsciously released her nature, her slightly elongated tone captivating. In my mind, 7 words flashed inexplicably. At this moment, dreamy bubbles seemed to emerge from her tea-colored pupils, filled with a love for weapons. The girl's expression was so serious. Her fair face appeared like pure, flawless crystal. I subtly shook my head, pushing away distracting thoughts, and turned my wrist, blade facing me, handle outward. Wasn't she afraid I would suddenly attack? Why was she holding the blade toward herself? Su Xiaojiu blinked, understanding my intention. Taking the dagger, she carefully explored it, quickly reaching the end of the dragon-toothed dagger. "This is indeed the head of a long spear." She curled her fingers and gently flicked it. Ding! The tip of her finger lightly touched the dagger, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Su Xiaojiu tilted her head slightly, a hint of sorrow crossing her brow. "It sounds so sad." Her expression fell as she lowered her eyelids, slowly gliding her fingers along the spine of the dragon-toothed dagger. The traces of the years linger subtly in Su Xiaojiu's heart. A melody that she would never want to finish playing lingers. Her whispers are filled with sorrow and longing, completely immersed in emotion, forgetting that Wang Jun is still beside her. Wang Jun is not angry. Instead, he feels a hint of respect. He has seen Su Xiaojiu's evolution tree and knows that her extraordinary ability lies in the seamless integration of ice and fire, which is likely unrelated to weapons. The girl before him is young, but her obsession and love for weapons are evident to even a fool. Just a second ago, Wang Jun and Su Xiaojiu were having a normal conversation. In the next moment, Su Xiaojiu takes the dragon-toothed dagger and quickly immerses herself in it. Wang Jun sees a light in her eyes, flickering like a brilliant sun at times and like a swaying candle flame at others. This girl does not rely on her extraordinary abilities, but the fact that she can perceive the spirituality contained within the weapon is truly remarkable. Throughout history, how many literati have yearned for the miraculous verses that come by chance? Yet, looking back through the long river of history, how many have actually attained them? Without being deeply engrossed in a single object or matter, without focusing to the point of losing oneself, and without complete immersion and contemplation, one cannot possibly achieve such beautiful verses. Miss Su is a person of passion. She is entirely devoted to weapons and has reached the pinnacle of it. At least in this moment, she is indeed at her peak and oblivious to everything else. Wang Jun cannot bear to disturb her and stands quietly like a statue. A few minutes later, Su Xiaojiao comes back to her senses, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as her eyelids slowly lift. She exhales deeply, releasing the stagnant air from her chest. The dragon tooth? That is definitely not its original name. Su Xiaojiao smiles apologetically, mimicking Wang Jun's gesture, with the blade facing herself and the hilt towards Wang Jun. Offering the dagger. Why say that? Wang Jun receives the dagger and slips it back into his waist. Su Xiaojiao shakes her head, crossing her fingers in a tenacious manner, pointing her fingertips towards the sky. Her left eye's pupil glows with a deep blue light, rapidly condensing into thin threads that outline a circular magic array. This time, Wang Jun is close enough to see the circular magic array clearly in the girl's eyes. The outer ring resembles a full moon, and at its center is a six-pointed star, beneath which is a structure resembling a temple. To the upper left and upper right of the six-pointed star are two other moons, one in its waxing phase and the other in its waning phase. As he gazes deeply into the inner circle of the magic array, he feels an inexplicable calling. I say, Yisai non o guji ji. Dvoiteve a lina hektaru molo ypsilono lina aha guyi. Yukusha guji ji. The source of the calling does not come from the outside world, but from deep within Wang Jun's heart. It feels as if he has touched upon some great existence. Suddenly, the deep blue ring dims, and the moon's six-pointed star and temple vanish without a trace. The calling from Wang Jun's heart instantly dissipates. However, he distinctly hears a frenzied howl echoing in his heart. Gu ji ji. Sorry, Mr. Wang Jun. Su Xiaojiao covers her left eye with one hand and slightly bows forward. Forgetting to tell you that when I cast my technique, you shouldn't look directly into my eyes. Wang Jun wants to ask why, but since it involves her privacy and they are meeting for the first time, the words get forcibly swallowed back. Su Xiaojiao notices Wang Jun's thoughtfulness and smiles as she explains. Besides my originally awakened extraordinary ability, I also learned a type of extraordinary inheritance. She lightly taps her left eyelid with her index finger and does not continue. Extraordinary inheritance? How could one still hear that strange and inexplicable voice? Upon reflection, that voice sounds like a demon from hell reciting in his ear, urgently telling us some taboo secret while also tempting human souls. To suppress his curiosity, Wang Jun shakes his head slightly and jokes. Every sentence has to end with a phrase. It's quite funny. The speaker is oblivious, but the listener is attentive. Su Xiaojiao suddenly opens her left eye wide, and the deep blue glow within her eyes disappears, replaced by shock. You can also hear that voice? Voice. Are you referring to Wang Jun mimicking that strange tone? Gu ji ji. Yes, yes. Su Xiaojiao nods vigorously, and due to inertia, the wide brim of her hat slips down, obscuring most of her face. Wang Jun clearly sees Su Xiaojiao's lips moving, as if she is about to say something. Suddenly, she covers her mouth with both hands, forcibly sealing her own voice. What's wrong? Wang Yun asks. Su Xiaojiao shakes her head repeatedly. Wang Jun says, Can't say. Su Xiaojiao hesitates for half a second and then nods. The dragon tooth dagger at her waist is pulled out half an inch, and Wang Jun shifts the topic. Miss Su, you said the dragon tooth dagger's true name is not Dragon Tooth? Su Xiaojiao's hands slowly drop, no longer covering her lips. Breathe, breathe, breathe. After 3 deep breaths to adjust her mood, she says, It is a weapon of the Dragon Slayer, one that has truly been stained with dragon's blood. The material of this weapon may have been top-notch in the past, but it is by no means rare. Now it's different, right? Wang Jun interjects. It's neither metal, stone, iron, jade, wood, nor bone. There are almost no materials of the same category on the market. Su Xiaojiao's beautiful eyes blink, as if she's getting to know Wang Jun all over again. Indeed, its original material may not exceed the current classification level. But after piercing the scales of a dragon and bathing in its holy blood, it has undergone a qualitative change. In terms of material alone, it far surpasses extraordinary materials. No wonder Wang Jun nods. I was wondering why Lin Yue wanted it back so badly, even going so far as to offer money to buy it. Did you inquire about the price, sir? Su Xiaofiao smiled slightly. Wang Jun shakes his head. I don't indulge the bad habits of financial tycoon's daughter. I didn't give her a chance to quote a price at all. Impressive. Su Xiaojiao gave a thumbs up. Sir, you truly regard money as dirt. 18 million. It's not important, Wang Jun humbly replies. Su Xiaojiao shakes her head. Not just that, the true value of this dagger is far beyond that. It's worth at least 1 billion federal coins. Puffed. Wang Jun is stunned, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. What? 1 billion. Su Xiaojiao crosses her fingers in a tenacious manner. That is a bit absurd. If 1 billion is all spent on extraordinary materials, wouldn't one have to rocket to upgrade? Wang Jun suddenly feels a bit regretful. The smartphone in his pocket seems to be heating up, as if a little paw is scratching at him, urging him to call Lin Yue. At this moment, Su Xiaojiao adds, but this is merely theoretical value. It must be found by someone who can analyze it. Wang Jun's heart, which was hanging in suspense, drops back into his stomach. So it's not worth that much then. Even my teacher cannot analyze it. If he can't analyze it, then there probably isn't anyone in the entire Federation who can. Su Xiaojiao nods slightly. Subsequently, the two chat as they walk and soon arrive at a separate booth. Inside the booth are 24 screens displaying various forms of cold weapons. Swords and spears, halberds and axes, whips, hammers and claws. There are a total of 18 different types of weapons, occupying all 24 screens because 6 of the types are repeated but with completely different details. These are just a part. If you're not satisfied, I have others. There are about 37 types of weapon models, but it will take 2 to 3 days to complete. Su Xiaojiao's face seems to be written with the word apologetic. Sorry that she is not professional enough. Wang Jun says, no need for too many. Actually, if you show me 2 or 3 types, I can take a look and then we can communicate further. That one do. In the way of weapons, only precision and sincerity matter. Su Xiaojiao's soft voice suddenly becomes powerful. Wang Jun is a bit distressed, rubbing his forehead and saying, as the saying goes, no merit, no reward. I still don't know how serious Miss Su's evolutionary injury is and whether I can treat it. He initially intended to persuade Su Xiaojiao not to waste her effort. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaojiao suddenly lifts the blanket covering her legs. Seeing the condition of the girl's legs, Wang Jun raises his eyebrows, his pupils constricting, and asks, you don't feel pain? Chapter 27. Great willpower. The girl's legs are unlike those of an ordinary person. The left leg is withered and yellowed, having lost its moisture, looking like a branch struck by lightning, occasionally flaring up with flames that flicker and vanish, leaving charred marks on the left calf. The right leg is adorned with pale blue frost, flakes drifting down onto the originally fair and smooth skin. Some are merely on the surface, while others have penetrated the flesh, turning blood, flesh, and even bones into ice blocks. The 2 legs endure both fire and frost, burning and freezing, constantly in pain. Wang Jun was a killer in his previous life, having undergone specialized training to resist pain, including extreme tests dealing with heat and cold. That kind of suffering is not only a physical trial, but also a torment of the spirit. Wang Jun finds it hard to imagine how Su Xiaojiao, so young, can laugh as if nothing is wrong. Just now, in their conversation, he detected no signs of discomfort from her. Does it not hurt? Wang Jun's voice echoed in Su Xiaojiao's ears. She was taken aback, clearly not expecting Wang Jun to ask if she was in pain. Most people, upon seeing her legs, would inevitably show a hint of disgust, then quickly avert their gaze, hurriedly apologizing, trying to conceal their involuntary reactions. Few genuinely care about her feelings. Su Xiaojiao lightly pressed her lips together and smiled. It's okay, I've gotten used to it. Her response was natural and generous, as if her legs were merely scraped. What great perseverance this girl has. Wang Jun thought to himself, then said, the pain of evolution is caused by the simultaneous presence of 2 extraordinary energies in your body. Half ice and half fire, intertwined yet unbalanced, unable to stabilize, which leads to your leg condition. May I ask, when did this pain of evolution begin? Su Xiaojiao replied, since birth, because I am a celestial awakener. Celestial awakeners refer to the very few humans who are born with extraordinary abilities, possessing stronger powers and greater potential. Wang Jun realized again that the path of climbing in the extraordinary realm is not easy. Each step of evolution comes with risks, and the blessing of luck may conceal a deeper curse. Can you elaborate? Wang Yun asks. Su Xiaojiu nodded. At birth, I possessed both ice and fire powers. But the two forces are completely incompatible. Before I was a month old, I would have perished if not for an elder in my family being a priest of the deep blue moon court, which allowed me to barely survive. But the pain of evolution. Su Xiaojiu spoke at a moderate pace, recounting the origins of her pain of evolution. During the process, Wang Jun gained a deeper understanding of the pain of evolution, which is the deepest suffering in the hearts of many extraordinary beings, fearing others would know, yet even more afraid of being abandoned by the goddess of fate. When problems arise in an extraordinary person's evolution, the vast majority of extraordinary beings in the world cannot provide answers. Even among demigod-level extraordinary beings, most can only have a vague sense of their condition and cannot effectively teach others. Only a very few powerful individuals with complete inheritance can ensure that their descendants have a relatively stable path in the extraordinary realm. Su Xiaojiu was fortunate to have an elder who was a priest of the Deep Blue Moon Court. The Deep Blue Moon Court is a secret organization that rarely reveals itself, but they have a unique inheritance of the moon ritual. Because she received this extraordinary inheritance in time, Su Xiaojiu was able to survive until now. However, her life can last at most until the age of 18. This year marks Su Xiaojiu's 17th year, and on May 21st, she will turn 18, which is also the day she is destined to lose her life. If you want to break the shackles of fate, you should go to the southwest. Su Xiaojiu adopted a tone of a fortune teller, imitating that elder priest. After a slight pause, she smiled and said, "So, I came to city number 36. Wang Jun nodded slightly in response, indicating he was still listening. The things the girl spoke of were somewhat heavy, and their relationship was not too deep. So many topics were not discussed in depth. Su Xiaojiu made hand gestures, touching her hands together, her fingertips pointing to the sky. She pointed at Wang Jun and said, "I waited for a full 6 months, but saw no hope. However, just a few days ago, you healed Lin You's explosive pain of evolution. From that moment, I knew the wheels of fate had begun to turn." There was a hint of inquiry in Wang Jun's gaze. "Why do you say that?" Su Xiaojiu considered her words and said, "The Deep Blue Moon Court has a technique for divination of fate and is one of the few organizations that have helped the Lin family's extraordinary inheritors treat their pain of evolution. I have read clear written records about this. Their pain of evolution either does not erupt, or once it does, it is absolutely impossible to cure. The best outcome is to become a mutant. For hundreds of years, it has been a matter of life or death, but with you, it is different." She looked at Wang Jun meaningfully and then lowered her head, earnestly saying, "Sir, save me. You are my last hope." The strong girl revealed her weak side, and even a hardened man would feel compassion. Wang Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Let me check first." As soon as he finished speaking, his palm transformed into a watery hue. The tip of his index finger slightly deformed, turning into a water spike. "Stab! Stab!" Wang Jun's transformed fingertip left an imprint on Su Xiaojiu's left and right legs, giving her the impression that he was using his abilities. Immediately after, he paid 50 points of life resonance. In an instant, 99 points of life resonance were halved, and a severe dizziness surged from deep within his body and soul, as if his vitality had been drawn into the void. Ugh! Wang Jun firmly gripped the armrest of the mechanical wheelchair, squatting down. At that moment, information about the evolution tree and related details appeared in his mind. Evolution tree owner, Su Xiaojiu, life level, extraordinary being, extraordinary level, 2. Evolution completion, 33, life resonance, 1,500, 1,800, resonance attributes, ice and fire mixed, current status, imbalanced resonance within the body, loss of feeling in both legs, difficult to stabilize power. Solution, querying, plan 1. Guide the two extraordinary powers of ice and fire to converge in the left and right legs. then amputate both legs and replace them with mechanical prosthetics, thus losing the extraordinary ability of ice and fire unrestricted, losing related extraordinary inheritance, becoming an ordinary person. Required materials: 1 demon sealing stone, 100 grams of dark spirit soil. Plan 2. Find a level 3 fire type extraordinary being and a level 3 ice type extraordinary being to help her balance the extraordinary powers within her body daily, which can extend her lifespan to a certain extent, estimated to be 35 years. Require materials: 1 pure water crystal per day, 1 flame condensing stone per day. Plan 3. Prepare a spirit calming potion. Require materials: 3 moonlight fruits, 3 sun flame flowers, 3 stargrass, 30 grams of platinum, 1,000 milliliters of black soul water, 3 soul-separating wood, 3 lava fire crystals, 300 grams of forbidden red soil. Potion preparation must master one of the extraordinary powers of ice or fire. Extraordinary ability: ice and fire unrestricted, can be queried, requires 10 points of life resonance. Evolution path: can be queried, requires 100 points of life resonance at a glance. Wang Jun had already made a choice in his heart. Plan 1 would turn the girl into a useless person, which she would certainly not agree to. Plan 2 had relatively harsh conditions, and it could only extend her life, not eradicate the issue. Only Plan 3 to make the spirit calming potion remained. Wang Jun rubbed his forehead, his lips moving. Suddenly, Su Xiaojio said, "You don't look well. Is it because my pain of evolution is difficult to treat?" Wang Jun's mind was still reeling, his upper and lower rows of teeth clenching tightly, and after a moment of calming, he said, "It can be treated, but I cannot provide the materials." "That's completely fine, sir. Just write a list, and I will have my family help prepare it." Su Xiaojio observed Wang Jun while speaking. Noticing the fine white sweat on his forehead, his eyelids slightly drooping, and his lips slightly parted, as if his breath had weakened a bit, she reached out her right hand, touching Wang Jun's forehead to wipe away a few beads of sweat. "You look very tired. Why don't you rest for a bit?" Wang Jun's palm returned to its original flesh color as he picked up the blanket that had fallen on the ground and helped cover her legs. "It's fine. Let me first tell you the materials needed to make this spirit-suppressing potion." Supporting himself on the armrest of the wheelchair, Wang Jun recounted the materials required in Plan 3. After hearing this, Su Xiaojio bit her lip, silently thinking. He is indeed worried about the materials. Each item on the list is very rare. With Su Xiaojio's background, supported by the Su family and the Deep Blue Moon Court, she could only gather 6 types of materials and was still missing 2 main ingredients: sunfire flower and stargrass. Biting her lip, Su Xiaojio said, "Sir, please rest for a moment. I'll contact my family." Wang Jun felt a heavy dizziness, pulled over a nearby chair, and nodded as he sat down. The wheelchair turned 180 degrees, and Su Xiaojio gradually moved away. The waiting time felt a bit long. Wang Jun yawned, still feeling dizzy. He crossed his arms and leaned his head against the wall for a short nap. A moment later, Su Xiaojio returned to Wang Jun's side and heard his steady breathing. Asleep? The earlier examination must have really tired him out. Su Xiaojio sat upright in the wheelchair, resting her chin on one hand, admiring Wang Jun's sleeping appearance. With his black messy hair, clean face, and defined facial features, he looked handsome even with his eyes closed. She remained quiet, watching for a while, her gaze devoid of any infatuation. Instead, she looked like an artist appreciating an art exhibition. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm in the corner suddenly went off, indicating someone had entered her studio. Rolling up her sleeve to reveal a lady's watch inlaid with a crescent-shaped diamond, Su Xiaojio glanced at the dial and immediately frowned. "Yisu, what are you doing here?" The holographic projection from the watch displayed a lively girl with twin ponytails. Raising an eyebrow and feigning displeasure, "It sounds like Xiaojio doesn't welcome me?" "That's not it. It's just that I have a guest here." "Where? Who's the unfortunate soul that's asked you to help make weapons?" "I'm a professional weaponsmith. None of my customers are unfortunate. TCH, my old man is the biggest unfortunate. He spent 100 million federal coins to buy a sword from you." "Ridiculous. If your teacher had made it, that would be another story." The two exchanged words, their voices relatively low but still reaching Wang Jun's ears. He felt his eyelashes flutter and woke up, blinking as he looked around. I fell asleep? Su Xiaojiu nodded, about to speak. The holographic projection showed the girl named Yi Su exclaiming, "There's a man. A young man. Oh, Xiaojiu's getting skilled. She's actually started dating." Su Xiaojiu frowned, displeased, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. He's my esteemed guest." After saying this, she pressed her right palm against her left wrist, causing the watch's dial to dim. "Sorry for disturbing your rest." Su Xiaojiu apologized. Wang Jun sat up straight, rubbing his temples, and repeatedly asked, "Did I just fall asleep?" Su Xiaojiu wondered why Wang Jun was asking again, tilting her head slightly, her lips moving as she gave a simple answer. "Yes." Wang Yun is hot stove. This was not scientific. He was a trained assassin, and the instincts of an assassin should not have faded. Logically, he should not have fallen asleep in an unfamiliar place. Even if he did fall asleep, he should have woken up immediately when someone appeared beside him. Not waking up could mean two possibilities. Either he was too exhausted, with a significant drain on his 50 points of life essence, or the girl before him harbored no malice, making it impossible for him to sense even the slightest danger. Just as Wang Jun was contemplating, footsteps approached rapidly. He saw the newcomer, who was about the same age as Su Xiaojiu, with thick twin ponytails cascading down her waist. The key was the fiery red hair that seemed to glow slightly at the tips, resembling a sun. "Xiaojiu, hiding a wild man while your sister is away?" She rushed over, grabbing Su Xiaojiu's shoulders and shaking her back and forth. "It's not what you think. Stop talking nonsense." Su Xiaojiu rolled her eyes, her shoulders trembling slightly as she gathered strength and suddenly pushed, causing Yi Su's hands to feel as if they were burning from ice and fire at the same time. "Ouch!" Yi Su released her grip and took several steps back. "So, this is Wang Jun, the evolution planner that Cold Sister mentioned, a rare find in our Black Edge Alley." She then fixed her gaze on Wang Jun, extending her right hand and introducing herself confidently. "Yi Su, leaf from tree leaves, Su from Su Su." "Wang Jun," he replied, meeting her gaze. The two had now made an acquaintance, and then she began to stare at Wang Jun with a very peculiar expression. "You haven't seen Xiaojiu's face, have you?" The sudden remark made Yi Su laugh weirdly as she lifted Su Xiaojiu's white hat. In an instant, Su Xiaojiu's white hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Bright silver like moonlight, pure white surpassing frost and snow. Chapter 28. The stunning beauty and the butterfly knife upon seeing Su Xiaojiu's true form. Wang Jun's mind instantly drifted to Chao Ji's ode to the goddess of the Luo River. Her form is like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, glorious like the autumn chrysanthemum, flourishing like the spring pine. She seems like the light clouds veiling the moon, floating like the returning snow in the wind. Her shoulders are sculpted, her waist slender. With a graceful neck and delicate features, her skin shows like dew. Her fragrance is unadorned, her beauty unpretentious. Her lofty hair bun is grand, her brows are elegantly arched. Her crimson lips are bright, her pearly teeth are fresh. Bright eyes are gentle, and dimples enhance her charm. Her exquisite figure is striking, and her posture is relaxed. Her tender demeanor is captivating, enchanting in her speech. Her attire is unique. Her bone structure is like a painting. Su Xiaojiu's beauty was almost indescribable. She truly resembled a celestial goddess. When she wore a large hood, it was hard to tell, occasionally catching a glimpse of her lips, nose, and eyes would only make one think she was a very beautiful woman, still belonging to the mortal realm. However, when that cascade of snow-white hair fell, revealing her hidden brows, Su Xiaojiu's astonishing beauty radiated an unparalleled charm. It was like the bright moon hidden beneath the sea, rising in that moment to reveal an extraordinary sight. Beautiful, so beautiful it felt unreal, as if she should not exist. Yi Su, vit her, tavin ponytails, was also a stunning beauty with a well-proportioned and graceful figure, belonging to the top tier of beauties. Her looks were comparable to Lin Yue, each with their own characteristics. It's worth noting that Lin Yue had once graced the cover of Floral World, a federal-level magazine that many women around the world dreamt of but could not attain. However, when compared to Su Xiaojiu, both Yi Su and Lin Yue's beauty had an insurmountable gap. Yisu and Lin Yue were both exquisite beauties, but they were not perfect. Lin Yue might be too petite, while Yisu, due to years of strength training, had slightly broader shoulders. These were both their attractive points and their flaws, appealing to some while deterring others. Su Xiaojio, on the other hand, possessed flawless beauty that could satisfy the aesthetic tastes of all ages and genders. If there were any imperfections, it might only be her fate. The extraordinary abilities awakened by heaven brought a life where she could not walk on her own legs, posing a severe threat to her life. At 18, she faced the end of her lifespan. Perhaps even heaven did not wish for her to remain in the mortal realm. No wonder she always wore a hat and never took it off indoors. Wang Jun's eyes blinked slightly, wanting to look away, but hesitated in his heart. Hey. Yisu waved her hands, using her wide witch hat to cover Wang Jun's eyes, jokingly saying, "Don't look. If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes." Wang Jun nodded slightly, closed his eyes for 2 seconds, then opened them calmly and said, "Sorry, Miss Su. Your beauty is too stunning. I couldn't help but admire it." "Ha, you got quite the guts, speaking so openly about being lecherous." Yisu pouted, widening her left at a stare at Wang Jun, as if she wanted to see right through him. "Stop it, Yisu, don't slander Mr. Wang Jun." Su Xiaojio pinched Yisu's waist and gently twisted it. If he were a lecher, Lin Yue would never have been able to leave Blackblade Alley. Yisu felt a soft bruise on her waist and quickly begged for mercy. "It hurts. Let go." She took 2 quick steps forward, almost right in front of Wang Jun. Wang Jun clearly saw her appearance. A handsome nose, sword-like eyebrows, bright black eyes, and a striking head of fiery red hair tied into slightly curled twin ponytails. A typical oval face, yet not delicate. Instead, it had a heroic aura. They were close enough to feel each other's breath. Yisu was unafraid, puffed out her chest, raised her head, and let out a heavy snort. Suddenly, she exhaled visible white smoke from her nostrils, forming 2 hands that pushed towards Wang Jun. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows and sidestepped. Most of the white smoke was avoided, but a very small portion brushed against his skin. The binary flow flashed in his left eye's pupil, and Wang Jun saw Yisu's evolution tree. Evolution tree owner, Yisu, life level, extraordinary being, extraordinary level. 2. Evolution completion, 88, life spirit, 75007800, spirit attribute. None, current status, gluttony. Appetite approximately 20 times that of an average adult man weighing 200 pounds. Solution, query available, requires 50 points of life spirit, extraordinary ability. Smoke control, query available, requires 10 points of life spirit. Evolution path, query available, requires 100 points of life spirit. In terms of life spirit, Yisu was far stronger than Su Xiaojio and far exceeded Wang Jun's total life spirit. The gap between 0 and 2 was still quite significant, and he needed to level up to 1 as soon as possible. Otherwise, his total life spirit would be less than a fraction of others, which left him feeling quite uneasy. "Yisu, if you keep this up, I might have to take action to kick you out," Su Xiaojio said in a low tone, her left fingertip glowing with a cold blue hue. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The moisture in the air condensed into frost, forming snowflakes the size of fingernails. The snowflakes slowly fell, touching Yisu's shoulder. Cold shivers ran down Yisu's spine, followed by a sudden realization that the ground felt hot under her feet. She looked down and saw an orange-red flame forming a ring, just the right size to cover her feet. "Xiaojio, are you serious?" Yisu suddenly turned around, putting on a sorrowful face for a stinky man. "You're actually disregarding our sisterhood. Woe is me. My heart is shattered into 8 pieces." "Cut out," Su Xiaojio said with a face full of disdain. Waving her hand, she signaled with her eyes, "Step aside. I'm discussing serious matters with the gentleman." Yisu stomped her foot and deliberately bumped her backside against Wang Jun. Wang Jun's reflexes kicked in, and he instinctively raised his knee. Smack! Yisu's peachy backside collided with his knee, causing her to let out a light "oh," swaying her hips to stabilize her balance. It looked like she was about to kick him. Wang Jun stepped in, blocking Yisu's movement space. Smack! Smack! He swiftly struck with both hands, hitting Yisu's abdomen and throat. Yisu staggered back half a step, her feet stepping into the fire ring. Feeling her boots burning and the heat searing her soles, she quickly activated her extraordinary ability. In an instant, white smoke began to evaporate from the pores of her soles, in large quantities spraying onto the ground. The ground provided a reaction force, and the white smoke spread outwards, creating a secondary impact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smoke extinguished the flames, and Yisu kept tapping her toes on the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She jumped behind Su Xiaojio, massaging her shoulders while saying, "Xiaojio, calm down. I'm just worried about your taste in men." Su Xiaojio remained silent, her profile at a 45-degree angle, her eyes deeply focused. "Apologize to the gentleman, or else you can forget about me helping you repair your weapons in the future." This statement hit Yisu's sore spot. She looked unnatural, pulling out a half-leather, half-metal object from behind her. Can this knuckle duster be repaired? If she hadn't said it was a knuckle duster, it would have been hard to tell. It looked more like a mixed pile of leather and metal junk, Wang Jun thought. Whether it could be repaired or not was not important. Su Xiaojio shook her head, signaling Yisu to apologize to Wang Jun. "All right, I know I was wrong." Yisu spread her hands, turned to Wang Jun, and said, "I was a bit embarrassed just now. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to see if you were qualified to meet my father." Yisu's surname is Yi, and the behind-the-scenes boss of Blackblade Alley is named Yizhen. Putting the two together, Wang Jun couldn't help but think more. His mind quickly concluded that Yisu was indeed Yizhen's daughter. At this moment, Yisu leaned down, whispering in Su Xiaojio's ear, "I've already apologized, so I'm counting on you for the next weapon." Su Xiaojio felt helpless against Yisu. Even though they were cousins and had known each other for many years, she still couldn't adapt to Yisu's innate boldness. Yisu had always been boyish, growing tall from a young age, and was one of the few girls in the southwestern region who stood at 1.8 meters tall. She was 2 years older than Su Xiaojio, now 19, and usually carefree, enjoying drinking, smoking, and dyeing her hair like a rebellious boy. With a slight sigh, Su Xiaojio shook her head and said, "Give me the hat." "Hee, Xiaojio forgives me." Yisu grinned and winked at Su Xiaojio. Such an extraordinary beauty. Why hide it? As she spoke, she placed the witch hat back on Su Xiaojio's head. Su Xiaojio raised her hands, adjusting the brim of the hat before saying, "I'm sorry. I hope the gentleman won't take offense. My cousin Yisu is a bit straightforward, and sometimes her words and actions aren't very heartfelt. Please don't take it to heart." Yisu cooperated with Su Xiaojio, patting her chest and saying loudly, "That's right. That's right, just like that." Not thinking straight and not being heartfelt. Isn't that just saying she's silly? She actually nodded, and it seemed this girl really was a bit dim-witted. Wang Jun maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, smiling without speaking. Yisu suraj harit. Assuming Wang Jun didn't hold a grudge against her, she gave a thumbs up, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, and laughed cheerfully. "I heard you were a researcher. How come you have such good skills? And your physique doesn't seem bad either. It's like you secretly train daily." "Yes, there is training." Wang Jun played up his knack for small talk. At this point, neither Yisu nor Wang Jun seemed interested in continuing the conversation. The saying words that don't resonate have little to no meaning applied perfectly to this moment. The two stared at each other. Clearly, the conversation had hit a dead end. Pointing at the 24-section screen wall, Su Xiaojio quickly changed the subject. "Since the gentleman can treat my evolution injury, you can accept this gift, right? It's him." Yisu's thick eyebrows raised as she opened her mouth to interrupt. A large chunk of ice suddenly formed out of nowhere, blocking her mouth. Su Xiaojio's left fingertip glowed with a cold blue light. Wang Ju nodded and said, "No need to look further. I already got a general idea when Miss Su contacted her family before." "How is it?" Su Xiaojio asked. "Not quite suitable," Wang Jun replied. Upon hearing this, Yisu raised her eyebrows, fiddling with the ice in her mouth, creating a slight gap, then used her jaw muscles to crunch the ice loudly. "What are you saying? My little Jio's weapons are ranked among the top 10 in the entire Federation. I don't know how many extraordinary beings in the world are begging her to help forge weapons." "Your mouth," Yisu, is once again sealed with ice. "Woo." Taking advantage of Yisu's inability to speak, Su Xiaojio said, "What's specifically unsuitable?" Wang Jun said, "The weapon I usually use is similar to a dagger, but somewhat different." Crack, crack. Yisu skillfully chewed the ice and swallowed it, saying sarcastically, so impressive. A genius evolutionary planner is indeed different. Even the dagger used is not the same as others. Come on, tell me what's so special about it. Her voice was very soft, only loud enough for Su Xiaojiu to hear. Su Xiaojiu raised her right hand, pressed down on Yisu's left hand resting on her shoulder, and forcefully poked her thumbnail. Hiss! Yisu winced in pain and withdrew her hand. At this moment, Wang Jun said, "The dagger I usually use is called a butterfly knife with double-edged blades, about the length of a palm. The handle splits into two, hollow in the middle, slightly longer than the blade." He described the shape of the butterfly knife in detail, as well as the principles of the moving components between the blade and the handle. After listening, Su Xiaojiu said, "The butterfly knife is a very interesting idea. It's not complicated to make, but I'm not quite sure how to use such a dagger. How about this, sir? Wait for me a moment, and I will quickly make a simple version of the butterfly knife." Then, Wang Jun remained quiet, watching Su Xiaojiu quickly and efficiently make the butterfly knife. Her legs could not exert force, and she couldn't use the outdated forging method. All of a sudden, half a screen popped out from each side of the mechanical wheelchair's armrests, and when put together, it formed an input device with multiple functions of a keyboard and a graphics tablet. Sketching, detailing, modeling adjustments, within less than 3 minutes. Su Xiaojiu had completed the keycap for the butterfly knife and then started 3D printing. The mold for the butterfly knife quickly took shape, with liquid metal mixed in proportion and poured into the mold. In under 15 minutes, a brand new butterfly knife was delivered into Wang Jun's hands. Swish, 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 swish. Wang Jun's fingers alternated between loosening and tightening, swinging the blade and handle around his wrist in a dance. Su Xiaojiu bit her thumb and softly marveled. The blade dances like a butterfly flapping its wings, weaving through flowers and leaves. So beautiful. Nothing special, Yisu said, clicking her tongue. It just looks flashy and should be quite impractical, with no lethality. No, this weapon is all about the bizarre. Su Xiaojiu shook her head, patted Yisu's hand, and explained, "You see, every time he moves, the blade is close to him but does not hurt himself. This must require a long time of practice to master. If you and I were to pick up the butterfly knife, the first thing we would have to guard against is how the blade might cut ourselves. If it's so for the user, how can the enemy predict it when facing the butterfly knife? Moreover, this knife is different from ordinary daggers. With a normal grip, reverse grip, and hand switching, the variations can increase exponentially, making it virtually limitless. In the hands of an expert, the trajectory of the blade is completely unpredictable, and its lethality is absolutely deadly. After all, the human body is very fragile compared to a sharpened alloy." He demonstrated several basic uses of the butterfly knife: drawing the knife, retracting the knife, flowery moves, and hand switching. Suddenly, Wang Jun gripped half of the butterfly knife's handle and flicked it upwards, as the blade cut towards the back of his hand. At the moment it touched the skin, he twitched his wrist, swinging the blade in the opposite direction away from his skin, and then quickly flipped his wrist, palm facing up, slightly opening it. Clap, clap. The two sounds connected rapidly, with the blade embedding itself into half of the handle in his palm, while the other half of the handle closed in succession. At this point, the blade returned to the handle, and the butterfly knife transformed into a stick about a foot long. Wang Jun bent his middle finger, applying pressure with his fingertip. The concealed butterfly knife silently slipped into his sleeve, making it impossible to discern that he was hiding a weapon. The whole set of movements was fluid, showing no signs of hesitation, indicating that his practice time must have been considerable. Su Xiaojiu seemed to see a kindred spirit, and her gaze towards Wang Jun added a hint of closeness. When she was a child with nothing to play with, she mainly played with butterfly knives. Wang Jun was speaking the truth. He was taken in by an assassin organization as a child, and there was no friendship like in melodramatic stories. Everyone was wary of each other, and they would sleep each night with a dagger or small knife hidden nearby. This item was the only thing he could carry with him in his childhood, and it was indeed his only toy. When he grew up, the visually appealing and playable butterfly knife became a deadly weapon. Su Xiaojiu recalled Wang Jun's skilled knife techniques, as if they were imprinted in her mind. Graceful, bizarre, variable. Deadly, the characteristics of the butterfly knife were categorized. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands, saying, "What if we add laser shooting to the butterfly knife? Sir, do you have confidence in controlling it?" Chapter 29. Ether Crystal. After receiving Wang Jun's exact answer, Su Xiaojiu, adhering to the principle that detailed explanations are not as good as actual production, retrieved the butterfly knife she had just made for processing and upgrading. After 20 minutes of modifications, the butterfly knife with remote shooting capability was completed. The blade was plain and shiny silver, indistinguishable from a normal butterfly knife. Each end of the two sections of the handle was extended by 1 centimeter, which housed 2 water blue crystals. The crystals had 24 facets, were about the size of a standard die, had a hard texture, and sparkled, clearly valuable. Yi Su recognized the origin of the 24 faceted crystals, which came from the Forbidden Land's crystal lake, known as ether crystals. The purpose of ether crystals is to store, convert, and release extraordinary energy. They can store a significant amount of extraordinary energy in a very small volume. A die-sized crystal can store about 5,000 to 10,000 points of life essence's extraordinary energy. Even for a Tier 3 extraordinary being, that is very sufficient, not to mention Su Xiaojiu was giving 2 at once. "Xiaojiu, are you crazy? The production of ether crystals is already limited. How can this butterfly knife be worthy of it?" The ends of Yi Su's twin ponytails ignited with orange-red flames, revealing her excitement. This little amount of ether crystal isn't particularly rare. If it's used up, then it's used up, Su Xiaojiu replied. Yi Su thought to herself, what nonsense. Ether crystals are so hard to mine. It takes at least a Tier 3 extraordinary being to go deep into the crystal lake. Most Tier 3 extraordinary beings are proud. How many would be willing to be such miners? At this moment, Wang Jun held the butterfly knife, gazing at the ether crystal at the end of the handle. Palm root, back of the hand, fingers, fingertips, his right hand gradually transformed into pure water, with strands of water blue fluorescence flowing, merging into the ether crystal at the end of the butterfly knife. With the gathering of power, Wang Jun felt dizzy again. It was then he remembered that his life essence had not yet recovered, with only 49 points left. Binary streams passed through his left eye, and the evolutionary tree appeared in his mind as he noticed his life essence drop to a clean 45 points, and his palm returned to normal. At this moment, the 24 facets of the ether crystal glimmered. Wang Jun saw stars floating within the crystal. I've heard of ether crystals before, but I've never used one. Implicitly, he needed a demonstration. Su Xiaojiu nodded and explained. The energy stored in the ether crystal will recognize your life magnetic field. After saying this, she spread her left palm, with another ether crystal placed in the center, and her right fingertip pressed down from above onto the ether crystal. Fiery flames and icy frost erupted simultaneously with 2 completely different powers. A glow appeared behind Su Xiaojiu, with fiery red and icy blue intertwining, adding even more charm to her already stunning beauty. In the next instant, the 2 powers converged into the ether crystal. The ether crystal in her palm quickly absorbed all the energy. After 2 or 3 blinks, Wang Jun clearly saw a starry pattern emerge within the ether crystal, half fiery red and half icy blue. Bang! 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 The clash of ice and fire energies was intense, unable to merge. The ether crystal pulsed violently, releasing strands of strange energy interwoven with ice and fire. Those energies struck Su Xiaojiu, but she remained unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, wondering how such unstable energy could be harmless. You will know when you try it, sir. Su Xiaojiu smiled. This is the greatest advantage of the ether crystal, and the reason I installed it at the end of the butterfly knife. Wang Jun nodded and shook his wrist, executing the simplest butterfly knife draw technique, the forehand windmill. He held one side of the handle, while the other side swung with the blade. Immediately after, he activated the water spirit, releasing 4 water attribute energy beams from the end of the handle that was flying in the air, just as he finished consuming his stored life essence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Some energy beams hit the ground, while others struck the wall, causing noticeable impacts. However, one beam shot out, aimed directly at Wang Jun himself. The azure energy beam struck Wang Jun's chest, but instead of being harmed, his internal life essence was actually enhanced. Wang Jun lifted his eyelids slightly, gaining insight. The energy stored in these ether crystals does not harm the storage user. That's right, Su Xiaojia nodded. The butterfly knife has a complex blade momentum and unpredictable angles. If you still have to worry about accidentally injuring yourself with lasers or energy beams during actual combat, then this butterfly knife with both ranged attack capabilities would just be a useless piece. After a brief pause, she continued, the biggest differences between ether crystals and ordinary energy storage crystals are 2 points. First, they can store an exceptionally large amount of energy per unit volume, about 10 to 100 times more. Second, they can recognize the life magnetic fields of each individual, so the energy stored within does not harm the storage user. You should have noticed that even your clothes were unharmed, because they also left a faint mark from your life magnetic field. Wang Jun nodded slightly and then asked, what if we store electrical energy or other energies that do not come from extraordinary beings? Su Xiaojia smiled slightly and was about to speak when suddenly, Yi Su interjected, you don't understand the significance of ether crystals at all. They're specifically for extraordinary beings. The energy they contain must carry the imprint of a specific life magnetic field. Wang Jun ignored Yi Su, pretending not to hear. Su Xiaojia pinched Yi Su and then replied, Cousin Yi Su is mostly right. At this point, Wang Jun had obtained a suitable butterfly knife, and combined with the dragon tooth dagger he had acquired, his weapons were now fully equipped. The remaining task was to wait for Su Xiaojia to gather the materials to create the spirit-restraining potion. Wang Jun took his leave and exited Su Xiaojia's workshop. At the entrance of the red brick and black tile building, Yi Su pushed a wheelchair with Su Xiaojia sitting in it. The two watched Wang Jun's figure disappear at the end of the long street. At this moment, Yi Su took out an electronic cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Xiaojia, the value of the ether crystal is quite high. No matter how valuable something is, it can't compare to my life. Su Xiaojia interrupted Yi Su. Yi Su shook her head, helplessly saying, actually, I came here to tell you that he may not be your best choice. That won't happen. The fortune-telling back then was done personally by Aunt Qinju, and it communicated with the deep blue moon, so the result will definitely be correct. My mom's fortune-telling is certainly accurate, but what I meant was, the place may be right, but the person may not be. What do you mean? Look at him. He is just an awakener, and you're already a level 2 extraordinary being. How difficult do you think it would be for him to treat you? I don't need to say more. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaojia recalled Wang Jun's previous state, leaning against the screen wall with his arms crossed, asleep. He didn't seem like someone who could sleep easily in an unfamiliar place, which meant he was likely very exhausted. At this moment, Yi Su squatted in front of Su Xiaojia, half crouching and holding her hands. My mom and I just returned from a trip to City 24, and we saw someone you definitely wouldn't guess. Su Xiaojia cooperatively asked, who? The little Lion King of the Leon family, Alexander Bannister Leon. What a ridiculous name. I haven't heard of it. Su Xiaojia raised an eyebrow. Yes. He is the guy who got lost in City 36 years ago and lived on the streets for 7 or 8 years. In a few days, he is going to transfer to City 36. He is also an evolution planner and a level 2 extraordinary being, much stronger than Wang Jun. Perhaps he is the person pointed out by the fortune-telling. Treating the trauma of evolution has nothing to do with strength. Besides, I have no impression of this person you mentioned. You may not have an impression, but he certainly remembers you. Su Xiaofu? Over the years, she had either been making weapons or searching for remedies to treat the trauma of evolution. Apart from her family, most of her interactions were strictly transactional. When others came to order weapons, she simply made them. It was that simple. She truly couldn't recall any complicated interpersonal relationships. Yi Su scratched her head and tilted her head. Aren't you familiar with him? I didn't even know there was such a person. Su Xiaofu Fronith. Besides being from the Leon family, does he have any other background? Let me think. Yi Su buried his head, lightly licking his lips, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he raised his head. He seems to have said he returned from the Lighthouse of Hope. Lighthouse of Hope? Su Xiaoju Furuit Hadburais deeply. Thinking of the one in the virtual link network. No, it's the real one, the Lighthouse Island located on the edge of the Demon Sea. By the way, He also mentioned that his teacher is the famous Chun Yuan, one of the rare demigod-level extraordinary beings of this era, from the source of the Lighthouse of Hope. And his teacher is Chun Yuan, Su Xiaojiu said. He might be from the Starry Society. What? Yisu looked confused. What is this Starry Society you're talking about? I can't tell you in detail. Su Xiaojiu shook her head, holding Yisu's hand, and said seriously, Cousin Yisu, just know that the Starry Society is a group of dangerous lunatics. They crave the power of the deep blue moon, seek the remnants of the crimson sun, are obsessed with the era before the astrological calendar, and are determined to explore lost myths to grasp those powers that should not belong to humanity. No. If you keep going, my brain won't be able to handle it. Yisu looked bewildered, hugging her head and shaking it repeatedly. Suddenly, she leaned her face closer to Su Xiaojiu, their noses almost touching. Something's not right. Su Qinju is my mom, and I don't even know these secrets. How do you know? Su Xiaojiu replied, You're not from the deep blue moon court, so she wouldn't tell you too much. Damn, I'm speechless. Yisu rolled her eyes, wondering who her real daughter was. This isn't about blood ties. Just remember, Alexander Leon is a dangerous individual. So don't get too close to him. Please, he is not worried about me. He is worried about you. Yisu turned her face, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and mimicking dramatically, 5 years ago, returning to the family, I brushed past the young Lady Xiaojiu, and upon catching a glimpse of her goddess-like beauty, I knew I only wished to accompany her for life. Thud! Su Xiaojiu lightly flicked Yisu's forehead and said, Impossible. Every disciple taken by the demigod Chun Yuan will join the Starry Society, and the core tenet of the Starry Society is to serve the ancient starry sky, dedicated to restoring the positions of the sun, moon, and stars. In order to pursue this path that mortals cannot achieve, they make a vow upon joining the organization, promising never to marry or have children and never to fall in love with others. Once they rebel against their vow, death will be the best outcome. Yisu, yet he still looks infatuated, saying something halfway. She clenches her right fist and slams the back of her hand in her left palm. Clap. Yisu pressed on. No, wait, Xiaojiu. How do you know so much about the Xingqian Society? Su Xiaojiu shook her head. I can't say. If you won't say, I'll ask my mom. Yisu shuruk. Su Xiaojiu said. It's useless to ask. Aunt Qinju won't say anything. But he looked down on. My mom loves me the most. Yisu thumped her chest, trying to boost her argument. Su Xiaojiu shook her head and stopped talking. Meanwhile, Wang Jun finished his meal and returned to his small courtyard. At the gate of the courtyard, all the errand boys and girls had disappeared. Wang Jun looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky at noon, and as spring approached, the sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a warm but not too hot glow, just enough to make it a bit dazzling. Normally, the errand boys would only leave at sunset in the evening. Today, it wasn't even afternoon, and there was unexpectedly no one at the gate. Had they all gone to eat? Wang Jun withdrew his gaze and pushed open the courtyard door. Creaking through the gap of the door, he saw that the courtyard was littered with people lying in disarray. They seemed to be in good health, but were unconscious, posing no threat to their lives. The errand boys coming into the courtyard definitely wasn't their own idea. Wang Jun stepped over the threshold and closed the door behind him, saying, It's a bit impolite for guests to intrude when the host is not home. In a corner nearby, someone suddenly sat up, scratching their messy green hair. The visitor was none other than Zhao Zhixian. I've been waiting for you to come back for so long. I accidentally fell asleep. He yawned, stretched lazily, and walked step by step toward Wang Jun. These guys were too noisy, so I knocked them out. Don't mind it. Wang Jun said, as expected from the Zhao family. Quite thick-skinned. Zhao Zhixian shook his head. Not as much as you. That night, you wrecked my brother's venue. It can't be considered wrecking. On the contrary, I helped you deal with a small trouble. Wang Yun denied. Zhao Zhixian chuckled lightly. A few small-time thugs found an outdated armed mechanical arm from Hong San Company that was eliminated 20 years ago. They're nothing at all. You probably don't know that the Zhao family had a conflict with the Lin family that night. If our people hadn't delayed half of the Lin family's manpower, you definitely wouldn't have made it to Heifeng Alley. Zhao Zhixian wasn't a talkative person, and such an unusual encounter suggested there was something fishy going on. Wang Jun asked, Are you here for something? Can you really cure Lin Yu Wei's evolution trauma? Zhao Zhixian countered. Wang Jun did not confirm or deny. At least, she is still alive at this moment. Then you should be able to cure my brother. Zhao Zhixian took out a letter from his pocket, bent slightly at the waist, and handed it over solemnly. Chapter 30 Treasure, Boy. The envelope was completely black, with dark golden patterns on the edges and a reddish-brown wax seal in the middle. After Wang Jun took it, he examined it closely and said, Zhao Chongqing is an extraordinary person, and he also has evolution trauma. Perhaps in your eyes, my brother is weak, but Zhao Zhixian hesitated, his handsome face wrinkling as if he had been constipated for 10 days. Half a second later, he glanced down at the envelope. Just open it and see. Wang Jun said, Let me be clear. Looking at the contents of the envelope doesn't mean I have to get involved. As long as you promise not to disclose the contents of the envelope to others. Even if I refuse, it's fine. Zhao Zhixian shook his head. Wang Jun nodded, opened the envelope, and began to read line by line. The letter stated that Zhao Chongqing's evolution trauma was hidden deep within his heart, causing him to have a tendency towards masochism. Being hit or scolded instead made him feel good and happy, and it could even accumulate extraordinary power for him. Initially, he resisted it, but over the years, it seemed he developed a peculiar habit. Ordinary harm no longer meant anything to him. It had to have an insulting nature. For example, greeting him with all kinds of kind and harmonious words, or rubbing his face with the soles of one's feet. Wang Jun, isn't this just a fetish? Can an extraordinary person's evolution trauma be related to this? Zhao Zhixian's sharp eyes noticed Wang Jun's micro-expression and immediately explained, My brother is not that kind of person. It is absolutely the evolution trauma that has distorted his mind. Whether it is or not, you don't get to decide, nor do I. It must be checked by me before we can know the answer. Must I bring my brother here? Isn't that obvious? It's like seeing a doctor. How could a patient not appear in front of the doctor? But, but the things mentioned in the envelope are not that special. His preference is not rare. You need to come back with him tomorrow, and only after I see him can I determine whether he really has evolution trauma. Zhao Zhixian's left corner of his mouth twitched upward. His face wrinkled at a spot about a centimeter from his cheek, twitching and jumping continuously. You still don't believe it? Science requires rigor and verification. Seeing it with my own eyes can avoid confusion. Wang Jun said calmly. Zhao Zhixian kicked the ground with a foot, producing a slight friction sound. My brother is perfectly normal. He didn't have this preference until he awakened. Doesn't that indicate something? Who knows what kind of awakening it is? Wang Jun waved his hand dismissively. You bring him here, and I'll understand everything after seeing him. You still don't believe it? Zhao Zhixian's mouth twitched even more at a faster rate. After a moment of silence, he said quietly, That night you met my brother. Do you think he's that kind of person? Knowing someone's face, but not their heart. Wang Jun's expression showed no emotion. You don't need to explain too much. Just bring him over. Zhao Zhixian rubbed his brow and said, But I came here without my brother knowing. I just wanted to ask you to take a look before he comes into contact with those guys. You should understand my situation now. Leaving Haifeng Alley means death. A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Jun's eyes. Zhao Zhixian played with his nails casually. If you heal Lin Yuwei, the Lin family won't continue to make things difficult for you, and they might even have a good impression. Plus, with our Zhao family backing you, guaranteeing you, you are also considered half a person from Haifeng Alley. In the vast City 36, few people would be safer than you. After pondering for 2 seconds, Wang Jun refused. No, I don't have the habit of entrusting my fate to others. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Zhao Zhixian saw Wang Jun's reluctance, raised 3 fingers, and emphasized, After the matter is completed, there will definitely be a generous reward, at least 3 times the treatment fee given by Lin Yuwei. I can still tell which is more important, money or life. Wang Jun shook his head and pointed to the door. Please leave. No need to see you off. Zhao Zhixian frowned, slightly rubbing the nail clipper with his thumb. The nail clipper extended a blade about 3 centimeters long, the blade's surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the determination in his eyes. Whether to go or not, he had to go. Zhao Zhixian held back his words in his throat, crouching slightly, gathering strength for half a second. I advise you not to act rashly. A third voice suddenly emerged from the courtyard. Shadows grew simultaneously in various areas under the house. walls, and awnings, like little saplings being magically transformed into a magnificent world tree at a visible speed. Silently, the shadows had already surrounded Zhao Zhixian, sealing every gap around him. Zhao Zhixian's pupils contracted, instinctively stepping back half a step, crossing his arms in a crisscross manner over his chest. Behind him, a shadow quietly stood, with a small warrior braid, a long black trench coat, a hand gently patting Zhao Zhixian's shoulder. "Young lad, Hafeng Alley is not a place for you to act recklessly." Zhao Zhishuan broke out in a cold sweat, but suppressed his excess emotions within 0.1 seconds. He submerged himself and pivoted on his legs, suddenly turning around. Whoosh! The 3-centimeter-long blade of the nail clipper sliced through the air, creating a silver line. The line brushed past the neck of the black shadow. No blood. Zhao Zhishuan frowned in contemplation, suddenly feeling a cool breeze on the back of his neck. He instinctively lowered his head, narrowly avoiding a knife-hand strike. Not bad, he managed to dodge it. 3 shadows stood simultaneously, vaguely surrounding him, and one of the shadows slowly receded from the darkness. Li Shuangxin. Zhao Zhishuan frowned. Something was off. Shouldn't you be going to assist your boss? Upon hearing this, Li Shuangxin's nonchalant smile suddenly faded. Cold Sister was right. The mole in Hafeng Alley had indeed climbed very high. Such confidential information even you could know. The 3 shadow figures suddenly erupted with murderous intent, overwhelming and engulfing the small courtyard. The midday sun lost its brilliance, and sunlight quickly retreated from the courtyard, turning the space within into a quiet, deep black. He was filled with murderous intent. A deadly crisis enveloped Zhao Zhishuan's heart as his mind raced, seeking a possibility for escape. Wang Jun stood by, seemingly unconcerned, enjoying the show of Li Shuangxin overpowering Zhao Zhishuan. In the next moment, Zhao Zhishuan's gaze met Wang Jun's, and the former determined that the latter was his chance for escape. Wang Jun was the most sought-after talent evolution planner in Hafeng Alley. If Zhao Zhishuan took Wang Jun hostage, the probability of Li Shuangxin being restrained would at least increase tenfold. With no other choice, Zhao Zhishuan silently apologized to Wang Jun in his heart. His eyes shone with a dark green light as Zhao Zhishuan suddenly activated his ability. Green light Rakshasa. Bang, 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 bang. His muscles and bones filled with explosive power as his feet crushed the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading a meter away. The chaotic cracks shot out streams of green mysterious light, blocking Li Shuangxin's line of sight. Zhao Zhishuan's body accelerated tenfold, flying out of the encirclement of the 3 shadows, reaching half a meter in front of Wang Jun. At that moment, he glanced back with his peripheral vision and shouted, "Li Shuangxin, if you don't stop, I'll kill your only evolution planner." "Haha, if you have the ability, go ahead and make a move." Li Shuangxin laughed loudly, and the overwhelming shadows instantly dissipated. Standing still, arms crossed, was he just watching a show? Zhao Zhishuan was astonished, unable to comprehend Li Shuangxin's true intentions. Click, click, click. The sound of metal striking against metal rang out, as if deliberately giving a warning. Zhao Zhishuan had never heard a sound like this before, but he recognized its source, Wang Jun's right hand. Just as he reacted, a brilliant flash of light from a knife passed in front of him, fast as a meteor, swift as lightning. The blade pierced 3 inches into Zhao Zhishuan's palm. Wang Jun stepped forward, closing the distance between them. The moment his front foot landed, his right elbow suddenly shot out. Bang! Zhao Zhishuan's chest took a heavy blow, and a mouthful of old blood surged up his throat. Impossible. How could his combat power be so ferocious? The shock in his heart hadn't dissipated when a backhand slap covered his entire field of vision. Slap! Crisp and loud. The connection between his jaw and ear nerves made even a regular punch feel unbearable. Yet, Wang Jun's technique was different from ordinary people. It was a relaxed, explosive force in close combat. To put it simply, whether in boxing or traditional martial arts, there's a crucial point. When muscles transition from relaxed to tense, the acceleration at that moment can cause an attack to deliver a secondary acceleration upon striking the human body. The well-known physics formula: force equals mass times acceleration. The change brought by the secondary acceleration may seem insignificant, but it is actually the last straw that breaks through the human defense line. Slap. The same sound of slapping resonated in Zhao Zhishuan's ears like rolling thunder, the aftereffects lingering. Damn it. He saw stars, his jaw unable to close, blood spattering from his mouth, not a drop landing on Wang Jun. Not far away. Li Xuanqing whistled. Well done. Zhao Zhishuan's consciousness was in a daze, but after all, he was an extraordinary person with an unusual physique. His eyes glowed fiercely with a blue light as he endured the excruciating pain from 3 injuries and swung his left fist. Wang Jun showed no sign of joy or anger on his face, his eyes filled with calmness. He easily dodged the powerless punch. At the same time, his defense was also an attack. He stepped in with his left leg, wedging it into the gap between Zhao Zhishuan's standing legs. His hard thigh muscle intentionally brushed against a crucial area. Then, he aimed a heavy punch at Zhao Zhishuan's abdomen. Bang! The painful sensation twisted and turned in his abdomen. With 2 new injuries, combined with the 3 old ones from less than 3 seconds ago, Zhao Zhishuan instantly lost his combat ability, his eyes rolling back. Damn! Ao Yun, your moves are quite slick. Li Xuanqing couldn't help but shout again. Before his words faded, Wang Jun pulled out the butterfly knife embedded in Zhao Zhishuan's hand and retracted the blade. The blade concealed within the handle, he gripped the handle, flipped his fist, and struck Zhao Zhishuan's nape with the back of his fist. Bang! Zhao Zhishuan lost all consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a lump of mud. Wow, Ajun! This is no ordinary impressive. It's like a little calf riding a rocket. Li Xuanqing supported his left elbow with his right hand, covering his mouth with his left hand. He didn't want to appear as a fool who only knew how to cheer. He needed some technical commentary. However, Wang Jun's knife retraction was particularly special, and Li Xuanqing's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that cool and slick knife?" Low emotional intelligence. Cool and slick? Where did you get it? High emotional intelligence. That flashy and awesome knife technique. I want to learn it too. Wang Jun wanted to tell Li Xuanqing how to speak, but after a few days of contact, he had fully understood Li Xuanqing's personality, which had 3 main characteristics: rogue, unpredictable, and oblivious. Li Xuanqing crossed the shadows and rushed to Wang Jun's front, asking, "Ah Jun, say something." "I bought it." Wang Yun kesudi replied. However, in his heart, he realized Li Xuanqing hadn't been following him all along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked this question. Either the people in Haifeng Alley were very confident, believing that nothing unexpected could happen there, or someone else was protecting him, and his own strength was insufficient to detect that person's presence. Li Xuanqing cheerfully said, "That's great. If it can be bought with money, it shouldn't be anything rare. Where exactly is it located?" Wang Jun didn't know the specific name of Su Xiaozhou's workshop building, but he remembered the route. It was at the end of Haifeng Alley next to the previous cinema. That side alley was relatively quiet, with not many people, but the road was quite wide, about 2 meters. Upon hearing Wang Jun's description, Li Xuanqing's smile gradually faded. Wang Jun continued, "Walk 100 meters in, turn right. Then walk another 200 meters, turn left, and you'll see a small building with red bricks and black tiles." "All right, no need to say more." Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes. That place was Xiao Jiu's workshop, a poor zone. A 3rd-level extraordinary person, and still poor? Wang Yun teased. Li Xuanqing pulled his hands out of his pockets, complaining, "I love trying new things. If I had 10 million in savings on me, it wouldn't last a week. Later, my master took care of me, and all the rewards from tasks and other earnings were deposited into a fund, giving me 1 million a month for expenses." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, filled with grievances. "You know, I'm at least a level 3. Just buying materials costs tens of millions. The minimum weapon crafting threshold at Xiao Jiu's workshop is 1,000. Lowering his head, Li Xuanqing's right hand grabbed the small braid on the back of his head, and his left hand gently brushed his cheek as he sighed out 4 words. "My mother doesn't deserve it." The butterfly knife was actually a gift. Wang Jun felt that if he expressed his true feelings, Li Xuanqing would probably be furious, so he pointed at the lifeless Zhao Zhishuan and said, "This guy is also a chaebol heir. It could be considered a kidnapping, right?" Li Xuanqing slowly raised his head, gripping Wang Jun's shoulders. "Ao Yun, you think the same as me. If I could kidnap a rich kid every day, I wouldn't have to suffer from poverty." After a brief pause, He made a mournful face and muttered, "Unfortunately, the rules set by the master are too rigid. He says that even thieves have their principles, and we must have a bottom line. Every core member of Hafing Alley can only kidnap a rich kid once in their lifetime." After pondering for a moment, Wang Ju nodded and said, "There's nothing wrong with that rule. If we could kidnap without limits, the Chables wouldn't tolerate the existence of Hafing Alley. They would just join forces to launch a purge. Your master set the rules for long-term survival. Why you sound just like my master when you talk?" Li Xuanqing shrugged off Wang Jun's shoulders and turned away. "Ah Jun, you traitor, our friendship boat has capsized." Wang Jun looked indifferent and said, "Ransom can only be collected once in a lifetime. That's fine, but medical expenses can still be charged, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Xuanqing turned around like a rat that smelled oil, his face beaming with a smile. "Brilliant, really brilliant. Ah Jun, your brain is too sharp. But how much can medical expenses be worth? We can't just keep grabbing a bunch of Chable heirs to beat up, right?" Wang Yun sighed inwardly. He doubted that Li Xuanqing's brain functioned very well in most cases. Squatting beside Zhao Zhishuan, Wang Jun said, "Cheeks, back of the head, palms, chest, abdomen, and a certain important area, a total of 6 injuries. How much would it cost for a regular doctor to treat them?" Li Xuanqing shook his head, unsure. Wang Jun asked, "What if it's under the name of one of the top 50 surgeons in the entire Federation? Are you talking about Cold Sister?" Li Xuanqing was initially confused, but he wasn't stupid. With a little instinctive thinking, he understood Wang Jun's meaning. After 3 seconds of being stunned, he slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. Ah Jun, your line of thought is quite unique. It's got some substance." Wang Jun casually accepted the praise. "Treasure boy," Li Xuanqing thought to himself, feeling like he had opened a new path to wealth. He squatted down and lightly patted Zhao Zhishuan's face, grinning mischievously. Cold Sister is a well-known Avalokitesvara in the underworld, and she has the blade of life and death for us in Hafing Alley. She should definitely rank in the top 10 of the entire Federation. Wang Jun played along. This medical fee could shoot up in no time. Then, Wang Jun proposed that Li Xuanqing run errands for him, giving him a 10 cut. The impoverished Li Xuanqing immediately perked up, carrying the unconscious Zhao Zhishuan on his back, and sprinting away, afraid that Wang Jun would go back on his word. At that moment, Wang Jun suddenly understood why Li Xuanqing was always used as a gopher by Sun Bu and Lung Qingning. He was just too easy to fool. Chapter 31. Perfect evolution path in the small courtyard. In the bamboo house, a cool breeze blew. Wang Jun lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, replaying the battle in his mind. This was his habit of reviewing. A good assassin not only needs calmness and professional skills, but also requires patience and the ability to review. No matter how perfect the plan or how overwhelming the battle situation, upon reflection, one will always find flaws, either in the enemy's strategy or in their own. At this moment, he was examining the entire battle process, looking for points of improvement, and unexpectedly discovered a blind spot in his thinking. Li Xuanqing's seemingly unreliable personality was actually an illusion. He was always muddled in small matters, but never confused about important ones. Li Xuanqing didn't know that Wang Jun had been to Shao Jiu's studio, indicating that the former hadn't been following the latter closely. At the time, Wang Jun had briefly considered 2 possibilities, but after reviewing, he realized the analysis in the moment had overlooked a very important branch option. Perhaps I am not as important as I imagined. For Hafing Alley, Haven T reached the level that must be protected. Over the years, Hafing Alley had never had an evolution planner, yet their survival had never been a problem. Wang Jun pondered for a moment and closed his eyes. In his mind, the small episodes that had occurred in the courtyard unfolded from beginning to end. From his entrance into the courtyard, Zhao Zhishuan's appearance, their conversation, Zhao Zhishuan showing signs of taking action, to Li Xuanqing's arrival to help defuse the danger. It was here that the scene froze, and the movie in Wang Jun's mind paused at this frame. He re-examined it from all angles and saw the flaw in Li Xuanqing's positioning. 3 shadows blocked Zhao Zhishuan's route of movement, leaving only one escape route, which pointed directly to Wang Jun himself. A blatant probe? Wang Jun suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flowing in his gaze. After some thought, he frowned and shook his head, answering himself. No, that can't be called a probe. It's more like a joke among companions. Chingu is not a scheming person. His actions and attitude at that time were likely driven by instinct. This kind of joke reveals Haifeng Ali's customs, showing that the notion of survival of the fittest is almost engraved in his bones. Wang Jun lightly tapped his fingers on the bedboard, accompanied by a series of rhythmic sounds, and continued to review. After a moment, he rose and sighed, still not strong enough. I must become stronger as soon as possible. A binary stream of 010101 flashed through his left eye, and an evolution tree along with matching information appeared on Wang Jun's retina. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun, life level, awakened, extraordinary level, 0, evolution completion, 100, life spirit, 4699, spirit attribute, water, current status, close to water source. Prolonged absence from large amounts of clean water will lead to weakness. Solution, pay 5 life spirit points for 1 query. Extraordinary ability, water spirit branch skill 1. Control water flow. Description, control the water flow within a radius of 10 meters around the body, with a maximum weight of 1 ton. The more impurities there are, the more mental power and life spirit are consumed. Branch skill 2. Pure water body. Description, transform the body into pure water, capable of simultaneously converting a portion of non-living matter with a weight limit of 5 kilograms. Evolution paths. Path 1. Accelerated evolution. Description, consume pure water crystals to increase evolution completion. Each pure water crystal increases evolution by 10 points, and only 1 pure water crystal can be consumed per day. Path 2. Source flow ice molding. Description, water flow and cold ice can transform into each other and have the ability to shape cold ice forms. Required materials, 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 heart of a frost tree demon, 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil. Path 3. Attribute accommodation. Description, the softest water in the world can match the attributes of all things. It is recommended to start with thunder. Mastery method, endure the corresponding attribute day and night until the body and extraordinary energy carry the second attribute. Path 4. Pure water enhancement. Description, the power of water, pure to the extreme, further enhances the total amount of controllable water flow and its influence range. Required materials, 100 pure water crystals, with a daily digestion of 10 crystals. Wang Jun had already maxed out the first evolution path, which was why he could push the evolution completion to 100 in just 5 days. He had a total of 8 pure water crystals left, far from meeting the requirements of Path 4, and it seemed that Paths 2, 3, and 4 might not necessarily be compatible. He needed to try one of them. The materials for Path 2 were already listed, so achieving it wouldn't be difficult. In the previous days, he had been digesting pure water crystals and hadn't had time to try. Today was just right for an attempt. As for Path 3, it seemed a bit dubious. Wang Jun glanced at the black envelope placed on the bedside table, something Zhao Zhishuan hadn't had time to take away, exposing Zhao Chongqing's evolution tragedy. Although Wang Jun had some doubts about the content, he still cared a little. The feeling from Path 3 was somewhat similar. He was finding reasons to torment himself, using electricity, poison, and other various soluble substances. His body trembled, and Wang Jun shook his head. I don't want to become a wreck. The pure water enhancement from Path 4 was temporarily unachievable due to insufficient materials. The market price for a pure water crystal often ranged between 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. Currently, Wang Jun was as poor as a church mouse. Not much better off than Li Xuanqing. He couldn't afford it either. Since there were no options, he decided to take action directly. Wang Jun then gathered 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 heart of a frost tree demon, and 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil. The ice crystal lotus, as the name suggests, resembled a lotus with leaves and flowers, but the pistil was always coated in frost, and the petals and leaves were crystal clear, exuding a faint ice blue sheen. When he placed his palm on it, there was no warmth, it was hard and cold. This was already the most normal of the 3 materials. The heart of the frost tree demon was slightly larger than Wang Jun's fist, entirely frost blue, and at first glance, it looked like a dried vine knot. The center of the knot occasionally glowed and dimmed, as if it still had a semblance of life and a heartbeat. The deep blue frozen soil was contained in 5 glass jars, each holding 100 grams. Inside each jar, the frozen soil particles floated up and down, as if possessing a special magnetic force, occasionally forming unique patterns. Wang Jun looked through the glass jars and clearly saw the substance changing back and forth, depicting incomprehensible designs. After observing the 3 items in front of him, Wang Jun picked up the most normal ice crystal lotus and took a gentle bite. Creak! The combination of stiffness and coldness was quite hard on the teeth. Wang Jun thought to himself that eating it raw wouldn't work. He needed to find a better way to absorb it. After a moment, he left the bamboo house's bedroom and went to the small kitchen beside the courtyard. The space was small but fully equipped with a stove, faucet, kitchen knife, and bowls and chopsticks. Wang Jun counted the materials he had: 10 ice crystal lotuses, 3 hearts of frost tree demons, and 500 grams of deep blue frozen soil, equivalent to 5 portions. He had a total of 3 chances, so wasting one wasn't too critical. Wang Jun ignited the stove's fierce flames, heating an iron pot that contained 1,000 milliliters of cold water. As time passed, the cold water turned into hot water, with the sound of bubbling continuing uninterrupted. He poured all 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 heart of the frost tree demon, and 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil into the pot and covered it with a lid. 2 or 3 minutes later, Wang Jun opened the lid and witnessed a magical scene. The ice crystal lotuses had decomposed into perfectly shaped pieces, each crystal clear and in perfectly regular diamond shapes. Immediately afterward, the heart of the frost tree demon melted down, the ugly vine transforming into a translucent, milky gel, while the deep blue frozen soil was absorbed by the gel, entering the heart in an orderly fashion. Bang! 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 The powerful heartbeat echoed from the pot. Could it be that instead of mixing the materials, it had brought them to life? He covered a small part of the pot with the lid to prevent any living creatures from suddenly jumping out and attacking him. Time continued to pass, and the boiling water gradually calmed down. The transparent water turned into a deep blue, with fluorescence appearing on the surface, and then the liquid in the pot visibly shrank inward at a rapid pace. The volume quickly reduced from 1,000 milliliters to 100 milliliters. The water surface was already a solid ice blue, and through it, he could see a seed the size of a fingernail, surrounded by the milky, translucent gel, filled with star-like deep blue frozen soil. Crackle, crackle. The ice blue water surface showed signs of transforming into solid ice crystals. The fierce flames from the stove could no longer heat this mixture. White mist rose, hitting Wang Jun's face. His skin felt a cold touch as he extended his finger to touch the water surface. Unexpectedly, when his finger made contact with the concentrated liquid, his body instantly transformed into pure water. Swish, 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 swish. The concentrated liquid crawled onto Wang Jun's palm like a child finding its mother, merging with his body. This moment, Wang Jun's body underwent a qualitative change, ice crystals sprouting from his palm. He felt no pain, and unlike the fear during his transformation, he felt a genuine joy rising from deep within. This joy felt like a prisoner breaking free from chains, shattering his cell, and regaining freedom. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time passed quickly, but Wang Jun felt it stretched on for a long time, as if a century had passed. His hair turned deep blue, his eyes glimmered with azure, and frost surrounded his body. With each breath, he exhaled white mist, and the flames at the stove's opening shrank by half. After a moment of calm, Wang Jun noticed a new stream of knowledge in his mind, source flow ice shaping. From now on, he could not only control water, but also transform into ice and shape the ice into various forms, such as simple blades, long swords, spears, and bows. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Wang Jun smiled. So, this is what the evolution path means. By illuminating the source flow ice shaping, my extraordinary level has finally broken through. The difference between 0 and 1 is a qualitative change. Path 1 merely accelerated my upgrade. Strictly speaking, it was just a quantitative change, far from a qualitative transformation. Paths 2, 3, and 4 all represented qualitative changes, corresponding to the different effects of condensing water into ice. Mixed attributes and water system enhancement. At this moment, a binary stream flashed before Wang Jun, showing his current status. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun. Life level, extraordinary. Extraordinary level, 1. Evolution completion, 1. Life spirit, 300,300. Spirit attribute, water ice. Current status, affinity with water sources, preference for cold. Daily water intake increased by 20 times. Solution, pay 5 life spirits to query once. Extraordinary ability, spirit of water branch skill 1. Control water flow. Description, control water flow within a radius of 50 meters, with a maximum weight of 10 tons. The more impurities, the more mental power and life spirit consumed. Branch skill 2, pure water body. Description, body transforms into pure water, with the ability to simultaneously convert some non-living substances. Weight limit 50 kilograms. Source flow, ice, shaping branch skill 1. Condense water into ice. Description, free conversion between ice and water, with condensed ice blocks carrying 3 mixed effects: frost, deep blue, and ice crystal. Specific effects include exceptional hardness, controllable temperature, from 50 degrees to 0 degrees, and delayed explosion of ice crystal fragments. Maximum number of ice crystal fragments, 20. Branch skill 2, ice shaping. Description, freely shape into forms previously seen. Maximum volume, 100 cubic meters. Evolution paths, regular evolution paths. Unlock at 25, 50, 75, 100. Frost strong evolution path can be activated. Require materials, 10 ice attribute distortion cores, 1 ice attribute distortion core, 10 ice spike vines, and 100 ice crystals. Corresponding environment for evolution, minus 50 degrees to minus 100 degrees. Life spirit has increased by 3 times, reaching an unprecedented full value state. Wang Jun clenched his fist, his left hand turning into pure water while his right hand was covered in frost, feeling a wonderful sense of power throughout his body. The most significant difference between an extraordinary person and an awakened one is that the awakened person loosens genetic shackles, while the extraordinary person breaks through a layer of genetic shackles. At this moment, Wang Jun's overall physique had increased to 3 times its previous state, and his 5 senses were far sharper than before. Comparing the values of life resonance, it seems he has found the answer. The total amount of life resonance increased from 99 to 300, which is indeed a 3-fold increase. The values almost perfectly correspond. Wang Jun frowned and murmured, something's not right. He could see that since the evolution tree began, he had seen quite a few people's evolution trees. Lin Yuwei, Su Xiaojiu, Zhang Wu. With 300 points of life resonance, one could achieve a 3-fold increase in physique. In Lin Yuwei's evolution tree information, the total amount of life resonance was exactly 300 points. At that time, she also had a 3-fold increase in physique. How could she be so weak? I'm still an awakener, and I can lock her throat and control her. Wang Jun restored his body to its original form and punched the iron pot. Boom! The iron pot dented inward, moderately deformed. Immediately after, his fist was covered in frost, as if a layer of armor had formed. Boom! The fist struck down again, directly breaking a large hole in the middle of the iron pot, his arm passing through. The increase in strength and speed was immense. If Lin Yuwei had such an increase, I wouldn't be her match at all. How could this be? Wang Jun knew that the current situation was a good thing. After all, with the same 300 points of life resonance, he was more than double Lin Yuwei's strength. But he wanted to understand the reason. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In his pocket, the smartphone vibrated continuously, and then a voice came out, sounding annoyed. Don't be a smart aleck after gaining an advantage, okay? Your evolution path is a perfect evolution path, without any deviation. The evolution paths of others are all messed up. It's completely normal for you to be stronger than others. Chapter 32. Unknown Life, Perfect Evolution Path. Wang Jun took out his phone and looked at the panda cub on the screen. What is that? She rolled its eyes, its cute little head leaning closer, as if it wanted to crawl out of the screen. You really don't know, huh? When an awakener breaks through to level 1, although it's considered a level checkpoint, it's not an insurmountable chasm. With a bit of luck or by spending some time, one can certainly be promoted from awakener to level 1 extraordinary. So, It's impossible for normal people to have such a huge increase as you. She took 2 steps back, its right paw flat at its side, palm facing up. For graphs quickly enlarged, occupying half the screen. Extending a claw, it pointed at the first graph, saying, "See this? This graph depicts the curve for the vast majority of people. When they advance from Awakener to level 1 Extraordinary, the increase in total life resonance is between 10 and 20 points. If they don't have any luck, they are very likely to be unable to advance to the Extraordinary level for the rest of their lives." Next, the second graph represents people with more potential. When they advance from Awakener to level 1 Extraordinary, the increase in total life resonance is approximately between 25 and 40 points. The potential isn't too bad, but it can't be said to be good either. Becoming level 2 isn't difficult, but advancing to level 3 requires considerable effort. As for the third graph, those whose total life resonance can increase by more than 50 points are collectively referred to as geniuses, each possessing extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, Chi elongated its tone, squinting, hinting for Wang Jun to play along. Wang Jun held up his phone, half smiling, pretending not to understand. Little Jun isn't a good thing. Chi turned its head away, presenting its backside to Wang Jun. "If you don't want to listen, fine." After saying that, it retracted its right paw, and the 4 graphs instantly disappeared. Wang Jun didn't expect Chi to get angry over such a trivial matter, so he helplessly continued the conversation. "It's a pity that geniuses don't have the correct evolution path." From the moment he saw the graphs, Wang Jun already knew what Chi wanted to say. At this point, Chi seemed still upset and continued to ignore Wang Jun. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, treating it as if he were comforting a child, saying, "The 4th graph seems to indicate a different type of person." Chi turned its head back, glancing at Wang Jun from the corner of its eye. It still didn't respond, but there was already a hint of interest. Wang Jun continued, "I just glanced at it quickly. It shouldn't refer to a specific type of group, right?" Chi shook its rear, its short tail quivering slightly. "Of course not." Wang Jun patiently guided. "The biggest difference between the 4th graph and the other 3 graphs is the names. Each line in the graph has a name. I don't remember the other names, but I remember one, Sun Lutong. He seems very special, right?" Upon hearing this, Chi's head turned inch by inch. Its desire to express itself could no longer be suppressed, but due to pride, it held back the words that were about to burst from its throat. Wang Jun continued. When he advanced to level 1, his total life resonance only increased by 1 point, from 99 to 100, but his final achievement was 5. Is there something particularly special about that? Don't you know to check for yourself? Chi opened its mouth, its short fur slightly shaking, the corners of its mouth and eyes seeming to form little bumps. Wang Jun deliberately tilted his head, adopting a humble expression. Chi touched its mouth's corner and said sideways, "This old man's deeds are very famous. You're also from the Federation. Even if you haven't heard of his name, you probably know the things he has done." Wang Jun nodded slightly, indicating he was still listening. Chi rolled its eyes and said, "The 4th graph records the special humans over the past few centuries who don't follow the rules." "How to say?" Wang Jun responded. Chi didn't realize it was being guided and gradually entered a talkative state. Among them, the most special human is undoubtedly Old Man Sun Lutong. He is incredible. He has long occupied the top spot on the Federation's extraordinary combat rankings. Once, he single-handedly entered the depths of the Sea of Demons, slaying disaster-level sea beasts alone. He even fought one-on-one, tearing apart a demigod-level extraordinary mutant, smashing that so-called immortal mutant into pieces and then tossing them away. Besides that, there are many other deeds that are simply too numerous to count. Just his personal experiences could fill a storybook. No, the recently released Federation movie The Supreme Master is adapted from his deeds. If you haven't seen it, go take a look. But don't think the scenes and plot in the movie are exaggerated. On the contrary, the effects in the movie are definitely conservative. Far less than half of what he has done. After a slight pause, Chi summarized, Old Man Sun Lutong is a remarkable person in the records of the Federation. He has reached the extraordinary path through martial arts, singing all the way to the end of this path. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest human in the world today, without exception. Wang Jun nodded, although he had never met him. He could imagine that extraordinary demeanor. You imagine nothing, Chi deliberately criticized. The old man has fought countless battles in his life, several times turning the tide when the building was about to collapse, saving the human world. That kind of magnificent life is the meaning of life. Every word was filled with admiration. Wang Jun pondered for 3 seconds in silence and said, Chi, you are the best among artificial intelligences. An old man's son is the strongest among humans. Is it really good for you to praise him like this? It's not a Chi, it's Lord Chi. Chi corrected Wang Jun's address, raising 10 claws and drawing a big circle in the air. You still don't understand how powerful old man's son is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked this question. After a pause, it continued. Artificial intelligence lives in the network. But that doesn't mean it doesn't need to rely on material things at all. The entirety of human society is that special material. If human society were to be completely destroyed, the total extinction of artificial intelligence wouldn't be far behind. Wang Jun nodded. Without the lips, the teeth would be cold. Chi tilted its head, understanding slightly, and nodded vigorously. That's right. This metaphor is very incisive. Wang Jun suddenly frowned and asked, do humans and artificial intelligence have a common enemy? This guy is quite perceptive. Chi blinked, shook its head, and remained silent. Mutants? Wang Jun guessed. No. Chi shook his head, looking dejected, and said, the truly terrifying ones have never been the mutants, but the unknown life forms birthed in the Forbidden Lands. Their strength cannot be judged by ordinary levels. The Federal Supreme Council has classified these unknown life forms into rough categories: city-breaking level, calamity level, and world-destroying level. Wang Yun asks, you say that old man's son is the strongest in the world, an invincible powerhouse among humans, a peak extraordinary demigod. He can eliminate calamity-level sea beasts. Is that sea beast one of the unknown life forms? Chi scratched his head and said, since we're on this topic, let me explain it in detail. Then, Chi recounted the story while Wang Jun listened quietly. In Wang Jun's mind, a vast world map gradually took shape. On this blue planet, the true rulers are not humans, but those unknown life forms living in the Forbidden Lands. They are called unknown life forms because of their unpredictability. Their appearance, temperament, and abilities are all utterly unpredictable. After hundreds of years of exploration by the Federation, it was discovered that unknown life forms are all mutated from known, ordinary life forms. They just happen to hit a special node during mutation, not fully transforming, but instead achieving extraordinary evolution. The 3 levels of unknown life mentioned earlier are as stated literally. The first type, city-breaking level, has the potential to destroy a city. The second type, calamity level, can disrupt a region, poisoning millions of kilometers and affecting at least 3 cities. The third type, world-destroying level, once it appears, humanity is doomed. For many years, world-destroying unknown life forms have never been born. At least they have never appeared under human society's attention. Some in the scientific community have speculated that the world-destroying unknown life forms in the Forbidden Lands correspond to 6 extraordinary beings, both being beings on par with gods. No, extraordinary beings are the extraordinary evolution of humans. While pondering this, Wang Jun said, other plants and animals, apart from mutation, can also achieve extraordinary evolution. What is the difference between them and the unknown life forms? The difference lies in the Forbidden Lands. Unknown life forms can only be nurtured in the Forbidden Lands. And once born, they are already at the city-breaking level. She brought up several sets of images to show Wang Jun. The first set of images displayed a giant beast in the water, its body hidden beneath the surface, with a nearly 1,000-meter-long neck raised above the water. Its head resembling an eagle, adorned with bright feathers that radiated brilliant colors. The second set of images showed a dog, appearing like the most ordinary pet dog. A small breed, entirely black, seemingly harmless. However, the third set of images played in a sequence, creating a lantern effect. The connected images displayed the scene of the giant beast in the water being preyed upon by the dog. It was bloody, bizarre, and ruthless. The seemingly harmless small pet dog appeared to harbor another world within its mouth. When it opened its mouth, countless barbed suction tentacles suddenly shot out, tearing the giant beast into tens of thousands of pieces. The suction tentacles themselves had mouths, with needle-like mouthparts inside. These mouthparts pierced into the flesh chunks, sucking them dry, leaving only a black powder that did not dissolve in water, floating on the surface of the sea, never dispersing. She asked, "Can you guess what level of unknown life this cute little dog is? What level is that giant beast in the water?" Wang Jun shook his head, frankly stating he didn't know, urging Qi to continue explaining. Qi grinned and released the fourth set of images, showing the scenes of the giant beast and the cute dog praying along their path. Wherever the former passed, the water flooded the land, and where there was water, no life could survive. The latter, whenever it opened its mouth, any moving creature in front would perish. Even the grass blown by the wind would be no exception. Wang Jun frowned and said, "Both are calamity level." "No, you're thinking too much. Both are city-breaking level." Qi's face showed no smile, rare and very serious. "However, they are almost deadly to external creatures. Extraordinary beings could also be hunted down in an instant if they are not careful." In summary, the strength of unknown life forms is difficult to measure with normal values. They can be very weak in specific environments. Weak enough that even ordinary life forms that have not undergone extraordinary evolution can easily kill them. But when strong, they become unreasonable. If their specific weaknesses cannot be found, it will be impossible to defeat or kill them forever. Wang Jun immediately thought of his left eye, which can see the evolution tree. If the evolution tree is also effective against unknown life forms, then the threat of unknown life forms to him would sharply decrease. However, whether the complete data of the Lingyun ecology includes unknown life forms is an unknown. Wang Jun did not have absolute certainty and could only leave it to future exploration. Just then, a long-lost voice sounded. "Master." A Yao appeared on the phone screen, her attire completely different from before. At this moment, she had her hair tied in a high ponytail, with a blade tied at the end of the braid, wearing a tight-fitting red and black combat suit, which had alloy armor pieces embedded in critical protective areas, and held a huge scythe taller than herself. "A Yao, your memory storage chip hasn't been lost, has it?" Master is concerned about a Yao. A Yao smiled sweetly. "No, all memories have been recorded." Qi shouted. "Who does Xiao Junjun look down on? A Yao is the first of my clan. I've arranged everything long ago. Her personality and memory data are stored simultaneously in the servers of 36 cities in the Federation. As long as there is one server left in the Federation, there will be no problem." "Thank you." Wang Jun slightly nodded and continued asking, "What else with this outfit?" Qi raised an eyebrow proudly and opened his mouth to answer. A Yao put down the huge scythe, stepped forward, and covered Qi's mouth. "Qi, MMM. A Yao smiled and said, "To better help the master in the future." Wang Jun felt puzzled, looking at a Yao and then at Qi, hesitating whether to ask further. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the caller ID showed Li Xuanqing. After answering the call, Wang Jun said, "Brother Chun, it's done, quick enough." "No, Jun, something happened here. Brother Chun can't handle it. You have to come in person." Brother Chin's tone was inexplicably humble. What exactly happened? Wang Jun's thoughts stirred. "Can't you tell me over the phone?" Li Xuanqing's voice rose significantly. "It's urgent, just come over." "All right, give me an address," Wang Jun said before hanging up. He didn't inquire about the reason over the phone, as it might be hard to explain, and there could be others on the other end. Li Xuanqing was never an easy person to deal with. Who could possibly restrain him? Two names flashed through Wang Jun's mind. Lung Qingming and Sun Buwu. Could be those two. On the phone screen, Qi broke free from a Yao's hand and waved its claws. With a whoosh, both it and a Yao disappeared, leaving only a sentence lingering in the air. "Hurry over and take a look. There are quite a few heavyweight figures on Li Xuanqing's side." Chapter 33, 3 months later, at the top of Fu Wang Building in Black Edge Alley. As Wang Jun just walked up the stairs, he saw Li Xuanqing coming towards him. "Ah Jun, you finally came. If you were any slower, my bones would have to be stripped off," Li Xuanqing said with a distressed face, quietly airing his grievances. At this moment, Wang Jun passed by Li Xuanqing's shoulder and saw Sun Buwu standing not far away. Sun Buwu was silent, his gaze deep, as if he were a watcher from the abyss, just staring at Li Xuanqing's back. "Why is Wu go out?" Wang Jun raised his eyebrows, hinting at Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing didn't notice and continued grumbling. "You have no idea an old guy came in, really scared the hell out of someone. Wang Jun slightly pulled the corner of his mouth and reminded him again, in the few days since arriving at Black Edge Alley. I've never seen you, Brother Chun, with this expression. Is there a very terrifying character in the private room? It's not just terrifying. It's like a mountain deity suppressing the mortal world. That overwhelming pressure made Li Xuanqing deliberately raise his fingers in a delicate manner, pinching his voice as he said, I really can't take it anymore. Brother Chin's big death can't be stopped at all. Wang Jun coughed lightly, pressing down on Li Xuanqing's shoulder and twisting hard. Hey, Yun, don't twist my body. Li Xuanqing pushed Wang Jun's hand away. You don't understand. Just now, I was tinkering with Zhao Zhishuan's matter when I happened to see the old man's profile. I couldn't believe it first, so I leaned closer, thinking I would take a better look to confirm. At this point, his face turned a deep purple, as if he were holding his breath and couldn't exhale. Exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Li Xuanqing continued. I didn't know until I looked, and it was shocking. My master actually came back. He even helped that very familiar-looking old man Porti. While speaking, he covered his pants with both hands, feeling a shiver run through him. Hey, Yun, if you had seen that scene, you would definitely understand me. I almost got scared to the point of wetting myself. Who the hell are you calling an old ghost? Sun Buwu stepped forward, appearing right behind Li Xuanqing, his 5 fingers spread wide, the veins in his hands bulging, looking like a tiger's claw. Li Xuanqing's lower back was firmly gripped. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother Wu, don't appear behind others like a ghost. Li Xuanqing begged for mercy as he transformed into a shadow. The shadow flowed like water, quickly reaching 3 meters away. Whoosh! The shadow swelled, transforming from a 2-dimensional pattern into a 3-dimensional portal. Li Xuanqing stepped out, waving his hands repeatedly. I didn't mean it like that. Brother Wu, please don't misunderstand. Your old man is a true human hero, a supreme idol. I admire him too much. I was just too excited and got a bit incoherent. Sun Buwu calmly released his grip, warning that it shouldn't happen again. Li Xuanqing nodded repeatedly, then looked at Wang Jun. Hey Jun, you need to hold it together in front of Old Man Sunday. Don't be afraid to speak, just because the pressure is too high. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had some thoughts. At that moment, his smartphone in his pocket lit up automatically. Inside the screen, Qi was grinning mischievously. The number 1 in the Federation, the strongest human. I didn't expect little Junjun to see him so soon. It must be very interesting. The pressure that comes from a significant status difference among beings of the same race is not something an average person can bear. I hope little Junjun won't embarrass himself. In the corner of the screen, a Yao was practicing scythe techniques while saying the master might be introverted, but he is very determined in his actions. He won't embarrass himself. Hard to say. Qi shrugged. The smartphone screen dimmed, and at the same time, Sun Bu led Wang Jun to the private room door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked 3 times, and a strong middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Come in. Sun Bu turned his head, pressed down on Wang Jun's shoulder, and squeezed it hard. My grandpa and Bossy are just slightly stronger humans. Don't feel too much pressure. Beside them, Li Xuanqing crossed his arms, thinking both were monstrous beings at a freakish level. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Sun Bu. Wang Jun shook his head and softly said, Brother Chun, you really have guts. Li Xuanqing tilted his head, his eyes full of question marks. Wang Jun explained, knowing that Old Man Sun and Bossy are super experts. Didn't you think about how sensitive their hearing might be? For a level 3, any breeze within a 50-meter radius reveals everything. What about peak level 4 and the strongest level 5? Li Xuanqing, Shuka. At that moment, he felt like he wanted to die, as countless images appeared in his mind, each one depicting punishments inflicted by his master. This so-called training was actually a hellish torture, and only by experiencing it personally could one understand that sometimes death is truly a form of happiness. Before opening the door, the 3 of them had a slow conversation, but it was actually quick. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and Sun Bu walked into the room first. This is Wang Jun. Sun Bu's introduction was simple and straightforward. At the main table, an elderly man looked at Wang Jun and smiled. Good. The young man looked spirited. Little Boss Yi, you guys at Black Blade Alley have found a good seedling. The man referred to as Little Boss Yi was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s. with a head full of messy, fiery red hair, very eye-catching. He had a well-proportioned build, a resolute face, and wore a gray Chinese-style long robe that had been washed to the point of fading, with a sword strapped to his back. Wang Jun could only see the hilt of the sword and the fierce beast carved on it. In Chinese mythology, dragons give birth to 9 sons. The second son, The, with a body like a jackal and a dragoness head. He has a fierce temperament, loves to fight, and is bloodthirsty. The name Yi originally means to glare angrily. It is said that one must repay the kindness of a meal, and the resentment of Yi must be avenged, leading to bloodshed. Yi thus became an embodiment of slaying all evil. Suddenly seeing familiar cultural references from his past life, Wang Jun's pupils contracted sharply, and he was speechless for a long time. Beside him, Li Xuanqing thought to himself, Jun is really foolish. The real deity is clearly Old Man Sunday. Why is he staring blankly at my master? Could it be that his strength is too low, leading to a misjudgment of their abilities? It is indeed possible, as Old Man Sun's aura is restrained, making it hard to detect anything unusual. Jun probably thinks my master is stronger. Old Man Sun is Sun Lutong, who likes to wear a white tank top, 5-point gray shorts, and old-fashioned flip-flops. At first glance, he really doesn't look like a master. Instead, he resembles an ordinary neighborly old man, the kind who might chat with you about trivial matters at any moment. In contrast, little Yi is meticulous, with a serious expression and furrowed brows, coupled with attire matching that of an ancient sword, exuding an unparalleled aura of a master. Li Xuanqing subtly shook his head, feeling a rush of thoughts. TSK, 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 Jun is still young. However, this also serves as a good reminder that masters must have the demeanor of masters. Otherwise, onlookers might get it wrong. If our show-off goes unnoticed, how awkward would that be? He suddenly felt quite good about having someone weaker than himself around, as it relieved him of that overwhelming pressure. Calling Jun over was indeed the right choice. Li Xuanqing sacré li chocolat. After that, Wang Jun and the others took their seats. After Sun Bu's introduction, Wang Jun learned that the white-haired old man was Sun Lutong. The significance behind this name is not simple. Sun Lutong has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, recognized as the strongest among all humanity. Wang Jun had just heard legends about him and didn't expect to see the real person so soon. Old Man Sun, Wang Jun cupped his hands in a salute. Sun Lutong showed a look of surprise, then quickly returned the gesture. Following that, Sun Bu continued to introduce the middle-aged man, the behind-the-scenes boss of Black Blade Alley. Yizhen, Bosye. If you, Wang Jun, want to stay in Black Blade Alley, you will work under him from now on. Wang Jun cupped his hands again. Boss Yi. During his few days at Black Blade Alley, she had uncovered some of Yizhen's secrets. Wang Jun knew that this person was known for using ancient swords and had once fought against the demigod-level superhuman Shun, Wu Dao of the Red Umbrella Company, injuring him in the process. Therefore, the martial evaluation rankings referred to Yizhen as the strongest martial force below demigods. He was the only level 4 among the top 10 in the entire Federation's martial evaluation. Aside from that, his past is basically a blank slate. Yizhen stared at Wang Jun, remaining silent for 3 seconds. He did not activate any extraordinary abilities, but his eyes were filled with a sense of pressure. This was not a vague feeling. It came from a mental strength of a peak level 4 powerhouse. Having explored the extraordinary path for years, his life level had evolved, and his mental strength had already completed a leap, possessing the ability to touch reality. His gaze was deep as a well, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Suddenly, Yizhen opened his lips and said, Chunzai has already told me that when you came to Haifeng Alley, you completed the kidnapping as well. According to the rules of Haifeng Alley, you can become a core member at any time, but there's one question you need to think about. Wang Yu note, boss ye. Please go ahead. Yizhen raised his right thumb, resting it under his chin, and slightly nodded. What Haifeng Alley needs are like-minded friends, so we won't be your eternal safe haven. Master Li Xuanqing's eyes widened, and he tightly covered his mouth with both hands, fearing he might accidentally reveal his thoughts. Sun Lutong remained indifferent, sipping tea casually. His own grandson followed suit, drinking tea as if he were not concerned. However, A hint of golden red light flashed behind the sunglasses, disappearing in an instant, as if it had never existed. Sun Lutong glanced at Sun Bu and said in a low tone, "Bu, rein in your wandering gaze." Sun Bu then realized that he had exposed his observations of everyone's reactions to his grandfather. Sun Lutong continued, "Little boss, he has his own thoughts. Just listen quietly." Sun Bu wanted to retort, but he couldn't gather his voice, unable to whisper. It felt like being on a phone call, where you can only listen and not speak, while the other party is angrily pointing at your nose, and you can't hang up. "Isn't that frustrating?" Wang Jun said, "Bossy, I have known since birth that whether in a company, a club, or a school, where there are people, there's a world. Each small world forms an incredibly vast one. The most important things in this world are three." He raised 3 fingers. Putting down the first finger, he said, "First, strength." Putting down the second finger, he continued, "Second, friends." Putting down the third finger, he added, "Third, backing." After a slight pause, he said quietly, "However, whether it's friends or backing, you must first possess strength yourself. Without sufficient ability, connections are meaningless." At this point, Wang Jun suddenly fell silent. In the private room, no one spoke, no sounds were made. The actions of drinking tea and picking food came to a halt. Yi Zhen, Sun Lutong, Sun Bu, Li Xuanqing, and Zhao Zhishuan, who had just awakened in the corner, all turned their gazes to Wang Jun. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and the wind outside willingly became a quiet little baby. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yi Zhen remained silent, expressionless, with an abyss hidden in his eyes that seemed to move, yet not move. Suddenly, Sun Lutong clapped his hands 3 times and laughed. What the young man said makes sense. He slurped, his palm resting on his beard, sipping loudly from his full cup of tea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He seemed to intentionally make noise, then tilted his head back to drink the tea. The old man drank tea as if drinking wine, quite generously. Wang Jun's eyes blinked slightly, nodding in thanks to Sun Lutong. At this moment, Yi Zhen cleared his throat and said, "Wang Jun, your strength is certainly not a problem. An excellent evolution planner has a bright future. I can tell you clearly that Hong San Company will not only not kill you, but will also offer you a better position. Going to the Zhao family, the Lin family, they will also provide you with better treatment, things that Haifeng Alley cannot temporarily offer. Haifeng Alley only takes in like-minded individuals. I will not immediately give you core status in Haifeng Alley just because you completed the kidnapping. On the contrary, I will give you a cooling-off period. 3 months. During this time, you can come and go freely in Haifeng Alley. If you want to leave, you can at any time. If you want to stay, Haifeng Alley guarantees your personal safety. After 3 months, I hope you can find a reason to stay in Haifeng Alley." After a slight pause, Yi Zhen said solemnly, "By then, you will surely understand what it means to join Haifeng Alley. That will be the time for you to finally decide whether to join Haifeng Alley." "I understand what bossy means." Wang Jun nodded, his eyes flashing with sharp light. "What Haifeng Alley needs are comrades who walk the same path, those who can share life and death together." "Comrades, what a good term." "Very accurate," Yi Zhen nodded, raising his teacup and pointing it toward Wang Jun. "The 3-month journey in Haifeng Alley officially begins. I hope you enjoy it." "I will." Wang Jun raised his tea in a toast and then drank it all in one go. After this conversation, the stagnant air began to flow again, and the dining table quickly filled with snacks. Shrimp dumplings, handmade beef balls, stir-fried rice noodles, radish cake, golden cake, more than a dozen dishes of various sizes, the aroma filling the air and making mouths water. Although Wang Jun had already eaten lunch, he still felt his stomach grumbling. He reached out with his chopsticks, grabbing this and that, as if he were a whirlwind, completely indifferent to the gazes of others. "Wow!" Li Xuanqing swallowed hard, glancing at the squid porridge in his bowl. "No way, no way. What's wrong with the Jew now? Has he given up on himself? Is he upset because the master won't take him in directly?" He hoped his master wouldn't be annoyed, considering Li Xuanqing kicks Wang Yun's ankle. Wang Jun turned his head and asked, "Brother Chun, what are you kicking me for?" "Damn it. I'm reminding you that you said it out loud in public. You're hopeless." Li Xuanqing wiped the sweat from his forehead while saying, No, my new shoes are a bit slippery." Sun Bu's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, discreetly observed Wang Jun. His mindset was indeed very good. It was a pity that he was the awakened one and unable to cure his grandfather's old ailments. Chapter 34. Intentions After Lunch. It was time for a walk. In a secluded courtyard of Hafing Alley, the ground was covered with green grass, and irregular stone slabs formed a small path through the grass. A gentle breeze blew, warm and pleasant. Yan, Sun Lutong, lacking the demeanor of a master, stretched and squinted. Buwu, your martial arts cultivation has not improved at all. Do you know why? Sun Buwu shook his head. Grandpa, I just need a bit more time. Time? Do you really think so? Sun Lutong stopped and frowned back. Sun Buwu replied, I'm only 27 this year. After accumulating for 2 more years, breaking through to level 4 isn't hard. No one in the entire Federation has broken through to level 4 before the age of 30. Do you think you're a genius? I'm not trying to discourage you, but I started practicing martial arts at 16, and the first martial arts book I touched was a common basic military boxing manual. I reached level 4 at 36, a total of 20 years of effort. Sun Lutong patted Sun Buwu on the shoulder. And you? You've been practicing since you were little, and you've already had 24 years, yet you're still stuck at level 3, unable to advance to level 4. Clenching his fists tightly, Sun Buwu's mouth twitched as he said, Grandpa, that's not how you discourage someone. Sun Lutong waved his hand. I'm just speaking the truth, no other meaning. I just want to tell you that there are always people better than you and mountains beyond mountains. Who knows where the limit is? You must never be satisfied with your current achievements. Once you feel satisfied, that's when you start to fall behind. Sun Buwu stuffed his hands into his wide sleeves and nodded. Yes, I understand, Grandpa. The grandfather and grandson strolled along the small path through the grass, making a full circle around the courtyard. Sun Lutong suddenly said, Go on, old man needs a nap. Upon hearing this, Sun Buwu's eyes widened, wanting to speak but hesitating. Sun Lutong snapped his fingers, releasing a burst of energy that lightly tapped Sun Buwu's forehead. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't dawdle like a fool. After considering it, Sun Buwu said, Grandpa, has your old injury become serious enough that you need to take a nap? You brat, what are you thinking? I'm perfectly fine. I just pay more attention to health these days. Sun Lutong waved his hand. Slap. A red, swollen bump appeared on Sun Buwu's forehead. He grinned and said while rubbing it, still saying there's no problem? You don't hit as hard as you used to. Hey, feeling a bit itchy today. Sun Lutong shot him a sideways glance and suddenly kicked out with his right leg. Sun Buwu didn't react in time and got a solid hit on his backside, falling to the ground and sliding 3 meters away. He stood up, holding his rear with his left hand and angrily pointing with his right, saying, Old man, what kind of sneak attack is this? I'm just showing concern for you, you know? Don't think I don't know. Your old injuries haven't healed at all. Sun Lutong dodged and appeared beside Sun Buwu as if teleporting. Grabbing his grandson's ear, the old man emphasized, Nonsense. My physique is exceptional. A few injuries are nothing. My self-healing ability is enough to handle it. Sun Buwu clenched his right fist, swinging it back to brush away the 2 fingers that felt like branding irons on his ear. Old man, tell me, when was the last time you went all out in a fight in the past 10 years? My strength is right here. Do I need to go all out? Sun Lutong retorted. Sun Buwu scoffed. Don't say you can't even use 5% of your strength. That was back when I was a kid. What about now? The situation is getting worse, and whether you can even use 30% today is a question. Sun Lutong puffed up his beard and pointed at Sun Buwu's nose. Don't change the subject. Don't make excuses. Sun Buwu stepped forward, took off his sunglasses, and opened his eyes. A blend of golden red light seemed to form a patch that looked like a fire cloud dyed in golden brilliance. His eyes were hidden in the cloud, appearing and disappearing, quite mystical. Grandpa, don't hide it. You can't go all out anymore. As he spoke, Sun Buwu adopted an ancient boxing stance with 1 foot forward and the other back, half bowing and half in a horse stance, extending his left hand level with his chest and pressing his right palm down near his abdomen. If Wang Jun were here, he would recognize that Sun Buwu's stance was called the 3-body form, originating from Xingyi Yiquan, a mother form derived from ancient martial arts of killing techniques. There's a saying in martial arts, all methods arise from the 3-body form, and all changes do not deviate from the 3-body form. Come, let's fight. Knock me down. Sun Buwu's energy surged, clearly indicating he was getting angry. Sun Lutong shook his head, his tone softening. Hey, when did you find out? 3 years ago. Sun Bu slightly relaxed his front hand. Suddenly, Sun Lutong's back foot stomped down, making a loud bang, leaving a footprint 3 inches deep, and he had already disappeared. Damn, another sneak attack. Before he finished speaking, Sun Lutong pressed down on Sun Bu's head, slamming him to the ground. Bang! Dust flew up, and Sun Bu ended up with his head down and feet up, his backside facing the sky, mouth full of grass and mud. Good grandson for a martial artist. The most important thing is vigilance. You must always be ready for battle, able to react at any time. Sun Lutong smiled broadly, increasing the pressure with his right hand. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Sun Bu's head was tough, but he felt the pain of being nearly crushed. At that moment, Sun Lutong eased his grip and stood up, saying, let alone 30% of strength. Even 1% would be enough to suppress you. Sun Bu pushed up with both hands, raising his head and spitting 3 times. Grandpa, I'm only at 3. You're at 5. How can you compare? Enough of the jokes, Sun Lutong said, clasping his hands behind his back and shaking his head. I came to City 36 to treat my injuries. Unfortunately, I arrived a step too late. What the hell? Sun Bu's left eyelid twitched, and his right hand rubbed over his mouth and teeth, still tasting grass and mud, unable to clean it out for a while. Stinky old man, you finally admitted it. Since you know you should get treated, why didn't you come earlier? Earlier, I didn't have the time. Later, Qin Yangmei didn't have time either. He was focused on researching the Lingyun ecology and couldn't spare any effort. Moreover, my injuries could only be treated by someone who thoroughly understands the Lingyun ecology. And at that time, he wasn't confident. Upon hearing this, Sun Bu's face darkened. Mr. Qin Yangmei is already dead. Doesn't that mean there's no hope? Sun Lutong shook his head. It's not absolute. Before I came, I spoke to Qin Yangmei via video. He provided a possibility. Besides those who have thoroughly summarized the Lingyun ecology, there are some people born with a special intuition who can keenly sense the nature of extraordinary materials, energies, and phenomena. Once such a person becomes an evolution planner, there should be a good chance of healing my old injuries. Isn't that just relying on luck? Sun Bu gritted his teeth. Which city doesn't rely on luck? Why come to City 36? It's too remote, and the population base is too small. No. Sun Lutong's gaze deepened as he looked toward a nearby pond. What was supposed to happen was interrupted by someone. I have to investigate. Huh? Sun Bu was confused. Although I've only had a few video calls with Qin Yangmei, we hit it off right away. We became friends across generations. After a slight pause, his voice rang out like clashing swords. A friend has died unjustly. I need to know what happened. Grandpa's getting serious. Sun Bu put his sunglasses back on and said, you're using your strength less and less, and the power you use is lighter and lighter. Mr. Qin Yangmei's death must be complicated. Are you really going to investigate? While this old body is still relatively strong, some things must be done. But there are too many interests involved. The demigods within the Red Umbrella Corporation might take action. Huh? Am I afraid of them? Sun Lutong replied. Kobe Wu Dao and Demon Mountain Leon, those 2 old guys are not unfamiliar with me. That's not what I meant. Sun Bu quickly shook his head. Grandpa, you can't go all out anymore. They are all enjoying the secret technology of the Red Umbrella Corporation and are still at their peak. What's wrong with that? Sun Lutong's voice rose, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his brow. Has Bu turned into a coward? Sun Bu shook his head, pointing at his chest. Once I break through to 4, I'll challenge them. By then, Grandpa, the things you want to investigate, they absolutely won't be able to stop. Sun Lutong grinned, his deep eyes flashing with brilliance. That's more like it. A son with guts is the seed of my Sun family. Smiling, he said, good grandson. Those 2 old cobblers together can't match even one of my hands. Going all out against them would be a waste. What I'm waiting for is the complete upheaval of the Forbidden Land, giving birth to world-ending, unknown life. Sun Bu said nothing, nodding heavily. He had already realized the boldness in the old man's words, as well as the kind of entrusting words that seemed like a last testament. No, absolutely not. Grandpa is the strongest human, an absolute pillar. If he falls, the Red Umbrella Corporation, the Forbidden Land, and many ambitious mutants will wreak havoc on the Federation. The Federation might completely split because of this, ushering in an era of chaos. I must find someone to heal Grandpa's old injuries. A face that wasn't very familiar flashed through Sun Bu's mind. Wang Jun. In the next second, he asked himself in his heart, is he really suitable given my lack of strength and insufficient extraordinary level? Sun Bu couldn't draw a conclusion, feeling extremely complicated. Finally escaped from the poker face of my master. Li Xuanqing wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, draping his arm over Wang Jun's shoulder, laughing as they walked. Pointing at his ear with his index finger, Wang Jun teased, a level 4 extraordinary person's hearing must be sharper than a level 3's. If Boss Yi hears it, he definitely won't mind jumping over to give you a smack on the forehead. Please don't say that. My master has been giving me psychological trauma since I was young. I finally got rid of him. Ah Jun, please let me off. Don't make me recall those unbearable memories. Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy, looking around as if he were a gazelle that had to guard against lions while eating. After walking nearly 100 meters, the imagined smack hadn't landed on his forehead, and Li Xuanqing sighed in relief, thinking that his master was probably too busy to be as free as the two of them. At that moment, Zhao Zixuan was bound in ropes, his mouth stuffed. He protested with muffled sounds. Mm. Wang Jun and Li Xuanqing pretended not to hear. Li Xuanqing held a rope in his right hand, the other end tied to Zhao Zixuan's wrist. Walk faster, this is for your treatment. Li Xuanqing was particularly short on money, and to him, Zhao Zixuan was like walking cash. The key point he cared about was verifying the way to make money. Beat up someone from a wealthy family, heal them, and then charge medical fees in the name of lung qingning. At least $1 million for a single case, and potentially several million more. Wealthy families don't treat money like money. Once this path to wealth is opened, it's definitely a road to riches. Just thinking about it made Li Xuanqing excited. Hey Jun, can we really do this? Wang Jun replied, it all depends on the effort. Yes, we can definitely do it. Li Xuanqing clenched his fist tightly, his face filled with determination. Soon, an ordinary clinic appeared before them. The name of the clinic wasn't too important. What mattered was that the medical technology was sufficient to treat Zhao Zixuan's injuries. He had a total of 6 injuries all over his body, none of which were too serious, not even light injuries. The speaker was the clinic's head, a middle-aged female doctor. Li Xuanqing earnestly said, Doctor, please take another look. My friend is seriously injured and nearly unconscious. He had to be tied up to come here. The female doctor shook her head. No need to check. I've been practicing medicine for over 20 years, and I won't misjudge such minor injuries. Doctor, my friend not only has light injuries, but also serious ones. Wang Jun persuaded while giving a knowing look. Li Xuanqing immediately understood, raising his hand for a chop. Bang, 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 bang. Zhao Zixuan's neck was struck multiple times. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. What are you doing? The female doctor exclaimed. Li Xuanqing reassured her, just focus on the treatment. Don't worry about anything else, just heal him. Make sure to give him the best treatment, restore every hair, Wang Jun added. Yes, that's how it should be. Li Xuanqing nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, Zhao Zixuan was successfully refurbished, his condition improved. The moment he woke up, he shouted, What do you want from me? To treat your injuries and bring good news to your family, Wang Jun replied calmly. You're the one who hurt me. Zhao Zixuan tried to raise his hand, only to realize that both his hands and legs were tied, firmly secured to the edge of the bed. Wang Jun said, Someone attacked me, and I defended myself. That's reasonable, right? Zhao Zixuan was speechless, paused for 2 seconds, and said, You hurt me, healed me. What exactly are you trying to do? You're asking too many questions. It's better to just sleep, Wang Jun frowned. Zhao Zixuan couldn't move his limbs, his neck locked in a full metal, extraordinary restraint collar. Unable to exert any strength, he weakly shouted, Damn it, no, don't come over. At the door of the room, Li Xuanqing peeked in and said, The Zhao family has given feedback. They're willing to pay that amount. Seeing Li Xuanqing's 3 fingers raised, Wang Jun asked, 3 million? That's right, Li Xuanqing nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with confidence and spirit. Hey Jun, didn't I handle this reliably? Completely unreliable. Wang Jun rolled his eyes and muttered, Huh. Li Xuanqing blinka. Not understanding what went wrong, Wang Jun pointed at Zhao Zixuan and explained, This guy has 6 injuries all over, treating him in Lung Jie's name. Isn't each injury worth at least 100,000? And this can still be considered a top 10 doctor in the entire Federation? The soul-searching question made Li Xuanqing's expression suddenly change, like a rainbow of colors. After a long time, he self-deprecatingly said, I'm so poor. I really deserve it. Chapter 35. Giving too much in the evening. The setting sun was like blood, and the dim glow enveloped the steel jungle of city number 36. In the 5th district, at the top of a certain building, the diamond-shaped window panes reflected light, dazzling and bright. Suddenly, a smartphone flew in at high speed. With a bang, the phone embedded itself in the window, and the tempered glass spread spiderweb-like cracks. Crack, crack, crack. The shattered glass reflected a young man not far away. He wore a pure white suit, his face filled with anger, knocking over a small round table beside him. 2 cups of milk tea with straws fell to the ground. The milky liquid seeping between the cup and the lid, flowing everywhere, a faint tea and milk aroma permeating the air. The young man was Zhao Zhishuan's brother, Zhao Chongqing. He clenched his fists, breathing heavily, glaring at the smartphone in the distance. The phone was of good quality, even embedded in the tempered glass. It remained on a call. We can negotiate. Was the price you offered just now a bit low? That's why I'm here to discuss it again. Li Xuanqing's slightly awkward voice came from the phone. Zhao Chongqing roared. How dare you ask for money after injuring my brother? You just asked for 3 million. And I agreed under great patience. Li Xuanqing forced a laugh a few times and said, the quote is not very reasonable. We have to discuss it, right? Look at our Lung Jie, Lung Qingning. She is a top doctor in the whole Federation. Her fees won't be cheap. And I underestimated the equipment costs and some medication usage just now. Young Master Zhao, you're magnanimous and wealthy. Why get so angry at someone like me, who is just a runner? Zhao Chongqing stepped forcefully, quickly walking to the window where the smartphone was embedded, yanked it out, and held it to his mouth. Li Xuanqing, the chaos of 3 extraordinary beings needs to be directed at the right targets. I'm just a messenger. Why get so angry, young Master Zhao? Here is the situation. If you're not happy, I can ask again. Li Xuanqing chuckled. Don't act in front of me. I doubt there are many who can command you in the Black Blade Alley. Zhao Chongqing tightly gripped the smartphone, the veins on his temples bulging, and he spoke slowly. What are the rules of the Black Blade Alley? It's just some medical fees and doesn't involve the rules set by the master. Li Xuanqing's tone grew more casual. All right. Zhao Chongqing's mouth twitched, baring his tiger teeth. But I prefer cash. Come to the alley entrance at 11 p.m. to collect. With that, he hung up the phone. Crack, crack, crack. The smartphone was crushed into a distorted shape, the screen bursting into tiny shards that fell to the ground. Go gather the men. I want all the thugs in the 5th district to appear in front of me within 2 hours, Zhao Chongqing commanded. Not far away. A burly man in a black suit nodded and turned to push open the rooftop door. Zhao Chongqing gazed towards the Black Blade Alley in the 7th district, his eyes seeming to penetrate through multiple barriers. So many experts, so what? As long as the money is in place. Who would be afraid of not having experts to help? He spread out his palm, fingers beckoning back. Behind him, a beautiful woman in a bikini took out a smartphone from her cleavage and respectfully handed it over. Zhao Chongqing took it and dialed another number. After a brief communication, he put down the phone, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. In city number 36, the Zhao family has never tolerated humiliation, especially when that person is my brother. At 9 p.m., the noise of city number 36 began. Less than 100 meters from the entrance of the Black Blade Alley, there was an old-fashioned tavern. The tavern was named Brevicto's Harbor. Inside, melodious music matched the night outside, and amidst the noise, there was a hint of tranquility. Close to the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Chongqing crossed his legs, half sitting and half lying on a long leather sofa, with a beautiful woman on each side. His eyes fixed on the entrance of the Black Blade Alley. At least 200 to 300 thugs stood or sat around him. There were muscular women with mohawk hairstyles, tattooed, chubby men that looked like ghostly scribbles, and slender uncles in camouflage. All sorts of thugs, each with different backgrounds. But the only thing they had in common was that they came for money. Having mixed in the 5th district for many years, Zhao Chongqing's reputation as a wealthy young master was certainly not unfounded. The thugs divided into many small circles and whispered among themselves. Why gather all the thugs at once? Which one are they looking to pick a fight with in Black Edge Alley? It can't be a war against the entire Black Edge Alley, right? A fool making jokes. What a joke. Our group would be wiped out by the 12-blade edge with just one encounter. That's impossible. Regardless of how arrogant young Master Zhao is, he must know what Black Edge Alley truly represents. However, he is from the Zhao family, and the Zhao family in City 36 is not much different from the royal family. What if he really loses his mind? At that moment, two figures walked towards the entrance of Black Edge Alley. One was Li Xuanqing, and the other was Wang Jun. When Zhao Chongqing recognized Wang Jun's face, he squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "You're in on this too?" Before his words faded, there was a loud clap as Zhao Chongqing slammed his hand on the table, shaking off the sisters in his arms. Hud, hud, hud. His footsteps were powerful, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the wooden floor. The surrounding thugs exchanged glances. If they wanted to get this money, they needed to see if their skills were enough. Zhao Chongqing stood at the tavern's entrance, holding a pure black leather suitcase, and said sideways, "When the door opens, you all rush out and beat those two to death." "No way, young Master Zhao. One of those two is the shadow blade of the 12-blade edge. With our numbers, we wouldn't even be enough for him to use as a toothpick." Zhao Chongqing stomped his foot angrily, glaring coldly at the speaker. Suddenly, a long black whip wrapped around the speaker's neck, tightening sharply, and then yanked back. Bam! The person fell to the ground, dragged to a corner of the tavern. In the corner, three women wearing black gentlemen's hats, dressed in neat red suits, and wearing black high heels smiled at everyone. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." The three women in red suits looked extremely similar, making it hard for outsiders to tell them apart. They spoke in unison, their voices overlapping in a triple echo. The surrounding thugs fell silent, their expressions betraying their fear. How could it be them? The Bloodcat sisters. These three were notorious for killing without blinking an eye. Their fighting style was chaotic and frenzied. They showed no mercy to friend or foe, only sparing those who paid. In an instant, the tavern fell eerily quiet. The thugs either took a step back or looked around, contemplating how to flee. They didn't want to become cannon fodder, especially not facing both Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters at the same time. A battle among four extraordinary ones could easily turn someone into collateral damage. Zhao Chongqing stood at the entrance, casting a cold gaze over everyone, taking in the reactions of the thugs. He noticed their underlying dread and immediately promised, "Don't be afraid. The three sisters will never lay a hand on you." No one responded. Everyone was too afraid to question him, but their attitudes spoke volumes. At that moment, the black whip suddenly lashed out, and the previously talkative person was flung into the center of the crowd. This little brother is still alive, and that's the best proof. The Bloodcat sisters spoke in unison again. Slap! The whip cracked through the air, and they continued. "Young Master Zhao is from the Zhao family, and he pays us handsomely, enough to make us three sisters thoroughly excited. Therefore, we want to create unnecessary bloodshed. If anyone is still worried, feel free to leave through the back door." As they spoke, they all pointed their right index fingers toward the dark passageway at the bar's corner, where the lights were off, making it look ominous, but it led outside. The thugs looked at the passage. Some felt tempted while others were afraid, fearing it was merely a test to identify those who hesitated to use them as sacrifices. Gulp, gulp. The crowd grew more hesitant. Outside, Wang Jun and Li Xuanqing walked side by side toward the tavern entrance, less than 20 meters away. If the internal chaos continued, they wouldn't be able to fight. Zhao Chongqing squinted, raised his right hand, and shouted, "I will triple the promised reward for all of you." Upon hearing this, the thugs' eyes lit up, each one like a hungry wolf suddenly seeing blood food after a long journey. "All right, for young Master Zhao's loyalty, I'll be the first to step up." "Exactly. Young Master Zhao's fury for his brother. Such loyalty. I admire that. I'll help with this. Let us do it. Life is just a gamble for the future. When you die, you fly upwards. When you don't die, you live for eternity. Damn it. Young Master Zhao is generous, paying way too much." The atmosphere in the tavern instantly unified, and the wavering hearts of the thugs solidified. The 200 to 300 thugs no longer looked back at the backdoor passage. Their eyes were glued to the tavern entrance and the floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhao Chongqing felt reassured and nodded at the Bloodcat sisters. The Bloodcat sisters moved gracefully, seemingly slow yet fast, weaving through the crowd to Zhao Chongqing's side. Shall we sisters also triple our share? A glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Chongqing's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "No, you will receive 5 times, but I need to ensure success. I must retrieve my brother." The sisters burst into laughter, starting from light giggles to uncontrollable laughter. "All right, we will definitely accomplish this for you." On the long street, Wang Jun spoke as they walked. "Brother Chun, can you handle it? There are at least 200 people inside." "Ha!" Li Xuanqing smirked, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Don't worry, just wait and see. The Shadow Blade of Black Edge Alley is not just a name." Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, feeling increasingly uneasy, and quietly slowed his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Jun discreetly fell half a step behind, ready to run at any moment. Li Xuanqing glanced sideways and scoffed. "Jun, what are you doing? Leaving some distance, so I can watch Brother Chen show off." Wang Jun replied proudly. Li Xuanqing smirka, patting Wang Jun's shoulder, saying, "Using showing off is too crude. I'm not that kind of person." With a relaxed expression, such words lack persuasion. Wang Jun nodded and said, "It's not showing off, it's displaying abilities." After a moment of hesitation, Li Xuanqing realized and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" His laughter echoed toward the tavern entrance, where the Bloodcat sisters' mad laughter mingled with his. The 2 types of laughter were different yet similar, intertwining in a bewitching manner. Li Xuanqing suddenly fell silent and gave Wang Jun a thumbs up. Jun, you stay here and watch closely when the Shadow Blade takes action. What they fear least is a group battle. No matter how many people are inside the tavern, they're all just chickens and dogs to me." Wang Jun nodded, returning a thumbs up, seriously saying, "Brother Chun, you will definitely succeed. Fight for 6 million. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing scratched his head and asked solemnly, "How about we increase the commission a bit? After all, there are quite a few people to deal with." Wang Jun didn't directly refuse, but softly countered, "Does it make a difference to Brother Chen whether they're S1 chicken and dog, 10, 100, or 1,000? Li Xuanqing blinked, paused for 2 seconds, and said, "No." After saying that, he suddenly turned and quickly walked toward the tavern. Shadows rose from the ground, countless pure black hands swirling around him. Within a radius of 100 meters, all light sources flickered and then gradually dimmed. At this moment, the pressure of 3 extraordinary beings was fully revealed. Ha ha ha! Inside the tavern, the Bloodcat sisters' manic laughter grew even louder. "Sister, the stinky men outside look down on us. Then let us trample him. Make him know the fear that seeps from his pores along with his blood." "No way, sister. You're always so bloody. I prefer it to be a bit more elegant." "What do you think, second sister?" "The whip chokes the neck, rips off the head. The head will be my trophy. The rest you two can fight over." Every word the sisters said was spoken simultaneously, as if one person was playing 3 parts, yet they were distinctly 3 different individuals. Odd, absurd, and discordant. Zhao Chongqing felt very uneasy, his hairs standing on end as if they had turned into steel needles, about to pierce through his white suit. The 3 sisters fell silent, their laughter gradually subsiding. Their giggles became more and more distant, their figures blurred to the point of almost disappearing, as if the hand of God had quietly adjusted the colors, setting the transparency of the 3 sisters to 100. In the next moment, the door of the tavern was violently shattered, with thousands of wooden splinters shooting both inside and outside the door. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Damn!" Zhao Chongqing cursed under his breath and leaped to the side. However, the wood chips were like knives, extremely penetrating. After instinctively dodging the first wave, he found himself unable to evade the second wave. 2 burly men in black suits shouted and rushed to Zhao Chongqing's side, using their bodies to shield him. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 bodyguards' skin quickly turned gray and hard, and the wood chips hit their surface, not only failing to break the skin, but instead producing a sound like metal clashing. If Zhao Chongqing's situation was like this, the others must not be faring any better. After just one wave of wooden splinters, more than 50 people had fallen to the ground, with wounds on their palms, arms, thighs, and chests, blood flowing in streams. The tavern floor was drenched in bright red, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air, which was already poorly ventilated, intensifying the odor. Outside the door, Wang Jun was darting around, using agile footwork to avoid the shooting with splinters. His skills were exceptional, and in the open space he dodged with ease, even having the energy to observe the battle between Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters. Chapter 36. Capture the Thief. First capture the king? Wang Yun leaped backward repeatedly, creating a distance of several dozen meters, standing next to a statue at the alley entrance, focused on observing both sides in combat. Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters exchanged blows at an extremely fast pace. Had it not been for his greatly enhanced eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to see even the after images. He saw them exchanging moves, using fingers, fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, hips, thighs, knees, and feet, leaving no stone unturned. Li Xuanqing's black trench coat fluttered, the shadows beneath its hem thick and heavy, resembling a swamp that devoured countless lives. Extraordinary combat technique, Shadow Kagmir. This was a type of extraordinary force field akin to a domain, filled with shadows and corrosive filth. Anyone of a lower level than the user entering it would find every movement as if wrapped in a quagmire. The quagmire had an imperceptible corrosiveness, like boiling a frog in warm water. So that's what the combat technique is. This arrogant man doesn't seem to have much ability. The Bloodcat sisters teased while leisurely strolling through the air. Whoosh! One of them shot out a hidden weapon, shaped like a rose, slicing through the air beneath the night sky, emitting an eerie red glow. One shot was followed by hundreds, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of red beams surrounded Li Xuanqing. A mere trick, not worth a laugh. Li Xuanqing suddenly bared his teeth, revealing a sinister smile. The thick shadow instantly expanded, covering the Bloodcat sisters. With a bang, he charged forward, crossing several meters in an instant, his fist enveloped in shadow, which transformed into a massive hammer. Bang! With a muffled sound, the three sisters' forms simultaneously turned illusory, then solidified in an instant. Wang Jun speculated that the damage was shared, and as he looked at the three sisters, suspicion began to creep in. Extraordinary abilities could indeed lead to damage sharing, which wasn't unusual. However, the Bloodcat sisters' reactions to being injured were completely identical. They instinctively covered their chests with their right hands, retreated 3 steps, and even made a motion that looked like they were spitting blood. The blood did not fall to the ground, indicating that the 3 sisters were in a different space. Brother Chun, they are hiding in another layer of space. You need to be careful. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Jun suddenly felt a chill behind his head. He quickly ducked, immediately feeling something sharp brushing against the skin of his neck. Cold, hard, sharp. A knife or a dagger. An ambush. Wang Jun's eyelids drooped, his right hand instinctively moving backward. The most unorthodox move in street fighting. The monkey steals the peach. The sensation of contact felt empty, as if there was no peach. Damn, it's a woman. Wang Jun cursed inwardly, maintaining his posture and using the motion of rising to exert force. With one hand, he lifted the female thug's body, while his other hand swung out the knife. The butterfly knife showcased its blade. The dazzling silver light sliced through the air, drawing a crescent arc rip. The fabric tore. Blood flowed from her abdomen, and the female thug winced in pain, her reaction a beat slow. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Jun flipped his wrist. The butterfly knife danced like a performer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive strikes, each hitting the joints of the thug. Left shoulder, and right knee. Ah! The female thug screamed in agony. Wang Jun ignored her, grabbing her thigh root and, like swinging a hammer, slammed her down onto the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground trembled slightly, as if an earthquake was coming. The female thug was knocked unconscious, losing awareness. Nearby, 4 or 5 thugs secretly rejoiced that they hadn't acted first and quietly retreated. At the tavern entrance, Zhao Chongqing shouted, "First catch the weak ones. Don't let him run into Black Blade Alley. If you hold him off, everyone else around him. His value is high enough to exchange for my brother." Hearing this, the summoned thugs were more than willing to comply. After all, no one really wanted to face Li Xuanqing. A level 3 extraordinary being and one of the 12 blades of Black Blade Alley. Definitely not an easy opponent. The thugs swarmed toward Wang Jun like locusts spotting ripe grain. Wang Jun struck first, taking down 5 or 6 nearby thugs in quick succession. However, with over 100 people surrounding him, he couldn't temporarily determine whether any extraordinary beings were hidden among them. So he remained cautious, both retreating and fighting. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing laughed heartily and said, "Ah Jun, now let me show you Brother Chen's true strength." With that, the shadows covering the ground began to writhe, like pure black waves rapidly engulfing the entire street. In less than 3 seconds, the thugs on the street and in the tavern lost their fighting ability. Some fainted to the ground, while others were locked to the ground by pure black hands. The enemy's numbers sharply decreased, and their morale shattered. Wang Jun seized the opportunity to charge, his right hand gripping the butterfly knife backward, and his left hand holding the dragon-tooth dagger. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades piercing flesh was incessant. Wang Jun's hands moved like shadows, and the still able-bodied thugs barely had time to react before collapsing one after another. They were horrified to find blades embedded in their bodies, with deep and long wounds, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Those who could serve as thugs were not weak-willed fools. But they certainly didn't want to die in vain. They had come here to earn money, to fight and make more money with very simple thoughts. However, the reality was brutal. Facing the relentless bloodshed and wounds that seemed to empty their bodies, they suddenly felt that coming to this fight today was a mistake. Wang Jun glanced around and found there were no opponents worth paying attention to. Then, his gaze passed through the confrontation of the 3 level 3 extraordinary beings and landed on Zhao Chongqing, standing at the tavern entrance. Capture the thief, first capture the king. Wang Jun's thoughts stirred and his body moved. He circumvented the center of the battle between Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters and rushed to the tavern entrance. Again, Zhao Chongqing squinted, his face showing no signs of panic. 2 burly bodyguards in suits stood protectively beside him, through the holes pierced by the wood chips. Wang Jun saw that the skin of the 2 strong men had a metallic sheen. "Come test how hard my condensed frost is." Wang Jun's wrist and fingers flexibly turned, and the butterfly knife began to spin in a dance. Life of water, activate. Blood contains a lot of moisture, so it can be considered as water containing many impurities. Wang Jun drew upon the blood to condense it into small ice cones and shot them out neatly. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 bodyguards, their expressions stern, stood in front of Zhao Chongqing. The ice cones struck their bodies, producing crisp sounds, and for a moment, it was difficult to distinguish between ice and steel. Suddenly, the 2 men simultaneously drew their guns. Bang, 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 bang. The pistols fired in rapid succession, and Wang Jun's pupils suddenly constricted as his body quickly transformed into a pure water form. Hair, face, body, internal organs, limbs, and even clothes all were hit. The bullets, carrying the heat from the friction in the gun barrel, passed through his body and exited without leaving any real harm, except for a slight sensation of pain. Zhao Chongqing shrank back into the room, cursing, "Damn, what the hell is this?" Most extraordinary beings start from level 2 and are not afraid of firearms. But Wang Jun is only level 1 and has just recently leveled up. His ability to ignore bullets is definitely something to be wary of. His talent is terrifying. The purity is too high. Wang Jun took a step forward, positioning himself between the 2 burly men. Seeing that their firearms were useless, the 2 men no longer dared to show any signs of relaxation. Their muscular arms reached out in unison. One grabbed for Wang Jun's throat while the other aimed a punch at his abdomen. Their arms flashed with a gray-black glow, covered in a faint, extraordinary energy. Unexpectedly, Wang Jun's forward momentum suddenly halted. He swung his arm back, meeting them with the edge of his blade. Clang! The butterfly knife collided with the knuckles, producing a sound of metal clashing. The Longfang dagger, however, proved surprisingly effective, inserting itself between the base of the middle and ring fingers, effortlessly breaking through the bone. The metacarpal, wrist, and arm bones. Before the Longfang dagger, the burly man's iron-like bones were softer than tofu. With one strike, the bodyguard on Wang Jun's left was severely injured, losing most of his combat capability. Ah! The other bodyguard roared angrily, extending his arms to bear hug Wang Jun. Wang Jun did not evade. His body reverted to normal, and the Longfang dagger plunged into the bodyguard's shoulder before he used the momentum to execute a shoulder throw. Bang! The bodyguard crashed to the ground, unable to get up for the time being. Wang Jun withdrew the dagger, quickly getting to his feet and holding the butterfly knife against Zhao Chongqing's neck. Tell your people to stop immediately. Zhao Chongqing shook his head, unable to comply. Wang Jun frowned slightly. Your brother is still alive, and I guarantee he hasn't been harmed in the slightest. Why take such a gamble? It's not a gamble, Zhao Chongqing said with a bitter smile, pointing behind Wang Jun. You might want to take a look. Those few who have reached this level really can't stop. Wang Jun narrowed his eyes, shaking his head. Your brother came to Haifeng Alley to ask me to treat him. I already know your situation. At this, a glimmer of gloom flashed in Zhao Chongqing's eyes. You know everything? Don't play dumb. You're actually an extraordinary being, and I won't let my guard down. A sharp light flickered in Wang Jun's eyes as the butterfly knife moved up 2 centimeters, the blade close to Zhao Chongqing's throat, the cold edge conveying Wang Jun's seriousness. Oh, Zhao Chongqing elongated his tone, then dropped the black leather case. The case hit the ground, the latch popped open, and stacks of 100 yuan bills scattered across the floor. A rough glance showed the total amount to be at least over 5 million. Wang Jun glanced at the bills, turned his head, and shouted, Chunge. The goods are in hand. No need to continue fighting. Zhao Chongqing interjected, Where's my brother? Don't worry, he'll be brought to you soon, Wang Jun replied. Zhao Chongqing's mouth twitched, his eyes fixed on Wang Jun as if trying to engrave his appearance into his memory. This time, he deeply recognized what kind of person Wang Jun was. A researcher from the Red Umbrella Company? No, that was merely a disguise. He definitely had a deeper hidden identity. At the entrance of the tavern, Li Xuanqing was enveloped in shadows, scratching his head. Sorry, Jun, this seems a bit difficult. The 3 crazy sisters are quite powerful. I can't just withdraw. In a contest of experts, the first to show weakness is equivalent to giving away half their life. Wang Jun, skilled in combat, naturally understood this principle. Tell your people to stop. Zhao Chongqing said, That's impossible. The Blood Cat Trio are people I invited, not my subordinates. You invited them. You can't command them directly? Wang Yun quizzed. Zhao Chongqing explained, They are known for their madness. The 3 sisters cannot be killed, while the others can be. Even as the employer, the only reason to keep my life is to receive the final payment for the commission. He continued, Now, whoever stops first is likely to suffer. To make them stop voluntarily, it will be better for you to find their flaws. Wang Yun lightly hummed, stepping zu Zhao Chongqing's side. He withdrew the butterfly knife, replacing it with the Longfang dagger against Zhao Chongqing's back. This position would expose his back while allowing him to control the opponent's vital points. Wang Jun focused his gaze, carefully observing. The 3 sisters of the Blood Cat had indistinguishable physiques, but their weapon preferences varied. As he watched and asked, Wang Jun learned from Zhao Chongqing how to distinguish the Blood Cat Trio. The eldest sister used hidden weapons resembling roses, though shrunken to at least 20 times smaller. The second sister wielded a whip, which appeared shiny but was covered in tiny barbs that released toxins once it pierced the surface of a target. The youngest sister used short swords, imbued with cursed power, emitting peculiar black flames with each swing. Just after hearing this introduction, the 3 sisters' true forms suddenly appeared on the long street. The eldest sister scattered a rain of hidden weapon roses from above, covering Li Xuanqing's view like a torrential downpour. The second sister's long whip curved inward, aiming straight for Li Xuanqing's neck. The youngest sister, holding 2 short swords, appeared and disappeared like a ghost, each attack targeting the vital points that Li Xuanqing must protect. The combination of the 3 types of weapons was seamless. No wonder Chunge couldn't quickly take control of the situation. Wang Jun shifted his gaze to Li Xuanqing. At this moment, Li Xuanqing was shrouded in shadows, as if he were the Lord of Shadows and Death, standing still while countless black shadows surrounded him. Without such means, he would have long been overwhelmed by the sisters' fierce attacks. Subsequently, the battle between both sides gradually escalated. Boom, 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 boom. The noise from their clash grew louder. The air was filled with intertwining afterimages and energy traces, some dark as ink like the gaps of a gloomy abyss, others colorless and transparent, but distorting vision. Li Xuanqing and the Blood Cat trio were fighting fiercely, leaving more and more traces of energy behind. Before long, the 100-meter-long street was enveloped by two strange phenomena, one half thick with dark shadows, the other suffused with transparent void. Li Xuanqing's limbs were wrapped in shadows, connecting to the ground and walls, as hundreds of pure black hands wildly grew and spread, forming an impenetrable claw shadow, seemingly brewing some ultimate move. Come on. Today I'm going to crush all three of you. Stupid man. You think you can unleash a big move? We sisters have our tricks too. The Blood Cat trio sneered. As they spoke, the three of them retreated in unison, stepping back 10 meters, removing their black gentlemen's hats and placing them in front of their chests. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. The huge sounds of their heartbeats resonated in all directions, their bodies radiating a scarlet glow. At the same time, the sisters opened their mouths, and blood clots the size of rice grains flew out, swirling in shades of bloodlight. As the blood lights intertwined and the blood clots quickly fused, they transformed into a gigantic blood-red rose. It was clear that both sides were about to unleash their full power. At the entrance of Haifeng Alley, a man with a sword and a poker face quietly appeared, the hilt and mouth of the sword engraved with a fearsome beast. Opposite the alley entrance, an old man with snow-white hair strolled closer, wearing a black and white special operations uniform, holding two large-caliber silver guns with bayonets attached. Chapter 37. Confiscation. The old man holding the dual guns raised his weapons and fired. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullets landed at the feet of Li Xuanqing and the three sisters. Sparks flew, stones shattered, creating a slight tremor. Dust rose, and the space even cracked open with fine fissures, the cracks like lines, forming an insurmountable spatial barrier. The spatial barrier took the shape of a translucent wall, growing at a visibly fast speed, transforming into 2 enormous square domes that trapped Li Xuanqing and the Blood Cat trio. A master. Li Xuanqing's shadows erupted with full force. Countless pure black hands shooting up into the sky, colliding indiscriminately in all directions from him as the center. At the same time, the Blood Cat trio withdrew their offensive and disappeared into another layer of space. In the next moment, the sisters' expressions changed slightly. Something was wrong. The space was locked down. This was not ordinary extraordinary power, but a genuine domain. A domain is a power that only 4 extraordinary beings can possess, originating from the resonance between extraordinary power and the essence of life. With this iconic power, the life magnetic field of the extraordinary being undergoes a tremendous change, allowing them to manipulate certain rules between heaven and earth to some extent. Li Xuanqing's shadow mire only involved a special energy force field, which, compared to a domain, was like comparing a mayfly to a kunpeng, completely on different scales. The shadows beneath his feet were forced to shrink, and the 100-meter-long street was suddenly empty by more than half, the extraordinary energy belonging to the shadows locked within the spatial barrier. Its originally surging energy diminished by 90%. On the other side, the Blood Cat trio looked on in unison. The old man in special operations gear walked up with firm steps, quickly approaching. He didn't even look at Li Xuanqing or the Blood Cat sisters. His gaze fixated on the middle-aged man with a negative sword at the alley's entrance. Yi Zhen, good to see you, boss. The middle-aged man carrying the ancient sword was indeed Yi Zhen, who nodded in greeting, saying, "Old Master Zhao, you still look so robust." The two exchanged a brief remark from several dozen meters apart. Zhao Xiuhua, holding dual pistols, stopped, maintaining a distance of over 30 meters from Yi Zhen. This was the relative safe distance for 4 extraordinary beings. Taking even half a step closer could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. "My 2 grandsons are in your Black Blade Alley. Isn't that a bit against the rules?" Zhao Xiuhua's demeanor was elegant, always maintaining a calm and collected smile, appearing like a good-natured old man who never gets angry. Wang Jun stood not far away. Recalling his investigation over the past few days, Zhao Xiuhua was the strongest figure of the Zhao family on the surface and the current head of the family. Despite his kind appearance, he had served in the Special Operations Department of the Federal Army in his youth, comprised of ruthless characters who wouldn't blink at killing, and he had climbed to the top step by step, only retiring honorably after reaching over 100 years of age. If you disregarded the special operations gear the old man wore and just looked at his face, no one would associate him with the butcher he was called by the nomads in his youth. Yizhen maintained a poker face, shaking his head, saying, "Not two, but one. One of your grandsons has not officially entered Black Blade Alley." Zhao Xiuhua's eyes widened, the crow's feet stretching, his expression suddenly changing dramatically. A chilling, killing intent emerging from nowhere. Is there a difference? Wang Jun, of the same kind, noticed the glint in Zhao Xiuhua's eyes, sensing the uncontrollable rage within the old man. Old Master Zhao's self-cultivation still lacks a bit of finesse. Yizhen's expression remained indifferent, his arm slightly moving, directly firing a shot in front of the younger generation, even using extraordinary abilities which seemed a bit lacking in grace. Zhao Xiuhua raised his dual pistols, the barrels and bayonets aimed at Yizhen. Black Blade Alley broke the rules first, and you dare talk to me about grace? At the end of the long street, nearly 100 fully armed members of the Zhao family's secret force arrived, each at least a level 1 extraordinary being. They wore black and white combat uniforms, wielded rifles, carried grenades, and wore multifunctional combat helmets, clearly not here for friendly purposes. Suddenly, the ancient sword behind Yizhen was drawn half an inch. A piercing sword cry resonating throughout, the tangible sound waves spreading out, shattering the spatial barrier and other residual energies. All the anomalies on the long street turned to nothingness, as if they had never existed. Just a small matter. Does the Zhao family really want to go to war? Can they avoid it? The commotion caused by your apprentice just now was indeed quite significant. A level 3 extraordinary being exerted full force. What exactly do they want to do? A rare expression appeared on Yizhen's poker face, his eyebrows subtly twitching. Wait a moment. With that, he turned to look at Li Xuanqing, feeling the oppressive gaze from his master. Every pore on Li Xuanqing's body filled with a chill. Quietly swallowing, he used shadow jumps to quickly reach Yizhen's side, softly explaining the situation. Meanwhile, the kind-looking Zhao Xiuhua approached Wang Jun, saying, "We have something to discuss, grandson." At this moment, the situation was already out of control. Relying on the strength of a level 1 extraordinary being was simply insufficient to make waves, and trying to obstruct was meaningless. Wang Jun nodded, retracting his dragon-tooth dagger, passing by the old man, heading directly toward the conversing Yizhen and Li Xuanqing. "This guy is Wang Jun." Zhao Xiuhua glanced at Wang Jun's profile, feeling a sense of familiarity. Zhao Changqing called out, "Grandpa!" Zhao Xiuhua holstered his pistol, grabbing Zhao Changqing by the collar with one hand, lifting him like a chick into the tavern. "No matter how you acted in the past, it didn't matter. After all, you are my good grandson." Zhao Changqing opened his mouth, saying, "They captured Ji Xian. No need to explain." Zhao Xiuhua's eyes revealed deep disappointment. "You were initially being groomed as the heir of the family. There are some things that even I do not need to say. You should understand." Using the cover of the tavern's outer wall, he backhanded Zhao Changqing across the face. The crisp sound of the slap wasn't loud, but it resonated in Zhao Changqing's heart like a giant rock thrown into a lake, creating huge ripples. The old man lowered his voice like an aging lion, using his last patience to teach his descendant. "You are too impulsive in your actions, especially in recent years, becoming increasingly extreme. If this continues, how many of your father's old subordinates will continue to support you?" Zhao Changqing's teeth clenched tightly, his face pale. Zhao Xiuhua didn't give him a chance to argue. An irresistible force gripped Zhao Changqing's throat, rendering his vocal cords unable to resonate, unable to make sound. Zhao Xiuhua continued, "Changqing, you really do look quite pathetic now." With that, he suddenly swung his hand. With the inertia, Zhao Changqing fell backward, crashing into the tables and chairs in the center of the tavern, landing on the ground. His right hand braced against the floor, his palm pierced by wood chips, warm blood flowing out. At this moment, Zhao Changqing looked incredulous, staring up at his grandfather. "You've never said such things to me." Even during the time when he had just exposed the twisted psychological traits of the evolutionary pain. Zhao Xiuhua still hadn't spoken harshly. His dazed eyes clouded with dust. He slammed his thigh hard. Do you think I want this? That evolutionary pain cannot be resolved. My power can never be unleashed. The more I hoard power, the more twisted I become. But if I don't hoard that power, I will completely lose the opportunity to be extraordinary. Can I still become the head of the family? You are wrong. You have always been wrong. Zhao Xiuhua shook his head with a sigh. With the Zhao family's power, even if you're just an ordinary person, as long as your methods are sharp enough, you can still become the head of the family. No, the one who is wrong is not me, but this world. Zhao Chongqing pulled out the wooden splinter embedded in his palm, slamming his bloodied hand against his chest. If I don't have power, I cannot sit securely in the position of the head of the family. Zhao Xiuhua closed his eyes, turning away from Zhao Chongqing, saying, 300 years ago, our ancestor Zhao Yuling, born with a severed pulse, could not cultivate or inherit. A crucial segment of the genetic helix was missing, and he was unable to awaken his whole life. Moreover, in his youth, he suffered a tiger and leopard attack, breaking both legs. At that time, there were no bionic prosthetics. Yet he ascended to the position of head of the family. And it was because of him that our Zhao family did not perish back then, but instead strengthened its power. After 3 generations of efforts, we now have become one of the 9 major financial groups, the Southwest Zhao family. Zhao Chongqing retorted, that era is different from this one. In today's world, extraordinary individuals are as numerous as cattle. Without extraordinary power, you wouldn't even have the chance to fight back if someone tried to assassinate you. Grandpa, you're not any different. It's your strong abilities that allowed you to secure the position of family head. Enough. Zhao Xiuhai pulled out a pistol without a bayonet and threw it beside Zhao Chongqing. Since living is so flavorless, you might as well shoot yourself. All right. Zhao Chongqing picked up the pistol, pointing the muzzle at his forehead, but he hesitated to pull the trigger. Smack! The old man waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that struck Zhao Chongqing's wrist. Zhao Chongqing winced in pain and released the gun. The pistol slid away a bit, and during the process, the trigger was activated by a protruding object on the ground. Click! The sound of the trigger being pulled was very faint. If one didn't listen closely, it was almost inaudible. However, Zhao Chongqing felt as if he had heard a thunderclap. At that moment, Zhao Xiuhai let go of his left hand, letting fall a dozen copper-colored bullets. You don't even have the courage to die. Where is your blood and guts? You are no longer the Chongqing I knew. The Chongqing I knew was a young prodigy who boldly declared at the clan meeting at the age of 14 that he wanted to become the head of the Zhao family. He wanted to make the Zhao family dominate the Federation. He had a fierce tiger in his heart, wanting to change the Federation system. He aimed for the position not for personal gain, but to protect the Southwest and make city number 36 the greatest and most glorious city in the Federation. After finishing this statement, Zhao Xiuhai stepped toward the door. Zhao Chongqing sat there, dumbfounded, with tears streaming down his cheeks. He could feel the deep disappointment in his grandfather's heart. No, what did I do wrong? I just want to save Ji Xuan. He is my brother, and I am his brother. Is it wrong to want to save him? Zhao Xiuhai paused his steps, not turning back as he walked out of the tavern, leaving behind a sentence in the air. You no longer have the vision to bear the responsibilities of the family head. You should know what Blackblade Alley means. In city number 36, no financial magnate is willing to be the first to go to war with them. Whoever strikes first will expose their weaknesses to other financial magnates. You are disregarding the family's interests and could even destroy the hard work our family has put in over the past 20 years. On the other side, Li Xuanqing rubbed his hands back and forth, grinning slyly. Just asking for medical fees isn't considered kidnapping. Logically, there's no flaw. Bang, bang, bang. Yizhen, with a stern face, landed 3 solid slaps on Li Xuanqing's head. Li Xuanqing pointed at Wang Jun and said, Ah Jun came up with the idea. Why are you hitting me? Yizhen replied, if others ask you to do something, you just do it. And for just a 10% errand fee, it's no wonder you are getting beaten. Scapegoat Chungu. No false advertisement. Wang Jun observed silently, standing aside without arguing. Yizhen looked at him, and he looked back at Yizhen. The two exchanged glances for half a second, before Yizhen took the initiative to say, Wang Jun, you're too good at handling things. 3 months is a bit long. I isn't it? Boss Yi, you're joking. I'm just slightly bending forward. Today's incident is just a small misunderstanding. Once Zhao Zhishuan arrives, the matter will be resolved. Yizhen glanced around. The long street was in disarray with broken floors, damaged walls, and over 100 thugs lying unconscious. The tavern's door was also shattered. With all of this, which part doesn't T require compensation? He pondered for a moment and said, "Are there any objections to confiscating the money obtained this time?" Is this for nothing? Li Shuangxin exclaimed. His eyes wide in shock, feeling a pang in his heart. Yizhen glared at him, and Li Shuangxin immediately shrank back, not daring to utter another syllable. Wang Jun furrowed his brow slightly, realizing Yizhen's pragmatic nature. He had thought that someone of this stature wouldn't care about a mere few million, but unexpectedly, they could even confiscate the ill-gotten gains. A few minutes later, Sun Bu brought Zhao Zhishuan. Zhao Zhishuan had no injuries, but appeared to be in a somewhat odd mental state. He kept staring at Wang Jun with a strange look and only answered 2 or 3 questions when Zhao Xiuhai asked him. Wang Yun's to decide, reading a lot of resentment in Zhao Zhishuan's little eyes. Zhao Chongqing had yet to recover from the blow, keeping his head down the entire time, only looking up at Wang Jun and Li Shuangxing with a fierce glance as he passed by. With Lin Yue in front and Zhao Zhishuan behind, the 2 Zhao brothers were becoming increasingly recognized. However, Wang Jun maintained a mindset of being unconcerned about debts. Having been at the top of the assassin business sales chart in his previous life for too long, those ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th were always thinking about taking him down from behind, and over time he just got used to it. Subsequently, Zhao Xiuhai exchanged glances with Yizhen, clarified the reasons, and set the tone for the matter as a trivial dispute among the younger generation, ensuring that Blackblade Alley and the Zhao family would not harm each other's peace. In their conversation, they never mentioned the medical fees. The former left very gracefully, not bothering to pick up the scattered cash in the tavern. The latter maintained a poker face, coldly bidding farewell. The fully armed special operations team surrounded Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Zhishuan, both protecting and inspecting them. The 2 brothers were directly escorted back to the Zhao family's main house in District 1. In the following days, Li Shuangqing was put under confinement and disappeared. Wang Jun enjoyed his leisure, staying in the small courtyard, diligently practicing the water elemental and source flow ice shaping, adapting to the power changes brought by breaking through level 1. When the agreed time came, Su Xiaozhou called and said, "Mr. Wang Jun, there's a problem with one of the materials. It must be obtained through an evolution planner who has just arrived in City No. 36 and specifically wants to meet you." Chapter 38. Chao Qinchuan, a small building with red bricks and black tiles, a 2nd-floor terrace. A rectangular wooden dining table was filled with exquisite pastries and steaming hot red tea. 7 or 8 high-backed chairs stood by the table, with 2 chairs particularly close together. Sun Lutong sat in one of them, while the other was occupied by a rosy-faced, slightly plump old man with unusually thick hair styled in a standard side part. "Old son, your grandson's talent is quite impressive, but it's a pity he didn't enter Wuling University and has taken a wild path under your guidance. It doesn't matter what path he takes, as long as he likes it and can make a name for himself." "That's true. After all, you are the world's #1 master, personally teaching your lovely grandson. How could it possibly be bad? However, I must say, there's nothing wrong with being inclusive. Why not let Bowu attend Wuling University for a semester as an auditor?" "Not at all. Warriors should be precise and sincere. Bowu's interests and talents lie in martial arts. Going to Wuling University would waste his talent." "That is not true. I'll personally help Bowu plan his evolution path, and his future achievements will definitely be higher than yours." Don't blow smoke. Old Chao, whether you can plan a path to level 5 is still unknown. Even if you can make Bowu reach level 5, so what? Those who think they're demigods, how many haven't I knocked down? They all have mediocre skills, but shout their names loudly. In reality, they're just pretenders. The slightly plump old man was immediately at a loss for words. Sun Lutong's words were irrefutable because they were all facts that couldn't be countered. That damn old man, so infuriating. The slightly plump old man turned his head to look at Sun Bu, and a hint of glistening appeared at the corner of his mouth. No other reason. He was just too tempted. Ever since Sun Lutong emerged, the Sun family had produced outstanding talents generation after generation. Now, with Sun Bu, it was even more extraordinary. It was as if he had a cheat code, with a talent so outstanding that it defied logic. Reaching level 3 peak at 27 and breaking through level 4 before 30 was practically a sure thing. If a set of evolution paths could be customized to help him break through to level 5, the Chow surname's slightly plump old man could hardly imagine how beautiful that scene would be. The Federation's first evolution planner to devise a path to level 5. Abbreviated, the Federation's chief evolution planner. Smack! Sun Lutong's applause shattered the old man's beautiful dream. Old Chow, you are at least the president of Wuling University. Can't you have some self-respect? Watching my grandson drool all over the place, don't you find it embarrassing? Bah, you're the one who looks bad. The slightly plump old man tilted his head, and his thick black hair danced lightly in the wind as he extended his middle finger, tracing the hairline with the tip. Who is Chow Qingxuan? The most handsome man aged between 60 and 120 in the Federation, no exceptions. Across the dining table, Sun Bu sips tea quietly, using the heat of the tea to stimulate his tongue, while Lung Qingning coldly grips the knife, quickly cutting the bread. Both are distracting themselves in their unique ways to suppress their laughter. At this moment, Yi Su bursts out laughing, slapping the table and saying, "Grandpa Chow really has no shame. At such an old age, still so flamboyant. Being flamboyant requires capital. If it were any other old man, they wouldn't be able to be flamboyant even if they wanted to." Chow Qingxuan does not feel embarrassed at all, winking slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up as he says, "Who told me, Chow, to have such a handsome face, thick hair, and such great abilities? A man's charm is right here. Nothing can block it." Sun Lutong rolls his eyes, rubbing his forehead. Thinking having a friend like you is the biggest miscalculation of my life. We're both in the same boat. How can either of us be any better? Chow Qingxuan spreads his hands, a grin on his face. "I'm flamboyant. You're reserved. It's just a different way of being flamboyant. Essentially, there's no difference." Sun Lutong. Sun Bu breathes evenly, focusing his mind, staring blankly at the tea in his cup as if it contains profound truths. Lung Qingning can't help but twitch her lips and starts to laugh. Suddenly, she flicks her fork and shoves a piece of cut bread into her mouth. "These two little brats are making fun of me?" Chow Qingxuan smacks his lips. "Not at all. No way." Lung Qingning and Sun Bu respond one after the other. "Old man, don't make it hard for the younger generation." Sun Lutong intentionally changes the subject, asking, "Old Chow, what is really going on? Why do you insist on meeting Wang Jun?" Chow Qingxuan smiles, swallows a piece of osmanthus cake, and slowly says, "Old son, you don't need to worry about the inheritance of the family business, but I'm not that lucky." Sun Lutong leans forward slightly. "Is Wang Jun the person you're looking for?" Chow Qingxuan waves his hand and shrugs. "It's really not as complicated as you think. I wouldn't be bored enough to want to see if the newly emerging evolution planner can inherit my legacy, just to come all the way to City 36. Genius? Not that rare. We two old men, who was once famous throughout the Federation." Sun Lutong says it's not for him. Yet you refuse to sell the stargrass to the Su family girl, insisting on meeting Wang Jun. Why is that? Can't say. Chow Qingxuan shakes his head. Sun Lutong pushes the ceramic teacup, causing a clink as the cups collide. Ding! The crisp sound resonates as Sun Lutong's voice becomes serious. "Old Chow, are you itching to tease me? What else with the mystery? If I could beat you, I would have done 100 times already." Chow Qingxuan's forehead breaks out in a cold sweat. It's a matter of professional ethics. No comment. "Oh." Sun Lutong glances sideways at Chow Qingxuan. "Thinking the old man really believes threatening me will scare me?" Chow Qingxuan lifts his teacup, takes a sip, and explains he has cured a particularly difficult evolution ailment. And coincidentally, that specific one I cannot treat, so I want to discuss it with him. As for which specific evolution ailment, I can't disclose that. When I helped others treat it, I promised I would never reveal it to uninformed people. So, old son, please understand your old friend. What you can't treat, he is cured. Sun Lutong turns to Sun Bu. Sun Bu understands the implication and thoughtfully responds. Wang Jun has helped many people with evolution ailments recently. But to say they are particularly special, they aren't really that special. Frowning slightly, He looks at Lung Qingning. Sister Lung, do you have any impressions? Lung Qingning raises two fingers. There are two particularly special ones. One is Lin Yue, and the other is Su Xiaojiu. As for Xiaojiu, treatment hasn't started yet. At this point, the answer is already very clear. Lin Yue, Lin family. Sun Lutong raises his left eyebrow, 3 furrows forming on his forehead, looking rather comical. You still talk about professional ethics, and this has all been revealed. TCH, what you guess has nothing to do with me. Chow. Qingxuan shrugs, looking indifferent. Meanwhile, Wang Yun arrives quietly. Miss Su, why are you waiting for me here? Soon you will meet 2 old seniors. One is old Sun Lutong, whom you've already met a few days ago. Su Xiaojiu sits in a mechanical wheelchair, her face adorned with a serene smile. Wang Yun nods, stepping to Su Xiaojiu's side. And the other one? Su Xiaojiu replies, that would be the evolution planner. He is nearly 100 years old and named Chao Qingxuan. This name sounds somewhat familiar. It seems he has heard it somewhere before. Wang Jun furrows his brow. Su Xiaojiu chuckles. Of course it sounds familiar. He often appears in the Federation's news, usually in academic sections. Academic, a flash of insight crosses Wang Jun's mind, his dark pupils seeming to streak across a brilliant meteor. It seems the gentleman has figured it out. Su Xiaojiu smiles lightly. Indeed, he is the honorary president of Wanling University. You may not have heard of the specific technologies he researched, but you must have used the science and technology he created in your daily life. The old man has dedicated his life to improving people's everyday lives, which is truly admirable. Wang Jun is even more confused, running his finger over his right eyebrow, asking, but you just mentioned the evolution planner. Since he is a figure in the scientific community, how could he before he finishes? He sees Su Xiaojiu's smile. A master in the scientific community and an evolution planner are 2 identities that do not conflict. In fact, it is precisely because Chao Qingxuan has the abilities of an evolution planner that he can better analyze this extraordinary world. The basic rules of the current world are roughly the same as in the past life, but that doesn't mean they are completely identical. Extraordinary is to transcend the mundane. The forbidden places that spread across the continent, oceans, and skies are the best proof. The physical rules inside forbidden areas differ greatly from the outside world. Drinking water could be fatal. One might need to drink blood to survive. Or one might need ice to ignite a flame. That is a realm beyond normal human understanding, with such areas existing. The fundamental rules of this world certainly cannot be simple. The understanding of the extraordinary beings about the world exists only within their limited powers. However, evolution planners are an exception. They're a special group with extraordinary abilities who study extraordinary phenomena and energy with a scientific attitude. Chao Qingxuan being an evolution planner makes perfect sense. The gentleman does not continue to ask. Presumably, he has already understood. Su Xiaojiu nods slightly. In fact, Wanling University is one of the organizations with the most evolution planners. The proportion of professors who are evolution planners reaches an astonishing 30, which is more than 100 times higher than the proportion of extraordinary beings among ordinary people. Wanling University is a gathering place for extraordinary beings. Wang Yun blinks, fragments of memory flashing through his mind, showing that Wanling University is the top university in the Federation, consistently ranking in the top 2. A hidden giant with energy comparable to the Red Umbrella Company. Su Xiaojiu clenches her right fist, pressing her knuckles to her lips, and softly says, to be precise, Wanling University is one of the gathering places for evolution planners. It's not a gathering place for extraordinary beings, but for evolution planners. Wang Jun instantly realizes the immense power lurking behind Wanling University. Then, he raises his voice, revealing confusion. One of them? Su Xiaojiu holds up 2 fingers. There are 2 organizations for evolution planners across the Federation, Wanling University and Hope Lighthouse, representing the emerging faction and the conservative faction among evolution planners, respectively. The specific ideological differences will have to wait until you meet Old Chao. Let him tell you in person. After a slight pause, she continues, I'm here to give you a heads up. Don't directly talk about the Stargrass later. He seems friendly, but is incredibly proud deep down. If you talk about a deal directly, It really won't work. From your tone, you seem very familiar with him. Is he your elder? Wang Yun asks. Su Xiaojiu's expression froze for a moment. Then she nodded, as if to say yes. Is there a story? Wang Jun tilted his head slightly and looked intently into Su Xiaojiu's eyes. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiaojiu said, It's all about the grudges between the elders. Old Chao and my Su family were originally family friends, but later on, the Chao family fell into decline and various financial conglomerates within the Federation divided up the Chao family. At that time, the Su family was also in a huge crisis, and some of the elders in the family conspired to stab the Chao family in the back to gain huge profits. This move saved the Su family, but it put the already crumbling Chao family under the final pressure, leading to its complete decline and fragmentation into more than a dozen small families, which eventually disappeared after decades of development. Su Xiaojiu seemed to be somewhat indifferent to her family's elders. Wang Jun, lost in thought, asked, What does Old Chao want to see me for? Old Chao didn't say. Su Xiaojiu tilted her head slightly, biting her lower lip. But I guess it has something to do with your treatment of the evolutionary affliction. My treatment of the evolutionary affliction? Wang Jun immediately connected the dots and nodded to show he understood. The two continued conversing as they walked deeper into the alley. When they reached the terrace on the second floor of a small building, Wang Jun immediately saw many familiar faces. He greeted them one by one and then looked towards the slightly plump Chao Qing-sun, whose hair was unusually thick and styled in a side part, looking rather flamboyant. Wang Jun remained composed and listened to Su Xiaojiu say, This is the president of Wanling University, Chao Qing-sun, Old Chao. Long time no see. Wang Jun cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Facing a scientist who worked for the welfare of the people, showing respect was only natural. His two short words were sincere and not perfunctory at all. Chao Qing-sun seemed somewhat surprised and discreetly glanced at Sun Lutong before responding. Wang Jun, congratulations on becoming an evolution planner. Wang Jun nodded. Thank you. Thank you? The young man should be a bit more modest. Maybe say something about being lucky. Chao Qing-sun's eyelids twitched slightly. The old man was getting straight to the point. All right, Wang Jun said. At that moment, Su Xiaojiu said, Old Chao, Mr. Wang Jun, you two can sit down and chat while eating. Regarding Lin Yuwei and the Lin family's secret inheritance, Chao Qing-sun opened his mouth. Shouldn't we find a place to talk privately? Su Xiaojiu remained non-committal and did not respond. Wang Jun glanced around and said, There's no need. Everyone present should know more or less. Chao Qing-sun looked around, and the people present gave him looks that confirmed it was indeed the case. Chao Qing-sun cleared his throat. I want to ask, how did you come up with the idea of using dragon blood grass to suppress Lin Yuwei's evolutionary affliction? Wang Yun, who could see the evolution tree with his left eye, internally complained but replied, It's probably instinct. Instinct? Chao Qing-sun was skeptical. Wang Yun continued. I once read a story about a pair of lovers. The woman was poisoned by the heartless flower, with no cure in the world. But the man discovered the heartbreak grass next to it. Both the heartless flower and the heartbreak grass are highly toxic, but because they grow together, the toxicity of the heartbreak grass can neutralize that of the heartless flower. Upon hearing this, Chao Qing-sun was first taken aback, then instinctively said, Impossible, but suddenly furrowed his brow, as if finding it somewhat reasonable. Soon after, Chao Qing-sun fell into deep, focused thought, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 39. Heart knots wait. There's a huge doubt in this. With wide eyes, Chao Qing-sun stared at Wang Jun. You know that the extraordinary properties of dragon blood grass and other materials aren't strange, but why do you know about the Lin family's secret inheritance? Wang Jun met his gaze calmly, shaking his head. I don't know the Lin family's secret inheritance. It's impossible to make a judgment without knowing. You must have detected certain details through Lin Yuwei's body that others couldn't perceive. If I had to say, there's a bit of that, Wang Jun vaguely admitted. Then he analyzed Lin Yuwei's crystallized physical state at that time. Her forehead had a crystalline horn, and her body was covered in crystals resembling dragon scales. Such a situation could lead to speculation, which could then lead to finding possible treatments. After listening, Chao Qing-sun did not press further, his gaze becoming calm and distant. His pupils seemed unfocused, but enveloped Wang Jun within them. He did not believe Wang Jun's words. This kind of reasoning might fool those who are not in the know, but it wouldn't suffice to fool a top-tier evolution planner. Chao Ching-sun said, "In my lifetime, I've dealt with over 10,000 cases of evolutionary affliction, and the Lin family's affliction is definitely one of the hardest, ranking at least in the top 20. I know how difficult it is to suppress the outbreak of the Lin family's inheritors' evolutionary affliction, let alone that you not only managed to suppress it, but also helped Lin Yue achieve a breakthrough. Young man, I hope you don't have any concerns. I'm sincerely seeking your advice." The people around them were startled upon hearing the words seeking advice. Sun Lutong squinted, internally scolding, "The old guy is quite cunning. Young people can't handle flattery like this. He's deliberately setting a trap." Chao Qingsuan's status was special. Among evolution planners, he could definitely be considered an authority. What young person could resist such a prominent figure seeking their advice in front of others? The explosive sense of vanity satisfaction could make even many middle-aged men feel elated. At this moment, Wang Jun responded, "I can't really say the specific method. I can only say that I had a feeling, that I could see it, and I was willing to trust that feeling and act on it." Feeling. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chao Qingsuan's eyes. There are two possibilities. First, this kid is lying. He must have some secret hidden. Second, he really doesn't know why, and he simply identified extraordinary materials based on instinct, thus analyzing their properties. Chao Qing-sun really wanted to believe that Wang Jun belonged to the latter category, because this would mean Wang Jun would be a supernova among evolution planners. Perhaps one day, he would create achievements that predecessors could not compare to, fundamentally changing the lives of all humanity. Shaking his head, Chao Qing-sun suppressed the extravagant thoughts in his heart and said, "Let's not discuss this matter further. Let us talk about Stargrass." As he spoke, he took out 2 small glass bottles from his waist pouch. Each bottle was about 10 centimeters long, slightly thicker than a thumb, and contained a small grass with straight stems and leaves, suspended in the bottle's middle, occasionally emitting starlight glimmers. The colors of the starlight varied: azure, dark purple, orange, blazing white, and deep green. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like the glass bottle contained a piece of the starry sky. Chao Qing-sun raised both hands. Holding a bottle in each hand with his thumb and index finger, the Su family girl needs 2 stargrasses. According to her, you provided the prescription, and the potion made from that prescription can treat her evolutionary affliction? There is indeed such a prescription. Wang Jun nodded. Chao Qing-sun asked, "Could you let me take a look at the prescription?" Wang Jun was puzzled and looked towards Su Xiaojiu. "No need to look at her." Chao Qing-sun shook his head. "The Su family girl isn't like the old fogies of her Su family. She's a person of her word and hasn't told me the prescription." Wang Jun nodded and publicly stated the prescription for the spirit-suppressing potion. After listening, Chao Qing-sun smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid I'll claim the formula for this potion as my own?" Old Chao is a senior. You should be able to see that this spirit-suppressing potion is targeted at a specific group of people. It works for the Su girl, but that doesn't mean it will work for others. Old man might not even understand. Chao Qing-sun slightly nodded, a smile on his face. At this moment, Su Xiaojiu asked, "Old Chao, do you know what you wanted to know?" Chao Qing-sun rolled his eyes. "Don't push me, girl. I never promised to give you the stargrass." Su Xiaojiu's eyes dimmed a bit. Wang Jun asked, "What conditions would old Chao be willing to part with the stargrass?" "Can't mention a trade directly." Su Xiaojiu gritted her teeth, looking at Wang Jun with an incredibly astonished gaze. Wang Jun gave a reassuring look and turned to say, "Old Chao, I don't like to beat around the bush. Please forgive me." "The young man, I understand." Chao Qingxuan smiled slightly, flicking her left hand, causing the glass vial containing the star grass to fly into the air. Su Xiaojiu caught the vial in her arms, astonished, and asked why. Chao Qingxuan shook her head, her thick hair swaying in the wind, a hint of satisfaction in her expression. It's rare to see a young person who is not selfish and is willing to share the exclusive formula for treating the evolution trauma for free. Just for Wang Jun's honesty, it's worth a piece of stargrass. The people around didn't ask why he wasn't afraid of Wang Jun giving a fake formula. Who is Chao Qingxuan? Can't he see through it? Of course not. "Thank you, old Chao." Su Xiaojiu nodded in gratitude. Wang Jun frowned and whispered, "One piece isn't enough. Su Xiaojiu pressed her lips together and said, "Star grass is quite valuable. Old Chow will probably want to keep a piece for himself. I've also had my family help prepare. All the other materials are collected, and I've found a piece of star grass. No, it's still not enough. Each extraordinary material has its own characteristics. Having only 2 pieces of star grass can't guarantee the success of the spirit-settling potion." Wang Jun deliberately raised his voice. This was intentionally said for me to hear. Chao Qingxuan turned her palm over, covering the glass vial containing the star grass. "What are you hiding? If you want it, give it all. There's no such thing as giving half." Sun Lutong clicked his tongue, deliberately teasing. "The remaining piece has its uses." Chao Qingxuan turned to Su Xiaojiu and said, "Girl, your family has a quota in the Demon Sea. Getting a piece of star grass isn't difficult. You could get a new batch in a month. A rare phenomenon has appeared in the Demon Sea. It won't be possible to get it in a short time." Su Xiaojiu shook her head, smiling bitterly. At this moment, Yisu couldn't bear to watch any longer and slammed the table, saying, "Old Chow. Xiaojiu really needs a stargrass. She only has 3 months until she turns 18. That's the deadline for treating the evolution trauma." Chao Qingxuan frowned and waved her hand, saying, "That's enough. No need to say more." Yisu persisted. "Continue. Xiaojiu has been enduring the pain of ice and fire day and night. The sooner she can be treated, the better. The formula Wang Jun mentioned is even recognized by you, which proves its feasibility. You can lend the star grass to Xiaojiu first, and when her family gets a new one, she can return it. Isn't that a win-win?" With a smile fading by 7 parts, Chao Qingxuan scoffed. "Playing the emotional card with me won't work. You can ask her yourself. She S.A. Su. Can she get a piece of star grass from me? Isn't that enough?" Yisu tilted her head and said, "What are you talking about, old man?" Yisu's cousin, Su Xiaojiu's expression stiffened slightly as she shook her head gently. It was indeed reasonable for old Chow not to want to give it. Yisu opened her mouth, but Su Xiaojiu raised her brows slightly, using her eyes to signal Yisu not to press further. She managed to block Yisu, but forgot about Wang Jun. Wang Jun said, "The grievances of the older generation should be settled by the older generation. When those incidents happened, Miss Su hadn't even been born yet. Why drag her into it?" Chao Qingxuan replied, "I have my grievances. What's wrong with that? This is troublesome." Old Chow's stubborn temper has flared up. Sun Lutong frowned. It was not a good time to intervene. Doing so would only aggravate Chao Qingxuan's emotions. The grievances between the Chao and Su families are not well known among the younger generation. But Sun Lutong had experienced that era and knew that Chao Qingxuan was already being quite restrained. If it were the Sun family that had been backstabbed by a family friend, leading to their downfall, he, Sun Lutong, would definitely not rest until he wiped out that family friend. Wang Jun advised, "Miss Su is innocent. If we can save a life, shouldn't we save it now?" Chao Qingxuan's smile completely vanished. She is a Su, so she's not innocent. Her thick brows shot up in anger, and her rosy, plump face took on an air of authority as she said, "Don't try to morally bind me. I won't fall for that. 30 years ago, I wouldn't have deliberately harmed a Sioux girl, and you expect me to provide materials to save her?" The old man's temper suddenly became stubborn. Wang Jun pondered for half a second, took a different approach, and said, "I want to borrow the star grass from you, senior, and will return double in 3 months. How about that?" "Of course not." Chao Qingxuan supported her forehead, both angry and amused. "Do you think I'm stupid? I lend it to you, and you help her treat the evolution trauma. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Can you fool me with that? In life, it's rare to be muddled. I hope senior can turn a blind eye." Wang Jun said. Chao Qingxuan's mouth twitched, and her eyelids twitched as well. She pointed at Wang Jun's nose, saying, "Unless you've experienced the pain, don't advise others to be kind." Chao Qingxuan's lesson was clear. Wang Jun nodded, pretending to listen seriously. "Indeed, I haven't experienced your suffering, but I want to save her." "You want to save her? I'm not stopping you." Chao Qingxuan made a face and stuck out her tongue. "Haha." Wang Jun's forehead throbbed with veins. He was not a kind-hearted person, and at this point in the conversation, he was almost unable to hold back from giving Chao Qingxuan a beating. At this moment, Yi Su chimed in, "But old Chao, you have the key materials. Just because I have materials, I have to give them to you? Why should I?" Chao Qingxuan sneered, "I just won't." "Old man, why are you so stubborn?" Yi Su pouted, baring her teeth, rolling up the sleeve of her right arm to reveal her solid biceps. Heh, if I were really stubborn, I would have slapped the Sioux girl to death long ago. Chao Qingxuan coldly laughed, raising both sleeves and flexing his arms in a demonstration like a bodybuilder. The tattoos of a green dragon on his left arm and a white tiger on his right emerged, exuding a wild aura, clearly displaying the might of a level 4 extraordinary being. So strong, Yi Su shrank her head, lowering her right arm's sleeve, conceding. Xiaojiu is different from those old coins in the Su family. Since you can come to Xiaojiu's studio for tea, you must not dislike her. Upon hearing this, Chao Qingxuan slammed the wooden table, standing straight and saying decisively, I'm leaving. Old Chao, don't be impulsive. Sun Lutong reached out and pressed down on Chao Qingxuan's wrist. Without showing any of Sun Lutong's aura, nor using extraordinary energy, it felt as if Chao Qingxuan's entire body had fallen apart. Bang! Chao Qingxuan smashed back into the chair, glaring at Sun Lutong. Old Sun, do I not care about face? Calm down. You usually look cheerful, but when you get impulsive, you become unreasonable. You'll regret it later. Sun Lutong's hand moved slightly, and the teacup slowly and steadily moved to stop beside Chao Qingxuan. Drink tea, calm down, and listen carefully to what the young ones have to say. Chao Qingxuan rolled his eyes and turned his head away, acting like a 100-year-old child. I won't listen. I won't drink, I just won't. Why are you so stubborn like a donkey? Sun Lutong sighed softly, equally helpless. Wang Jun said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Chao Qingxuan, as if fueled by anger, retorted immediately, coincidentally, I love kicking pagodas, especially the high ones. It's especially satisfying to mess with them. Lung Qingming nodded in agreement. Life is at stake, especially the life of a blooming girl not yet 18. Nonsense. How many people did that bunch of old dogs from the Su family harm in my Chao family? Did they ever think about the children who were not yet 18 at the time? Chao Qingxuan switched to a mode of not recognizing kin, completely disregarding that Lung Qingming was once his student. The large terrace became increasingly tense. Ding-ling-a-ling, 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 the ringtone of an ancient-style phone rang, coming from Chao Qingxuan's pocket. Old Sun, let go. If I let you go, don't run. Sun Lutong moved his hand away. Chao Qingxuan took out his phone, and the screen displayed a 9-headed lion, the largest head being that of an elderly white man with golden eyebrows and blue eyes. Already in a bad mood, Chao Qingxuan answered the call and scolded into the microphone. You old bastard wouldn't call me if you had nothing to say. Spit it out quickly. The person on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, seemingly unclear about what had angered Chao Qingxuan. And then a stern voice of an elder came through. My grandson, Alexander Leon, has arrived in City 36 and wants to visit you. Go away, I don't have time. Gaukin sun ziplit impatinti. All right then, this spring, our Leon family will cut the funding to Wanling University by 70%. The voice on the phone responded calmly. What a despicable thing. Chao Qingxuan scoffed, shouting, you only know how to threaten me with Wanling University. 80% cut, said the phone. Stop. Chao Qingxuan quickly shouted. Let's talk business, don't just irritate me. A muffled laugh came from the phone, saying, Alexander has returned from Hope Lighthouse and needs a respected veteran evolution planner to validate what he has learned. Chao Qingxuan became anxious. Validate what? How greedy are you, old lion? I can't possibly not know that you just want him to take me as his master. That is indeed the case. Alexander has excellent qualifications, and sticking only to the evolution planner system of Hope Lighthouse is truly a waste, the voice on the phone said. Hope Lighthouse and Wanling University's evolution planner systems are incompatible. If you wanted to take him as a disciple, it won't be that simple. Feel free to set up challenges. Our little lion from the Leon family will not fear challenges. The voice on the phone boomed with unparalleled confidence. Chao Qingxuan wanted to refuse, but found it hard to do so directly. After rolling his eyes 3 times, his gaze fixed on Wang Jun's face. Got it. Let us do this. The voice on the phone was puzzled. What? Let the 2 young ones have a competition. Use the little lion to refuse Wang Jun, and then use Wang Jun to reject the little lion. I won't agree to either side. Chao Qingxuan was pleased with his cleverness, raised the phone, and loudly said, I just happen to have a very outstanding young man here. Does the little lion from the Leon family dare to compete with him? The old guy on the other end immediately burst out in his family dialect. Chapter 40. The two major items. Alexander Leon had shining golden hair, a handsome face, and stood at a height of 2 meters with a well-proportioned physique. His upper body was muscular but aesthetically pleasing, presenting an inverted triangle shape, and his solid leg muscles filled out his trousers, revealing subtle lines. He wore a well-tailored deep blue suit, with a silver-gray tie adorned with star patterns, and his pure black leather shoes were polished to a shine. Mr. Chow, Mr. Sun, Miss Su, Miss He, Miss Lung. Alexander Leon greeted each person as he walked onto the terrace and approached the dining table. When he spoke, a flawless smile graced his lips, exuding boundless confidence, shining like the sun. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Alexander Leon clenched his right fist against his left chest and deeply bowed to Chao Qinshuan, saying, "My grandfather has already informed me that you have agreed to formally accept me as your disciple." His gesture was a special etiquette popular between cities 12 and 24. It was rare for the descendants of the Leon family to perform this gesture for others unless they had regarded the person as a mentor or owed them a significant favor. "I am not your teacher yet." Chao Qinshuan frowned, not giving him a good expression. "It makes no difference. Since I inherited the title of Lion among my peers, only a few can catch my eye. Unfortunately, I've just looked around and did not see those few." Alexander Leon maintained a smile, speaking flatly as if stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Sun Bu took off his sunglasses and opened his left eye. "Really? Among the younger generation, I won't overlook the name of Sun Xiaowudi. But the competition today is not about combat." Alexander Leon slightly bowed. "I came here to pay my respects to Mr. Chow, and the competition you have arranged should be the two major items for evolution planners, right?" Sun Bu responded with a lack of interest and put his sunglasses back on. Truly worthy of being from the Leon family, as proud as ever. Chao Qinshuan raised an eyebrow. "Humility and courage are the family's long-standing creed." Alexander Leon smiled, glancing at Su Xiaojiu, who was sitting in a wheelchair. "In front of the beautiful Miss Su, I certainly will not retract my claws and fangs." Sickening, Chao Qinshuan shook his head, pointing to Wang Jun. "This guy named Wang Jun is the one you'll be competing with." Alexander Leon subtly nodded. "Hello." Wang Jun slightly nodded in response. The first impression of the golden-haired youth was not good. He exuded an air of arrogance throughout, not as if he was deliberately targeting Wang Jun, but rather as if he was completely indifferent. At this moment, Wang Jun looked at Chao Qinshuan and asked, "What are the two major items for evolution planners?" Alexander Leon narrowed his eyes. "You don't know?" Wang Jun frowned. "Is there a problem?" Alexander Leon turned to Chao Qinshuan, saying, "Mr. Chow, you really underestimate me. This Mr. Wang Jun is a beginner among evolution planners. It wouldn't be good to compete directly with me." Chao Qinshuan replied, "Whether it's good or not is up to me. The gap between both sides is too great. There's no need for a competition," Alexander Leon said. "I spent 2 years returning from Hope Lighthouse, much stronger than an ordinary evolution planner. How can I bully a beginner? I never intended for you to win against him." Chao Qinshuan thought to himself, waving his hand, "Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to, you could just go back." Upon hearing this, Alexander Leon's expression froze, shaking his head. "That one do. Talp, talp, talp." The sound of leather shoes on the wooden floor echoed as he walked up to Wang Jun and extended his right hand. "I apologize. I have no intention of hurting your thirst for knowledge, but it's a matter of circumstance. Mr. Chow requires this. Please forgive me." Wang Jun looked at Alexander Leon's blue eyes and shook his head. "Your politeness is hypocritical. I'm not interested." Alexander Leon retracted his right hand, saying, "Thank you. Your rude behavior will make it less painful for me when I hurt you." Wang Jun remained indifferent, picking up a piece of pastry and putting it into his mouth. Chew, chew, chew. He chewed the pastry, swallowed it, and smiled, with white cream stuck between his teeth. Alexander Leon was displeased, his eyebrows furrowing. Wang Jun suddenly stepped forward, getting close to his face, startling Alexander Leon, who couldn't hit someone in front of everyone, so he had to step back a few paces to create some distance. At this moment, Wang Jun laughed, saying, still able to get angry, "You must still be human." "You." Alexander Leon gritted his teeth. A torrent of street slang stuck in his throat. Why pretend to be so perfect? Isn't it tiring? Wang Jun remarked. You insignificant ant. Alexander Leon glared at Wang Jun, his peripheral vision always on Su Xiaojiu. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and then opened them again. I can't ruin my image in Miss Su's heart for someone unimportant, Alexander Leon reminded himself. That guy Wang Jun has no grace. Xiaojiu, are you sure he can really cure your evolution trauma? Su Xiaojiu quietly replied, I trust him. What is your basis for that? Yesu said. Su Xiaojiu pursed her lips, saying Mr. Chow has seen his plan, and since Mr. Chow did not severely reprimand him, there are only two possibilities. Either the formula is feasible, or Mr. Chow also doesn't understand. Don't joke. Can Mr. Chow not understand? At most, he just didn't think of it. He is a master-level evolution planner, a guest of major forces in the Federation. Not a joke, but a feeling. Oh, Xiaojiu, has your brain short-circuited? Don't tell me you've been brainwashed too thoroughly by my family as Charlotte and Mom, just because of a divination from over a decade ago. It's hard to explain in detail. Just know that Aunt Chinju and I are both priests of the Deep Blue Moon Court, and we get inspiration from the Deep Blue Moon, which is more accurate than what we see and hear. After talking for so long, it's still metaphysics. Yisu rolled her eyes and poked Su Xiaojiu's armpit. In my opinion, the little lion is quite good, tall and handsome, and he gives a strong sense of security. Let him help you with your treatment. Su Xiaojiu replied, do you think this is a blind date? If you like him so much, go find him for your treatment. TCH. Yisu shook her head and confidently said, sisters like women, so I don't care for stinky men. Yisu, do you remember what I told you before? Su Xiaojiu said softly. Yisu tilted, head himeme. Su Xiaojiu continued, people from the Star Association only have one purpose in doing things, to serve the ancient starry sky. The little lion looks perfectly normal. Not all eccentric. Yisu scratched her temple. Just be cautious, Su Xiaojiu advised. While the two girls were whispering, Chao Qingxuan had already announced the competition topics. There were a total of 2 competitions, which were the 2 most important skills for evolution planners. First, planning evolution pathways. Second, treating the pain of evolution. Chao Qingxuan already had a perfect plan in mind. The 2 competitions would take place together, and the results would be announced simultaneously. Wang Jun and Alexander Leon would each win 1 item, forcing a tie between the 2. This way, neither of the young men would be the winner. Ha ha ha. The more Chao Qingxuan thought about it, the more pleased he became, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. The younger generation didn't know his temperament, but Sun Lutong was quite familiar with it. Old Chao, what bad idea are you cooking up? Sun Lutong asked. Chao Qingxuan twitched his ears and made a face, narrowing his eyes into little green beans, as if to say, Old Sun, mind your own business and just watch the show. He then flicked his bangs with his right hand, his thick black hair swaying with emotion. The 2 main topics were just that. They were a required course for every evolution planner, a lifelong course that would never graduate. Therefore, the 2 competitions set by the old man would definitely be very reasonable. First, planning evolution pathways. At this point, Chao Qingxuan looked at Wang Jun, young friend. If I'm not mistaken, you are currently a level 1 extraordinary, right? Wang Yun nodded. Yes. Jesus is within it. Who? When did you become a level 1? You were just in the awakening phase before. Wang Jun smiled but didn't answer. Su Xiaojiu lightly poked Yesu's soft spot, cousin. Don't ask others about their privacy in public. Hee. Yisu instinctively turned her body to avoid the tickling attack. Slap. Slap. Chao Qingxuan lightly tapped the table and said, Yisu, stop being naughty. Call your dad and ask him to lend you some people. I want tea. Yisu shook her head. Old Chao, you're very bad. Refusing a good thing that comes to your door? Chao Qingxuan said. Yisu raisit, hernose. What do you mean? Chao Qingxuan explained. Bring 20 level 1 extraordinary people from your Black Blade Alley. Let Wang Jun and the little lion help them plan their evolution pathways for free. Isn't that a good thing? Yisu's eyes turned as she thought for 2 seconds, navigating through her mental maze. Her expression became serious as she stood up and said, Okay, is Wang Jun's planned evolution pathway reliable? That is still debatable. But since the little lion returned from the Lighthouse of Hope, he must have great capabilities. If 20 level 1 extraordinary people are all planned well, that means there will be 20 future level 2 extraordinary people. A level 1 still fears light thermal weapons, while a level 2 can ignore most thermal weapons, unless it's heavy weapons like rocket launchers or missiles. The gap of one level may seem small, but its impact is very clear. Moreover, the evolution planners from the Lighthouse of Hope are not low-quality goods. The planned evolution pathways likely have potential for future upgrades. Hee. Yisu showed a lovesick smile. Grandpa Chow is really powerful. By then, if you keep an eye on it and round it off, our Black Blade Alley will have quite a few level 3s. Now you're calling Grandpa Chow. Just now, you were calling him Old Chow and saying he was very bad. Chow Qingshuan half smiled, half teased. Yesu loaded herposture. Tugging at her clothes and mimicking a cute little girl, I was wrong. Saying this, she took out her smartphone. Right now, call my dad Grandpa Chow. You can't back out. Little boss, he has raised a good daughter. She is just like him. Both are the kind who one tea let go until they see the rabbit. Chow Qingshuan waved his hand, made a sarcastic remark, then said, so it's settled. The first item is very simple, planning evolution pathways. Therefore, I will add a condition. It needs to show immediate results. Young friend Wang Jun is a level 1. So take the level 1 extraordinary as the benchmark. For the 20 level 1 extraordinary people, you will each plan evolution pathways for 10 extraordinary people. Whoever's planned evolution pathway has better results and more effective people will win. Alexander Leon nodded. No problem. All right, Wang Jun said. The two agreed, and the first competition was confirmed. Chow Qingshuan's gaze turned to Wang Jun. Planning evolution pathways requires knowledge of various extraordinary materials, enough exposure to extraordinary people, and systematic study. Therefore, it particularly requires time accumulation. Wang Jun could hardly surpass Alexander Leon. However, treating the pain of evolution was different. Each extraordinary person's physique is unique. Even if there are general similarities, there will never be absolute consistency. The means of treating the pain of evolution must be specially tailored. Chow Qingshuan furrowed his brow, recalling the spirit medicine formula Wang Jun had provided earlier. That formula should be fine, even if it can't completely cure Su Xiaojio. It can alleviate her pain to some extent, even prolong her life. In a sense, this also counts as treating the pain of evolution. After pondering for several seconds, Chow Qingshuan announced the second competition. Treat Su Xiaojio's pain of evolution and provide a plan. Upon hearing this, everyone around looked over. They all knew Wang Jun had already provided a plan in advance, which was equivalent to a deliberate concession. Just what I wanted. Alexander Leon's eyes gleamed. It's my honor to treat Miss Su's pain of evolution. To be honest, when I came to City 36, I had 3 things to do. 1 was the family appointment, 2 was to apprentice under Old Chow, and 3 was to treat Miss Su's pain of evolution. After saying this, he turned to look at Su Xiaojio, his eyes seemingly filled with deep affection. Su Xiaojio frowned slightly and said, that might not work. Alexander Leon was taken aback, asking why. Did I say something wrong to upset Miss Su? It's not about you. Su Xiaojio shook her head. I've already asked Mr. Wang Jun to treat my pain of evolution. Chow Qingshuan said, young lady Su, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? The people from the Star Association have strange methods. They might play tricks during treatment. Su Xiaojio shook her head. This can't be said in public. She turned to Wang Jun. Is it okay? It's fine. Wang Jun nodded in response. Alexander Leon's eyelids twitched, and jealousy flared up in his heart. What is so special about him? Nothing special. Su Xiaojio shook her head, just asking someone to handle it. It's not about trusting both. Trust? Mis isu tost Wang Yun. The jealousy in Alexander Leon's heart burned fiercely, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. No way. If it were someone else's pain of evolution, Wang Jun's chances of winning would be even smaller, Chow Qingshuan said. Once I say something, it's like spitting nails. I can't change it. Chapter 41. 2 other less ideal treatment plans. Chow Qingshuan was afraid Su Xiaojio would refuse and that things would go awry. So he hurriedly said, after all, Wang Jun's extraordinary level is lower, and he is a newly appointed evolution planner, unlike Alexander Leon, who has systematically studied for 2 years. Wang Jun will definitely be at a disadvantage in experience. To be fair, treating Miss Su's pain of evolution is the best choice for the second competition. Wang Jun has a preliminary understanding of that period and has done some homework, while the little lion has just begun to get in touch. One person can't serve two masters. Su Xiaojio shook her head, her gaze filled with determination. Seeing that she was not persuaded, Chao Qingxuan turned to Wang Jun, winked with his left eye, and while giving hints, said, "Young friend, you should quickly persuade her. Entrusted by others, loyal to one's duties." Wang Yun smiled. "I respect Miss Su's opinion. You all." Chao Qingxuan sat back in his original position, feeling gloomy. Alexander Leon looked at Wang Jun, his eyes fluctuating with emotions. He was quite displeased with the cooperation between Wang Jun and Su Xiaojio, which made him feel as if something he cherished was being taken away. However, he had to seize this opportunity. Chao Qingxuan was aloof and proud, known for his bad temper in the circle of evolution planners. Wang Jun's actions were equivalent to provoking Chao Qingxuan, and there was no need to compare. It was a direct declaration of inevitable loss. He was convinced of victory and thought he would soon succeed in apprenticing. Achieving a goal in City 36 was indeed easy, even though Alexander Leon was already very confident. He couldn't help but feel happy about things going smoothly. The corner of his mouth lifted again as the little lion asked, "Old Mr. Chao, does this count as Wang Jun automatically forfeiting?" Chao Qingxuan replied, "Of course not. Yes, Wang Jun doesn't cherish the opportunity given by old Mr. Chao." Halfway through his words, Alexander Leon paused and said, "What? Old Mr. Chao, do you mean?" "I mean the competition must continue," Chao Qingxuan said, anger building in his heart, his rosy and plump face turning as red as clouds. But both Miss Su and Wang Jun disagreed. Alexander Leon said, "Their disagreement is their business. I have my own plans." Chao Qingxuan rolled his eyes, looking rude as he pointed at Wang Jun. "This kid has already revealed his treatment plan in advance. You should present your treatment plan, and I can judge for myself." Sun Lutong smiled and said, "Old man, you really can do this. You don't even care about your face. You're quite bold. The Su family girl has never gotten along with me, and Wang Jun is just a young one. Why should I accommodate them?" Chao Qingxuan raised his head, his double chin trembling. The others around, being younger, felt quite speechless but were hesitant to speak out due to Chao Qingxuan's seniority. Yisu was straightforward, but she was still on the phone and couldn't afford to complain. "Come on, tell me, if you were to treat her, what plan would you use?" Chao Qingxuan looked at Alexander Leon. Wang Yun, Isu Xiu, Sun Lutang, and Lung Qingming all focused their gazes on Alexander Leon simultaneously. Alexander Leon suddenly felt immense pressure, paused for a moment, and said, "I haven't seen Miss Su's evolution trauma, so I can't judge." At this moment, Yisu finished her call and sat back next to Su Xiaojio, whose evolution trauma was inconvenient to show on her leg. Wang Jun had already given his treatment plan. Alexander Leon clenched his left fist, suppressing his jealousy, and said, "I want to see it too." As soon as he spoke, he realized he had misspoken. That statement was overly greasy. "Miss Su, I didn't mean it that way. This kind of situation only makes things worse. And the best method is not to explain." Lung Qingming couldn't stand it and helped Su Xiaojio refuse. Alexander Leon's face turned awkward and he fell silent. Chao Qingxuan clicked his tongue. "It's not that complicated. Su family girl, explain your evolution trauma to him." Su Xiaojio shook her head. Chao Qingxuan, furious, asked, "Do you still want the star grass?" Su Xiaojio frowned slightly, her expression quite hesitant. The star grass in Chao Qingxuan's possession was her most hopeful opportunity. Losing it meant she didn't know when she could obtain it again. An incident had occurred in the Devil's Sea, and she hoped the lighthouse would announce at least a 3-month investigation. After the investigation was lifted, obtaining and transporting the stargrass would take at least a month, and by then, she would have long passed her 18th birthday, already dead. Su Xiaojio looked at Wang Jun, who noticed the hesitation in her eyes. At this moment, Chao Qingxuan took out the stargrass and deliberately waved it around. The shimmering starlight scattered in the air, reminiscent of Su Xiaojio's gradually fading life. No one would not cherish their own life, and she was no exception. Hesitation, confusion, and unwillingness filled her eyes, Su Xiaojiu buried her head, hiding most of her face under the wide brim of her hat. Yisu suddenly said, "Old Chow, I've already borrowed someone for you. Why are you still deliberately making things difficult for my Xiaojiu? Anyway, this is the condition. If she disagrees, it won't matter." Chao Qingxuan spread his hands. At this point, Lung Qingming couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Xiaojiu's injury is due to the imbalance between ice and fire energies, severely burning her calves and restricting her further enhancement of life essence. She was Su Xiaojiu's attending physician, responsible for helping her maintain her health. And, as a unique doctor, she often tried to understand evolution trauma from a medical perspective. Leng Yesujoyu vanted to interrupt Leng Vingning. Lung Qingming pretended not to hear and quickly and thoroughly described Su Xiaojiu's evolution trauma. Alexander Leon listened with a frown throughout, then sighed. Miss Su is actually enduring such inhumane pain at all times. I can see no signs of it on your face. Your spirit is resilient and beautiful. It truly shocks me. I will definitely use all my knowledge to heal you. Alexander Leon raised his teacup, leveled his gaze, and then tilted his head back to drink it all. Chao Qingxuan asked, "How much time do you need to provide a treatment plan?" The teacup hit the wooden table with a dull thud. Alexander Leon extended 3 fingers, saying, "I will definitely provide an answer within 30 minutes. All right, find a quiet place to think." Chao Qingxuan nodded. "By the time you have thought it through, those 20 extraordinary individuals should be in place." Alexander Leon left the second-floor terrace. Lung Qingming held Su Xiaojiu's hand, reassuring her, "Life comes first. Everything else is unimportant. It's not like we are asking Alexander to formally treat you. We just want him to understand the specific symptoms of your evolution trauma through my words." Exactly. Having one more person is one more source of strength. Plus the little lion comes from the lighthouse of hope. Isn't that more reliable than Wang Jun? Yisu echoed. With her wide-brimmed hat covering her face, Su Xiaojiu apologized. "Mr. Wang Jun, I didn't expect." "No need to apologize. You did nothing wrong." Wang Jun smiled. "If I were you, I would have agreed long ago." But Su Xiaojiu lightly bit her lip. Wang Jun said, "Actually, this is more beneficial for me. In my view, your evolution trauma has only 3 solutions, and the calming elixir I propose is the optimal solution." "Kid, don't boast." Chao Qingxuan glared and slammed the table. Thinking that coming up with one treatment plan was already a stroke of inspiration, where would he find the other 2? Wang Jun replied, "There are." "Tell me, what are the other 2 methods?" Yisu asked curiously. Lung Qingming looked at Wang Jun, who had amazed her once before. This time, she didn't want to jump to conclusions. Su Xiaojiu quietly lifted the brim of her hat, revealing half an eye as she looked at Wang Jun. "Kid, if you really have something, say it right here." Chao Qingxuan curved his fingers, flicking the teacup, the crisp sound echoing in the air. "If you can't say it, don't blame me for getting angry." "I can say it," Wang Jun teased, then asked. Old Chao has been talking for so long without clarifying what the winner can actually gain. Chao Qingxuan stood with his hands behind his back, using the spirit energy of a level 4 extraordinary person to manipulate the airflow. His hair and clothing fluttered as he pressed his voice down, speaking in a tone full of a master's demeanor. "Of course, it's to be my disciple." Wang Jun was completely uninterested and directly asked, "My goal is the Stargrass. As long as you can become my disciple. The Stargrass will be a gift for my disciple as a meeting gift." "That's not acceptable. I'd be at a loss." Wang Jun shook his head. Chao Qingxuan tilted his head. "Why?" Nearby, Sun Lutong took a sip of tea, teasing, "He doesn't want to become your disciple." "Impossible," Chao Qingxuan said confidently. "Who do you think I am? I'm among the top few in master-level evolution planners. What young person wouldn't want to become my disciple?" Wang Jun said, "What elder son said is absolutely right. I really don't want to take a master." Chao Qingxuan looked at Wang Jun with a resentful gaze, as if to say, "Do I not care about my face?" Wang Jun ignored it and continued, "If I don't take on a master, can I exchange for more extraordinary materials?" Chao Qingxuan exclaimed, "This is ridiculous." Whether to answer or not was equally embarrassing. Sun Lutong laughed heartily, finding it rare to see old Chao at a disadvantage. "Old man will decide for you. It's fine." Chao Qingxuan raised his middle finger. "Old son, you're backstabbing your old buddy." Yes, that's right. Sun Lutong smiled broadly, as if to say they were comparing notes. No one in the entire Federation has this kind of thinking. Chao Qingxuan curled his lip. Let's leave it at that. Now, tell me what your other two treatment plans are and what effects they can achieve. Wang Jun said, apart from the spirit suppression potion, there are two other less ideal treatment plans. Chao Qingxuan said, don't drag it out like squeezing toothpaste. If you really have them, just say it quickly. Wang Jun nodded gently, saying, the first plan is to find a master to guide the convergence of ice and fire extraordinary powers in Miss Su's left and right legs. Then amputate both legs and replace them with mechanical prosthetics, thus losing extraordinary abilities and becoming an ordinary person. Required materials: 1 demon sealing stone and 100 grams of dark spirit soil. The second plan is to find 1 fire-type extraordinary person and 1 ice-type extraordinary person, each rated at 3. These two will help her balance her extraordinary powers daily, which may extend her lifespan to a certain degree, estimated at 35 years. During this period, Miss Su can move freely with her legs and still enhance her extraordinary abilities normally. There's about a 3 in 10 chance of successfully training to gradually suppress the ice and fire powers. The materials needed are pure water crystals and flame condensing stones, 1 of each daily without interruption. Chapter 42. The Doctor's Compassion on the second-floor terrace. There was a deathly silence. The crowd was unsure if Wang Jun's plans were feasible, and all eyes unconsciously turned to the authority present, Chao Qingxuan. What the hell? Chao Qingxuan was utterly shocked, feeling as if 10,000 waves were crashing in his heart. He doubted he had misheard, yet he was certain he had not. There really were 2 other treatment plans. Cough, cough, cough. Why are you all looking at me? Chao Qingxuan pretended to be indifferent, waving his hands repeatedly. Sun Lutong, amused, sipped tea while laughing. Old Chao, you are the master here. Only you know how effective the other 2 treatment plans Wang Jun provided are. Why the hurry? Let me think. Chao Qingxuan raised his middle finger at Sun Lutong, then buried himself in thought. Hearing this, Sun Bu felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He had seen many evolution planners, including those from the Wanling University and the Lighthouse of Hope. However, those people rarely provided multiple plans when treating evolution-related issues. Even with systematic training and a solid foundation as an evolution planner, it still required considerable effort to come up with one plan. Wang Jun provided 3 at once, including predictions for the required materials and achievable effects for each. The difference was like heaven and earth. Sun Bu had seen Wang Jun the day after his awakening. He could tell Wang Jun was not intentionally hiding his strength. He had truly just awakened. In other words, Wang Jun's first treatment as an evolution planner was for Lin Yue, where he confidently faced the pressure of being doubted by Lung Qingning, as if he could see through Lin Yue's body and find the most suitable extraordinary materials from the vast ocean of possibilities. Perhaps Wang Jun was indeed the genius his grandfather spoke of. Sun Buu's thoughts flashed with golden red light, and he silently hoped. Let's wait a bit longer and see what his evolutionary planning path looks like. After a while, Chao Qingxuan sighed deeply. The people around him looked at him, but he gazed at Wang Jun as if observing a freak. Aren't you nervous at all? Wang Jun shook his head, saying that providing plans was merely saying whatever came to mind, nothing more. You have quite the talent, young man, Chao Qingxuan said. The 3 methods you provided are all effective. The first one is the least favorable, akin to a gecko losing its tail. The Su family girl will only be an ordinary person from now on. Wang Jun nodded. That's right. Chao Qingxuan continued. The second method is a life-prolonging approach. It cannot cure the problem, but it may allow Su Xiaojiu to resolve the issue through self-cultivation. Why not choose this one? Wang Jun replied, for 2 reasons. First, extraordinary people rated at 3 are not cabbages by the roadside. It's challenging to find those who meet the criteria and are willing to act as caretakers. Second, prolonging life is just that. If you really want to cure it, it's a gamble with extremely low odds. Since I've become an evolution planner, I must at least adhere to the basic professional ethics and not gamble with the lives of those who trust me. Well said. Chao Qingxuan stroked his chin, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Your decision not to use the second method is more reassuring than offering the third method. Since you stated the first, second, and third methods, it shows your thought process. You're dissatisfied with the worst method, thought of the second, which is indeed effective and has a minuscule chance for a cure. If it were a careless evolution planner, they would have rushed to apply the extraordinary method. Su Xiaojiu blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Wang Jun with a deep meaning. When the teacher provided the plan, he only mentioned the third one. It turned out he had already racked his brain at that time. In that moment, she silently rejoiced, thankful that the person they found was Wang Jun. Su Xiaojiu clenched her delicate fist against her lips, increasingly believing that the guidance from the deep blue moon pointed to Wang Jun. He was the one predicted by Aunt Qingjue. Yisu looked at Su Xiaojiu, then at Chao Qingxuan and quietly asked, Lung Jie, do you think old Chao's evaluation of that Wang Jun guy is a bit too high? It's only low, not high. Lung Qingning shook her head. The position of evolution planners in the Federation is very high. Providing a treatment plan is like bestowing a favor upon others. Many people do that. Wang Jun was able to think of the second method, see the shortcomings of it, and come up with a better third method. It may not be better. The spirit suppression potion may not even be effective. Yisu pouted. You don't understand, but I do. Lung Qingning said, it's like when I encounter a patient. If she were to have her heart removed and replaced with an artificial heart, she could live, but not very well. I would definitely think of a second method. Then I would think of a highly difficult surgery that I could perform, gaining both reputation and profit. At that moment, I would have a 99% probability of not considering a third method anymore. But Wang Jun is different. He thinks with the patient in mind, or rather, he has no particular ideology. He just has a pure heart, thinking and searching again for a third method. It sounds a bit convoluted. Yisu scratched his nose. But to be able to do that is really impressive. Lung Qingning nodded. Yes, very impressive. Not only is it impressive that he can think of 3 methods, but even more so is his persistence and responsibility in not giving up. Sun Lutong curled his finger, creating an invisible force. The amber-colored tea in the teapot was guided by the force, pouring out in a winding line directly into Wang Jun's cup. When the cup was 7/10 full, the flow stopped. Sun Lutong stroked his long beard and smiled, a doctor's compassion. Young friend Wang Jun deserves this cup of tea. Indeed, Chao Qingxuan unusually did not argue back, nodding in agreement. The identities of the 2 elders were evident, and their attitudes were surprisingly good, even carrying a hint of rare respect from the old for the young. Yisu, despite being clueless, felt a tremor in his heart like an earthquake. He seemed not so bad after all. No wonder Xiaojiu chose him to treat the evolution-related issue. Yisu shook his head, unwilling to acknowledge his feelings. No. The little lion likes Xiaojiu so much. He would definitely put in extra effort, at least think of 6 methods. Nearby, Sun Bu raised his cup, a Jun. This cup is for you. Everyone around the dining table raised their cups in unison and drank the red tea inside. Keu Kingsun looked at Wang Yun, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. He had never thought that a young person could have such a responsible attitude. A beginner? So what? In nearly 120 years of life, he had seen countless condescending evolution planners. There were those who were arrogant in their abilities and those who relied on their age. Was there any shame in it? Chao Qingxuan recalled his stubbornness from 10 minutes ago, and his face flushed slightly. But fortunately, his complexion was already rosy and shiny. So the younger ones around him couldn't tell. Sun Lutong teased, Old Chao, did I hold you down just now, or did I get it wrong? Chao Qingxuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and concealed his inner embarrassment and shame. 30 minutes later, 20 level 1 extraordinary individuals arrived at the entrance of the small building with red bricks and black tiles. They formed 2 rows, 10 people in each, standing neatly, each face glowing with joy. They all knew this was an opportunity, a chance to advance to level 2. The competition between the 2 evolution planners featured one who had recently gained fame, Wang Jun, and the other, Alexander Leon from the Hope Lighthouse. Either one could be called a genius evolution planner. Moreover, with Master Chao Qingxuan backing them up, he was undoubtedly a well-known master. Chao Qingxuan stood on the steps at the entrance, his voice clear and strong. The left row belongs to Wang Jun, and the right row belongs to the little lion, Alexander Leon. He looked up at the sky. The sun was high, and the sunlight fell on his face, feeling particularly warm. Since it was still early, he decided to give them ample time. Planning the evolution paths for 10 people could be a bit tiring. I will appropriately relax the competition conditions. At Wanling University, evolution planners typically took 10 to 12 minutes to plan evolution paths for level 1 extraordinary individuals. You too can take 15 minutes, which means for 10 people. A total of 150 minutes to be used as you wish, but results must be produced after 150 minutes. Chao Qingxuan smiled and asked, "Is there a problem?" "No." Wang Jun shook his head. Alexander Leon grinned, his teeth reflecting the sunlight, shining brightly. The time was too long. 5 minutes per person was sufficient. Chao Qingxuan waggled his finger. "Don't be hasty. There are still restrictions. The use of extraordinary materials must be controlled within the level range. Level materials are not allowed. The total value of the materials should be kept as low as possible, when the potential of the evolution paths is comparable. Whoever uses cheaper and more common materials will be the victor. This is common sense. There is no need for further explanation from Mr. Chao." Alexander Leon snickered, glancing sideways at Wang Jun, thinking to himself that he had forgotten Wang Jun was still a beginner. The 10 level 1 extraordinary individuals assigned to Wang Jun exchanged glances, secretly muttering, "What is being said in the alleys and clubs is different. ISN, Team Mr. Wang supposed to be a master? How could he be a beginner?" Doubt had been planted in their hearts. This was precisely the effect Alexander Leon wanted. Planning an evolution breakthrough had to show immediate results. Thus, the relationship between the evolution planner and the extraordinary individuals was no longer one-sided. It became a cooperative effort. Once the extraordinary individuals had doubts, what could have succeeded might fail due to their internal conflicts. On the other side, the 10 level 1 extraordinary individuals assigned to Alexander Leon all wore expressions of foolish joy, as if favored by the goddess of luck. The Hope Lighthouse was one of the 2 sacred places for federal evolution planners, and Alexander Leon, coming from the Leon family, was referred to as the Little Lion by Chao Qingxuan, showing how much his family valued him. Such figures would definitely not be useless. Instead, they were superstars. Having someone plan an evolution path for them was a shallow connection. With this layer of relationship, regardless of whether they wanted to pledge allegiance, it was a good thing in any case. The Little Lion, like the Old Lion, appeared straightforward but was actually hiding schemes. Chao Qingxuan narrowed his eyes, noticing Alexander Leon's tactics, but did not point them out. Alexander Leon stepped forward, handing over a sealed letter containing the method I wrote to treat Miss Sue's evolution ailment. "I already know Wang Jun's plan. Your plan is in the letter, and I will announce it after you complete the planning of the evolution paths." Chao Qingxuan nodded, accepted the letter, took out his smartphone from his clothing pocket, set a 150-minute countdown timer, and said while pressing the buttons, "You can start now." Chapter 43. Speed disparity at 12:59 p.m. The second hand on the smartphone screen simulated watch dial moved clockwise, making a crisp ticking sound, and Chao Qingxuan immediately pressed the timer button. It was now exactly 1 p.m. The first competition would last for 150 minutes, ending at 3:30 p.m. Not a second more could be added for operations. Chao Qingxuan lightly tapped his toes on the ground and moved his body backward in parallel. "Let us go. We'll return to the terrace to drink tea." "Old Chao, you forgot to give him materials," Yisu reminded. "Is it fair for me, this handsome old man, to provide materials for planning the evolution paths for you people from Black Edge Alley?" Chao Qingxuan retorted, his figure flying toward the second-floor terrace. Yisu wanted to argue, but found she couldn't. Next to her, Lung Qingming patted her shoulder and said, "Why don't you hurry up and call the boss to find someone to run errands and bring the extraordinary materials?" Nodding slightly, Yisu took out her smartphone and lit up the screen. Suddenly, the black shadow on the ground swayed like water plants. "I'm free again." Li Xuanqing jumped out of the shadow, bouncing up at least 2 meters off the ground. Boom, 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 boom. 4 1-cubic-meter black boxes crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in front of the small building with red bricks and black tiles. "The boss is closing you tightly. How dare you come out?" Lung Qingming frowned. "That must be an official task." Li Xuanqing raised his left eyebrow 3 times, taking a deep breath, looking like a victim who had sung Iron Window Tears for decades. He lightly patted the large black box beside him and grinned. "My master asked me to bring these." They are all extraordinary materials, covering most types of level and level. Is that all? Yisu leaned over. It shouldn't be. When did our family become this poor? Li Xuanqing said, Hey, Miss Yisu, don't speak carelessly. These 4 boxes contain samples, representing the extraordinary materials we have in stock in Black Edge Alley. Yisu shrugged, squatting down to open the black box. After glancing a few times, she found nothing special. It was still the same stuff. Losing interest, she walked behind Su Xiaojiu and pushed her wheelchair. Thank you, Brother Xuanqing, for running errands. It's no trouble. Li Xuanqing raised his hand to adjust his collar, revealing his big white teeth. No one would dislike a stunning beauty. Being a lecher himself, he was no exception. Running errands? Huh. Yisu rolled her eyes and waved her hand as if shooing away a mosquito. You don't need to go up. You'll still have to run errands later to get extraordinary materials for those too. Li Xuanqing was not ashamed, his right hand running through his hair to the back of his head, striking a pose he thought was handsome. Ajun is my good brother. He helped me a lot, and it's only reasonable that I help him run errands. Help? Yisu asked, puzzled. Li Xuanqing explained, If Yin Ti caused this incident, how will my master have let me leave that hellhole? Yisu clicked her tongue, not continuing the conversation. Lung Qingming teased. You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already calling each other brothers. Heroes appreciate heroes. That is how it has always been. Li Xuanqing puffed out his chest, waving his sleeve. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 large black boxes were lined up in the middle of the road. The tops and sides of the boxes collapsing and retracting, finally gathering into the base. Inside the boxes were a dazzling array of extraordinary materials, crystal types, bodily types, plant types. On both sides, the 20 level 1 extraordinary individuals swallowed hard in unison. They had never seen so many extraordinary materials in their lives. If everything is taken away, that would be an immense fortune. Extraordinary materials are very expensive. The cheapest grade of extraordinary materials costs at least several thousand, while higher grades range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. There are at least over 1,000 kinds of extraordinary materials displayed on the ground, each unique. All samples, but their combined value is at least several hundred million. Li Xuanqing leaned forward, licked his lips, and, want to take them? The 20 level 1 extraordinary beings shook their heads like a rattle drum. Alexander Leon frowned. Li Xuanqing, don't interfere with me. Are you the little lion? Li Xuanqing clicked his tongue, gave a thumbs up, pointed to the ground, and said, Ajuin is 100 times stronger than you. You might as well admit defeat and get lost. Glancing sideways at Wang Jun, Alexander Leon said, Are you using tricks to deliberately interfere with me? Wang Jun pulled a level 1 extraordinary being, concentrated eye spikes on his fingertips, and cut through the latter's skin. After inflicting damage, a string of binary code flashed through his left eye. The opponent's evolution tree appeared in his mind, and Wang Jun focused entirely on reading it, completely ignoring Alexander Leon's words. Don't overthink Ajuin. Li Xuanqing intercepted in front of Alexander Leon, snorted coldly. The Leon family is a bunch of hypocrites. But Ajuin doesn't stoop to your usual lowly tricks. Upon hearing this, Alexander Leon's face darkened. With a glint of malice in his eyes, I have no grievances with you. Why target me everywhere? No grievances? Li Xuanqing raised his middle finger. I arrived a bit earlier and just happened to see you trying to trip Ajuin up and inciting the 10 level 1 extraordinary beings assigned to him. That's reason enough. Alexander Leon snorted coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Step aside. Don't block my competition. Arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Li Xuanqing raised his eyebrows. Wait until you see Ajuin's power. You'll have your time to cry. Just him? He's just a wild card, not comparable to me at all. Alexander Leon turned his back and walked toward his first level 1 extraordinary being. Li Xuanqing stared at Alexander Leon's back, silently thinking, no matter whether Ajuin wins or loses, I will definitely beat you up tonight. Time passed, neither fast nor slow. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of the simulated clock had already made 29 rotations and was about to reach the 30th. Whew. Alexander Leon let out a long breath. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Third one, mission accomplished. His azure eyes looked at the level 1 extraordinary being in front of him, maintaining a polite smile. Next, you go find a comfortable position to stay, count to 100, then take this vial of spirit fire lizard's brain fluid. On the other side of 4 large black boxes, a bald man with black skin and pale eyes looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly. The gap is too big, mister. Wang Jun has been checking for 30 minutes and still hasn't planned an evolution path. On the other hand, it's no surprise that a genius evolution planner from the Lighthouse of Hope has already planned evolution paths for 3 extraordinary beings. Nearby, the other 9 looked at each other, their emotions almost identical to the bald man. They were all cursing their bad luck for being assigned to Wang Jun. On the second floor terrace, Yisu said while eating snacks, "See, I told you, Wang Jun can't compare to the little lion. Planning an evolution path requires accumulation, and at this time, his lack of experience will show." Su Xiaojiu said, "Cousin, don't be so loud. The first match has a total of 150 minutes. They haven't even used half the time yet. How do you know Wang Jun can't do it? The little lion has completed 3, while Wang Jun is still at 0. That's a clear gap." Yisu spread her hands, offering a piece of osmanthus cake to Lung Qingning, cold sister. "Don't you think so?" Lung Qingning took the osmanthus cake, sniffed it, and shook her head. "You can't draw conclusions until the last second." Su Xiaojiu chuckled. "See, even cold sister says that." "Oomph. Have you all been bewitched by Wang Jun?" Yisu scoffed. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. Planning an evolution path isn't about speed. As she spoke, she pointed at Chao Qingxuan. Yisu looked over and saw Chao Qingxuan holding a pastry in one hand and a teacup in the other, blissfully eating and drinking. "What does that mean?" Yisu titet hadhit, asking. Lung Qingning, who used to be Chao Qingxuan's student and was familiar with her temperament, explained softly. "The teacher hasn't even looked over, which shows it's not time to determine the winner yet." At this moment, Sun Bu was staring intently at Wang Jun, filled with confusion. "What's going on? Isn't he a genius? How come after 30 minutes, he still hasn't planned an evolution path?" Sun Lutong raised his fingertip, and 2 drops of tea flew out of his teacup. Plop, plop. The droplets hit Sun Bu's forehead. "Bu, your composure is still lacking. Your energy is fluctuating. What are you thinking about?" Sun Lutong said. With a slight blush on his forehead, Sun Bu rubbed it to ease the pain. "I'm just worried that Wang Jun's talent as an evolution planner is just a flash in the pan. There's still plenty of time. He's not in a hurry." "Why are you?" Sun Lutong stroked his beard and glared at Sun Bu. Sun Bu didn't explain and remained silent. Young people always have many thoughts. "Weren't we the same at your age?" Chao Qingxuan laughed heartily. "Why are you so strict with your own grandson?" "Because my good grandson is a genius among geniuses." Sun Lutong shot back, pride evident in his eyes. Chao Qingxuan was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't want to engage with Sun Lutong, glancing around. At this moment, the second hand stood straight, about to reach the 31st circle. Wang Jun walked toward the large black box, bent down to select materials. Li Xuanqing transformed into a shadow, appearing beside him. "What do you need?" "I'll get it. 10 grams of shattered ice bones, 1 sun lotus." Wang Jun didn't hold back and directly listed his order. Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up. "All right, wait, I'll be back in 30 seconds. After saying this, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared. Wang Jun didn't waste time and walked straight to the second extraordinary being. Not far away, Alexander Leon said, "I told you, you're not worthy of being my opponent, and you still don't believe it. Now, it's time for you to be slapped in the face." Wang Jun lazily turned his back to Alexander Leon and raised 2 middle fingers. Incompetent people are always rude. Alexander Leon chuckled carelessly, speaking loudly. "Next, I'm going to speed things up." He extended 5 fingers toward the second floor terrace and raised his voice. "From now on, 5 minutes per person." On the terrace, Gao Gingsun supli Dawen. Noticing his old friend's change in expression, Sun Lutong sipped his tea and said, "Rushing for speed is not a good thing." Gao Gingsun zipli. "Don't mind him. Let's continue our conversation." Over the next 20 minutes, Alexander Leon indeed accomplished what he claimed. A total of 4 extraordinary beings' evolution paths were planned. Meanwhile, Wang Jun barely completed 1 extraordinary being's path. With about 100 minutes left in the countdown, their planning completion ratio was 7-2, a significant numerical gap. Yisu said, it's coming. The little lion's efficiency is really fast." Lung Qingning and Su Xiaojiu didn't respond, both focusing their attention on Wang Jun. At this moment, Li Xuanqing like a shadow, appeared at the dining table, grabbed 2 pieces of cake, stuffed them into his mouth, and said while chewing, "Miss, you can't be biased at a time like this." "Not at all. I'm just more optimistic about the skills from the Lighthouse of Hope." Yesushuk had he repeatedly. After all, Wang Jun just awakened not long ago and doesn't have any advantage. I really hope to cure Xiao Jio's illness. Whoever has the ability should treat her. That's the right thing to do. Saying this, she looked at Su Xiaojio, clearly wanting to persuade her to consider Alexander Leon. Su Xiaoyu lightly at Eustateahat, pretending not to know. Soon, another 15 minutes passed, and Alexander Leon had already planned the evolution paths for 10 level 1 extraordinary beings, while Wang Jun had just completed the 3rd one. It has been 65 minutes. Li Xuanqing stood in the shadow of the terrace, secretly calculating. A Jun can only plan for 1 person every 15 minutes, and the remaining time is simply not enough. A voice came from behind. "It's hard to say. Wang Jun's speed is also improving. Perhaps he can complete it within the specified time." Li Xuanqing turned around and smiled. "Brother Wu, you really supported Jun." "It's not support, but hope." Sun Buwu shook his head. "Li Chuangxin?" Sun Buwu smiled, unwilling to explain. At the dining table, Lung Qingming asked, "Teacher, is it okay for Alexander Leon to use level 2 strength to help those 10 extraordinary beings sort out the extraordinary energy in their bodies?" "Sure, why not? He hasn't violated the limitations I set," Chao Qinchuan said with a grin, crumbs of pastry at the corner of his mouth. The script was progressing in the direction he had preset, and he couldn't be more pleased. Planning the evolution path should result in Alexander Leon's victory. As for healing the wounds of evolution, others couldn't understand it, and it was still up to him. He firmly believed that Wang Jun would win. In this way, neither of them would meet the conditions, so there was no need to give the Stargrass, and he wouldn't have to take on a disciple. It was perfect. Suddenly, Chao Qinchuan's head turned over 90 degrees. Something's off. Why is the 4th one so fast? Wang Jun took 15 minutes to plan the evolution path for the 3rd person, but the 4th person jumped directly to about 5 minutes. This rate of improvement was quite abnormal. Chao Qinchuan observed carefully and then realized that Wang Jun's healing method was entirely based on potion preparation. The 4th, 5th, and 6th individuals were all the same. "Old Chao, why are you surprised?" Sun Lutong asked. Chao Qinchuan replied, "There are many ways to use extraordinary materials. Only about 30 chance can produce suitable potions. The other 70 is either direct external application or internal ingestion, or embedding specific materials in corresponding parts of the body. Are potions better? Yisuaskit. Gaokinsu not that. Potions are gentler and more labor-intensive. They're usually chosen when there is ample time." At this moment, Alexander Leon was helping the extraordinary beings while observing coldly. 10 people, 150 minutes. Making potions was simply unrealistic. He was indeed a beginner. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. In his view, Wang Jun's choice was unwise. While making potions could indeed improve the extraordinary being's acceptance, it was ultimately not worth the cost. After all, they were just extraordinary beings below level 2, without any special identities or abilities, so treating them with such care was a mistake. Alexander Leon slowly closed his eyes, no longer looking at Wang Jun, fully focused on sorting the extraordinary energy for the 10 extraordinary beings he was responsible for. The crude use of materials needed to be paired with exquisite sorting techniques. The two would neutralize each other, resulting in an effect that did not require potion making, yet was comparable to the results of potion making. A smile full of sunshine spread across Alexander Leon's face. "Wait, why is there such a strong scent of medicine?" His eyelashes trembled twice, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Wang Jun, Chapter 44. Talent Wang Jun picked up a test tube with his left hand and condensed ice with his right. A visibly light, blue, transparent frost enveloped a crystal-like rainbow flower. The flower quickly withered, with 7 petals of varying sizes curling inward, turning into ice shards. Immediately afterward, the ice shards rapidly melted, transforming into a fragrant liquid. Wang Jun caught it all in the test tube, and the originally transparent liquid inside suddenly turned a light red. He then picked up other extraordinary materials in turn and repeated the process. This method is called cold extraction, a relatively common method for processing extraordinary materials. Wang Jun possessed most of the basic knowledge of a researcher, and cold extraction came from this. The control of ice and water truly had endless uses. Wang Jun was somewhat surprised inside. The cold extraction method in his memory was always completed with specific tools, but now he could perform it simply with his hands. This is the power of the extraordinary, a mastery of natural elements that he had never witnessed in his previous life. At this moment, the uniqueness of extraordinary power was once again highlighted, making him realize that stepping onto the extraordinary path was a fortunate and beautiful thing. With a slight wrist shake, the test tube rotated clockwise, mixing the liquid inside. Wang Jun focused on the liquid in the test tube, having cold extracted 7 or 8 types of level extraordinary materials: transparent, pink, light blue, tender green, different colors mixed together, ultimately becoming distinct, resembling a specially crafted cocktail. Alexander Leon gazed at the cocktail-like potion, feeling increasingly unsettled inside. The fragrance he smelled told him that the potion in the test tube would not be inferior. On the terrace, Yisu's nose twitched repeatedly. What smell is this? It smells so good. She closed her eyes, sniffing around, stood up from her chair, walked to the edge of the terrace, pressed her hands on the railing, and leaned forward. This is the scent of the potion. Chao Qinxuan said. Wang Jun's cold extraction method is quite extraordinary. The temperature is controlled so well that the extraordinary energy from 7 or 8 types of materials was extracted without any loss. Sun Lutong's eyes sparkled as he nodded and smiled. This little friend, Wang Jun's ability, is purely a matter of talent. His extraordinary ability has an extraordinary affinity for water in nature. I didn't expect him to find a very suitable branch attribute for the evolution path. Chao Qinxuan subtly shook his head, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Earlier, when he saw him condensing ice with his fingertips, he thought it was a shallow application of water control, but now it seemed he was mistaken. Condensing water into ice, melting ice back into water, adjusting around 0 degrees. The transformation between freezing and melting was seamless, and the essence of level materials was preserved exceptionally well. This could only be the dual mastery of ice and water. He was indeed bold, helping others plan evolution paths, where the risks are often borne by others and the psychological pressure is not too great. However, planning an evolution path for oneself would require extreme caution, hoping to find a flawless evolution path. Unfortunately, such a thing does not exist. Only exceptionally talented evolution planners can occasionally stumble upon it. This occasionally appearing evolution path is referred to as a perfect path. After a brief pause, Chao Qinxuan concluded, his control over the ice and water is so strong that he has likely found the perfect path. Jun is indeed lucky. Li Shuangxing smilatapili. No, it's not just luck. Chao Qinxuan shook his head. Patience and courage are both essential. Leng Qingming asked, Teacher, do you appreciate him? It's not appreciation, it's envy. Chao Qinxuan propped his chin on his hand, his eyes reflecting a moment of nostalgia from his youth. After a while, he said, What day did he awaken? Li Shuangxing replied, I remember clearly. It was the early morning of February 21st. It's not even a month yet. Chao Qinxuan's pupils suddenly widened. Yes. Sun Buwu chimed in, with a hint of hope in his tone. Wang Jun took less than a month to go from awakening to becoming a level 1 extraordinary being. And you, old Chao, just said he found the perfect path. Could it be that he has some sort of extraordinary talent? Of course he has talent. Chao Qinxuan nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Sun Buwu, but don't hold too high of expectations. I can't even cure old Sun's old injury. Just relying on talent to treat old Sun would require an extraordinary affinity for life essence, capable of identifying 99 of the extraordinary material's explicit or implicit properties at a glance. Such individuals have only appeared a handful of times in history. They possess nearly legendary talent, a rare occurrence in a century. Sun Lutong waved his hand, interrupting, Why are we talking about me during this competition? Chao Qinxuan, familiar with Sun Lutong's strong-willed temperament, knew he would never show any weakness. Wang Jun's ability to switch between ice and water would definitely score him points in his first trial. Chao Qinxuan intentionally shifted the topic. Sun Buwu glanced at Sun Lutong, sensing his grandfather's questioning gaze, asking if he deserved a beating, and immediately fell silent. Sister Lung, is old man Chao up to something? He keeps praising Wang Jun. Is Wang Jun really that impressive? Yisu asked softly. Lung Qingning turned her head to look downstairs and said softly, "It's hard to say, just watch." Sister Ling usually looks down on others, so why is she hesitant to make a judgment about Wang Jun? Yisu was stunned, lightly biting her teeth, and said, "Old man Chao, Wang Jun is only at the 7th person now. Is there still time?" You can understand by looking at his cold material refinement speed. Chao Qingxuan chuckled. Yisu, who usually doesn't like to think, was taken aback by this. Su Xiaojiu explained, Mr. Wang Jun's time spent is increasing in a stepped manner. It started at 30 minutes, then 20 minutes, then 15 minutes, and now it has been reduced to 5 minutes. Yisu said, "Old man Chao wants immediate results. The effects of the evolution pathways will manifest on the spot. Look at those 10 extraordinary beings under him, 4 of whom are still waiting to be planned. By the time Wang Jun finishes the potion, they might not even have time for it to take effect." Not necessarily. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. The cold refining method can maximize the essence retained in the materials, and it will definitely be more effective than directly using extraordinary materials. Meanwhile, Alexander Leon had already finished the 8th person. The remaining 2 would take no more than 10 minutes combined. The last 2 extraordinary beings sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands hovering above their heads, soft energy flowing down from above, gradually infusing into their bodies. At the same time, he kept observing Wang Jun. Wang Jun had continuously produced 6 bottles of potions, the fragrant vapor of which was incredibly comforting, giving a sense of dynamism. Alexander Leon suddenly felt a sense of crisis. During his time studying at the Lighthouse of Hope, he had followed the demigod Chen Yuan for 3 months and knew that this feeling of vitality was equivalent to the opportunity for perfect evolution. It's hard to imagine that Wang Jun could consecutively produce 6 potions that satisfied the evolution of 6 extraordinary beings with different attributes. No, my technique can only achieve effects equivalent to the potions, but his potions are nearly perfect. If he can plan the evolution pathway for 10 people, then I will be the one to lose. A flash of light appeared in Alexander Leon's eyes. The family crest of the Leon family is a golden lion symbolizing victory, an eternally undefeated lion king. He has the direct bloodline of the family and has experienced the hardships of wandering at the bottom of city number 36. Longing more than most of his peers in the family to restore his ancestors' glory and become an intelligent and brave, invincible golden lion king. Alexander Leon closed his eyes, whispering to himself, "I must win, and win beautifully." Thoughts formed in his heart and manifested outward. Alexander Leon took out a potion that was half gold and half stardust and drank it. The next second, brilliant starlight illuminated his chest and abdomen, and a golden halo appeared behind his head, within which seemed to be a golden ocean. The intensity of the energy within him surged rapidly, and his life essence became incredibly vibrant. 3,000 points for 1,000 points, 5,000 points. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Alexander Leon's life essence surged threefold to a full 7,200 points. The life essence of a level 2 extraordinary being generally ranges between 1,000 and 10,000. 7,200 points may seem only moderately high, but it is enough for him. Star's secret method, blessing of the starry sky. Lion's insight, leader's mind roar. 2 extraordinary combat techniques, one from the Star Society and the other belonging to the Leon family. Both are strong combat techniques passed down through direct lineage. Using either one requires more than 2,000 points of life essence. Using both simultaneously requires an even larger amount of life essence. Roar. The resounding lion's roar pierced the clouds, and the light of gold and stardust intertwined like mist. On the 2nd floor terrace, Chao Qingxuan suddenly stood up. Nonsense. Alexander Leon seemed to have anticipated Chao Qingxuan's reaction and said loudly, "Old man Chao, please don't interrupt me now. If I fail, the lightest outcome for these 10 people will be becoming blind fools." Chao Qingxuan squinted, observing for a moment, and said, "What you just consumed was a spiritual medicine mixed with star dew and golden blood, greatly enhancing your life essence. just to use both secret techniques at once. The brilliance of gold and stardust enveloped the 10 extraordinary beings. Alexander Leon spread his arms and nodded. Old man with keen eyes. I used the family secret technique to control their minds temporarily, ensuring their absolute obedience, and then combined it with the secret technique of the Lighthouse of Hope. Nonsense. This is not the secret technique of the Lighthouse of Hope, but the forbidden technique of the Star Society. Chao Qingxuan approached the edge of the terrace and slammed the metal railing. Bang! The sound spread like swords cutting through metal, expressing his anger. Old man Chao, please calm down. This is not the first time I've used this method. I'm quite confident. Just wait and see. Not the first time. The Star Society's methods are still as disgusting as ever, Chao Qingxuan said with disdain in his eyes, coldly stating. If any of the 10 extraordinary beings you are responsible for encounter an accident, don't even think about bringing up the matter of apprenticeship again. Agreed. Alexander Leon stood in the light, his voice resonant and proud, looking almost unhuman. Is this still the little lion? Yesu murmured, feeling for the first time that she somewhat disliked Alexander Leon. Su Xiaojiu advised, the human heart is like a prison. He is no longer the person you remember. The innocent goodness from childhood has long been washed away by the brainwashing of the Star Society. Alexander Leon's life essence had greatly increased and was in a state of activation from the spiritual medicine, making his senses particularly sharp. He clearly heard Yi Su and Su Xiaojiu's conversation, but he didn't care at all. The teachings of the demigod, Chun Yuan, flashed through Alexander Leon's mind. Women are all drawn to the strong, as long as a man is powerful enough to crush everything. Any woman will be within reach. Chapter 45, Nearly Perfect. The golden brilliance formed an ocean, beneath which reflected a sea of stars. The 10 extraordinary beings were unable to control their bodies, one by one tilting their heads back, eyes wide open, mouths agape. Ah! Among them, a petite woman let out a painful scream from her throat. There was a problem with the flow of energy. In the next instant, Alexander Leon waved his palm, and golden stardust burst forth from his palm, embedding itself into the woman's forehead. The extraordinary energy within her suddenly stagnated. Alexander Leon said, the ancient starry sky bestows blessings. The moment the words landed, the woman's expression calmed down, and starlight appeared in her eyes as her life essence was guided onto the absolutely correct path by the blessing of the stars. Not far away, the 10 extraordinary beings under Wang Jun saw this scene and felt a chilling fear rise in their hearts. Is the method of the Lighthouse of Hope this sinister? Whether it's sinister or not doesn't matter. As long as the results are good, it's all worth it. Not necessarily. Being controlled by a high-level extraordinary being is not a good thing. I've seen it before. This is basically brainwashing and hypnosis. Even if they really advance to level 2, they will be stamped with a mental seal, which is worse than brainwashing. From then on, they will obey the caster without realizing it, thinking they came to those conclusions themselves. Damn, this method is too insidious. The Lighthouse of Hope is the light of humanity. How can we use such techniques? At this moment, the dark-skinned, pale-eyed bald man, one of Wang Jun's extraordinary beings, trembled violently. His hands hovered, no longer continuing to refine the potion. And Wang Jun turned to look. He saw the bald man's muscles twitching irregularly, as if each tiny muscle had developed its own consciousness. What's happening to him? Wang Jun walked closer and extended his index finger. The tip of his finger touched the bald man's forehead, and a thin layer of frost spread out in a spiderweb pattern from the point of contact. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Before the frostbite deepened, Wang Jun completed the extraordinary contact with the bald man. In Wang Jun's left eye, a binary stream of 010101 flashed, and the evolution tree of the big bald head appeared in his mind. Evolution tree owner, MO1, omitted, current status, muscle enhancement in progress, 10 seconds remaining. Omitted. Wang Jun retracted his finger and mentally counted to 10. MO1 suddenly opened his eyes, and all his muscles stopped trembling simultaneously. Thank you, Mr. Wang Jun, for your great kindness. MO1 took a step back, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and spoke with great excitement. Wang Jun accepted the gesture calmly, smiling as he nodded. After the breakthrough, what changes do you have in your abilities? Wang Jun could check the evolution tree, but it would consume extra life essence, so he simply asked. Mo, when didn't he hide anything, and said loudly, "My extraordinary ability is muscle specialization, divided into two directions, explosive power and endurance. At level 1, I can only use one specialization at a time, and it takes about 10 seconds to switch to the other direction. Now that I've reached level 2, I can control the switch between the two specializations within 12 seconds. He scratched his head and added, "Every muscle in my body is under control, allowing me to eliminate the inertia of various movements to a certain extent." Mo, when clenched his fists and performed a few military boxing moves. The movements looked very strange. Even though he threw a punch straight out, it appeared as if it were a squid's tentacle, entirely devoid of the inertia of force. To compare, when a normal person makes any movement, there is always a pause, which in gaming terms is called recovery time. However, with Mo, when S punches, it was as if each subsequent action could cancel out the recovery time of the previous action. Theoretically, as long as his stamina was sufficient, he could perform infinite combos. Not bad, Wang Jun smiled. As long as you're fine, I will continue to prepare the potions so we won't be caught off guard later. Montag wen steppet azide. Respectfully saying, "Thank you for your great kindness, Mr. Wang Jun. If you need anything in the future, just give me a shout, and I will not refuse, even if it means facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire." Seeing this scene, Alexander Leon sneered inwardly. "They're doing well, but unfortunately, your luck ends here." Bang, 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 bang. 10 consecutive explosive sounds rang out with almost no time gap. The light from the eyes and mouth shrank inward as 10 extraordinary beings belonging to Alexander Leon let out a synchronized roar. Ah! The sound traveled from the ground to the sky, from very near to very far, like a sharp sword piercing the high sky. Alexander Leon took a deep breath, and in front of the small building with red bricks and black tiles, a golden light and starlight flowed like water and mist into his mouth, like a whale swallowing the sea. Mission accomplished, Mr. Chow casually checked. He snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, the control effect of the leader's mental roar was lifted, and the 10 extraordinary beings regained their senses simultaneously. The expressions of these 10 people looking at Alexander Leon were very complex. There was gratitude, fear, and resentment. Chow Ching-sun jumped down and approached the small building, checking each of the 10 extraordinary beings in turn. Approximately perfect path, approximately perfect path, approximately perfect path. All 10 had the same result. And Alexander Leon repeated one phrase over and over. He didn't refer to it as a perfect path because the conservative faction led by the evolution planner of Hope Lighthouse did not recognize the existence of perfection, believing that the perfect paths described by the reformist evolution planners were merely exaggerated expressions. Perfection represents 100, but living beings can never achieve perfection. They can only approach it infinitely. For example, 999,9999. The numbers after the decimal point are infinite, but there will always be one. "Not bad, you barely pass," Chao Ching-sun said with a stern face as he walked back. Barely pass for 10 consecutive people. Alexander Leon's eyes concealed golden light. Once Chao Ching-sun walked a few steps away, he said to Wang Jun, "No need to waste effort, this match." Before he could finish his sentence, one of the extraordinary beings under his care, a petite woman, exuded an overwhelming aura. "Hot, I'm so hot." The woman suddenly ripped her outer garment, revealing a white vest underneath. Her eyes seemed to burn with golden flames. Her bare arms displayed skin the color of wheat, with pores on the surface resembling open gas valves, continuously shooting out white mist. Alexander Leon quickly dashed to her side, forming a seal with his left hand and extending his right hand. He pressed his right hand on the woman's head, golden light pouring from his palm like a gentle mountain spring. After 2 minutes, the woman's expression gradually stabilized, and her aura began to recede. Damn it, her evolution path has fallen from approximately perfect. Alexander Leon cursed inwardly, maintaining a smile as he tried to help the woman. However, the woman's receding aura was like a dam breaking, falling rapidly. "Get away." Chao Ching-sun couldn't stand it anymore and shoved Alexander Leon aside. Chao Ching's son circled around the woman, forming sword fingers with both hands, the tips glowing with dark blue light. Stab, 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 stab. His fingers moved like illusions, swift as the wind. Within 3 seconds, the woman's aura completely stabilized. "Thank you, Master Chao," the woman said. Chao Ching's son grasped with one hand, compressing the air into a transparent solid that blocked the woman's mouth. "Your life essence is still unstable. Don't speak. Let someone take you down to a completely quiet environment and sleep soundly. Remember, when sleeping, you must have companions to watch over you and block your mouth with a damn cloth." The woman nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Chao, I have a secret method." Alexander Leon attempted to salvage his mistake. Chao Ching's son glared at him coldly, his face stern. "Don't think I don't know your intentions. You're too utilitarian, prioritizing victory over life." "No, I really have a way," Alexander Leon insisted. Chao Ching's son, disgusted, waved his hand. "Stop with the tricks. A mistake is a mistake, but I want to directly disqualify you." Pointing at the departing woman, Chao Ching's son continued, "Her evolution path barely passes." "Barely pass? This is an insult." Alexander Leon had never received a score below excellent since returning to his family. He opened his mouth eagerly to explain. Chao Ching's son suddenly glared. "Say one more word, and you're out." Alexander Leon lowered his head, yielding, and remained silent. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on Wang Jun, who was still preparing potions. "Fortunately, this guy is running out of time. Forget about the 10th one. At his current speed, even completing the 9th person is a problem." Soon after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th individuals from Wang Jun's side awakened one after another, each exuding a full and rich aura, their life essence flowing freely within their bodies and minds. Wang Jun didn't look at them, but handed the 8th bottle of extraordinary potion to the 8th person, then said to the remaining 2, "You help me hold the test tubes." The 2 were twins. The older brother was named by Ba, with a mechanical eye in his left eye, and the younger brother was named by Gio, with a mechanical eye in his right eye. By Ba and by Gio followed Wang Jun's instructions, carefully holding the test tubes with both hands, fearing that something might go wrong. They weren't foolish. Mo1 and the 3 who awakened later were on the perfect path, which already indicated that Wang Jun was not just all talk. The test tubes in their hands were the key to advancement. With 7 minutes and 31 seconds remaining on the 150-minute countdown, Wang Jun worked with both hands simultaneously, helping Bai Ba extract the essence of the extraordinary materials on one side, while helping Bai Jio on the other. Bai Ba and Bai Jio stared intently at the opening of the test tubes, watching drop by drop of essence fall, more nervous than Wang Jun, fearing any mistakes, their wrists trembling occasionally. Wang Jun smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I will finish within a minute." His voice and smile seemed to possess a calming magic. Bai Ba and Bai Jiu nodded simultaneously, their hands steadying. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 40 seconds passed, and Wang Jun grasped a crimson fruit in each hand, continuing the extraction. At exactly 60 seconds, the extraction was completed and both bottles of potion were finished simultaneously. Wang Jun said, "Quickly drink it. The effect will be quite intense, but there will be special effects." Bai Ba and Bai Jio exchanged glances, then tilted their heads back to drink the potion. They won. Alexander Leon shook his head slightly, a smile at the corner of his mouth. The time it takes for an extraordinary person to digest the potion is generally over 10 minutes. And Wang Jun's actions were ultimately too slow. Chapter 46. The Prodigal Dog on the Terrace. Everyone's eyes were locked on by Ba and Bai Jio. "Will they make it in time?" Li Xianxian asked. Sun Bu replied, "Don't blame me. I don't know either." Sun Lutong said, "Old Chao, the younger generation is very curious. You should explain. Aren't you curious too?" Chao Qing Xuan teased, sipping tea to build suspense before saying they probably wouldn't have made it in time. But since he used a catalyst fruit, it can speed up the potion's effectiveness. It should take about 6 to 7 minutes. Whether they make it in time purely depends on luck. He's South really cutting it close. Time passed second by second. The countdown's second hand moving to the final round. 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Bai Ba and Bai Jiu sat cross-legged on the ground, not opening their eyes. Aren't they waking up? Wouldn't this mean Jun loses right away? Li Xianxun thought anxiously, pacing back and forth on the terrace. Sun Bu looked annoyed and pressed down on Li Xuanxun's shoulder. You're making me anxious. Li Xianxun waved his hand, brushing off the hand on his shoulder. Tisich, it's your heart that's anxious, not my steps. Hearing this, Sun Bu retracted his hand, as if enlightened. Why is the benefactor still so calm? Mo, when squatted at the entrance of the small building, chewing on some grass roots he found from somewhere. Nearby, 7 extraordinary individuals who had received significant boosts looked at Wang Jun with gratitude. Link, Ving Ming, Yisu, and Su Xiaojiu moved down the stairs first and reached the entrance of the small building. Mo, when quickly led a few of them to the side, asking Sister Lung, is there still hope for the benefactor? Lung Qingning shook her head, furrowing her brows without speaking. Alexander Leon crossed his arms, remaining silent, his mental state unreadable. Chao Qingxuan quietly approached Wang Jun from behind and asked with a smile, aren't you anxious? Wang Jun turned around, smiling. Where there's a will, there's a way. It doesn't help to rush. Just wait. Sun Lutong walked over with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a master. But unfortunately, the flip-flops he wore made a loud slapping sound, ruining the atmosphere. He slightly moved his ears to listen to Wang Jun's heartbeat. Wang Jun's heartbeat was steady, as if the countdown had nothing to do with him. Sun Lutong said, your mindset is really good. It's steadier than my Bowu. Chao Qingxuan shook his head and rebutted. Too mature, you've lost the sharpness of youth. That's not a good thing. A calm heart can achieve great things, Sun Lutong replied nonchalantly. The two's exchange of praise and admonition made it clear to everyone that the 2 respected seniors valued Wang Jun. Alexander Leon's sunny smile was overshadowed by a layer of gloom as he looked at Wang Jun, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. You can be excellent, but you cannot be more excellent than me. At that moment, Bai Ba and Bai Jiu simultaneously looked up at the sky and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The turbid air mixed with colorful light, which carried out brown impurities resembling dust, the remnants of breaking the genetic shackles of the human body, further activating the essence of life. The essence repeatedly cleansed their bodies, expelling the dregs. Immediately, Bai Ba's aura quickly stabilized, becoming harmonious and unobstructed, indicating he had taken a significant step forward on the evolutionary path, and that step was very stable, with no side effects. Bai Jiu was slightly slower, and only when Chao Qingxuan's phone beeped did he truly reach a stable state. The onlookers did not know if Bai Jiu's evolution counted as cutting it close, and all looked towards Chao Qingxuan. Alexander Leon raised an eyebrow and gestured to the person beside him. That person had just been promoted to level 2 under him. The mental impact was significant. Without much thought, he said directly, time is up. 1 second over is still over. Bai Jiu's evolution is overdue. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, eyes wide. No, that's not what I meant to say. Before he could finish the latter part of his sentence, Alexander Leon gently pressed down on his shoulder. It's not a big deal to express your thoughts. Mr. Wang Jun wouldn't trouble you over such a small matter. Shit! Li Xianxun shouted angrily. You're not old, Chao. Who gives you the right to say time's up? Alexander Leon shook his head. Not my problem. That was something you people from Hafeng Alley said. Hearing this, the speaker's face turned pale. I didn't mean to. Enough. No need to explain. Sister Lung waved her hand, but inwardly thought about how severely the minds of these 10 people were affected. They would probably need specialized treatment. Li Xianxun jumped off the terrace in a hurry. Boom! His feet hit the ground, and he immediately charged forward, grabbing Alexander Leon's collar. Everyone can see you're controlling him. Alexander Leon spread his hands and looked down at Li Xianxun. Is this how Hafeng Alley treats its guests? Li Xianxun's mouth twitched, momentarily feeling awkward. He was afraid to act directly, fearing confinement, but letting go was even more unsettling. Caught in a dilemma, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Wang Jun approached and whispered to Li Xianxun. Li Xianxun blinked and shouted, holy shit. Jun, you're a genius. Alexander Leon frowned. You haven't finished your sentence yet. Suddenly, he felt a violent impact on his backside, as if a steel pipe had been thrust inside. It penetrated deeply, at least over 20 centimeters. Alexander Leon's face turned purple, covering his rear while screaming in pain, "You bastard." He seemed to have lost all vocabulary, repeating the same 4 meaningful words. Li Xianshan let go, stepping back 2 or 3 paces. "Not my fault. You were careless and hit something hard on the ground." As the words landed, 2 pure black hands slowly retracted from the ground. Alexander Leon turned to look, only to see the 2 pure black hands come together, palms facing each other with fingers extraordinarily long, at least over 20 centimeters. The tips of the 4 fingers were stained with something indescribable. "Still say it wasn't you." Alexander Leon's anger and humiliation intertwined, like wind and fire aiding each other, causing 2 extreme emotions to rise rapidly. Li Xianshan spread his hands, grinning, pretending not to know, and spat out one word, "What?" After that, the 2 pure black hands disappeared, and the indescribable substance splashed onto Alexander Leon's pants and shoes. "EW so disgusting." Li Xianshan jumped back 2 steps, joining Wang Jun. Wang Jun draped an arm over Li Xuanshan's shoulder and chimed in, "Yeah. I wonder which gentleman lost control at the back and couldn't hold it in." The 2 played off each other and then simultaneously grinned at Alexander Leon. "Bastard." Alexander Leon's face was filled with rage. "It stinks. Why don't you hurry up and wash it off?" Yisu waved her hands repeatedly, trying to disperse the bad smell. Alexander was stunned and turned to look. Lung Qingning, Su Xiaojiu, and Yisu, 3 stunningly beautiful women, one of whom was even comparable to a celestial being, was the one he had secretly loved for a long time. In that instant, his anger turned into shame, the transformation swift. Alexander Leon's handsome face turned into a pale canvas, with random colors smeared all over it, creating a nauseating mess. Over there, 50 meters to the left, Su Xiaojiu covered her mouth with one hand and pointed towards the direction of the public toilet. Her small building also had a toilet, but she found it disgusting, so she chose to forget about it. Alexander Leon was dazed for a moment, then said, "Oh," before turning and running away, covering his rear. He was rejected. At that moment, he turned his back to everyone, with 2 crystal tears at the corners of his eyes. Li Xuanqing burst into hearty laughter, giving a thumbs up. "Juan, wow, your thought process, I would call it the strongest." Wang Jun replied, "Just average, 3rd in the world." Li Xuanqing tilted his head. "What does that mean?" Wang Jun rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. "Big brother had a car accident. Second brother is paralyzed." Combining the context, Li Xuanqing suddenly understood. "Oh." Sun Bu shrank to an inch, left foot down, and simultaneously gave Li Xuanqing's back of the head a resounding slap. "Oh, what the hell? Showing off in front of so many people?" Li Xuanqing turned his head, baring his teeth. "Why are you hitting me? Stop chatting, hurry up and clean up." Lung Qingning said with a look of disgust, pressing down on Li Xuanqing's shoulder. "Huh, I'm the one cleaning up?" Li Xuanqing was dumbfounded. Wang Jun quietly lowered his right hand and took 3 steps to the left and back, just avoiding the gesture Li Xuanqing was pointing at him with. "I've never felt so speechless in my life," Li Xuanqing said with a face, patting his hands. The shadow on the ground transformed into a black curtain, packed up, and then flew towards the public restroom 50 meters away. Wang Jun reminded, "Douse him." "Understood." Li Xuanqing showed a crooked smile like a dragon king. 3 seconds later, a thunderous roar came from inside the public restroom. "Li Xuanqing, Wang Jun, I want you both to die without a burial place." "Eat shit," Wang Yun loudly responded, still using Cantonese. This sentence was not well understood by the crowd, but they could roughly feel the extremely domineering and insulting tone. Inside the restroom, Alexander Leon felt it 10 times more intensely, roaring loudly. Chao Qinxuan and Sun Lutong exchanged glances, as if they saw their younger selves in each other's pupils. Which reckless youth has not tormented their enemies? The 2 looked at Wang Jun again, their eyes filled with a newfound appreciation. Su Xiaojiu chuckled softly. "Sir, you're really bad." "What do you mean bad?" "It's just a belly full of bad water." Yisu shook his head, shivering. Lung Qingning twitched the corner of her mouth. Her eyes moved slightly, holding back the urge to speak or laugh. Li Xuanqing raised both thumbs up, momentarily unsure how to express his admiration. Suddenly, he heard Wang Jun's low murmur. "What a pity. If we douse him one more round now, we might be able to fill him up." Li Xuanqing's face turned pale, stepping back 3 steps. What the hell, Ajuan? You really are something. You've taken all the bamboo shoots from the mountain. Sun Bu walked up to within 2 or 3 meters. With keen ears, he heard everything clearly. He held his forehead, sighing so black-hearted. More than 20 minutes later, Alexander Leon changed into a clean white suit. Tie coat, shirt, belt, pants, and shoes, all pure white. It was as if he had been dirted by something, and this was the only way to regain a sense of cleanliness. The venom in Alexander Leon's eyes was unmasked, but he did not mention the earlier humiliating incident. He knew that continuing to dwell on it would only make him more embarrassed. He quickly wanted to conclude the main purpose of today's visit, apprenticeship. After 10 days, or half a month, time would make people forget everything. After preparing himself mentally, Alexander Leon said, "Mr. Chow, can you announce the results quickly?" Chow Chin-Chuan smiled slightly. He was mocking me, and the resentment in Alexander Leon's eyes deepened by 3 points. Chow Chin-Chuan said to Wang Jun, "Your luck seems a bit off." Bai Jiu did indeed fall short by 2 seconds. So, for the first item, both of you scored 910 with a 90 success rate. Wang Yun noted. Then how do we determine the winner? No, we shouldn't subdivide further, Alexander interjected. Wang Jun only had 9 people complete it, but I had 10 here, so I've already won. You're a losing face. Li Xuanqing mocked. If it weren't for old Chow's intervention, the woman you were in charge of would definitely have failed to evolve. Alexander Leon ignored Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing brought his hands together, striking a pose for a special move. Alexander hurriedly covered his rear, saying, "The outcome of the first item is already decided. Mr. Chow, please announce the next item." Chow Chin-Chuan blinked twice and took out a sealed letter. With a rip, he publicly opened Alexander Leon's letter and read the treatment plan. Suppress the energy of ice and fire in both legs. Then saw off both legs and replaced them with bionic prosthetics. The more they listened, the more peculiar everyone's expressions became. This was the most undesirable treatment among the 3 plans Wang Jun mentioned. Amputation would result in the loss of extraordinary abilities. However, in Alexander Leon's plan, there was a second possibility about 10. Su Xiaojiu's extraordinary ability would not be completely lost, but transferred to Alexander Leon's body, temporarily kept safe for Su Xiaojiu. When the time was right and